What's the second reward? Qin Sheng looks back at the stone platform again. There are 3 kinds of rewards, 2 of which are the same. There are 2 wooden balls lying on the stone platform, only the size of fist. The wood looks like rock, and the surface is carved with runes. 2 wooden balls? Qin Sheng was stunned. The 2 wooden balls were flat and without any light on the surface, not to mention the Yanling tree, which attracted people's attention all of a sudden and could not move his eyes. Suddenly, Qin Sheng seemed to think of some important information. These 2 are not rock and wood talismans, are they? Qin Sheng's eyes were round. He bit his fingers and dropped 2 drops of blood on 2 wooden balls. The originally dull and ordinary wooden ball, like a sponge, absorbed 2 drops of Qin Sheng's blood, then erupted 2 dazzling lights and jumped violently. Click. The secret room is full of dazzling white light. When the white light disappears, 2 stone and wood talismans appear in front of Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng felt that he had a kind of inexplicable connection with the 2 rock and wood talismans. As long as he thought about it, he could control the rock and wood talismans. Go. With a big wave of Qin Sheng's hand, the 2 stone and wood talismans burst into full bloom and rushed to the edge of the secret chamber, much faster than Qin Sheng. If the secret chamber was not too small, even Qin Sheng could not catch up. These 2 stone and wood talismans are intact. The talismans are perfectly preserved. Their comprehensive strength can definitely reach the spirit realm warrior. According to Qin Sheng's current strength, although the body can reach the power of the warrior who can connect the soul, its absolute speed is not fast, unless it can cultivate the body skills that are specialized in cultivating the footwork speed. However, there are few such exercises. Even if you look at the whole Dian dynasty, they are probably extinct. However, Qin Sheng is not in a hurry. As long as he cultivates the magic cultivation body to the 3rd level, both the strength and the speed will skyrocket. At that time, it's definitely not a short board. Take it. Qin Sheng shouts, and the 2 stone and wood talismans are suddenly bright. Then they quickly shrink into a fist-sized wooden ball and fly back to Qin Sheng's hand. Amazing work. Qin Sheng couldn't help but exclaim that this kind of talisman soldiers had the taste of a soldier with a bean. It's worthy of being a phubbing that can be refined by a soul master. This kind of talisman can only be refined by a soul master with strong soul power. It's impossible for ordinary martial artists to carve those multiplying talismans. Emperor Wanjie is also a very powerful soul master, but his achievements are more rebellious in alchemy. Qin Sheng has no plan to become a soul master at present. In the current state of Qin Sheng, it's better to refine the body and increase some life-saving means. After all, whether it's alchemist or soul master, it's definitely more expensive than physical training. The martial arts practitioners also spend a lot of money and take a long time to achieve results. Wow. As soon as Qin Sheng swept the stone platform, he collected the Yanlingguo and 2 stone and wood talismans into the ring. There are 2 more thugs with strength equivalent to channeling souls. Qin Sheng's eyes are shining with excitement. This is only the first pass in the forbidden area. The reward is so rich. After the reward for customs clearance is issued, do you want to continue or leave? The cold mechanical sound sounded again, without a trace of human emotion. Qin Sheng looked up and said without hesitation, "Keep going." He can easily pass the 1st level only relying on the skill of exploding snake and the skin of dragon scale. He can get such a rich reward. Neither of the 2 cards, Yin Sha Corpse and Xingjia Yuan Mai, has been used. So, how could Qin Sheng choose to leave? Luoyang College, outside the back hill, forbidden area. No one left. They were all concerned about the situation in the forbidden area. But there are many prohibitions in the forbidden area. People outside can't see what's going on inside. All of a sudden, a strong light burst out in the back of the forbidden area, with a strong impact. President Yunlan's face was cold as ice, and Lu Mei slightly coagulated, saying, "I was sent out of the forbidden area so soon. It seems that I failed to pass the customs. The forbidden area is very old, and its operation depends on runes. If the customs clearance fails, it will be directly sent out of the forbidden area, basically without life danger. However, if the strength of the trainees participating in the assessment is too poor, and the severely injured trainees are not sent out in the forbidden area, they will be killed by the internal phubbing. It's rare, but not unheard of." Bang! A blood shadow was thrown on the ground, his yuanli was broken, his hair was messy, he was very embarrassed, he coughed up blood with a big mouth, his hand was weak and drooping all the time, obviously he was interrupted by his arm in the assessment process of the forbidden area. One by one, eyes instantly lock on the embarrassed figure. It's Jiao Fei from the elite class of Huangjia. If you have 8 channels, you dare to enter the forbidden area for assessment. Isn't that death-seeking? A group of students who didn't get the chance to enter the final examination sneered, and no one sympathized with Jiao Fei. Kong Xingtao, dressed in a white robe, appeared in front of Jiao Fei, helped him connect his broken arm, and gave him Xingji pill. The pale face slowly began to have some blood stains. However, Jiao Fei's face was still a little scared. He chose a new door. He was 2 strange wooden people waiting for him. Within 10 minutes, he was beaten severely, and then white light enveloped him. After only a few tenths of breath, he was sent out of the forbidden area. Jiao Fei's face was burning, and he was ashamed of himself. However, Jiao Fei didn't wait too long, and the forbidden area, behind the mountain, burst out 2 white lights. 2 unlucky eggs were sent out again, and the injuries were not light. One of them was deprived of 2 yuan channels, and it was impossible to be promoted to the state of Tonghun all his life. President Yunlan's unique jade face is becoming more and more dignified, and her eyebrows are becoming more and more gloomy. She did not expect that 10 years later, the assessment of the forbidden area in the back mountain is so severe, only for a moment, and 3 people have been eliminated. Cloud Haze didn't even have time to think about it. The forbidden area in the back mountain burst out 3 strong lights again. Finally, I waited for 2/4 of an hour, and there was no more movement in the forbidden area of the back mountain. President Yunlan's frown slowly eased some. It's just the first level of assessment. Half of the students have been eliminated. Yunlan is shocked. Qin Sheng, who just entered the forbidden area of Haoshan Mountain for assessment, is the weakest one. However, he was first class in ability and was not eliminated. Most of the other students' strength is equal to that of Tong Jumai, and even half of them were eliminated directly. Apart from Xiao Bingming and Han Mengchen, is there anyone else who can get through the 3 levels? Yunlan has some doubts. If there is any damage to other students, it may affect the hospital test at the end of the month. Your Excellency Dean, I've said that it's absolutely a stupid move to let these students enter the forbidden area for examination. At this time, a harsh voice sounded coldly. It was very loud. It didn't seem to put President Yunlan in the eye at all. Cloud Haze willow eyebrow, a bad, delicate face on show a touch of cold color. Li Kuan did not dare to contradict Yunlan. He was even more arrogant. He leaned on the old to sell off the old, and sneered, "If there is any damage to the students in the school, which affects the court test, you are a sinner forever. Let you hit me in the face and drive my people out of Luyun College." Li Kuan's face was slightly sneering. "I want you to be embarrassed. A little girl, how is the whole world? I don't believe you dare to get away even me." Li Kuan has been in Luyun University for decades, and his contacts are very rich. Even in Dian City, he has many connections. In this remote Dian City, everyone will hold a group, unless you have the personal strength to fight against the sky. Tongshenjing is absolutely powerful, but looking at the whole Dian City, there are few powerful people in Tongshenging, and it is not only Yunlan. Therefore, Li Kuan is not very afraid of cloud haze. Hearing this, Yunlan's pretty face is cold as ice, and the cold air covers Li Kuan instantly. Senhen's eyes gaze at Li Kuan, who relies on the old and sells the old. He immediately feels like an ice house, and his whole body will be solidified. Go away. The cold voice of cloud haze spread all over the world. All the students around looked at this scene in astonishment. It was obvious that two big guy-level figures of Luyun College were tearing. In a moment, the scene was silent. No student dared to make any sound in the scene, as if the breath was going to stop. No one wants to be unlucky. If one of the two big guys gets annoyed, his career in Luyun College will be over. Li Kuan's face suddenly solidified. An old face was hot. He didn't expect that President Yunlan didn't have any fear. He directly tore his face with him. After all, he has been in Luyun College for decades. Yunlan, you. Li Kuan blushed and pointed to the cloud haze, but couldn't say a word for a long time. Don't annoy me, don't annoy me. I'll take all the tutors of the inner court to Lingyun College. Li Kuan's voice was cold, and he did not hide the threat. Smell words, Cloudland's peerless face, as if coagulated a layer of icy ice, a pair of phoenix eyes staring at Li Kuan, her body's yuan force is released, the breath is crazy. Yunlan is stepping on the lotus step, and the power increases exponentially. Her hair, like a waterfall, flutters with the terrible power of Yuanli. She appears in front of Li Kuan. How is it? Li Kuan's old face didn't mean to be afraid. He was not afraid of Yunlan at all. If he left, he could even empty the whole Luyun College. You can go. The cold voice of cloud haze rings again. What? Li Kuan's face was stunned. He doubted whether he had heard his ears wrong. Yunlan is cold and cold. He is really fed up with the moths in Luyun College. What contribution can these people make, besides eating the old roots of Luyun College? Instead, it's better to make an immediate decision and take the opportunity to clear all the borers in Luyun College. The Luyun College, which has a long history of thousands of storehouses and hundreds of Confucius, can't stand the hardships. It's better to clear all the borers directly and go through the motions. Maybe there's still a thread of life. Yunlan is a student of Lingxiao Holy Academy. She can't stay in Luyun Academy for a long time. As long as her grandfather can wake up, she will return to Lingxiao Holy Academy. Yunlan, what are you? Li Kuan completely tears his face. He struggles desperately. Yuanli finally recovers. Pointing at Yunlan, he scolds, your grandfather will not talk to me like this. Yunlan, Lu Mei, a poor, cold way, roll it, now I has the final say in the Cloud Academy. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The pressure of Yunlan broke out completely. The breath of Tongshenging rolled the whole heaven and earth. Li Kuan suddenly flew back. He coughed up blood and looked at Yunlan in shock. She just moved her fingers. He had been badly hurt. Li Kuan dare not speak hard anymore. He takes a look at Yunlan with hate, and then leaves in dismay. Boom! Inside the chamber, there is a wall made of unknown stone. There are traces of runes on the surface. Although it has a long history, it is impossible to damage it with Qin Sheng's current strength. What's more, Qin Sheng can't die like this at all. The ghost knows what evil spirits are in the forbidden area. He blows and explodes at random. In case of touching any mechanism, he will save a group of stone and wood talismans. Qin Sheng can't eat it. Therefore, Qin Sheng can't do such a stupid thing. Then there was the dim candlelight in the secret room. Qin Sheng looked at the slowly opened wall. According to President Yunlan, if you pass the first pass, you will meet the elite students who are also qualified. Qin Sheng's face slightly coagulates, takes a deep breath, and strides into the second chamber. The second chamber is quite larger than the first one, with a rotten smell. The secret room seems to have an induction. The candle light slowly lights up, which makes the dead and cold secret room more warm. What is that? Then the dim candle light, coupled with Qin Sheng's physical body, was comparable to the martial arts of Tonghunjing, which was definitely more powerful than the martial arts of Tongmeijing. In a corner of the secret room, there is a mass of black things, which are curled up in the corner. Qin Sheng approached and saw that the eyebrow of the sword could not be chosen. He said, "It's a corpse." It turns out that the black object in the corner of the second chamber is actually a corpse. No wonder that the chamber is so rotten. The forbidden area of House Han has not been opened for 10 years, that is to say, this man has been dead for 10 years. This elder martial brother didn't die in the hand of the stone and wood-fubbing soldiers, but died in the hand of his classmates. Qin Sheng's pupils narrowed slightly and couldn't help sighing. The heart is separated from the stomach. I'll call you brother in front of you. Maybe I'll stab you in the back. There are many customs clearance rewards in the back mountain forbidden area. Once greed is aroused, it is not impossible to kill people and cross goods even if they are in the same door. Think of here, Qin Sheng's eyes can't help squinting, he is waiting, if there is a door into the second pass, and he met, do not play tricks is okay, if want to kill him. Then don't blame him for being cruel and ruthless, and don't think of the same family. Qin Sheng didn't wait long. Boom! The other wall of the second chamber opened slowly. Here we are. Qin Sheng's eyes brightened, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at the wall of the secret chamber that was slowly opening. A black-robed man walked in slowly. There was some blood left on the corner of his mouth, but his face was red. The stone and wood fubbing in the first pass only hurt him a little, but he was also lucky to pass the pass. Ha ha, Qin Sheng, it's you. When the man in black saw Qin Sheng in the secret room, his eyes lit up and his face quickly showed a look of excitement. Qin Sheng glanced at the man in black robe, his face slightly solidified, and said, "It's really a narrow path for enemies. What's your name, Zhao?" In the second chamber, Zhao Ming, who came from the Zhao family, met Qin Sheng. The Zhao family and the Qin family had been in the same boat for a long time. The Qin family wanted to revive and restore the glory of more than 10 years ago. They couldn't hide two tigers in one mountain. The Zhao family wanted to kill the Qin family. And the Zhao family wanted to kill Qin's future successor, Qin Sheng, 3 times and 4 times. Some time ago, Zhao Yuansong was asked to throw the scorpion tail, tiger, beast and egg into his tent for examination in the outer courtyard of the magic dragon mining area, which almost killed him. After entering the school, he was about to be strangled in the cradle by the cold tutor. Qin Sheng was sent to the inner court to work as a target and bribe the 3 Tingyan brothers of the Tangsnake gang. This is a lot of hatred, too much. Qin Sheng's careless voice reverberated in the open secret room, with some irony and disdain in his words. Smell speech, Zhao Ming's face quickly gloomy down, especially in the eyebrows has been gloomy enough to drip water. Dead to death, hard to talk. Zhao Ming was very dissatisfied. He got a Juyuan pill in the first pass reward. He broke through the state of Tonghun at one stroke. His whole body of Yuanli was like the whole chamber of secrets in the volcanic eruption, covering Qin Sheng not far away. Oh, have you broken through the state of soul communication? Qin Sheng's eyes were bright and his face was calm, as if he didn't feel the threat of Yuanli. What's your first pass reward? What else is there, besides Juyuandan? Hearing this, Zhao Ming was stunned at once. Did Qin Sheng have a good command of writing? He has released the Yuan power and pressure of soul state. How can he not seem to have any reaction? Qin Sheng did not only have little pressure, but also had a mean smile on his face. His eyes were like the green light of a hungry wolf, which was clearly greedy. It's none of your business. Zhao Ming is angry, and his face is burning. He has just been promoted to a higher level. He is trying to show off his power. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng is not only unintelligible, but also greedy. Do you want to rob my customs clearance reward? Zhao Mingyue wants to be more angry and furious. Yuan Li's crazy output covers Qin Sheng. Zhao Ming's eyes are stinging, with a faint twinkling of killing intention. The black robe sounds with the fierce Yuan force. It's just that Qin Sheng's body has already reached the strength of communicating with the soul. In addition, he has a saint-level Yuan Mai, which is rare even in Dian dynasty. Let alone Zhao Ming, who is the leader of the empire. Qin Sheng's hand, 2 plain wooden balls appear on his palm, saying, "Do you have any stone and wood talismans for customs clearance reward?" Zhao Ming looks at the 2 wooden balls on Qin Sheng's palm, and his face slightly coagulates. Although he doesn't know what a rock-wood talisman is, after all, a warrior who can connect the soul and is not a fool. After a few moments, Zhao Ming suddenly realized and said in a deep voice, "Are your rewards for customs clearance the first 2 wooden people?" Zhao Ming, unlike Qin Sheng, inherits the memory of the emperor and knows a lot. He doesn't know that the first wooden man in the pass is called Yanmu Fubing. The wooden man has broken an arm, and the rune is also broken. The fighting power can only be comparable to that of the warrior who is half a step to the soul. Zhao Ming's eyes were deep, and his face quickly showed a greedy color. The 2 wooden balls in Qin Sheng's hands are estimated to be perfect, without any damage. Think of here, Zhao Ming's heart can't help jumping a few times, the greedy color on his face is more rich. The broken stone and wood talismans are as powerful as the half-step warriors. If there is no broken stone and wood talismans, then their combat power is not equal to 2 warriors who can pass through the soul. Qin Sheng seemed to notice the change of Zhao Ming's face, and he couldn't help sneering. Wang. Qin Sheng turned his hand again, and there was another tray of small trees on his palm, which seemed to be ignited by the fire. There were 3 spiritual fruits hanging. The spirit was dense, delicate and dripping. A rather strong fruit fragrance quickly filled the whole chamber. Is there any burning spirit tree? Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly and asked. Zhao Mingshao's face first showed a hurt expression, then quickly covered with a very strong color of greed. He roared, "Why do you have such a rich reward for customs clearance, but I only have a Juyuan pill? It's not fair." Zhao Ming roars loudly, blushes, and has a thick neck. His eyebrows are full of violence. The flaming tree in Qin Sheng's hand is crystal clear and green. The fruit seems to ignite the flame. It's not a common thing at first sight. It's extremely precious. I thought that my reward for customs clearance was a Juyuan pill with a value of more than 100,000 yuan and a price of no market. I was happy to bloom for a long time. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng's reward for clearing the 4 yuan channels is so rich. Zhao Ming's eyes are red. Here. Zhao Ming's palms spread out, his eyes were cold, his voice was stiff, with an imperative tone. Qin Sheng finally understood that the so-called customs clearance reward was not the same for everyone. It seems to be based on the performance of each person in the process of customs clearance. If so, then the forbidden area is terrible. By what does it operate all this? This forbidden area is absolutely not as simple as you think. Qin Sheng's face is dignified. He can reward 2 stone and wood talismans and a flaming tree at will. It's absolutely impossible for ordinary strong people to do it. Hello, are you deaf or mute? Zhao Mingbang had a drink. He was very dissatisfied. His face became more and more violent. He threatened, "If you are smart, you can call all the customs clearance rewards, otherwise hum." Qin Sheng looks at Zhao Ming, who is very angry. He says, "Are you all idiots? Zhao's family and Qin's family were originally enemies. Now they have a narrow path. When they meet each other, they want Qin Sheng to turn in the customs clearance reward. It took Qin Sheng how much he owed for his IQ to do such an idiot thing. You dare to scold me? Zhao Ming was so angry that his powerful soul was humiliated by a low-level warrior. He could bear it. The powerful Yuan force came out of his body and formed a blue sword. I'll take you on the road now, you ignorant idiot. Zhao Ming's face is full of murderous intention. With a big wave of his hand, the green knife will burst out a more dazzling light when it comes to Mundan. He doesn't cry. Even if he just got promoted, his sharpness is still much stronger than the ordinary martial artists. Qin Sheng's eyes were fixed on the dazzling green sword, his eyes were slightly narrowed, his face was showing a desire to try. He had not really fought with a real soul-connecting warrior. Before, no matter Xiaobingning or Lingjuan, due to the huge gap in strength between the two sides, Qin Sheng would only be beaten. If there were not Qianhammer Tongmai and Dragon Scale Skin, Qin Sheng would have been killed alive. This time, the situation is not the same. Qin Sheng has already connected 4 channels, and has made great progress in physical training. He has the capital to fight against Tongmai. All of a sudden, Qin Sheng changed his mind and threw 2 wooden balls into the air. Change! Qin Sheng shouted. The wooden ball seemed to be very spiritual. In an instant, it turned into a 2-meter-high rock and wood talisman from a ball. There is no damage to the runes of these 2 stone and wood runes. They are shining with the light of the runes, releasing a sharp breath. The sticks in their hands are mercilessly drawn towards the green sword. The eyes covered with the reproduction rune also burst into a light. The green blade trembled violently for several times, and it was scattered alive. The sharp blade, like an electric snake, ran around and finally disappeared in a solid and incomparable chamber. The stick, which is full of dazzling rune light, just pauses for a moment, and with the power of terror, it falls on Zhao Ming. There was no facial features and human feelings in the stone and wood phubbing soldiers. The dark red rock and wood stick tore the air and turned into a red lightning bolt, which fell on Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming is like a thunderbolt, his pores are blown up, and he looks at the stone and wood talismans who are killed like lightning in horror. It's too fast. Zhao Mingzhen couldn't escape. At the critical moment, Zhao Ming's Yuan force surged out like a torrent, and the blue Yuan force quickly condensed into a piece of armor. It's worthy of being a strong person who can pass through the soul environment. The Sea of Yuanli, which is formed by 9 channels of Yuanli, is much more powerful than the one who can pass through the soul environment. The blue armor is very thick, as solid as a rock. Bang! Between the lightning and the flint, the dark red lightning, with the power of 10,000 June, smashed on the armor gathered by Zhao Ming Yuan's power, which was enough to match the second-order monster's terrorist power in an instant. Zhao Ming, like a shell, smashed into the wall of the Chamber of Secrets and landed heavily on the ground. The Chamber of Secrets is made of unknown rocks. It's extremely solid. It can't be destroyed by the martial arts of Tonghunjing level at all. Click. There are countless cracks in the blue armor, and then it breaks into several pieces, forming a fog-like element force. I'll explode my armor with 1 stick. Zhao Ming raised his head, and his face was shocked. Although he was protected by the armor of Yuanli, he seemed to be hit by a second-order monster just now, and his viscera were turning over, as if they were all about to move. Shwa! Zhao Ming can't be shocked. Another red flash of lightning zooms in between his pupils. Again. Yuanli, like the strong wind, spewed out and condensed into a round shield in Zhao Ming's hands to meet the dark red lightning. Bang! The round shield was exploded in an instant, and fell into Zhao Ming's arm with horrible force. Click! Zhao Ming's arm was directly broken, powerless and drooping, and the pain from the broken arm spread all over his body. The most terrible thing is not over yet. Another stone and wood talisman has come to kill. Zhao Ming is going crazy. These two stone and wood talismans are several times stronger than the first wooden man. They are basically two levels of talismans. Qin Sheng approaches Zhao Ming without hesitation. His face is also a little frightened. The stone and wood weapons with intact runes are too powerful. Facing the people who are in the spirit state, they are just crushing. Such a magical puppet is a weapon of war. Zhao Ming tried his best to dodge, but the secret room was too small. No matter how he dodged, he would get a stick. Zhao Ming's leg was broken and his blood flowed to the ground. He looked horrified, and knew that he had kicked the iron plate, curled up in the corner of the secret room, and said, "Qin Sheng, you can't kill me. My position in the Zhao family is not low. Killing me will only deepen the hatred between the two families." Two stone and wood talismans surrounded Zhao Ming. Qin Sheng pulled a joking arc around his mouth and said with a smile, "Idiot, this is a forbidden area. No one knows you died in my hand." Smell speech. Zhao Ming's face is as dead as a dust. The Mao sun quickly dims down. Right, this is forbidden area. Outside people simply can't know what happened inside. Don't want to die? I will promise you whatever you want. Don't kill me. Zhao Ming even dragged a broken leg and knelt down in front of Qin Sheng, pleading bitterly. Qin Sheng sneered and said, "When you bought Tingyan 3 brothers to start with me, did you ever think about my life and death? If you had known today, why should you have been on your way?" Qin Sheng shakes his head and doesn't intend to let Zhao Ming go. Zhao's people are all virtuous. If you let go of Zhao Ming, you will be like letting go of the tiger and returning to the mountain. There will be endless troubles. Qin Sheng is not a good kid to fool. He has the memory of the emperor and rich experience. How can he believe Zhao Ming's promise? You go with me. Suddenly Zhao Ming, kneeling in a pool of blood, suddenly burst into violence, holding a dagger in his hand. The dagger even erupted a white light, which was the sharp light of ruin. Zhao Ming even wants to pull Qin Sheng to die together, but Qin Sheng seems to have been prepared for it. A black shadow, like lightning, comes to kill him and makes a shrill cry. Suddenly Zhao Ming, who killed Qin Sheng in a violent way, trembled. His throat was torn and a terrible wound was cut. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Zhao Ming desperately covers his throat with his hands, but fate has long been fixed. Zhao Ming, die. Milu. Zhao Ming falls in a pool of blood. His eyes are not closed, but there is no light. He can die again if he is dead. Although both of them are elite students in Luyun College, they are students after all, but Qin Sheng doesn't pity Zhao Ming. His eyes are very firm. Zhao Ming wants to kill him 3 times and 4 times. Qin Sheng only treated him in his own way. See if he has any treasures. Qin Sheng murmured and searched Zhao Ming's body. He didn't find anything like taking a ring. It seems that the rewards for customs clearance in the Backhill Forbidden Area are given according to the student's performance in the process of customs clearance. The Forbidden Area, which had been abandoned for 10 years, was able to operate so humanely. There must be various kinds of deep arrays in it. Qin Sheng glanced at the secret room and saw no trace of the array. Although Qin Sheng didn't have much knowledge in the array, he still had the inheritance and memory of the Emperor of the 10,000 robbers and knew a little about it. The more he couldn't see through, the more frightened Qin Sheng was. A flaming fire snake condenses out of the sky. Qin Sheng is more and more familiar with the application of the explosive fire snake skill, and can use it in a few breath time. Go. With a wave of Qin Sheng's big hand, the fire snake fell on Zhao Ming's body. It burned up. Before long, Zhao Ming was burned to ashes and disappeared in the world forever. It is impossible for the Zhao family to get the truth about Zhao Ming's death. Keep going or leave? The cold, mechanical sound was heard again in the chamber. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's face was not coagulated. The first pass is to face the broken stone and wood phubbing, and the second pass is to meet Qin Sheng's more powerful phubbing. Keep going. A moment later, Qin Sheng shouted. As soon as Qin Sheng's voice fell, the wall of the secret chamber exploded, revealing a passage. The passage is deep and dark, without any light source. Qin Sheng's brow is wrinkled. In the depth of the passage, he seems to be sleeping with a big demon. The wind is coming in front of him, which makes people creepy. Stone and wood talisman, open the way. With a wave of Qin Sheng's big hand, 2 stone and wood talismans opened their way in front of him. Yin Sha was hiding in his back, with no dead angle at 360 degrees. He was covered with dragon scale skin and strode into the passage. This passage is very long. After Qin Sheng took a few steps, a dim candle light lit up, adding some strange colors. With 2 stone and wood talismans fighting, Qin Sheng didn't have much fear. He immediately shouted that I would leave if there was no big change. As long as it wasn't too bad luck, Qin Sheng touched the terrible creature, killed by seconds. Qin Sheng was absolutely sure to leave the forbidden area calmly. Soon the passage came to an end. Qin Sheng came to a huge secret chamber, at least 5 times the area of the second chamber. The dim candlelight lights up. The third huge chamber is not like the 2 chambers in front. It is empty, but 2 rows of weapons side by side. These weapons include huge swords, battle axes, long sticks, halberds, maces, and so on. These weapons have a long history, but there are still some traces of runes on the surface. Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly and said, "It's a magic weapon of runes? It can only be forged by a soul master to portray runes on weapons, and its power is very terrible. If one of the martial artists in the same realm has a rune magic soldier, they will be slaughtered on the opposite side." Weapons for examiners? Qin Sheng couldn't help it. The first pass didn't prepare weapons for the examiners. It must be much more difficult than the first pass. Qin Sheng glanced at 2 rows of runes and pulled out a heavy sword. Clang! The whole body of the heavy sword is silvery white. The surface seems to be coated with a layer of secret silver. The runes are faintly glowing and the sword sounds sweet. Holding the sword in his hand, Qin Sheng obviously felt that it was very heavy, but his body was extremely strong, and his physical cultivation was comparable to that of the martial arts in the spirit state. It might be a little hard for other low-level martial arts in the pulse state, but it was easy for Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng moved the yuan pulse, and a powerful yuan force poured into the heavy sword, which made the sword tremble. Shwa! Half of the runes of the heavy sword are lit up. The fierce sword spirit quickly agglomerates. The sword flower is waved a few times. The sword spirit bursts out in an instant, shooting on the hard and incomparable ground, leaving a long white trace. So powerful! Qin Sheng's face was shocked. The secret chamber was made of unknown stone. Even he could not shake it with all his strength. Now, with the magic weapon of rune, he could easily draw a white mark. The magic soldier is in hand, I have it in the world. If you have a magic weapon, it's a big killing weapon. With Qin Sheng's current strength, you don't even need to use Tianjia martial arts. You can sacrifice this magic weapon directly, and kill people who can communicate with the soul, such as slaughtering dogs. It's too violent. Qin Sheng loved this heavy sword at all costs. He walked all over the world and was full of pride. I'll leave later. Can you take this heavy sword? Qin Sheng is curious. There are 2 rows of dozens of runes. Even if he doesn't use them, he can sell them in the underground black market. Dozens of runes, even though most of them are broken, are valuable. It is estimated that they can be exchanged for many metacrystals. It's just that Qin Sheng underestimated the IQ of House Han, Forbidden Area. The strength of the master who arranges this secret place is absolutely astonishing. How can Qin Sheng be allowed to lead the sheep? Sure enough, as soon as Qin Sheng's voice fell, the 2 rows of broken rune soldiers were submerged by a white light and disappeared in the secret room. In this scene, Qin Sheng's eyes are dumbfounded, and his eyes are more awed by the master of the secret place. The realm is definitely higher than him. I don't know how many grand realms. In particular, the accomplishments in array. That kind of powerful person, estimate a fierce look, or fart, even if Qin Sheng has more means to refine the memory of the 10,000 robbers? Burp fart or burp fart. Qin Sheng's face asterisked all the colors of contempt, holding the rune-heavy sword in his hand. Boom. There was a violent vibration in the secret room. I didn't know where to shoot a white light. When the white light disappeared, a big black figure appeared in front of Qin Sheng. Nearly 3 meters tall, he was cast with black iron pimples. He was holding a black saber with flame flowing. The most remarkable thing was that there was a complete rune mark in the middle of his eyebrow, which was shining. As a yuan force slowly gushed out of its body, it suddenly opened its eyes, the blood red in both eyes, and the fierce evil spirit suddenly spread. Black iron talisman. Qin Sheng stared at the huge black iron pimple in the distance, which was a puppet 1 level higher than the stone and wood one. This is the 2nd level, let no one live? Qin Sheng's face is very dignified. He is a complete black iron talisman. His fighting ability can rival that of a warrior in the sky. The martial artist of Tongshenging, even if you look at the whole Dian city, there are few. You can count them with one hand. If you are in Luyun College, only Yunlan, the dean of the goddess, is a real martial artist. In Dian City, the martial artists of Tongshenging are definitely not cabbages on the side of the road. It's just a dragon pool contest. In the examination of the 2nd pass, a puppet of black iron phubbing, whose strength is equal to that of the martial arts in the sky. Qin Sheng is stupid. The 1st level is to arrange a broken stone and wood talisman. Qin Sheng tightly holds the heavy sword in his hand. He wants to fight back. Facing the puppet of the black iron phubbing, whose strength is equivalent to that of the martial arts in the sky, Qin Sheng has no chance to win at all. Insha is a corpse with extremely sharp teeth. It can easily kill the warrior in the spirit state, and it is highly poisonous. However, the black iron talisman is a hard and incomparable iron pimple. He is not afraid of the teeth of the Insha corpse, or even the virulent. It's just a puppet without the fluctuation of life. No matter how severe the poison is, you can't kill it. Dragon scale skin has amazing defensive power, but it is only able to bear a larger realm than Tongmai realm. For those who are strong in Tongtian realm, 1 slap may break Qin Sheng's hands and feet. 2 stone and wood talismans, senior fighters. In the face of those who have just been promoted like Zhao Ming, they are absolutely crushed, but in the face of the black iron phubbing? It's like giving away the head. Xingjie Yuan Mai, Qin Sheng's biggest base card, can be suppressed even by Xia Bingming in the late stage of Tonghenjing if it's stimulated without reservation, but this black iron phubbing has no spirit at all. Where does Qin Sheng start to suppress? It's no wonder that as soon as you come in, you will send the rune soldiers. Qin Sheng's face was a little ugly. Without weapons, it would be killing. The blood-red eyes of the black iron phubbing sent out 2 iridescent lights, which locked Qin Sheng. His legs made an effort to stamp, which was as powerful as the barren mountain monster that had not been born for many years. The whole huge chamber was shaking fiercely and filled with dust. Qin Sheng had no time to be shocked, because his pupils had a black flash of lightning that magnified rapidly and suffocated people. Clang! There was no expression on the black iron phubbing's face. His eyes, which did not contain a trace of human color, stared at Qin Sheng coldly. The black saber with the flame flowing in his hand came to kill him fiercely. It's too fast. Qin Sheng instinctively wants to dodge the saber coming from the split, without any saber chi fluctuation. But in Qin Sheng's opinion, this saber is definitely a full blow beyond the realm of soul communication. I can't hide. Qin Sheng suddenly bit his tongue and hit a sharp, hot Yuanli didn't want money to pour madly into the rune-heavy sword in his hand. Hum. The rune-heavy sword suddenly erupts a dazzling light, which is the dazzle of the rune, but the rune-heavy sword is broken. There is a large part of the sword body that does not cover the rune, and the damage is sharply reduced. However, at this point, where Qin Sheng still cares so much. Clang! The sword that ignited the fire of the black iron phubbing fell on Qin Sheng's Fuan heavy sword and broke out a fierce fire. The fire snake flew. Qin Sheng felt as if he had been hit heavily by a third-order monster. All his viscera seemed to think that he would fly backwards, hit the wall of the Chamber of Secrets severely, and launch again. Pooh! Qin Sheng couldn't help coughing up blood. He looked up at the black iron talisman with the red light of killing. His face was full of shock, his hands were shaking, and his mouth had been cracked. The black iron phubbing didn't stop at all, and rushed to Qin Sheng with horrible killing intention. Qin Sheng rolled his eyes and said, Nima, I'm going to be beaten. Stop it. Qin Sheng roars loudly. Two stone and wood talismans quickly blocked Qin Sheng's body. The black saber, with its terrifying power, escapes into one of the stone and wood talismans. The rock and wood staff, which is as hard as rock, was cut into two parts in an instant, and with a great force, it fell on the body of the rock and wood talisman. Bang! The stone and wood talismans in the process of being beheaded are like shells. They hit the wall severely. The originally hard rock and wood are as fragile as tofu in front of the black iron talisman's swords. The stone and wood talismans are huddled in the corner. The talismans are flaking, and their strength suddenly plummets. One of their arms is directly cut off. When Qin Sheng saw the tragic situation of the stone and wood talisman, he was very sad. That was a senior fighter who was comparable to a warrior in the spirit realm. He could not resist the sword of the black iron talisman. Qin Sheng's heart is bleeding. But compared with the stone and wood weapons, he cherishes his life more. After all, the stone and wood weapons can be purchased and even forged in the future, but the life is gone, so there is nothing. The black iron phubbing's eyes are becoming more and more red, and the evil spirit is rolling. Fortunately, it does not have the ability to fly in the sky like the human beings in the sky. Otherwise, Qin Sheng can't escape if he is high. Hum. The white glare of the knife lights up again. Qin Sheng looks back, and immediately feels creepy. A cold comes out of his spine, and he feels a sense of death. Stop him. Half-abandoned stone and wood talismans rushed up, blocking Qin Sheng's back and facing the white sword that destroyed the sky and the earth. Pooh. The blade of the knife disappeared in a flash. At the same time, the stone and wood talismans were completely abandoned, and they split into a pile of burnt rotten wood. Qin Sheng roars, and Yuanli rushes out of his body. His fingerprints are changing rapidly. A flaming snake is in front of him. Die. The snake rushed to the black iron talisman, and then a black shadow, lightning and flint fell on his head. A heat wave rolled the mat around, and the flames rose to the sky, drowning the massive black iron talisman. Yin Sha's corpse opened its cold teeth and bit the runes in the black iron phubbing's eyebrows. Qin Sheng knew that was the core of the runes of the black iron phubbing. As long as the core runes were destroyed, the puppets of the black iron phubbing would be abandoned. Click. Yin Sha's teeth are extremely sharp. It's easy to bite the defense of Tonghunjing. But the power of this black iron talisman's puppet can be compared with that of my Tongshenjing's warrior. Qin Sheng is a little worried. If the Insha corpse fails, he can only admit defeat and let the forbidden area send him away. Although assessment is important, life is more important. With Qin Sheng's current strength, if he had to fight with the black iron phubbing, he would end up like the rock and wood phubbing who was just blasted. Eh? How can you bite? Qin Sheng's face was radiant with joy, and the ghost corpse was his own body. He could bite the core rune between the black iron Fu soldier's eyebrows. The black iron phubbing struggled desperately, clapped his palm to the eyebrow, and the Insha corpse hid fast and bit desperately. This black iron talisman is also fragmentary. Its strength has not really reached the sky boundary. It can only be regarded as a half step to the sky boundary. Qin Sheng's heart slowed down. If it was only a half step to the sky, he would still have a trace of life. Flaming snake. Qin Sheng once again used the power of exploding flaming snake. With the burning fire, he once again submerged the black iron phubbing. Chasm. The core rune light of the eyebrow and heart of the black iron rune soldiers is getting dimmer and dimmer, and finally it goes out. As the light of the rune went out, the 3-meter-high black iron runes broke up and fell on the cold ground. The flame on the sharp blade of the black saber flickering with the light of dim runes is gradually extinguished. Bang! Qin Sheng sat down on the cold ground, dressed in rough, pale face, which is a sign of soul exhaustion. It was really dangerous just now. Qin Sheng murmurs that the black iron rune is really terrible. Although the rune on him is incomplete, he is not a complete black iron rune, and his strength cannot match the real one in the sky. But Qin Sheng is only a low-level martial artist who can communicate with the environment. Facing the martial artist who can communicate with the environment half a step, he would have been farting long ago if he had changed other people. He could not even shout for surrender. It would have been hard to tell if I had not possessed the part of Insha corpse. Qin Sheng's pale face was a little more frightened. Phew! A faint black light flashed away and landed in Qin Sheng's arms. It was a corpse of Insha. After the fierce battle just now, the yuan force fluctuation of Insha corpse is obviously weaker, and there are some cracks in the sharp teeth, which shows how hard the black iron is. Second pass. At this time a cold and mechanical sound sounded. Qin Sheng couldn't help standing up and looking at the slowly rising stone platform. The difficulty of the second level is several times higher than that of the first level. What is the reward for customs clearance? Qin Sheng's eyes gleamed with expectation. On the stone platform, there is a fist-sized black iron ball and 2 jade boxes. Shwa! Qin Sheng darted to the stone platform and reached for the fist-sized iron ball. This black iron ball is not a black iron talisman, is it? Qin Sheng's face was surprised and his eyes were brighter. How heavy? Qin Sheng was stunned. He reached for the black iron ball and found it extremely heavy. He couldn't lift it at once. He is a martial artist of physical cultivation, whose strength is comparable to that of soul state. He is so powerful that he can't pick up the fist-sized iron ball. What metal is the iron ball made of? How heavy is it? Get up! Qin Sheng tried his best, for yuan veins were activated, vigorous yuan force was just like a jia long, rising, and finally the black iron ball was trembling. Huang! Qin Sheng was too late to be excited. The rune of the black iron ball burst out a light. Qin Sheng was unprepared, and the iron ball fell back to the stone platform heavily. Click! The hard and incomparable stone platform was smashed and cracked, showing a ferocious crack. I depend on it. Qin Sheng stared at him. With his strength, he could not clean up the iron ball the size of his fist. Just think about it a little bit. It's a black iron talisman with the same strength as a strong one in the sky. How can the material of casting it be ordinary goods? Recognize the Lord first. There's no way. If you don't recognize the Lord, don't take him out of the forbidden area. It's difficult to accept the black iron talisman. Drop. Qin Sheng squeezes out a drop of blood and falls on the black iron ball. It is like a sponge, absorbing Qin Sheng's blood. Soon, Qin Sheng felt an inexplicable connection with the black iron rune soldiers. Get up. Qin Sheng reached out again and picked up the black iron phubbing. This time, it was surprisingly smooth, just like the balloon was so light. Even if the iron ball doesn't turn into a black iron talisman, it's used as a weapon to smash at random. It's estimated that all the people in the spirit realm will be killed in seconds. Qin Sheng throws up the black iron ball, bumps, and says with a smile. Qin Sheng throws the black iron ball casually, and the light of rune bursts out, which makes people can't open their eyes. The black iron ball still stays in the middle of the sky, changes rapidly. When the light disappears, a 3-meter-high black iron rune soldier appears in front of him. The dark red eyes of the black iron phubbing are shining, which do not contain a trace of human emotion color. The cold breath emanating from the whole body makes people creepy. This is a perfect black iron rune soldier. The runes around him are restrained with a certain degree of strength. The sword in his hand is shining with a dazzling flame, which is extremely sharp and cold. Qin Sheng is surrounded by such a high-level fighter whose fighting power can be compared with that of Meitong Tianjing strongman. It was just in the second pass. One of his stone and wood talismans was abandoned. Now the forbidden area rewards him with a high-level fighter. It's not too cool. With this black iron phubbing, although it can't be said to be able to bully in this remote Dian city, at least it has some self-protection power. Xiaohei, you should protect your master me well in the future. Qin Sheng patted the black iron phubbing heavily and said, you can call Xiaohei later. Do well. Don't worry, I will never treat you badly. Xiaohei looks down at the master of the teaser. His eyes are cold. He has no soul and only some instinctive actions, so he can't understand Qin Sheng at all. It's said that higher-level puppets can have their own consciousness. Even the Emperor of 10,000 robbers is above 9 days. I've heard that there are high-level puppets with their own soul, a living metal life. However, the soul man who can create such anti-sky metal life is absolutely a terrible existence, with strong cultivation, which makes people look up to it. At least, it can be a terrible existence at the same level as the Emperor of the 10,000 robbers. What's in the remaining 2 jade boxes? Ignoring the silly little black who didn't understand the customs, Qin Sheng refocused his eyes on the jade box on the stone platform. Open the jade box, a rather strong fragrance filled the chamber. Tian Yuan Dan? Dan Xiang also rushed into the tip of Qin Sheng's nose. His face was slightly shocked, and he said in surprise, this Tian Yuan Dan looks good. It's much better than the Tian Yuan Dan that he got in the underground black market. 2 jade boxes, each containing a Tian Yuan pill. Although it can't compare with the first level of Yanling tree, these 2 Tian Yuan pills can quickly open up 2 Tian Yuan veins, which are also very precious pills. If you buy it outside, don't say that you need to buy 2 Tian Yuan pills at one go. Even if it is one, you have to go through a life and death struggle to get it. Keep going or leave. The familiar cold mechanical sound rang again in the secret room. Wen Yan, Qin Sheng hesitates. If he chooses the 3rd level, the difficulty is definitely the improvement of geometry level. In the examination of the 2nd pass, what Qin Sheng is facing is the broken black iron phubbing, whose strength is equal to half a step to the sky. If he reaches the 3rd pass, what is waiting for Qin Sheng will be a very slow and terrible test. Keep going. After a few moments, Qin Sheng said in a deep voice. Before accepting the examination of the 3rd level, Qin Sheng will meet the students of Luyun College who can get through the 2nd level. It's not too late to defeat the trainee and then choose whether to pass the customs. The walls of the Chamber of Secrets were mechanically cracked, revealing a dark passage. Before you leave, eat these 2 Tianyuan pills. Qin Sheng opens his mouth, the second pass reward, 2 Tianyuan pills swallowed in one breath. The entrance of Tianyuan pill was dissolved. Qin Sheng seemed to swallow 2 amethyst thunders, which made 2 muffled sounds. A terrible force suddenly surged out of his mouth and spread all over his body. Qin Sheng's body seems to be like a balloon inflated several times, and Yuanli is too much. If you change to another warrior who can communicate with the surrounding areas, you can swallow 2 Tianyuan pills at a time, which is a death act. Absolutely will explode and die. However, Qin Sheng's body is far stronger than the ordinary martial arts in Tongmai. He is a physical practitioner, but in fact, his strength has long been comparable to the martial arts in Tonghunjing. So, it seems very dangerous behavior, but for Qin Sheng, in fact, there is not much threat. It's as hot as a strong magma. It's thick and hot. There are still some unknown areas along Qin Sheng's 4 limbs, in each of the Yuan Mai of the infiltration channel. It's not long before Qin Sheng feels that one of the Yuan Mai is beating like a pulse. Pudong. Pudong. After several breaths, Qin Sheng's 5th heaven-level Yuan pulse was opened, and the strong Yuan force fluctuation was released. The quality of Tianyuan pill from the forbidden area is so high that it's easy to get through a Tianjie Yuan Mai, and even spare some effort to find the 6th Tianjie Yuan Mai. Qin Sheng's eyes were burning, and his face flashed a strong color. Under his thoughts, his body rushed to the 6th heaven-level pulse. At last, the thick and hot Yuan force opened the 6th heaven-level Yuan pulse. Is another extremely fierce wave of Yuan force rising again. Qin Sheng stood up and was surrounded by the Yuan power, which made the common Tongmai state tremble. The 6 Yuan veins in his body, just like the bright moon in the dark night, lit up the whole Chamber of Secrets, and were still under the condition of convergence of the Yuan veins of Xingjia. Today, Qin Sheng's Yuan power is as powerful as that of the ordinary people who are able to communicate with the soul. Even those who have melted the soul, Qin Sheng's Yuan power is absolutely no weaker than that of the other people. 6 heaven-level Yuan Mai, just like 6 rising Zhalong, is fierce and frightening. It's amazing. Even if you look at the whole Beichen country, you are definitely a talent-level person. Qin Sheng roughly estimated his current strength. In terms of physical training, he had already reached the level of a martial arts master in the spirit realm. If he found 1 or 2 skills suitable for the speed of physical training, there would be no absolute short board in speed. In the aspect of martial arts, with the existence of 6 heavenly steps and the soul seal, Qin Sheng was completely invincible to the martial arts who connected the soul, and with the unknown separation of Insha corpse, Qin Sheng was confident that even if he met the coldness to be strangled in the cradle, he would never be the one to be beaten. Even if the spirits of the war are offered coldly, Qin Sheng is confident to kill them alive. This is Qin Sheng's bottom spirit. With the memory of Emperor Dan, it's not too hard to get up in the remote Dian city. What's more, this small Dian city is just a star-like rise of Qin Sheng. The strength brought about by connecting the 6-channel sword, which made Qin Sheng expect more for the 3rd-level assessment. Little Black, open up. Qin Sheng looks back at the expressionless black iron phubbing, and Xiaohe shouts. Smell speech, small black indifferently step forward, walk in front of Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's sense of security is greatly increased with the senior bodyguard of Tongshenjing level. He is following him. He is thinking, who else can pass the 2nd pass examination of House Han Forbidden Area besides Luyun College? Freezing in summer? In Qin Sheng's mind, for the first time, the shadows of Xia Bingning appeared. Xia Bingning's strength, Qin Sheng had learned in the Malong mining area. In particular, Xiao Bingning in the rage felt that it was not far from the broken black iron phubbing in the second-level assessment. Even he felt that Xiao Bingning's real strength was not as weak as it seemed. After all, it's a big family disciple from Dian Dynasty. He has a lot of talent and background cards. It's not difficult to pass the second pass. In addition, Qin Sheng has another image in his mind. That's Han Mengchen, who lost to Qin Sheng and Zhu Yuanden in the inner court a few days ago. Han Mengchen is a 9-star herbalist when he is young. He is only a little short of the first alchemist. It can be said that even if he looks at the whole Dian city, he has the talent of alchemy. In addition to Qin Sheng, Han Mengchen has the second existence. It is just that Han Mengchen is not weak in alchemy, especially at her age. Even if she looks at the whole Beichen country, she is very strong. However, the assessment of the forbidden area behind the mountain is not to assess your alchemy talent. Otherwise, Qin Sheng will not be so embarrassed. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng shakes his head, thinking that it's really difficult for Luyun College to find a third person to get through the second pass of the forbidden area of House Han and walk here. In the end, this Luyun College is only a small border city, a declining Ilong College in Dian City. If there is no accident, in the next college test, if there is no miracle, this Luyun College will be robbed of the only remaining dragon pool and become history. The dark passage was not too far away. Soon Qin Sheng, led by Xiao He, entered the fourth chamber. In the fourth chamber, there are some lights. Although they are very dim, they also radiate light. As expected, there are already people? Qin Sheng's eyes slightly coagulated, but he stepped up. He had just stepped into the secret room, and his nose smelled a strange smell. His eyebrows were slightly wrinkled and his face was heavy. This was not a good thing. Qin Sheng, it's you. In the distance, a fiery figure came slowly and shouted to Qin Sheng in surprise. Qin Sheng Shun looked at it with a startled voice. He was also stunned. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "It's too fast to face." "How could it be you, Han Mengchen?" Han Mengchen's face was angry. He rolled his whip around his willow waist and fell on the cold ground with 4 colors of sparks. She said, "If you can pass the customs, how can I not pass the customs?" Han Mengchen's eyes were white and Qin Sheng's eyes were white. There was no color on his pretty face. In fact, he had already set off a storm in his heart. She is relying on her teacher's amethyst thunder and exhausting the innate Dan fire in her body. She just managed to explode the black iron rune soldiers in the second level. Now she has no strength to come here. Han Mengchen looked suspiciously at Qin Sheng not far away. He thought that this boy was very strange. At the beginning, he wanted Zhu Yuan pill from her in the training ground. She also thought that Qin Sheng was in disorder. This is the forbidden area of the back mountain, especially the black iron phubbing of the second pass. Even the rockwood phubbing of the first pass is a sad assessment for Qin Sheng, who only has 4 channels of strength. Han Mengchen looked at Qin Sheng deeply, and soon her eyes were suddenly shocked. She clearly felt that Qin Sheng had not connected 4 channels, but 6 channels. So fast to get through 2 channels of Yuan Mai? Han Mengchen was a little surprised, but he soon restrained his surprised expression, because Qin Sheng got through 2 passes. It's no surprise that the clearance reward can let him get through 2 channels in a row. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes, met Han Mengchen's eyes, shrugged and said, "I dare to ask, Han Goddess, how are you going to compete?" Obviously, the winner of Qin Sheng and Han Mengchen is qualified to take part in the examination of the 3rd level. Pa. Hearing this, Han Mengchen, who has the same fiery temper and body, suddenly stared at her, and a trace of dissatisfaction appeared between her eyebrows. She is a martial arts master of Soul State, and she was asked by Qin Sheng, a martial arts master of 6 channels and a lower martial arts master in such a tone. Warm reminder, there is little black in, you do not have much of a winner. Qin Sheng knocks on the little black that gives off light of rune. Han Mengchen looked at the black iron fubbing around Qin Sheng, especially the bright core Fuan light between his eyebrows. Suddenly, his beautiful face was a little more dignified. Qin Sheng looks at Han Mengchen's expression, and immediately knows that her second pass reward does not have a big weapon like black iron fubbing. Now, Qin Sheng is more sure that the customs clearance reward of the forbidden area is based on the performance and needs of each person. Qin Sheng's apparent strength is far weaker than Zhao Ming and Han Mengchen, so his reward for customs clearance is also the most generous. Han Mengchen's eyes were cold, and he sneered, "You think you can win with a black iron talisman?" Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Do you want us to gamble again?" As soon as the voice fell, Han Mengchen's two apricot eyes suddenly felt a little cold. The other day, she gambled with Qin Sheng in the training ground of the inner court. In front of the public, she lost a Juyuan pill to Qin Sheng. Let's not mention how expensive Juyuan pill is. After all, Juyuan pill is lost. She doesn't care at all. Her teacher is a super alchemist. There is no difference between refining this kind of Juyuan pill and making candy by ordinary people. What Han Mengchen cares about most is that she is a 9-star herbalist. She is only a little short of being a first-class herbalist. She lost to the unknown Qin Sheng in front of the public. She was very angry. Now Qin Sheng brings up the old story again, which is undoubtedly lifting the scar of Han Mengchen. If the eyes could kill, Qin Sheng would have been killed hundreds of times by Han Mengchen, who was cold. No, Qin Sheng turned a blind eye to Han Mengchen's frightful cold eyes. His eyes wandered in the ring on his fingers and said, "Just bet on the things inside the ring." "How about gambling?" Qin Sheng asked. Han Mengchen looked at Qin Sheng's confident face. He could not help but ignite an inexplicable anger, which made his chest heave and his eyes almost burst into flames. She wanted to make a gambling appointment with Qin Shengli, but she thought of the warning from her teacher before. She thought Qin Shengli was very evil, so she had to stay away. "Well, I can't be fooled. Why should I bet with you?" Han Mengchen snorted coldly, and there was a touch of sarcasm on his gorgeous face. "Oh? Are you afraid?" Qin Sheng is a little surprised. The Han family's performance is not the same as usual. She has a hot temper and is impulsive. "Why are you so calm today?" "Something's wrong." Han Mengchen looked at Qin Sheng as if he were an idiot and said, "Who is afraid of whom?" "I just don't want to gamble with you." "What's the matter?" Qin Sheng smelled the fragrance in the secret room, and suddenly he saw a big smile. "Goddess Han, are you procrastinating?" Qin Sheng suddenly asked. Han Mengchen's beautiful jade face, which contains no impurities, shows a bit of fluster, but soon stops, pretending to be calm and asks, "What time do you want to delay?" "I said, Qin Sheng, if you are afraid of me, you should surrender and give up. I have to go through the third test. It's estimated that the medicine hasn't been used to the maximum. In a few decades, I'll see how to clean you up." Han Mengchen's secret way of gnashing teeth in his heart was humiliated a few days ago, and she always remembered to find the venue. Although no one was present this time, Qin Sheng would not lose much face at all, but it was a punishment to take away all the customs clearance rewards. The black iron talisman, as interest. Han Mengchen has absolute confidence, because before Qin Sheng came in, she lit a candle, given by a teacher, which is not an ordinary candle. It's a yuan zhu made by his teacher. Once it's lit, the martial arts under the heaven will devour the yuan power of the whole body if it's light. If it's heavy, the yuan pulse will wither and become a useless person. This yuan candle is absolutely a very aggressive item. Ordinary martial artists can't find it at all. Even if they find it, they can't bear the yuan force to be swallowed up slowly. Han Mengchen spent most of her cards at the second level. She had used 2 of the 3 Zhijingliai cards, leaving only the last one. Congenitally, Danhua was exhausted. If she didn't want to see what the third level was, she would have wanted to leave. In order not to waste too much resources in this stage, Han Mengchen took out the yuan candle. After all, it was the same door. She only lit dozens of breath and blew it out. Tut tut, it's you that I want to admit defeat. Qin Sheng smiled and said, you secretly lit the candle and are procrastinating. This style is not quite like you. Qin Sheng's words are like a meteorite, falling heavily on the calm lake. Han Mengchen's pretty face was full of shock. She covered her mouth and looked at Qin Sheng strangely. She blurted out, how do you know I lit the yuanzhu? This kind of tyrannical and precious item, yuanzhu, has not been sold in such a remote Dian city. Han Mengchen didn't expect that Qin Sheng would have recognized such high-level items for a long time, and looked at his calm face, as if he was not afraid of the so-called yuanzhu at all. Well, there are hundreds of bone flowers, 5 poisonous herbs, and yin hulian in this candle. These holy materials are not cheap at all. Qin Sheng seems to have a deep meaning, casually said, is that what your elders gave you? It's not that I look down on you. You can't even speak of an alchemist. Surely you can't make yuanzhu. Han Mengchen's beautiful eyes are flowing with incredible light. Her body is delicate and petrified. What's the holy thing about Qin Sheng? She is even more evil than her. She can say the spirit of eating yuan candle at will, and it doesn't look like a mold at all. However, your elders eating yuan candle almost means that the proportion of spiritual materials is not right at all, and the refining temperature is not enough, and only 50% of the power can be exerted at most. Qin Sheng shook his head, his face was a little more sarcastic and disdainful. Qin Shengyue said more and more excessively, and the irony on his face became more and more strong. He sneered, if I can refine it, the power can be doubled at least, even the experts in the sky will hate it. Han Mengchen couldn't help it. His delicate body trembled. The whip that ignited the fire in his hand turned into a poisonous snake. It was so fast that it fell on Qin Sheng's face in an instant. It's enough to clean you up. Han Mengchen was so angry that his chest seemed to be ignited with anger. Her teacher was from Shendanzong, and her position was absolutely not low. Even the king of Beichen had to respect his luggage when he saw him. This kind of great man against the sky is in Dian City. Qin Sheng even humiliated her teacher, which she could not bear. And you're telling my teacher what to do? Han Mengchen's eyes were cold and rushed to Qin Sheng. Shua! A black lightning rushed in front of Qin Sheng's body. His big body easily grasped Han Mengchen's flame whip. Once Han Mengchen's face changed, he wanted to take back the flame whip, but Xiaohei's strength was comparable to that of a strong man in the sky. How could she easily take back the flame whip? The flame whip rune is bright, the flame rises, and a hot wave rolls around the mat. It's just in vain. The strength gap between the two sides is too big. Xiaohei shakes up at will, and Han Mengchen suddenly feels a whirl of the sky and falls on the wall of the secret chamber. Han Mengchen's body trembled, as if all the viscera were about to move. A burst of blood rolled. If Qin Sheng hadn't been merciful, she would have been injured just now. The core rune between the small black eyebrows is shining, especially bright in the dark chamber. Han Mengchen looked at the black iron phubbing without any damage, and felt powerless in his heart. She looked at Qin Sheng hiding behind the black iron phubbing, especially her cheap smile, and her anger grew stronger. How can we eat yuan candle before it erupts? Han Mengchen is a little worried. According to the current situation, she has no chance to win at all. The only thing that can be expected is that Qin Sheng can't carry the medicine to swallow yuan candle, and passes out in a coma, so the black iron rune soldiers won't attack her again. Even, Han Mengchen has a chance to turn defeat into victory and capture the black iron phubbing. Qin Sheng smiled at Han Goddess, who was very embarrassed. He said with a smile, "You are not waiting for my power to break out, are you unconscious? I said that your teacher's cooking candle almost meant that it wasn't hot enough." Han Mengchen looked at Qin Sheng coldly, and a powerful yuan force surged out of his body. The flame whip in his hand suddenly rose, flickering with fierce rune light. The flame rolled the whole chamber. The flame whip in her hand can even increase its power, surpassing the category of those who are strong in the spirit environment, which is equivalent to a half-step attack by those who are strong in the sky environment. Seeing this, Qin Sheng's face was slightly coagulated, his mind moved, and Xiao He burst into a rage. He slashed a knife. The light of the knife rushed to the sky, and it was also with fire, but it was not as powerful as the whip in Han Mengchen's hand. However, the light of the sword flashed like lightning, and even directly scattered the flame of the whip. The whip rolled and fell on Han Mengchen with the power of terror and some fierce saber spirit. Poof! Han Mengchen flew away, coughing up blood with a big mouth, and his face was pale, as if he had been badly hurt. Capture her alive. Qin Sheng is a little angry. If he didn't have Xiao He, he would have taken off his skin just now. As soon as he turned his hand, the stone and wood phubbing also appeared out of thin air. 2 phubbing puppets surrounded Han Mengchen one by one. "Stop, I will destroy your puppet of phubbing if you come here." Han Mengchen looks up at Qin Sheng. There is blood on the corner of his mouth. He has a purple stone in his hand. The purple stone is only the size of palm. It is crystal clear and gives out dazzling light. Its surface also has this multiplying rune, sending out a very aggressive and fierce terrorist wave. Purple crystal thunder? Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted. Obviously, at one glance, he recognized the explosive and terrible objects, and his face changed. The so-called amethyst thunder is a kind of talisman with extremely terrible power. It is cast from the hard amethyst. It depicts the multiplying talisman on the surface and seals the extremely horrible yuan force. Zijingliai is divided into several levels. The Zijingliai in Han Mengchen's hand is just the lowest one. Even the weakest amethyst thunder, once detonated, can easily kill a large group of human warriors in the later stage of soul state. No wonder you can pass the examination of the second level. There was the Jingliai. Qin Sheng said with a smile, "Your teacher is so kind to you, even the Jingliai will give you a pile." Han Mengchen looked up at his proud little head and his pretty face was a little proud. His temperament was out of the world and he said in a deep voice, "You know the Jingliai, too? If you are smart, take back your puppet, or dried the blood on the corners of his mouth. Han Mengchen hasn't suffered such a big loss in his life. His face looks like ice. Good. Qin Sheng waved his hand and agreed. Chasm. Xiao He and Xiaomu, the name of Qin Sheng's rock and wood talisman, erupted in the light of the talisman, which quickly shrank into a black ball and a wooden ball. So simple? Han Mengchen felt something unexpected, something was wrong on his pretty face. In fact, we don't have a big feud. There's no need to fight to death. Qin Sheng squinted and slowly approached Han Mengchen, saying faintly. Han family and Qin family hold each other's arms and resist Zhao family, who only covers the sky in Dian City. In the end, the two families are even allies. If it wasn't for Han Mengchen, Qin Sheng would have given her some pills. With these pills alone, the Han family would definitely rise. Hearing this, Han Mengchen looked at Qin Sheng, who was slowly approaching him, and said, "What did you say all of a sudden?" Han Mengchen is a genius with innate danhua. Although he has a hot temper and sometimes burns his brain, he is definitely not a fool. You're procrastinating. Han Mengchen's eyes are cold, holding the purple crystal thunder in his hands. Don't come here. If you dare to take a step closer, I will lead the purple crystal thunder to die together. As expected, Han Mengchen introduced a wisp of yuan force to the amethyst thunder. When the amethyst Leighton, Fu Guanda was bright, and a terrible wave burst out. You're only now. It's late. Shua. Qin Sheng suddenly burst up and covered his skin with dragon scales. His eyes were as bright as electricity, and he came to Han Mengchen almost instantly. Han Mengchen was shocked. He was furious. He really burned his brain. He really wanted to detonate the Zijing thunder in his hand. Suddenly, Han Mengchen felt weak all over, the yuan pulse of his body was sucked dry, and he could not output another ray of yuan force. The purple crystal thunder rune light that was about to explode was also gradually dim and calm. Han Mengchen felt the sky turning and his eyes were dark and crumbling. Qin Sheng put out his hand and held his willow waist. He said with a smile, "Do you really think I can only clamp you down by little black?" Who is Qin Sheng? He is the genius who refined the memory of the Emperor of all doom. He is destined to rise like a star and be brilliant all his life. How could it be easily threatened by a purple crystal thunder? Some time ago, when Qin Sheng left the underground black market, he was killed by the leader of the Hidden Dragon sect. At that time, the leader threatened him, and he could not take the iron piece away, or there would be a disaster. At that time, Qin Sheng didn't feel that the iron piece depicting the strange rune had anything extraordinary. The rune on the iron plate, which is about to die out, even emits a faint light, which is hot. Do you want to go in and have a look? If there's anything wrong, just give up and leave. Qin Sheng made up his mind and said, "It's a big deal. I'll sacrifice Xiao He and Mu. I choose to keep going." Qin Sheng said seriously. As Qin Sheng's voice just fell, the Chamber of Secrets exploded into a channel. "Xiao He, Xiao Mu, open up." With a wave of Qin Sheng's big hand, two puppets of Fubbing rushed forward, and he followed. Walking in the dark channel, Qin Sheng tensed his nerves, as if the air was going to solidify, which was the most tense time in his life. Because Qin Sheng is very clear that 9 out of 10 waiting for him is a super puppet who has transcended the heaven and touched the life. If he is a little careless, he will stay in the forbidden area forever and never see the sun outside. Soon, Qin Sheng came to a palace. The hall is bright and huge. There are 10 huge stone pillars that need to be surrounded by 3 people, depicting the evil relief of winged snake, magic dragon and so on. The temple is ancient and magnificent, but it's a bit dilapidated. It's obviously a long time ago. Qin Sheng looked up at the sky, his face suddenly changed, because a huge sarcophagus was floating in the middle of the sky. A sarcophagus? Is this a cemetery? Qin Sheng's heart was beating wildly, and his scalp was numb. The sarcophagus is surrounded by hundreds of black chains, with thick and thin arms. These chains are definitely not ordinary iron chains, but are made of runes. They are extremely hard. Even the powerful people in the life-saving environment are hard to cut off. Qin Sheng's pupils slightly contracted, and his face was a little dignified. Obviously, he recognized that it was a chain made of rune gold. It's rune gold. It's priceless. If the soul man used it to refine rune, even if it infiltrated a little bit of rune gold, the power of the forged rune will increase several times. Fujin is very precious, even the soul man is not much. Who is buried in the sarcophagus? What terrible crime did he commit? Even if he died, he even locked it with a chain fused with a small amount of rune gold? In Qin Sheng's mind, a lot of thoughts came out in a moment, carefully warning. Obviously, this is a backhill forbidden area. The so-called secret place is actually a cemetery. So, who are the customs clearance rewards issued by? Is it the owner of the cemetery, or the locked dead? Qin Sheng was confused and didn't understand. The palace is very empty, except for a long light on the top of the sarcophagus, there is nothing else. At this time a sound of breaking through the sky came. Someone's coming? Qin Sheng was like an enemy. He quickly hid in the dark, but the speed of the other side was too fast. After a few flashes, he appeared in front of him. You? When Qin Sheng saw who was coming from Chu, he breathed a long breath. Xiaobingning stands in the air. The unique face of the country shows a color of surprise, noble temperament, light blue dress flying, eyes staring at Qin Sheng. You came to the 3rd level? Xiaobingning can't help but look at Qin Sheng. She is very clear that the first 2 passes are not easy. With Qin Sheng's surface strength, even the first pass is also very difficult. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng not only passed the 2 passes smoothly, but even faster than her. Xiaobingning takes a deep look at Qin Sheng, but he can't see through him anymore. It can help him to consolidate the seal of his body and remove the poison of the king of the dead when he communicates with others. He can't die even when he is beaten by the coldness in the later stage of Tonghun. All the way to today, Qin Sheng's exclamation to Xiaobingning is more and more, even she seems to have been immune to Qin Sheng's feat. Qin Sheng grinned and said, "No surprise, no surprise?" Xiaobingning's temperament came out of the world. He stepped on the lotus steps and approached Qin Sheng. He gave him a bad look. A goddess is a goddess. Even if you roll your eyes, you will have more amorous feelings than ordinary women. Qin Sheng squints, without any avoidance, to enjoy Xiaobingning like a fairy coming out of the picture. Feeling Qin Sheng's strong yuan power fluctuation, Yu Yan was also surprised by 2 points. He said with a smile, "It seems that your reward is good, and you have got through 6 yuan channels." Although Xiaobingning didn't have much fright on her face, she actually set off a lot of fright waves in her heart. It's not a month since she was assessed by different classes in the external hospital. When Xiaobingning saw Qin Sheng for the first time, his yuan power fluctuation was very weak. He only got through 1 yuan pulse, even that yuan pulse was very weak. If it wasn't for Luyun College that was seriously short of freshmen, Qin Sheng's strength at that time would not even enter the outside hospital. In less than a month, Qin Sheng's strength is just like opening and hanging. He has connected the Yuan Mai one after another, and all of them are Tianjie Yuan Mai. This kind of rocket-like terror speed is rare even in the Emperor of Dian. In particular, Qin Sheng is also pregnant with a saint-level Yuan Mai. Xiaobingning's beautiful eyes are flowing. She can't see through Qin Sheng. Her potential is too deep. If she can exchange her talent, she may be able to compete with those saints and daughters of Dian dynasty. There were several saints and daughters in Dian dynasty, each of them had a frightening background and talent, just like the stars on the 9 heavy sky. Xiaobingning's talent is also excellent. If she was not suffering from a bad disease, she would have reached the state of heaven, or she would have become one of the saints. However, her beauty and temperament are absolutely comparable to any saint. Suddenly, several saints and daughters in the imperial dynasty were shocked, even Xiaobingning. Who is Qin Sheng? In the remote wasteland, the spirit is weak, and the Dian city is just an aborigine with no shit. It can even be compared with the emperor's son and daughter. If someone else absolutely thinks that Xiaobingning is heartless and crazy, the fool talks in his dream. Who knows what will happen next? Xiaobingning's beautiful eyes twinkle with a light that seems to have deep meaning. She wandered to Dian city on the border, and was waiting to die. Now she meets Qin Sheng. This period of time is the most comfortable in her life. Xiaobingning is absolutely arrogant and domineering in front of her, and she will change her fate. Hey, Xiao goddess, although I'm very confident in my beauty, and I'm so handsome that you can marvel, you should also be more reserved. Qin Sheng laughs. She is a famous snow goddess. If someone sees Qin Sheng's 1,000 swords, she can't help it. If it's freezing in summer, it will definitely cause riots and attack together. Well, Xiao Bingming recovered as cold as ice, and the cold and piercing yuan force suddenly burst out, covering Qin Sheng. When the strength is improved, it will begin to float. Do you want to kill me? The cold was so intense that Qin Sheng felt as if he were falling into an ice cellar. It was so cold that his yuanli was about to be frozen. Qin Sheng is awe-inspiring. Xiao Bingming is a secret family from the Dian dynasty. His strength is a little bit stronger than that of the original Malong mining area. Even now, Qin Sheng has to contend. Sister, make a joke, ha ha, don't take it seriously. What is this place? Xiao Bingming takes back Yuanli's pressure, and she doesn't really want Qin Sheng to look ugly. After all, she has to rely on Qin Sheng to completely solve the toad in her body. Thinking of the three-eyed ice toad in her body, Xiao Bingming felt very uncomfortable. Although she was a 5th-level demon at that time, she was still a toad after all. For Xiao Bingming, it was like a long time. Qin Sheng's body was no longer rigid and warm. He looked up at the sarcophagus with a light on his head and a gold chain hanging on it, and said, "This should be a cemetery opened by a strong man in his lifetime." Hearing this, Xiao Bingming's eyes suddenly burst out with 2 strokes of astonishment, and her pretty face also quickly emerged with some shocking color. Open up a secret place directly as a cemetery? Xiao Bingming exclaimed, "This means is extremely rare even in Dian dynasty. The 36 imperial dynasties in the wasteland are vast and vast. The secret places of large and small are like the stars on the 9 heavy sky. However, it is absolutely impossible for an ordinary strong person to directly regard a secret place as a cemetery. Moreover, this so-called secret place is definitely not formed by nature, but directly opened up by the strong man of human beings, which shows how terrible the strength of the owner of the cemetery is. Combined with the distribution of each customs clearance reward, it seems that it is not determined for a long time, but distributed according to different people. Xiao Bingming is not a fool either. Judging these clues, we can think of many possibilities. I just don't know for the moment whether the owner of the cemetery is good or bad. Qin Sheng said quietly, "There are only 2 ways to lock the sarcophagus, with a chain made of rune gold. First, the owner of the cemetery had great changes before he died. He was afraid that he would come out to harm the world after he died, so he opened up a secret environment and locked himself with a chain that fused the runes with gold. Second, the posterity of the cemetery was afraid that the examiners outside would disturb the sarcophagus, so they locked it with a gold chain." Wen Yin, Xiao Bingming also nodded in agreement with Qin Sheng's analysis. Xiao Bingming doesn't want to cut Qin Sheng's eyes. Qin Sheng looks arrogant and domineering. In fact, he is very clear-minded. What kind of great fortune does Dian City take? It's a genius who is so rebellious. Don't look at me like that. Qin Sheng laughed, "Now I don't know what assessment is waiting for us. According to the original idea, the 3rd pass should be evaluated in the face of the broken bronze phubbing puppets. Now there is nothing but sarcophagus." Qin Sheng looked around. His soul power was concentrated in his eyes. The pupils of his eyes were suddenly shining, and the dim palace was suddenly illuminated. According to the inheritance and memory of the emperor, Qin Sheng has many secret methods that can see through everything, even in the past, now and in the future. But now his body is too weak, and many secret methods cannot be used at all. It's like he has many artifacts, but he doesn't have enough yuan power to activate them and exert the terror power of artifact. No. Qin Sheng was disappointed and just spent a lot of soul power. At this time, the temple even vibrated, the magnificent and huge temple vibrated, dozens of stone pillars to be surrounded by 3 people even sparked. Dong. A bell sounds inexplicably beside Qin Sheng and Xiao Bingming's ears, which is very abrupt and strange. What's the matter? Where are the bells? As soon as Qin Sheng's sword eyebrows coagulated, he suddenly looked behind him with some doubts on his face, There was no clock in the palace, so he could not determine the origin of the bell. Dong. Dong. The bell sounds clearer and denser, which in vain increases the pressure of both Qin Sheng and Qin Sheng. The sarcophagus vibrated, as if there were some horrible creatures knocking on it, and the chains of the fused rune gold sent out the light of the rune. What shocked Qin and Sheng most was that the light on the sarcophagus was flickering, as if it was going out at any time. The long light means that the corpse in the coffin is sleeping safely. Once the long light goes out, it means that the corpse will become a zombie. It's not so bad, is it? Dead man. Qin Sheng shouted. Xiaobingming's gorgeous jade face is also a little more dignified. When his mind moves, two big flying swords appear beside him. The flying swords are silver and red. The silver flying swords seem to be covered with a layer of frost, and the air around the shaking room seems to solidify. The other red flying swords have sharp edges and runes appear, as if they are ignited by the fire, and the air around them is twisted by the burning fire. Qin Sheng also felt two extremely fierce swords. Looking back, he was shocked and said, "A set of Liangyi flying swords." Liangyi sword, a set of sword array of ice and fire, is extremely powerful. Of course, a set of Liangyi sword array is extremely expensive, which is far from what ordinary people can buy. It's really a little rich woman from Dian dynasty. Qin Sheng murmured to Xiaohe and Xiaomu to protect him one by one. There was also a bodyguard of Yinsha in his arms. The dragon scale skin covered his whole body instantly. However, Qin Sheng still had inexplicable palpitations in his heart. He felt that there would be great events in the temple, and all of them seemed to be in vain. It's a kind of intuition. There's a kind of intuition for the emperor to pass on the memory. Damn it, my strength is still too weak. There is an empty arsenal, but few big killers can be used by him. If Qin Sheng had enough soul power, he would be able to divine for himself and measure good and bad luck. If the omen of bad luck were great, he would have run away and would be tangled here. Boom. Whoa. The sarcophagus shook violently, the dust filled, and the knock between the chains made Qin Sheng and Xiaobingming look more and more dignified. As the sarcophagus swings, the long light flickers, as if it is going out at any time. Qin Sheng took the initiative to paste it on Xiaobingming's delicate body, almost touching her jade back. She was a little dissatisfied with her pretty face, but now it's getting worse and worse, and she doesn't know what to say. Elder Martial Sister, it seems that you are going to cheat the corpse. Otherwise, you should give in first and see if it can be transmitted. Qin Sheng said in a low voice. The corpse in the sarcophagus is definitely the most powerful one before death. Now, if we cheat the corpse, we may fart, and we will burp. Qin Shenghao advised. The corpse has been kept by the spirit of the earth evil for a long time. Once the corpse is swindled, the strength of the corpse is absolutely able to kill them, even if it is not 1 in 10 before death. Smell speech, Summer Bingming facial expression is tiny congealed, shake head, way, already arrived this point, I do not want to quit. It's not the depth of the wasteland. It's very difficult for the corpse to change. Xiaobingming doesn't believe that a corpse can turn over any waves at all. Hiss. At this time, the light on the sarcophagus went out, and the palace fell into darkness. The long light is out. Qin Sheng felt a strong sense of inexplicable uneasiness. Xiaobingming steps on the lotus steps. Liangyi sword array protects her body and becomes the only light source in the whole palace. Boom. The sarcophagus, which had calmed down for a few minutes, suddenly heard a huge knocking sound. The power was so strong that the whole temple was severely shaken. The iron chain of Fujin was used to hunt, and the Fuguang was soaring to the sky. Click. A dry hand came out of the crack in the sarcophagus. Qin Sheng's heart beat wildly, his eyes locked on the dry palm. The situation continues to deteriorate. There is a fire-red peanut growing on the sarcophagus. The branches are green as jade, the pistils are red as blood slowly blooming, bright as scarlet, and the fringes of the pistils are fluttering wantonly, which makes people inexplicably sink and intoxicated. Qin Sheng stared at the suddenly blooming red flower, biting his tongue fiercely, and his face was frightened. Another flower in full bloom. Damn it! How could there be such a legendary ghost as the other shore flower here? Qin Sheng screamed loudly, his face was scared and his hair was numb. What is the other shore flower? It is a kind of strange flower that grows on the road of the Yellow Spring in legend. It is accompanied by ghosts and reappeared in the world? Qin Sheng inherited the memory of the emperor. Even in 9 days and 10 places, he had never heard of such a legendary flower on the other side. Once, in some dangerous places, dead places, and Jedi, in the Endless Era, there were some other flowers, but that's just a rumor passed down by people. No one has ever really seen the other flowers. 9 days later, maybe those who have witnessed the flower on the other side and the Jedi have already set foot on the road of the Yellow Spring, leaving a section of horror legend about the flower on the other side. Qin Sheng shakes his head severely. He has a very clear headache. He reminds him that this is not an illusion. He really saw the other side of the flower. The bright red stamens are like blood, delicate and dripping, and the random shaking of the filaments gives out the still palpitation of loneliness. Xiao Bingming steps on the lotus step, and her pretty face shows some doubts. She asks, "That's the other shore flower in the legend?" It's worthy of being a great hidden family from the Dian dynasty. It has a wide range of knowledge. Even the other side flower has heard of it. Well. Qin Sheng nodded his head. He looked powerless and dead. He had never been so desperate. Because he inherited the memory of the emperor. He was very clear that anyone who met the flower on the other side of the river would die in a desperate way. Obviously, Xiao Bingming also noticed the change of Qin Sheng. Is that Qin Sheng who is not afraid of the earth? How can I become so desperate? Xiao Bingming snorted coldly and said coldly, "The so-called other shore flower is only in the myth." Cut it. The fierce and cold Yuan force erupted from its body. The green fingers, separated from the sky, pointed at the other side flowers and bud on the sarcophagus. The ice and fire Liangyi flying swords turned into 2 iridescent lights. The swords were brilliant and hanged. No. Qin Sheng was afraid and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Liangyi's sword instantly cut off the flowers on the other side. 2 red lights were emitted from the delicate and dripping pistil, hissing. One of the silver flying swords was swept and turned into silver liquid. Such a terrible power? Qin Sheng's face was shocked. It was a set of Liangyi sword array. The flying sword was sharp and hard. It cut iron like mud and was hit instantly. It melted as quickly as ice and snow met the sun. Poof. This set of Liangyi sword array integrates Xiao Bingming's spirit. Now one of the flying swords has been destroyed, and her spirit has been traumatized and spits out black blood. My flying sword, in an instant, is useless? Xiao Bingming's pretty face is full of shocking colors. Looking up at the so-called other shore flowers on the sarcophagus, she looks dignified at last. Stupid woman. Qin Sheng rushes to Xiao Bingming's body, grabs his wrist with one hand, and clamps it down. What do you think is the other flower that ordinary people can cut? Qin Sheng was so angry that he was already desperate. There might have been a trace of life. But Xiao Bingming was so angry with that far from mature flower on the other side. Maybe it was completely dead. Let's give in and let's go. Qin Sheng roared over the palace with a ferocious face. It turns out that Qin Sheng thought that the third pass was a broken bronze puppet waiting for him at most. Unexpectedly, the forbidden area in the back mountain didn't play according to common sense at all. In the third pass, they met only the other flowers recorded in ancient myths. The reward of customs clearance is a fart. It's the truth to leave alive. Now Qin Sheng just wants to leave. He doesn't have any idea about the so-called black iron chips or customs clearance rewards. The ignorant are fearless. The more they know, the more they fear the gods. In the empty palace, there was no response, no white light familiar to Qin Sheng flooded them, and then sent them away. See, Qin Sheng's face is so gloomy that he can drip water. We admit defeat, please take us away. Qin Sheng didn't want to give up. He yelled loudly again. All the Yuan Mai in his body broke out, deafening. I can't leave. Qin Sheng's psychological shadow of despair widened infinitely. He glared at Xiao Bingning and said, just let you go, you don't go. Now both of them can't go. Xiao Bingning was scolded by Qin Sheng in such a severe tone. Lu Mei was very dissatisfied with her beauty. She just lost a precious flying sword. However, she can't leave now, which makes her know that things seem more and more serious. Let go first. It's freezing in summer. Qin Sheng let go of Xiao Bingning's hand. He didn't know why. When the other shore flower appeared, he felt a sense of despair burning like a prairie fire. Qin Sheng took a deep breath and said, this forbidden area has lost control. It is estimated that it is controlled by the other side flower. Xiao Bingning sneers. Obviously, she doesn't believe in a small flower. How can she control the forbidden area behind the mountain that has been running for many years? Don't believe it, the other flower is not as simple as you think. Qin Sheng saw through Xiao Bingning's mind at a glance. Don't do anything now, wait for the other shore flower to leave by itself, and then the forbidden area will turn again, maybe we can leave. The other shore flower can pass through the past, the present, the future, and even life and death. Qin Sheng thought that this other shore flower is far from fully grown, maybe it's just a temporary foothold, or just passing by. Xiao Bingning takes back the only remaining flying sword. On the sarcophagus, there are blooming flowers on the other side. The body inside the sarcophagus stops struggling. With a bang, it turns into powder. The lid of the sarcophagus is covered again. All of a sudden, the flowers are blooming, the blood-red stamens are fully blooming, and the rainbow light is soaring to the sky. At this moment, it seems that time has stopped. The whole palace, sarcophagus, and the iron chain fused with Fu Jin are all the other shore flowers. A blooming flower on the other side has an illusion. The whole palace is full of flowers on the other side. The pollen filled the whole temple. Qin Sheng and Xiao Bingning can't escape. Their bodies are stained with the pollen of the other flowers. It's said that if you touch the pollen of the other flower, it's equivalent to cause and effect. Qin Sheng reaches out his hand and touches the pollen falling from his palm. The pollen is like snowflakes. When he touches the palm of his hand, it melts and seeps into the flesh and blood. Since we can't leave, it's said that the pollen of the flower on the other side, whether it's flesh or spirit, has great benefits. Qin Sheng explained that it is to open your arms and try to absorb the pollen of the other flowers as much as possible. Phew! The Insha corpse that has been hidden in her arms is no longer hidden. She jumps onto a gold chain and absorbs pollen with a big mouth. Insha's body is crawling on the iron chain near the fusion, and its ferocious body is covered with a thick layer of pollen from other flowers. Xiao Bingning obviously noticed that the Insha corpse, but she didn't seem to have any impression on the terrible creatures of the Insha clan. She just took a deep look at Qin Sheng and didn't ask. No matter who it is, there are several cards. They have their own opportunities and adventures. How can there be several cards that can help her to detoxify the corpse king? The pollen from the other side of the flower was continuously integrated into Qin Sheng's body, and soon he felt something different. Qin Sheng felt that his body was being tempered, and a cold flame was burning in his body. So strange, how can the fire be cold and piercing? Because it is a group of Yin fire, only beside the yellow spring, the fire from the underworld, also known as the yellow spring fire. The other flower grows on the yellow spring road, so it is contaminated with a large number of yellow spring fire, and this other flower blooms, and there are naturally thin strands of yellow spring fire in the pollen. Legend has it that once stained with the fire, even the most fierce people will be purified. The flame that can make ghosts honest, how can it be anything? The yellow spring fire continuously condenses, hardens the body and purifies the spirit, which is really a kind of strange thing, a treasure of heaven and earth, without the sharp pain of quenching in imagination. Even Qin Sheng seemed to be in a warm and humid hot spring. In any case, if the birth is unknown, it will absorb pollen crazily. Maybe it can make a natural fire. Suddenly, Qin Sheng's despair disappeared. Just now I was so desperate. Now I break the jar and let it go. Qin Sheng is like a dragon sucking water and swallowing countless pollen. As a result, more and more pollen gathered in Qin Sheng's body. He washed away all impurities in his body. He felt that his body was light, and his pores were puffed. The spirit has also been purified. Some negative information that has been hidden in the deep of my mind before has been swept away, and the soul power has skyrocketed, and the eyes are clear, as if shooting out substantive light. For a long time, Qin Sheng felt that the fire in his chest was more and more vigorous. Finally, he could feel a real fire in his body. The yellow spring fire swam to Qin Sheng's fingertips. The green flame was not as beautiful as the ordinary flame. On the contrary, the yellow spring fire was more cold, even the spirit felt cold. Some of the fire is not real. It's hard for ordinary martial artists to see through it at a glance. Take the fire of the yellow spring to refine the pill. Do you know if you can refine the legendary 9-death reincarnation pill? Qin Sheng was curious. It was a pity that the emperor didn't refine the 9-death samsara pill in those days, and then the body and spirit were destroyed. To refine high-level Danyao, we need Danhua to assist. The 9-death samsara pill, which only exists in the legend, can't succeed without Danhua's assistance. With Qin Sheng refining out a precious fire, the pollen flying all over the sky also slowly disappeared. There is only one other flower here. Even if the flower blooms, the pollen produced will be limited. The other shore flowers all over the palace disappeared, leaving only the one on the sarcophagus. The blooming flowers on the other side are very beautiful. Qin Sheng doesn't have any desire to watch them. He prays that the flowers on the other side will bloom and leave soon, or they will all hate here. Only, this time is doomed to let Qin Sheng down. Because the flowers on the other side didn't leave. There are countless Yuan forces converging between the heaven and the earth, and the evil spirit of the earth fills the whole palace. It's really appalling. Even Qin Sheng and Xiao Bingning, the most proud students of Luyun College, can't bear it. Qin Sheng, half kneeling on the ground, looked up at the flower on the other side of the sarcophagus, his face a little more scared. Only see the other side of the flower and the close, unexpectedly bear a fruit. Just flowering, so fast to bear fruit? The fruit of the other flower is cause and effect. Those fruits, even the peerless and powerful ones like the 10,000 robbers, are also red in the eyes. It is said that as long as you eat the cause and effect of a flower on the other side, you will be able to transcend life and death, and have all kinds of magic talents. Of course, it's just a rumor that no real human has ever eaten that kind of cause and effect. I just used pollen to refine a yellow spring fire that can burn all the ghosts. Do you want to send me another cause and effect now? Qin Sheng was a little excited. It's a cause and effect. It's a real chance. Qin Sheng didn't expect to encounter such an unimaginable chance in the Long-Chi Big Ratio assessment of Luyun University. It's just that Qin Sheng didn't get excited for long. He felt that he was drenched with a bucket of ice water. No, if the other flower wants to have cause and effect, it needs to dye blood and even sacrifice countless lives. Qin Sheng felt that his pores were all standing up. Where is life to sacrifice here? Boom. A terrible sense of killing rushed over. Qin Sheng turned around and saw a flash of sword light coming towards him. The sword light rose to the sky quickly, which made Qin Sheng despair. At this time even the black iron fubbing could not come back. At the time of life and death, all the Yuan Mai of Qin Sheng's whole body were activated, especially the Xingjie Yuan Mai, which had been dormant in the back, was also activated by Qin Sheng. The Xingjie Yuan Mai is really extraordinary. It is like a sleeping dragon being enraged. The powerful and invincible momentum emanates from Qin Sheng's body, and the eyes emit a sharp light like a sword. At the same time, the fire in Qin Sheng's body was burning, and his eyes were covered with the fire. Under the blessing of Xingjie Yuan Mai and Huang Quanhua, Qin Sheng narrowly escaped the sword that would have been killed. Qin Sheng's face is scarred. Just now, it's only a little bit. If he doesn't have a saint-level Yuan Mai or Huangquan fire, his head is flying high. His body is different. He looked back at Xia Bingning, his face showed a sense of killing, and said, "Xia Bingning, you are crazy." At this time, Xia Bingning stands in the air, releasing a fierce wave of Yuan power around her. There is a mark of the other side flower between her eyebrows, her eyes are red, as if she has lost control of her body. Seeing this, Qin Sheng's face suddenly changed. He knew that Xia Bingning had been manipulated by the other side flower. Paralysis, you want to sacrifice us? Qin Sheng points to the flower on the other side of the sarcophagus. Isn't that to absorb some of your pollen? Even if we're not here, your pollen is wasted. The other side flowers continue to shine, but there is no life sacrifice, cause and effect has not yet come out. Summer Bingning, wake up. Qin Sheng shouts at Xia Bingning, trying to wake him up. In response to Qin Sheng, there was a sharp sword light. Little black. Qin Sheng roared. The black iron talisman had come to him for a long time, but the flying sword was very spiritual. It bypassed Xiao He and cut Qin Sheng's head. Xia Bingning's whole body is like an iceberg, endless cold waves, the whole huge hall. Her eyes are red with blood, and she has a cold sense of killing. She has not reached the sky yet, and even can stand in the air. Shua. Xia Bingning's eyebrows are glistening with blood-red flowers on the other side. Like a waterfall, her long hair drifts away wantonly. The fierce killing will soar to the sky. Like the immortal witch, she opens her eyes and emits two substantive horror rays. No, Xiao Goddess is completely demonized. Qin Sheng can't avoid it. The two substantive bloody and horrible lights from Xia Bingning's explosion are just like the lightning suddenly split from the 2-9 heavy sky. The speed is frightening. Although the other shore flower is a ghost on the Yellow Spring Road, no one has ever seen the real other shore flower, but there are many evil religious courtyards in the vast 9 days and 10 places, and they worship the other shore flower. Especially those demons, they control a lot of evil magic. Most of them are through sacrifice, offering flowers on the other side, to get more powerful power. It's obvious that Xia Bingning has been completely demonized and become a puppet of that far from mature flower on the other side. Qin Sheng's hair stood up, his body was stiff and fell to the ground as if he had been hit by lightning. At the same time, one of the Liangyi sword array was turned into a rainbow light by the flying sword that ignited the flame. The sword's body was so bright that people could not open their eyes. Before the fierce sword chi came near, Qin Sheng felt as if his skin would be pierced. I can't die. Qin Sheng's eyes were round, and his eyes were full of unwilling color. He had died once when he was in the Malong mining area, and was buried in a mass grave by his friend Han Tai-long. If not by chance, refining the memory of the emperor, he would sleep in the Malong mining area. Qin Sheng has been working hard for a long time. He is very unwilling to help his family get out of the mire and revive their position in Dian City. Qin Sheng still has too many things to finish. His father bird has no news. His wish is to find his father. However, even if there is more uneasiness, the flying sword from the lightning-like killing is mercilessly fell on Qin Sheng. Xiao Bingning's eyes are red with blood. There are some struggles between her eyebrows. At the most critical time, Xiao Bingning finally recovers some consciousness. She tries her best to control the flying sword and stay away from Qin Sheng. Pooh! The flying sword stabbed Qin Sheng in the shoulder with horrible sword qi. When the blood burst, Qin Sheng's most proud dragon scale skin was so vulnerable. The flying sword ran through his shoulder and flew to the distance. Ah! Qin Sheng bumped into the corner of the wall heavily, bringing out a ferocious bloodstain. His face was frightened and his face was gray. If it wasn't for just the most critical time, Xiao Bingning recovered a trace of sobriety, Qin Sheng would have stepped on the Huangquan road alone. Qin Sheng took out some hemostatic pills in the Neji. The wound on his shoulder was really terrible. Moreover, the flying sword was still carrying a horrible flame, which could not be healed in a short time. The blood flowers in the palace resonate with the other flowers on the sarcophagus. The whole huge and incomparable palace vibrated violently. The flower on the other side absorbed the blood from Qin Sheng, and it soared for a few minutes. The flowers in the sky flowed freely, and the blood light rushed to the sky. The huge palace becomes a sea of blood, which makes me feel very depressed. Shua! Xiaohe rushes to Qin Sheng's side and blocks in front of him. Qin Sheng's face was pale. Fortunately, he made many pills to stop bleeding and make bones. In addition, he was a strong body repair. His body was much stronger than that of ordinary martial artists. The bleeding was stopped. Looking up, Qin Sheng looked at the other shore flowers growing on the sarcophagus, and his face became more solemn. If I don't cut the flower on the other side, I'm afraid I'll set foot on the Yellow Spring Road. Qin Sheng dried the blood and smiled bitterly. At the same time, Qin Shengfei quickly looked for a way to cut the other flower. Now it's the time of life and death. He was just scared. After all, even the Emperor of Kaleidoscope didn't meet the legendary flower on the other side, and he was stunned. That's the ghost on the road of the Yellow Spring. It's with the ghost. With severe pain on his shoulder and the baptism of blood and fire, Qin Sheng woke up completely, and his eyes turned up 2 strokes of violence. I don't care if you are a ghost. Even if you let me set foot on the Huangquan road, I will pull you on the back. Qin Sheng's eyes are like electricity, and his temperament has changed dramatically. When he stands up, his whole body's yuan force flows out like a volcano. The flower on the other side absorbed Qin Sheng's blood. The cause and effect on the pistol had some shape, and the light of the blood color was more intense. Originally, a clear ray of Xia Bingning had been recovered, and was once again submerged by the illusory red rainbow light. The flower mark on the other side of the eyebrows was more obvious. The remaining ray of Qing Ming disappeared immediately. Once again, the demonized Xia Bingning gave a cold snort, and the delicate jade-like palm suddenly protruded. At the same time, the flying sword that ignited the fire also erupted with horrible sword ons and clang. There is Xia Bingning in the front and flying sword in the back. It's very dangerous. Qin Sheng's power suddenly increased. Qin Sheng's idea is that he should first put the rock and wood talisman into the ring. This level of battle has already surpassed the level of soul state. In this level of battle, the rock and wood talisman can only be used as cannon fodder. Xiaohei, suppress her. Qin Sheng's eyes were cold, just like the big demon who was dormant in the depth of the devil's wasteland. There was no pity in his eyes anymore, and he was equally fierce. As soon as Qin Sheng's voice fell, Xiaohei's rune burst out a dazzling light, especially the core rune between the eyebrows, which seemed to be Erlang God in ancient myth. He had to open his third eye and shoot out the practical light. Shua. This is a rune skill of the Black Iron rune soldiers. Only a superior soul master can portray the attacking rune in the puppet. The speed of rune light is amazing, and it's scary. If it's hit, even the martial artists in the sky will suffer a lot. Originally a pale blue dress, now it turns into a blood color. On the surface, there is a horrible pattern of the flower on the other side. Xiao Bingning's charming face shows a hint of irony. She leans out her icy palm, which is wrapped with the rattan of the flower on the other side. A rune lightning that can kill ordinary martial artists across the sky is easily absorbed by Xiao Bingning. There was no expression on the face of the Black Iron phubbing soldiers. The dazzling Fuwen flashed again. It also rose to the sky. Under the control of Qin Sheng, it took the initiative to fight against the demonized Xiao Bingning. Qin Sheng's multitasking gave Xiaohei his back, and his pupils quickly enlarged a horrible sword light. Come on! Qin Sheng, with his fingers across the void, was a little fierce at the flying sword that came from the lightning-like split. The green-yellow spring fire twines around the fingertips. It's not as hot as the ordinary fire, but a little more cold. After all, it's the Yin fire on the road of the yellow spring. It comes from the real hell. Even Qin Sheng, as the owner of the yellow spring fire, feels cold from the deep soul. With the instruction of Qin Sheng's fingertips, the yellow spring was cremated into a faint light, and the light seemed to come from the road of the yellow spring in the underworld and land on the earth, which was faster than the naked eye could see. The fire of the yellow spring seems to be the ghost's errand from hell to the world. Like the pawn of the tarsal bone, it suddenly falls on Xiao Bingning's flying sword, which ignites the fire and emits fierce sword spirit. No violent fire broke out, and there was fierce pressure. The flying sword seems to have been taken away by the ghost and fell to the ground powerlessly. Click. The flying sword seems to have gone through thousands of years. The heaven and the people have declined 5 times, and it has been corrupted directly. Phew. The yellow spring fire immediately returned to Qin Sheng's fingertips. His eyes were deeply shocked. It was a rare array of Liangyi swords. Even if a silver flying sword had been lost, its power was also extraordinary. What a wonderful fire! Qin Sheng was both surprised and pleased. According to the inheritance and memory of the emperor, he never saw a ghost attached to the flying sword directly annihilated like a ghost difference. This kind of fire is too aggressive. It's more aggressive than any other fire. After all, other fires only burn the body. This fire of the yellow spring directly ignites the spirits of others. What a terrible power it is. It's just unreasonable to be strong. Of course, Qin Sheng just has such a wisp of fire. There's no problem in killing the human warriors who pass through the soul state or even the sky state, but it's difficult to deal with the warriors who have more power gap. Maybe at the end of the day, the yellow spring fire will burn the enemy's spirit, but its own flame will be exhausted. But from the pollen of the blooming flowers on the other side, a thread of yellow spring fire is extremely precious. Even if you look at the whole 9 days and 10 places, it is difficult to find a second flower on the other side. Moreover, it is said that it takes 3,000 years for another flower to bloom, and Qin Sheng also pretends great luck to meet another flower in full bloom. However, it may be a great chance for those who are extremely strong, but for Qin Sheng, whose strength is so weak, it is a great disaster. Pooh. The flying sword was destroyed, and Xiao Bingning coughed up blood immediately, because there was a trace of her spirit on the flying sword. Now the spirit on the sword was annihilated by the fire of the yellow spring, and her spirit was immediately hurt. Xiaobingning fought with the black iron fubbing soldiers. After being demonized, Xiaobingning's strength was even more terrible. She came from the hidden family of Dian Emperor and controlled many powerful martial arts. The battle between the two men was extremely fierce. It was a battle at the level of Tongshanjing, and the whole palace was filled with horror. Some of the huge stone pillars that need to be surrounded by 3 people are actually cracked by the hard shock. This is just the after effect of the battle. As long as 2 people are willing, the temple can be destroyed in an instant. The runes that covered the surface of the temple finally lit up, so that the temple did not collapse. Insha corpse, help. With Qin Sheng's thoughts moving, the body of Insha's corpse turned into a black lightning and rushed to Xiaobingning. Xiaobingning stands in the air, and the idol tower is in the void. At the foot of the tower, there are many colorful flowers on the other side. It's too fast that the black iron talisman is slapped to fly and hit the stone pillar heavily. The stone column rune broke out, but the impact of the black iron rune soldiers was so terrible that the rune was destroyed and the stone column was smashed into several sections. Ow! The corpse of Insha turns into a black lightning, which is so fast that it tears open the air and forms a broken sound that it kills Xiaobingning. Xiaobingning looks back suddenly. Her blood eyes are cold and piercing. Her hair like a waterfall burst out like a female ghost. One hair, shining with blood color, is like a sharp iron needle. The sharp stab falls on the body of the evil spirit. At this time, Qin Sheng's vision has been incarnated in the body of Insha corpse. He looks at the bloody hair that came from the assassination all over the sky. His whole body is angry and cold. He tries to avoid it, but he can't avoid it after all. It's like a balloon pierced by acupuncture. The body of a dead body is full of holes. It's discouraged. The black blood is pouring out, especially falling on the cold ground. Insha's corpse suffered heavy damage. They were not fighting at the same level at all. Their lives and deaths were unknown in an instant. Qin Sheng is about to spit out blood. The Insha corpse is a part of him. It's equivalent to his second life. Now it's about to fall down in an instant. There's gas in, there's no gas out, and it's more or less bad. A wisp of yellow spring fire twined around his fingertips. Qin Sheng looked at Xiaobingning, who had been completely demonized. Summer goddess, I will give up my promise. Qin Sheng's voice was cold. Before that, he promised Xiaobingning to remove the seal and take out the ice toad in her body. However, when things come to this point, Qin Sheng will die if Xiaobingning is not killed after being demonized. I'll take you on the road. Qin Sheng's face was determined, the yuan force around him was twining, and his feet were struggling. Even the ground covered by the rune was trampled by Qin Sheng. He rushed into the air like a shell. As soon as the fire came out, the other side flower seemed to have some fear. The flower on the other side is accompanied by the fire. How can you fear the fire? Qin Sheng couldn't understand, but when he arrived at this situation, he couldn't bear to think more. His eyes were a little cold, twining the yellow spring fire on his fingertips, and facing the demonized Xiaobingning through the void. On the road. Qin Sheng's voice didn't have any pity. Although he didn't want to crush the flowers, he personally sent Xiaobingning to the road, but he was very clear that Xiaobingning had been demonized, and the spirit had been controlled by the flower on the other side. In the end, it was not the original Xia goddess. So, even if Qin Sheng doesn't send her on the road, Xiaobingning, who has been demonized, doesn't have much chance to change back to the original Xia goddess. At the very least, the chances are very slim. Voila! As soon as the yellow spring fire came out, the flowers on the other side of the sarcophagus seemed to be boiling, and countless filaments were just like tentacles, seizing Qin Sheng, who burst into the air. No! Qin Sheng's face turned white and his eyes were frightened. He didn't even think that the other shore flower suddenly burst up and caught him. Go away. Qin Sheng struggles desperately, but feels like falling into a swamp. The more he struggles, the tighter the threads are. The power of terror makes him feel more and more difficult to breathe. Hiss. The yellow spring around Qin Sheng's fingertips burned a large area of filaments, but it didn't help. The continuous flow of filaments flooded Qin Sheng's whole body. In the end, the fire seemed to run out, leaving only a very thin thread, which was hard to see even with the naked eye, and returned to Qin Sheng's body. Countless filaments drowned Qin, and the filaments turned into roots, showing ferocious barbs. The barb of the other flower easily pierced Qin Sheng's dragon scale skin, just like the cannibal flower, which absorbed Qin Sheng's blood. Me. Hua am I on the other side absorbed Qin Sheng's blood and burst out a bloody light. Qin Sheng's consciousness has been gradually blurred. Am I going to die? It's so cold. Alas, we still have to set foot on the Huangquan road. Qin Sheng deeply sighed that he had already had one more death robbery and was reborn after it. This period of time is the most dazzling for him, but it is just like falling meteorite, with endless looking up and attention, but it is too short after all. In a flash. Ah. At this time, there was another plaintive voice. Qin Sheng raised his ears. There was no one else here except the demonized Xiaobingning. Even the corpses in the sarcophagus were sucked into powder by the flowers on the other side, and they could not die again. He is as fierce as Qin Sheng's body. The blood volume in his body is amazing, and he can't stand the life-sucking of the other flower. If you really want to go on the road, you will have an illusion before you die. Qin Sheng shakes his head secretly. Ah. As if in response to Qin Sheng, a voice of lament sounded again. This time, Qin Sheng heard a very clear voice, which was absolutely the voice of other people's sighs. Who is it? Qin Sheng's heart gushed out a strong survival. The voice of that lament seemed to be his life-saving straw, desperately trying to grasp. If there is a glimmer of hope, no matter how ethereal, Qin Sheng will never give up. All of a sudden, Qin Sheng felt that there was something ethereal in his mind. What is that? Qin Sheng desperately wants to open his eyes. He desperately wants to see what is hidden in his mind. Finally, Qin Sheng opened his eyes and saw a scene of great shock through the gaps of countless other flowers. The shadow of a great bank stands in a huge palace, which is too huge. Even such a huge palace can only barely accommodate the shadow of that great bank. Virtual shadow can't see the shape of the red robe, but the breath released from the whole body is definitely billions of times that Qin Sheng has contacted so many strong people. Looking at the virtual shadow of that great bank, Qin Sheng's heart was filled with a strong and incomparable sense of familiarity. It seems to notice Qin Sheng's hot eyes, the virtual shadow of the great bank, and his eyes are as deep as stars. Qin Sheng looks at Qin Sheng. Although Qin Sheng can't see its appearance at all, he still feels that the eyes are as dazzling as stars. I can't believe I've been robbed, and one day I met the legendary flower on the other side. Finally, the shadow of the great bank made a sound like a bell, which made Qin Shengru, who was originally confused, wake up completely. Qin Sheng looked at the mysterious figure of Weiyan, who couldn't see his face clearly. His face was covered with a flash of consternation, and he said, "You are the forerunner of the Emperor of 10,000 calamities? Isn't it true that the immortality of the Emperor has been destroyed? How can it always exist in my mind?" In a flash, Qin Sheng had countless thoughts that he couldn't understand. Does the Emperor of the 10,000 robbers have been looking for opportunities to take away my body? Thinking of this, Qin Sheng's heart surged with fear. Emperor Dan of 10,000 robberies is the most powerful man in 9 days and 10 places. There is no difficulty for him to take Qin Sheng's body. In the void, the great shadow seemed to see through Qin Sheng's worries. He said quietly, "Don't worry, little friend. I only have a wisp of obsession. I can't even count the spirit. I can't take away your body at all." Emperor Dan of the 10,000 robberies expressed Qin Sheng's worries. "Besides, I don't care to take away the body of a younger generation." 10,000 robbers, said the emperor with a sneer. "This is the dignity of the most powerful. Different from those evil sects, taking away is like drinking water." Hearing this, Qin Sheng blushed a little, but the blood was about to be sucked up by the flower on the other side, and his face was pale. "I'm glad to see you," Qin Sheng explains awkwardly. The emperor nodded and said, "I'll help you solve this other flower first." Although there is only one last wisp of obsession, the power of the emperor is absolutely overwhelming and frightening despair. Boom. After the demonization, Xiao Bingning did not know how to die. Suddenly, her eyes were cold, and she killed the great figure. As expected, when the emperor of the 10,000 robbers made a move to destroy the sky and the earth, it was just a persistent thought. His fingers were light. After being demonized, Xiao Bingning suddenly seemed like a fly. He bounced down. He didn't know how many bones were broken. He lay on the ground and didn't know whether he was alive or dead. This is the mercy of the emperor. Otherwise, it means that the power can be compared to Xiao Bingning, who is a beautiful place in the sky. Even in the Tianyuan continent, the emperor can show it. Flower on the other side, ha ha, nature makes people. The emperor of 10,000 calamities smiled faintly, and the laughter was mixed with some desolation. At that time, the 9-death samsara pill that I wanted to refine was just like another flower on the other side, but I searched for countless years, but still didn't find it. Finally, I retreated to seek the second place and used the heavenly soul flower. Without the legendary flower on the other side, this day's soul flower almost meant that, which led to the failure of the 9-death samsara pill. I've been plunging for 9 days and 10 years, but I didn't expect to lose here. The obsession of the emperor is still obsessed with the 9-death samsara pill. Well, I'll kill you today. As soon as the voice fell, the breath of the emperor was boiling. He held out a finger, which turned into a huge sword standing in the sky, and cut it towards the other side of the sarcophagus. The huge sword formed by the giant finger, on the surface of which flowed the incomparably multiplying runes, without bright light, but revealed endless traces of history. Even after thousands of years, it still exuded the power of terror. It seems that the flower on the other side knew that the disaster was coming. The countless threads wrapped in Qin Sheng disappeared in an instant, covering the huge sword that came from the cutting. However, it was the sword of annihilation exerted by the emperor of 10,000 robbers. How could this young flower on the other side be able to resist it? Bang! The giant sword is too fast, as if it has passed through time and space. When it comes out of the sword, one sword is flying in the air with endless terror power. Even the stars will be split in two. Qin Sheng looked at the huge sword in the air in horror. His eyes were full of shock. What kind of sword technique is it? How can it break out such a rebellious sword spirit? This sword is really terrible. In front of this sword technique, Qin Sheng felt as if he was a boat in the universe, so small and powerless. What is the iron chain that integrates the gold of the talisman and covers the sarcophagus that breathes the talisman? On the huge finger of the sword, it is just like the dregs, turning into powder instantly and annihilating with one sword. The other side flower screams, the tentacles of countless filaments turn into, trying to resist the world-destroying sword of the 10,000 robbers. Unfortunately, the flower on the other side is still too tender, far from growing up. If we give it time to grow, even the whole Tianyuan continent will become a fertile land for its growth, and countless creatures living in the Tianyuan continent will be sacrificed and become its nutrients. As soon as the flower on the other side comes out, it is Huangquan Road. All the living creatures will become the spirits of the dead. Such a tyrannical and cruel flower on the other side is so rare because it can't be seen from heaven and earth. The Emperor of the 10,000 Robbers was so ruthless that he didn't leave a trace of hope for the other side flower to survive. When the sword light flashed, the whole hall was covered with sword chi, and all the runes on its surface were annihilated. A stone pillar that needed to be surrounded by 3 people collapsed constantly. The flower quilt on the other side was cut in 2. Once upon a time, Xia Bingning wanted to kill the flower on the other side. Instead of losing any of its points, she was demonized and had no consciousness. She became a puppet. Qin Sheng once asked Din Sha to kill the flower on the other side, but his body was almost useless, leaving only one last breath, which was about to be swallowed depending on the situation. In the end, it was the turn of Emperor Wanjia's obsession. Finally, it was successful. The perianth on the other side was split in 2. Golem has some scale of cause and effect rolling in the corner, delicate and dripping, emitting bursts of fruit fragrance. Qin Sheng's eyes are red. That's the cause and effect of his blood sacrifice. The flower on the other side swings wildly. Like the wild grass, the flower grows desperately, with ferocious barbs and invisible runes. A flash of blood, the other side of the flower did not fight to escape, 2 half of the other side of the flower, respectively, in the opposite direction. Can you escape? The Emperor of 10,000 Robbers snorted coldly, and pointed his finger at half of them. Bang! The other half of the flower suddenly turned into endless flowers. Oh, the cicada's shelling? Obviously, the change of being cut into 2 parts, one half of which has no much combat power at all, is easily split and killed by the mindfulness of the 10,000 Robber Emperor, while the other half of the other half of the other half of the other side of the flower is wildly waving the flower with ferocious barbs. Those filaments are so sharp that they can penetrate the void and tear a space crack. This is a small secret place. Once the space is torn, you can escape to another secret place. It's just that there's a terrible space storm in the space crack. If there's a little bit of carelessness, it will fall into an endless space storm and become debris. At this time, the other side of the fleeing flower simply can't care so much, even if it loses half of its body, it has to escape. Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng is deeply shocked. Can he tear the space with his bare hands? The Emperor was also shocked. He didn't expect that the flower on the other side would have the ability to tear space. Although it's only a small secret place, it's the level of the Emperor of 9 days and 10 places that can tear space to escape. This other shore flower is far from mature, and even has such a talent. It is worthy of being a ghost on the road of the Yellow Spring. The magic of means is unexpected. Death. The Emperor didn't let go of the other shore flower. The giant finger mercilessly cut it down. Through the space crack, he cut the other shore flower with only half of his body. Bang! The flower on the other side was strangled into pieces by the horrible sword chi, but it didn't die completely. It was extremely weak and just condensed into a seedling of the flower on the other side. Not dead? There was something wrong with the Emperor. He wanted to have another sword, but the space crack was closed. The mighty sword chi dissipated slowly, the huge palace was in a mess, and the rune was deprived, as if it would collapse at any time. After all, let the other shore flower escape. Qin Sheng could not see the real face of the Emperor, but clearly felt that the figure of the great bank was gradually blurred. Master, will the other shore flower come back? At this time, Qin Sheng couldn't help the problem. As soon as the flower on the other side comes out, the corpse will be buried for thousands of miles. Maybe the whole Tianyuan continent will become a burial object. The Emperor shook his head and said in a deep voice, the other side flower ran away from the space crack. The space and time of the space crack are changing rapidly. Even the Emperor's most powerful person, without the guidance of the transmission array or the keepsake, it is impossible to find such a remote place. There are countless plains in the time cracks. The Tianyuan continent is just one of the very small plains. With the current strength of the other shore flower, it is not easy to cross the space and find the Tianyuan continent. If the flower on the other side had grown to the point of turning against the sky, it would not have been able to see the Tianyuan continent at that time. Wen Yan said that Qin Sheng's heart was hanging down. The flower on the other side was so terrible. This time, if it wasn't for the obsession of Emperor Dandy, he would have set foot on the Yellow Spring Road. If you can choose, Qin Sheng is absolutely unwilling to face the other side flower again. Qin Sheng, listen. All of a sudden, the eyes of the emperor fell on Qin Sheng, with some expectation in his eyes. Hearing this, Qin Sheng immediately bowed and saluted and said, "Please tell me, elder." The lofty body of the Emperor Wanjie quickly became thin, and his eyes were full of nostalgia. He said in a deep voice, "I can see that you are not a thing in the pool. If you are able to have blood in your body, you are no less than the potential of those favored sons of heaven in 9 days and 10 places." Qin Sheng was shocked, and immediately he was puzzled. His father was just a martial artist who knew his life. Even though he had been in Beichen, he even made some famous achievements in Dian dynasty. However, Qin Sheng is very clear that even the whole Tianyuan continent is not worth mentioning at all. Now the Emperor of the 10,000 robbers has such a high evaluation on him, and he immediately has some doubts. You don't have to wonder, and you don't have to explore the truth. Obviously, the Emperor can see through Qin Sheng's mind at a glance, and said, "Your blood, even if you look at 9 days and 10 places, is extremely precious, so you can't do it until you are in a desperate situation." Qin Sheng is confused. What's the chaos and blood vessels? Does it have anything to do with the Xingjie Yuan Mai in his body? At the right time, your blood will naturally awaken. There's not much time left for me. I've only survived with a wisp of obsession. The voice of the emperor is getting smaller and smaller, and the figure of Weiyan is getting thinner and thinner. In my memory, there are some treasures that I have hidden in 9 days and 10 places for so many years. They are all for you. I have a condition that you take care of my family in 9 days and 10 places. Qin Sheng looked up at the increasingly thin figure of Weiyan. His face was mixed with 5 tastes. 9 days and 10 places were too far away for him. Okay, sir, don't worry. If I go to 9 days and 10 places, I will find my elder's family and guard them. Qin Sheng shorty. Without the memory of the emperor, Qin Sheng might have slept in the disordered tombs of the Malong mining area, and how could he have the chance of rebirth after the disaster? The grace of every drop of water must be reported to each other. This is Qin Sheng's tenet. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that there will be a descendant of my 10,000 robbers. Remember, you don't have to avenge me when you arrive at 9 days and 10 places. Wanjie Danti was very free and easy. After the arrangement, the obsession became more and more vague. In those days, a group of royalty who worked for Emperor Wanjie had tremendous strength. Even the followers of Emperor Wanjie were suppressed. It can be imagined how terrible the enemies of the emperor are. No, I cut them off. Qin believed and swore. Master Wanjie, isn't there any elixir against heaven that can revive you? Qin Sheng was a little reluctant. Although he didn't know the foreman of Wanjie for a long time, and the other side was just a wisp of obsession, he felt familiar as if he had known him for a long time, as if he were a close relative. In fact, it has a lot to do with Qin Sheng's refining of the memory of the emperor. To a certain extent, Qin Sheng has replaced himself with the experience of the emperor. Rebirth? The hope was in the eyes of Emperor Dan, but it soon dissipated. He said, "If you can make the 9-death samsara pill, I have 2 chances to be reborn." In the end, the great figure in the palace disappeared completely, and the emperor disappeared without trace, as if it had never appeared. 9-death reincarnation pill. Qin Sheng looked at the direction of the disappearance of the figure of Emperor Dan and murmured, "I will certainly refine it." Qin Sheng's eyes are like electricity, and his face is full of firmness. Xiao He came to Qin Sheng's side. The runes around him were damaged, but the core runes between his eyebrows didn't affect his use. Qin Sheng gathered up his sadness on his face, looked around and said, "First look at the corpse of Qin Sheng." The broken columns were in disorder. With the inexplicable connection in his heart, Qin Sheng finally found the Qin Sheng corpse in the rubble. At this time, the wounds and ferocious head of Qin Sheng corpse were also cracked. Qin Sheng had a weak look, and coughed up blood with a big mouth, as if it would fall at any time. At first sight, Qin Sheng's face was very ugly, and there was a dark color between his eyebrows. Qin Sheng corpse is one of his life-saving cards. Now it's abandoned. If Qin Sheng corpse dies, Qin Sheng's spirit will suffer heavy damage, light will crack, and need to lie in bed for a year and a half, heavy will collapse, and become an idiot. Save it. Qin Sheng picked up the body of Qin Sheng, who had suffered a lot of damage, and suddenly his eyes swept to a blood-red fruit lying quietly on the ground. That fruit is only palm size, flowing with blood color, light, delicate and dripping, sending out still amazing fruit fragrance. Cause and effect. Qin Sheng rushed forward, his eyes bright and his face excited. This cause and effect was sacrificed with his blood. Take this cause and effect and want to swallow it up. It's said that the cause and effect on the way to the yellow spring can come back to life after eating one. I didn't expect that there would be a cause and effect now. The other side flower of that plant is not fully mature, and the cause and effect of this one is only a semi-finished product. But now Qin Sheng can't care so much anymore. He takes the delicate red blood cause and effect and shoves it into the mouth of the Qin Sheng corpse. Qin Sheng's corpse swallowed half of the cause and effect, the fruit fragrance was filled, and the juice dropped on the ground. Qin Sheng was very greedy. The blood color of the rune is flowing, and the rune is very multiplying, with the ancient grand feeling, the flesh taste of the blood color of is amazing, and it dissolves in the mouth, turns into endless rune light, and spreads all over the four limbs of the Qin Sheng corpse. The dazzling red rune light is reflected from its pierced body, which is gorgeous. This cause and effect is indeed the rare fairy fruit in the world. After one mouthful, the Qin Sheng corpse, who was dying at the last gasp and was only a few breaths away, suddenly glowed with dazzling vitality. It works. Qin Sheng's face showed a surprise, and his eyes twinkled with excitement. Qin Sheng corpse is a very important card. If it can be saved, it is undoubtedly the best. Qin Sheng corpse recovers at the speed that can be seen by the naked eye, and the whole body emits a rather fierce breath. The black skin of the whole body is going to peel. After eating a bite of cause and effect, Qin Sheng's corpse not only comes back from the dead, but also gets blessings from misfortunes, and its body changes dramatically. Why not give it half of the rest? Qin Sheng looks at the half of the cause and effect left in his hand. The bloody rune is dazzling, and the attractive fruit fragrance spreads to the tip of his nose. He immediately feels his pores are puffed out, and the blood gas he owes is recovered at an incredible speed. Just smell a few mouthfuls of fruit, there is such a magical effect. Qin Sheng wanted to swallow the remaining half of the cause and effect. The flower on the other side can't be found in 9 days and 10 places. Its fruit is so precious. It's estimated that there are many unimaginable benefits for Qin Sheng to eat one. Rising in the daytime? Immortal? Or can you see through everything when you look at the broken brow and heart? Qin Sheng is also a little excited. He would like to devour this half of cause and effect. Well? All of a sudden, Qin Sheng had an abnormal feeling and looked at Qin Sheng corpse in amazement. Qin Sheng's body is full of golden glare, and its ferocious barbs turn to golden yellow. The surface seems to depict the natural runes, and the breath of Qin Sheng disappears without trace. Instead, it is a natural noble blood temperament. Is that how the dead of Insha become? Qin Sheng stared, his face was full of unbelievable looks. He just ate half of the cause and effect, but it changed so dramatically. What would happen if he ate the remaining half of the cause and effect? Qin Sheng's eyebrows glowed faintly, and his eyes quickly showed two colors of expectation. Eat. After a few moments, Qin Sheng bit his teeth and made a decision. He gave the rest of the cause and effect to Insha. In any case, Insha corpse is also the part of Qin Sheng. He has the mysterious blood that even the Emperor of 10,000 robbers envies. Although he doesn't know when he will wake up, it's absolutely not trivial. Insha's corpse gobbles up the remaining half of it, and even a drop of juice is not wasted. Buzzing. The Insha corpse swells a little, as if it were the size of a scorpion tail and a tiger egg. It opens and spits out golden silk, and finally forms a golden cocoon, with ancient runes flickering on its surface and occasional thunders. Cocooned? Qin Sheng put the golden cocoon in the palm of his hand and observed it carefully. If he heard the thunders, he could see the thunders flickering in the golden cocoon. Insha's corpse fell into a deep sleep, and even Qin Sheng's master couldn't get in touch with it. However, one thing is certain, that this time, the Insha corpse will undergo a transformation. When it wakes up and breaks out of the cocoon, it will definitely shock everyone. Qin Sheng took the cocoon into his arms, and his eyes were slightly expecting it, and Insha came out of the cocoon. Because of the existence of cause and effect, not only did Insha's corpse not die, but also fell into a deep sleep, waiting for the transformation on the day of cocoon breaking. But Qin Sheng's condition was not so good. He was put 90% of the blood essence by the other side flower, although he took a breath of the cause and effect of Danxiang and added some blood gas. Qin Sheng's face was faintly pale, his limbs were weak, and his Yuanmai was exhausted. Paralyzed, the flower on the other side is really overbearing, and even the Yuanmai is exhausted. If the obsession of the forerunner Wanjia comes out late for a few minutes, my 6 Yuanmai will be completely abandoned. Qin Sheng said in a low voice. When he turned his hand, he had an extra pot of plants that lit the fire. I was going to use the fruit to refine a Dan fire. Qin Sheng looks at the beautiful tree, which exudes the attractive fruit fragrance. Although the level of the inflamed fruit is not low, even if the martial artists in the sky are all red-eyed treasures, compared with the cause and effect of the flowers on the other side, it's 100,000 miles away. Qin Sheng didn't hesitate to take off an inflamed fruit. Now he is in poor health. Moreover, he has forged a wisp of yellow spring fire without lack of Dan fire. Moreover, the inflamed fruit made Qin Sheng forge a wisp of Yaiwaden fire at most. Compared with the yellow spring fire, it was 10 short of the distance of the loop cloud. One loop cloud is 108,000 li. Yanling fruit has a hot temperature and a strong flame. Even if it is picked from Yanling tree, it is still burning with a few thin runes in the flame. If you are an ordinary martial artist, you dare to pick the inflamed fruit with your bare hands. It's definitely a fire. Burn it, turn it into a pile of coke. Qin Sheng's whole body is covered with dragon scale skin, but he feels a little hot. Qin Sheng swallowed Yan Lingua directly, as if he swallowed a flame. The hot pulp turned into a stream of magma like pure elemental force, with a light rune mark, to refine his body. It's hot. Qin Sheng was red all over, as if he had fallen into an oil pot. The dried yuan veins were growing up at a speed that the naked eye could see, and soon sent out a sharp wave of yuan force. Yan Lingua's medicine is really too overbearing. Even if Qin Sheng is intolerable, the pain makes him half kneel on the cold ground, and his fists fall down heavily. Bang! Originally, there were runes covering the ground of the palace. Because of the fierce battle between the flower on the other side and the Emperor of the 10,000 robbers, runes had been exhausted and Qin Sheng's fist could not be borne at all. The rock burst, splitting a ferocious crack. Qin Sheng's face was a little ferocious, his face was red and his neck was thick, his blood was like a dragon, twisted, as if he could not bear the power of Yan Lingguo at any time. Qin Sheng is a little annoyed. He is too impulsive. Even though Yan Lingua can't be compared with cause and effect, it's also lingua that can be taken directly by a strong person of Tongshenjing level. He's just Tongmeijing now. There are two big differences between them. Qin Sheng's pores were puffed and hot fire was spewed out. Even the skin with dragon scales could not bear it, and even a smell of burning came out. The flaming spirit fruit is worthy of being able to make the martial arts master a pill fire. Its medicinal properties are so domineering. Let alone the martial arts of Tongmei state, even the experts of Tonghun state will be directly burned to ashes. I can't stand it. Qin Sheng rolls all over the ground, and the hard rock is ignited directly, which shows how hot his body is now. In this way, the quenched body is almost the same as the self-destructed body, because a little carelessness will turn into a pile of coke. After dozens of interest, Qin Sheng stopped rolling and the heat on his body slowly cooled down. Qin Sheng peeled off a large piece of burnt skin, revealing a brand new yellow copper skin. Boom! Qin Sheng turns Yuanli and instantly activates 6 Yuan veins. Yuanli, fierce as a monster, surges out. The burnt black skin on the surface of the skin suddenly peels off, revealing a strong copper complexion. Qin Sheng's eyes are like torches, his breath is strong and his blood is rolling. He looks like a human-like monster, which is so powerful that people are shocked. The bitterness of this quench is not in vain. Qin Sheng's eyes twinkled and took a deep breath. He felt stronger than ever. His eyes were frightening and shining. It's time to leave. I don't know what happened to Xiao Goddess. Qin Sheng looks around to find Xiao Bingning from the rubble. Xiao Bingning was attacked by the flower on the other side, fell into demonization, lost control of her body, and was severely damaged by a wisp of obsession of the forefathers of the 10,000 robbers, even though the forefathers of the 10,000 robbers had been merciful. But Qin Sheng is not sure whether Xiao Bingning can survive. Looking for a long time, Qin Sheng looks puzzled, but he doesn't find Xiao Bingning. Is it twisted into powder by the endless sword energy of forebears? Qin Sheng whispered, but before I saw Xiao Bingning's body was still there, why is it missing now? All of a sudden, there was a sound of breaking the sky at a high speed. Qin Sheng turned around and saw Xiao Bingning standing in the air. His blood eyes looked at him indifferently, making him like an ice house. It seems that Qin Sheng was drenched with cold water. Qin Sheng was shaking because he saw the flower mark on the other side between Xiao Bing's eyebrows. Although it is several times dimmer than the previous one, we can still see the marks of the other side flowers vaguely. Xiao Bingning stands in the air, like a waterfall, with her hair flowing freely. Her evil spirit is also killed by the terrible sword qi of forebears, but she can still control her mind. Hell, the other flowers have fled to other unknown places. Why do you have such a strong evil spirit? Qin Sheng couldn't help saying. The magic of Xiao Bingning is full of coldness, and its whole body radiates the fierce Yuan power fluctuation which can be compared with the strong one of Meitong Tianjing. Although it doesn't step on the shadow of the other flower, its speed is still incredible. Blinking his eyes, Xiao Bingning appeared in front of Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng immediately felt unprecedented pressure. Although he had refined his body with Yan Lingguo, he was incredibly strong, but he could not stand up to a strong man with the same strength as the sky. Hey, stop her! Qin Sheng roars. His hands are covered with bronze cold light. Thanks to the quenching of Yan Lingguo, he has used the prison dragon's hands for a long time. Clang! Xiao Bingning glanced at the big black iron phubbing, and a powerful force of cold ice turned into an ice sword like a dragon going out of a hole with a horrible breath. The ice sword flickers with the sharp sword qi. The sword starts to shine and falls on Xiaohe instantly. Sonorous. Xiaohe is not weak, his eyes are also cold red light, his fists are flashing black rune light, and he smashes into Xiaobingning's delicate body with the terrorist power of mountain opening and stone cracking. If this fist is smashed, even a stone mountain will be smashed, let alone Xiaobingning, a flesh and blood body. Xiaobingning's waterfall like 3,000 green silk flying wantonly turned into 3 shadows, avoiding a pair of iron fists of black iron phubbing soldiers. Although it was demonized, Xiaobingning's footwork was very abstruse, especially the 3 shadows. The black iron phubbing couldn't tell which was the real body at all, smashing 2 shadows, but the real body killed Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng felt a huge iceberg rolling over. Little black. Qin Sheng roared again, and the little black heart led the divinity meeting. A dazzling light broke out in the core rune mark of the eyebrow, and the terrible power burst out like lightning. The demonized Xiaobingning seems to feel the danger and want to avoid it, but because most of the magic qi was strangled by the endless sword qi of the Forerunner, Xiaobingning's strength was not as strong as before, and he didn't avoid Xiaohe's rune light. Bang! Xiaobingning, as if struck by lightning, is as hard as a broken kite, falling powerlessly on the cold ground. Xiaohe is like a shadow, and his speed is also very fast. Under Qin Sheng's control, he almost fell in front of Xiaobingning at the same time, holding his delicate body with his hands. At this time, Qin Sheng also came slowly. When he saw Xiaohe completely controlling Xiaobingning, he was relieved. If the demonized Xiaobingning is still as strong as before, Qin Sheng can only use the yellow spring fire to protect his life. Once the fire is used, summer ice will surely die. At the last moment, Qin Sheng didn't like to use the yellow spring fire against Xiaobingning. After all, she came from the hidden family of Dian dynasty. Qin Sheng killed her directly. That kind of giant thing may have magical means to find out the murderer. In addition, Qin Sheng feels pretty good about Xiaobingning. If he doesn't fight, he will not hurt his life. Xiaobingning's fierce face is full of rage. She stares at Qin Sheng. Her shoulder is pierced by little black rune light. Her flesh and blood are blurred. She struggles desperately regardless of the injury. However, because it has been demonized by the other flower, it will not feel any pain at all. Xiaohe's runes are all shining, and he can hardly hold Xiaobingning's delicate body. Xiao goddess, wake up! Qin Sheng came close to him and shouted loudly. It's a pity that Xiaobingning's eyebrows are glistening with the mark of the other shore flower. It's impossible to hear Qin Sheng's cry at all. If you don't purify her evil spirit, you won't wake her up at all. Qin Sheng is a little embarrassed. That's the magic qi of the flower on the other side. It erodes Xiaobingning's whole body. How easy is it to purify the magic qi in his body? Even the ordinary magic qi is the pawn of the bone. What's more, Xiaobingning's body is the magic qi released by the other flower in the legend. Once contaminated, unless you take a trip to the Yellow Spring Road, jump into reincarnation, the past life can be eluded. No, Huangquan Road? Qin Sheng suddenly seemed to catch some aura, and was very happy. He said, I can use the fire of the Yellow Spring to purify the evil spirit of Xiao Goddess. It's just that the Yellow Spring fire is very overbearing, and a little carelessness may purify Xiaobingning into a pile of powder. Qin Sheng has seen the power of the Yellow Spring fire. Even the Liangyi sword array, once stained with a wisp of the Yellow Spring fire, will experience 5 failures of heaven and man, endless samsara, and 1,000 years in an instant. Such a powerful power falls on Xiaobingning. Let alone make her directly turn into a pile of less, even if she turns into an old woman of 200 or 300 years old with gray hair and wrinkled face. At that time, Xiaobingning will kill him alive even if the magic gas is purified. All of a sudden, there is no age of youth. No one can accept it, especially Xiao Bingning, a woman with unique talent and extraordinary temperament. Qin Sheng takes a look at Xiao Bingning, who is struggling desperately. He is very tangled about whether to take risks or not. At this time, a cold air all over the sky came out from the delicate body of summer ice. In an instant, the whole dilapidated palace was frozen. The cold was so strong that even Qin Sheng felt a sharp cold current coming from him. What's the situation? How can such a terrible cold current break out suddenly? Qin Sheng looks at Xiao Bingning, almost scared out of his wits. Xiao Bingning's abdomen seemed to crack, and a wave of magic light broke out. An ice toad with 3 eyes flickered cold light and beat the seal, desperately. Especially, this damn toad wants to break the seal at this time. The ice toad with 3 eyes is a big demon whose strength is comparable to that of Mei Tong. If it can break the seal, even blow a breath towards Qin Sheng, let alone the body, even if his soul is frozen, he can't die again. The grey cold current of incomparable horror swept over Xiaohei's arm, which was suddenly frozen, and the rune quickly faded. The demonized Xiao Bingning makes a strong effort to finally get rid of Xiaohei's hands. Never let her get up. Qin Sheng once clenched his teeth, his eyes flashed 2 strokes of violence, and rushed to Xiao Bingning's delicate body who wanted to struggle. Bang! Qin Sheng clings to Xiao Bingning and rolls twice. The icy cold current wraps around Xiao Bingning's body. It's cold. Qin Sheng's body is stiff and his blood is frozen, as if his soul is going to be frozen. This is still based on Qin Sheng's eating a burning fruit and refining his body. Otherwise, Qin Sheng may be frozen to death. The 3-eyed ice toad is more powerful than it was a month ago. In a short time, even the consolidated seal can't restrain it. Although holding Xiao Bingning's delicate body, he was not in the mood to feel the warmth of soft jade. He was on pins and needles, thinking about how to penetrate the yellow spring fire into Xiao Bingning's body and purify her magic spirit. If the evil qi doesn't go away, Xiao Bingning can't control the seal in his body. Xiao Bingning's eyes are fixed on Qin Sheng. A powerful force of Binganuan is detached and turned into an ice sword. He even wants to kill Qin Sheng on the spot. Crazy woman. Qin Sheng scolds, can't care about so much, but in a hurry, he even kisses Xiao Bingning's red lips fiercely. It was a little wet and soft, which was Qin Sheng's first feeling. Then he felt that a magic gas, which could be seen by the naked eye, rushed into Qin Sheng's body, through Xiao Bingning's mouth. The magic qi came into Qin Sheng's body and was purified by the fire. It became the purest energy. It was warm and comfortable. How could it be so simple? Qin Sheng and Xiao Bingning stick their mouths together and stare at each other. It's incredible. Evil qi wanted to erode Qin Sheng's body, but was purified by the fire. Keep sucking. Qin Sheng sucks crazily, and finally purifies Xiao Bingning's evil spirit. With the depletion of magic qi, the other side flower mark between Xiao Bingning's eyebrows gradually disappeared. Her head was dizzy, as if her body was overdrawn, and her whole body, especially her shoulders, suffered a lot. What a pain! Sharp pain makes Xiao Bingning wake up quickly. In addition to the sharp pain all over her, she also feels that she is being held by someone. Shua! Suddenly, Xiao Bingning opens her eyes. The blood in her eyes has disappeared. She is a little awake and smart. What's the matter? I didn't take part in the examination in the back mountain forbidden area. I have come to the 3rd level. Xiao Bingning's memory is very confused. She has a splitting headache. She can't remember what just happened. Anyway, when she woke up, she found that she was held by an unknown object. Woo-woo. Xiao Bingning finds that her mouth can't be opened. It seems that something is smoking her mouth. Isn't it? She has realized that she was a kiss. Xiao Bingning is a lung at first. She is the Tianzhigio girl in the later stage of soul state. If she is in Dian dynasty, she may not be much, but she is definitely a first-class expert in this remote Dian city. How is it possible that some undead warrior dares to kiss himself? Moreover, the technique of strong kissing is very rude and violent. It's not so much kissing as random chewing. Saliva flows into one's own red lips. Instinctively, there is a wave of nausea. Xiao Bingning is a little confused. She doesn't believe it. Who dares to kiss her in broad daylight? I don't believe it. I must be dreaming. However, when she saw Qin Sheng's familiar face, her dream was shattered, and someone really ate the Demon King's gall and kissed herself in broad daylight. Qin Sheng, you bastard! Xiao Bingning and Fengmu spray fire. Her pretty face is covered with a layer of ice cream. She pushes Qin Sheng away. Qin Sheng wiped the saliva from his mouth, saw that Xiao Bingning was back to normal, the flower mark on the other side of his eyebrows had disappeared, and there was no blood red without a trace of human emotion in his eyes, so he was immediately excited. Ha ha, Xiao Goddess, you finally wake up? As long as Xiao Bingning wakes up to prove that this disaster has been passed by Qin Sheng. Don't feel too good for the rest of his life. Qin Sheng smiles. However, in Xiao Bingning's eyes, Qin Sheng's smile was somewhat shameless. The apprentice even kissed himself while he was in a coma. He also had such a bad look and chewed and sucked. A raging fire from its chest, the phoenix seems to have been ignited. Apprentice, I will kill you. Xiao Bingning gnaws her teeth, and her pretty face flashes with a sense of killing. The most important thing for a woman is her first kiss, which was taken away by Qin Sheng so roughly and violently. There is an inexplicable sadness in her heart. Pa! A slap in anger fell on Qin Sheng's face. Qin Sheng's broken kite flew backward. It was Xiao Bingning's angry strike. Although she was badly hurt and soft, the power of the strike with hatred was very frightening. Bang! Qin Sheng was unprepared. He hit the broken stone column heavily, and the stone rumbled to bury him alive. Qin Sheng broke through the earth and came out. His left face was hot and swollen. Xiao Bingning, you are crazy. Qin Sheng was also ignited a nameless fire. He fought his life to save the crazy woman. He was not grateful for the first time, but was slapped severely. If it wasn't for Qin Sheng's physical strength to reach an inconceivable step, he would have been killed in the head with just one slap. Xiao Bingning stands in the air, furious, with exaggerated ups and downs in his chest, and the Yuan force around him surges out, flying in a group. You bastard, kiss me hard and blame me for being crazy. Cut you off. Xiao Bingning's face was gloomy, because she saw that her group had torn open a lot, revealing a large white. Fortunately, I woke up in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable, and what I lost was not only my first kiss. Xiao Bingning's eyebrows are shining, a pair of phoenix eyes are twinkling with chilling cold. Although his shoulders are penetrated and his chest is dyed red, he is still in awe of the opportunity. The icy and piercing Yuan force comes out of his spiritual cover and turns into a silver ice sword. The ice sword has a twinkling edge and a cold air. It also emits a few sword sounds. Seeing this, Qin Sheng's eyebrows wrinkled and his face was impatient. He explained to Xiao Bingning, listen to me, you have just been invaded and demonized by the evil spirit of the other flower. Xiao Bingning was angry and couldn't hear Qin Sheng's explanation at all. He took the silver ice sword and dived to kill Qin Sheng. Although the shoulder was severely damaged, the speed was still frightening. The wind was strong and the sword was bright. The ice sword cut a scar and fell on Qin Sheng's neck. The sword is like lightning, fierce and sharp. I depend on it. Qin Sheng looked up and saw that the icy sword qi was surging. Before he was near the body, he could feel the icy and sharp sword qi. This tigress, seriously wounded, is so fierce. Qin Sheng murmured a few curses, his body trembled, and suddenly turned sideways to avoid Xiao Bingning's angry sword. The sword light flashed out. Qin Sheng's clothes were smashed by the fierce sword air, and his skin was cold and stinging. Qin Sheng looks down at his chest, but his skin is not damaged at all. It's also a powerful and far more common martial artist in Tongmai. The sword of Xiao Bingning just now, if it's an ordinary student who can pass through the pulse environment, even if he is lucky enough to avoid it, the sword qi near his body will pierce his heart. Even Xiao Bingning, who doesn't have magic qi attached to him, can rival the strong one who is half a step to the sky. Xiao Bingning saw that Qin Sheng was all right. There was a shock on her pretty face. She knew that she didn't keep the sword just now. She wanted to kill the first disciple who robbed her. Full of lies. Xiao Bingning didn't believe in Qin Sheng. The flower on the other side is powerful, but it's just a ghost in the myth. Maybe it's not the flower on the other side in the legend at all, it's just a slightly strange flower. Once again, the sword is like a rising storm. It turns into a cold ice dragon. It is wrapped around Xiao Bingning's back. Qin's cold eyes make him fall into an ice cellar and tremble. This sword technique is not an ordinary passerby. This stupid woman with big chest, big brain, even really wants to kill herself. Xiaohe, get him alive. Qin Sheng didn't dare to ask big. He called the black iron fubbing up. I'll catch you later and fart you. Ah. Hearing this, Xiao Bingning's eyes were even colder. He glanced at Qin Sheng coldly. With a fierce swing of the ice sword, the ice dragon formed by the condensation of the sword qi turned into a streamer, and killed Qin Sheng. Xiaohe rises to the sky with a flash of rune light. In Qin Sheng's astonished eyes, he faces the sword spirit ice dragon fiercely. The whole temple vibrated violently, the rubble fell madly, the dust filled, as if it would collapse at any time. The ice dragon gathered by the sword spirit is twinkling with the cold eyes without a trace of human emotion, which is awe-inspiring, twining little black in an instant. Xiaohe is already very big, but for the ice dragon, which is formed by endless sword energy, it's just small. Xiaohe's whole body is strangled by the sharp and fierce sword qi. Xiaohe's whole body erupts a lot of sparks, and the rune light emerges. A pair of iron hands are like the birth of an ancient ape, trying to disperse the ice dragon. This attack far surpasses the battle at the level of soul state, and countless sword qi escapes. The black iron on the surface of small black is also scratched with ferocious sword marks, and the runes on the surface are also peeled off. The core rune in Xiaohe's eyebrows suddenly shoots a rune light, which penetrates the ice dragon condensed by sword qi. Puff. The ice dragon broke up. The fierce sword qi was like a tornado. When the mat was rolled around, the sand and rocks were flying. The earth was moving and the mountains were shaking. The whole huge palace was crumbling. Even those iron chains that were fused with Fu Jin were blown ferociously. In the end, the ice dragon dissipated completely. Qin Sheng's face was not happy, but soon solidified, because the little black rune was dim. The metacrystal is exhausted? Qin Sheng was in a hurry on the spot. How could this joint deplete Yuan Jing? He didn't love Yuan Jing, but waited for him to add Yuan Jing. Xiao Bingning estimated that the crazy woman would kill him several times. All of a sudden, as soon as Qin Sheng clenched his teeth and stamped his legs, the whole broken hall shook fiercely, and immediately shot at Xiao Bingning. Xiao Bingning's beautiful eyes still stay in the shock of the black iron fubbing. He plans to abandon the impeding black iron fubbing first, and then capture Qin Sheng's apprentice alive. Now the runes of the black iron rune soldiers are dim. Compared with the runes that are about to run out of Yuan Jing, maybe only one more sword is needed, and the big one can't move. This is also between the lightning and flint. Xiao Bingning suddenly felt a dark shadow rush up from below. Xiao Bingning glanced at her coldly. Before he could make any escape, Qin Sheng held her body in his hands. Bang! They fell heavily on the rubble and rolled for several times. Qin Sheng was a physical man. He was strong in body and could kill the ordinary warrior in the spirit state with one blow. There was no damage at all when they fell from the sky. Xiao Bingning is not the same. Her shoulder is penetrated by rune light. With such a heavy fall, the wound is about to crack, and the blood is seeping out again. Xiao Bingning snorts. Even though he is powerful, he can't bear such a heavy blow. Qin Sheng's eyes are fierce. He clings to Xiao Bingning. The Xingjie Yuan Mai, which is dormant in his body, is activated completely without hesitation. Ouch! Xiao Bingning hears the sound of a dragon singing faintly. It's very vague, but it's true. Then a mountain-like pressure burst out from Qin Sheng's body, as if a real dragon was born, enveloping Xiao Bingning's delicate body. Poof! Xiao Bingning shivers and coughs up black blood. Qin Sheng's Xingjie Yuan Mai is too terrifying, and with his strength increasing, the pressure of Xingjie Yuan Mai is also more terrifying. Even though Xiao Bingning is stronger than Qin, there is no suspense to suppress her. That's the Xingjie Yuan Mai. Even if you look at the whole wasteland, the 36 dynasties are rare. Naturally, they have the ability to rebel against the sky. Xiao Bingning was suppressed by Qin Sheng's death, and his action was very rude. Without any pity, Feng Mu stared at Qin Sheng, as if he was going to burst out flames, clenched his teeth, and said, "Let me go." Pa! Answers with a clear voice. Xiao Bingning's delicate body seemed to be struck by lightning. She was stiff and stared at Qin Sheng inconceivably. "I said that if I catch you, I will fart," Qin Sheng said coldly. Xiao Bingning, with a face full of indignation, anger and shame, was forced to bear the tears. She was the proud daughter of Dian Emperor. She was much more noble than the princess of Beichen Kingdom. When I came to Dian City, where the bird doesn't shit, I was farted by an aborigine. Goo, it was passed back to Dian Dynasty. Xiao Bingning didn't have to live. In fact, if it comes back, Xiao Bingning's group of flower protectors will directly submerge Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng snorted coldly, and her eyes flashed a yellow spring fire, which made Xiao Bingning tremble. She felt that Qin Sheng had changed dramatically again, not only in strength, but also in temperament and breath. Xiao Bingning's talent is peerless. I feel faintly that after the coma just now, maybe it's true. Otherwise, how can Qin Sheng's breath change so much? Listen, we met the other shore flower before. You are invaded and controlled by its magic. Qin Sheng killed Xiao Bingning and glared at her angrily. Later, the other flower ran away, and your seal was loose. If it wasn't for me to suck away the evil spirit in your body, the toad would break the seal, and both of us would die. Qin Sheng said with one breath. His eyes were bright and cold. He was not the emissary of protecting flowers with brain damage. He was obedient to Xiao Bingning and forbearing everywhere. Xiao Bingning was stunned, but she didn't believe it. If you don't believe it, you can feel the seal inside you. Is it going to collapse? Qin Sheng said coldly. Xiao Bingning closes her eyes and feels the seal of the Dantian in her body. Soon she opened her eyes in horror, and a look of shock appeared on her pretty face. Obviously, Qin Sheng didn't lie. The seal rune in her body cracked, releasing the cold current. Qin Sheng saw Xiao Bingning's face and asked, "Do you believe this?" Xiao Bingning, with a hot face, said, "Even if I have evil qi in my body, you can't kiss me forcibly." Qin Sheng rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Do you think I want to?" It was a critical situation and I had no other choice. Qin Sheng Da can burn Xiao Bingning and evil qi together into ashes with the fire of the yellow spring, but he has not done so, and he is already pitying the fragrance and cherishing the jade. Xiao Bingning was very embarrassed. It turned out that all these were misunderstandings. Qin Sheng was also in a hurry and eager to ask for help. In this way of thinking, Xiao Bingning's eyes on Qin Sheng are also soft. "Can you let me go now?" Summer Ice Light said. "Now let go of you. I know if you'll go mad, revenge will come to you." Qin Sheng held it tighter. "You." Xiao Bingning is soft all over. She is suppressed by the Xingjiayuan pulse of Qin Sheng. In addition, the injury to her shoulder is very serious. She has run out of oil for a long time. Boom. At this time, the temple vibrated violently, the light of the rune appeared suddenly, a large number of runes peeled off, the stone pillars collapsed, as if a scene of the end of the world. Qin Sheng's face suddenly coagulated and said in a deep voice, "No, the palace is going to collapse." As soon as the voice fell, a white light burst in. Qin Sheng could not make any response, so he was submerged by the white light. This tiny secret place is going to be destroyed. Before it is destroyed, all creatures will be thrown away. Xiaohei. Qin Sheng shouts, and the black iron phubbing turns into an iron ball in an instant, and is taken into the ring by him. When all this is done, the white light disappears, the space cracks open, like the sea water pouring in, annihilating the whole palace. Luoyang College, outside the forbidden area, behind the inner courtyard. Hot eyes are looking up at the terror wave in the forbidden area. In the forbidden area, the rune light is thin, the earth is shaking, the sand is flying, there is black fog, occasionally there are lightning and thunder, as if the end of the world is coming. President Yunlan, who attacked the lotus cloves, saw the horror wave from the forbidden area, and the jade face was a little more dignified. "Dean, it seems that the situation in the forbidden area is not very good." Kong Xingtao took a look at the forbidden area, and his face was slightly worried. He has been in Luoyang University for nearly 100 years. Even he has been in the forbidden area and participated in the assessment, but there has never been such a big stir. Even 20 years ago, Tianjiao, the most powerful city in Dian's history, did not make such a terrible move. Smell speech, Cloudland President's pretty face is more dignified, she does not know how to make such a big thing, Fu light is thin, like a volcanic eruption, it is not normal assessment. Who else hasn't come out of the forbidden area? Cloudland looks back at Kong Xingtao and asks. Kong Xingtao took a list and said, Xiao Bingning, Zhao Ming and Qin Sheng. Listen to the list still in it, the pretty face of President Yunlan is even worse. Zhao Ming comes from the Zhao family, who only covers the sky in Dian City. Although he is not a direct disciple, he is also a disciple of the talent level of the younger generation of Zhao family. If there is any damage to Zhao Ming in it, Luoyang College is bound to have some problems. Xiao Bingning is even more important. This little younger martial sister is the core lineage of the secret big family from the Dian dynasty. If there is any damage here, there is no need for any court test. Luoyang College will be wiped out directly. As for the last Qin Sheng, President Yunlan was a little surprised. Is the list correct? Cloudland, pretty face more two doubts, asked, Qin Sheng is still in the forbidden area? Qin Sheng is just a low-level martial artist who can get through 4 channels. Even though the 4 channels he can get through are all heaven-level channels, the strength should be the existence of the 12 students in the forbidden area assessment ranking lower. The kind of player who drops the tail light, can resist to the end? Yunlan doesn't believe it. Hearing this, Kong Xingtao confirmed again and shook his head and said, there is no mistake in the list. Qin Sheng has not come out yet. At this time a Qianying came over. The fiery red strong outfit outlined a fiery line, which made many students look sideways. Sister Yunlan, Qin Sheng should still be in it. Han Mengchen, who was sent out of the forbidden area, did not leave. President Yunlan's eyes turned to Han Mengchen. He is curious and asks, how does Meng Chen say that? Well, that despicable maniac is probably going through the third test. Han Mengchen's big eyes flashed and flashed, two more colors of anger. As soon as the voice fell, not only Kong Xingtao was shocked, but even President Yunlan was also shocked. He's going through the third test? Yunlan doesn't believe it. Qin Sheng is just a kid with 4 channels. How can he pass the first pass? He's already lucky. How can he pass the second pass? That kid is very powerful. However, he is full of bad thoughts and poisons me. Otherwise, I will be the 3rd level examinee now. Han Mengchen's face was angry. He wished Qin Sheng had died in it. President Yunlan is shocked when she hears this, but she is sure that Han Mengchen can't lie. There was no time to be shocked. The forbidden area was suddenly rioted violently. Yuan Li's storm rolled the mat, and the black fog suddenly covered the forbidden area. The thunders that destroyed the sky and destroyed the earth poured down desperately, and the terrible pressure escaped. Back off. President Yunlan's eyes are shocked. He looks like the scene of the world's extinction and tells everyone. One after another, they looked at the forbidden area in horror, and then rushed away. What's the matter? There seems to be a riot in the forbidden area. It's terrible. It's like killing the world. Xiao Bingning hasn't come out yet. Isn't there anything wrong? The internal schools far away from the forbidden area looked at the scene in horror and murmured. They were all low-level warriors under the state of Tonghun. They had never seen such a scene of terror. Han Mengchen covers Zhang Cheng's round mouth with the palm of his hand. Her face is full of consternation. She was just angry for a moment. She was bullied by Qin Sheng in the forbidden area, and then she said something rude. She didn't really want to curse Qin Sheng for dying in the forbidden area. Qin Sheng doesn't care. Her best friend Xiao Bingning is still in the forbidden area. Before Xiao Bingning came out, Han Mengchen would not like to see the forbidden area destroyed like this. At this time, a white light burst out of the forbidden area and fell in front of Yunlan and Han Mengchen. And the students come out. Seeing such a familiar scene, President Yunlan's solemn jade face finally eased a little, because she felt the sharp breath of Xiao Bingning. At the last moment when the forbidden area collapsed, Xiao Bingning, who was most valued by President Yunlan, was finally sent out. At last I can come out alive. Qin Sheng breathed the familiar air, the warm sunshine, and sighed. Facing the other shore flower, there are few people who have not set foot on the Huangquan road. Qin Sheng and Xiao Bingning can come back alive. They are really blessed by heaven. The white light disappears. Under the hot eyes, Qin Sheng appears in front of everyone with Xiao Bingning in his arms. What's the matter? There is a man holding Xiao Bingning, paralyzed. Let go of your dirty hand. No, Xiao Bingning's group still has some tears, and her face is flushed. I'm sorry, I don't have enough brains. Aren't they assessing in the forbidden area? How can they get together? There was a dead silence on the scene. Everyone's face was full of doubts and puzzles. A few male students were a little angry, and the air suddenly fell into silence. The most shocking thing is standing in the nearest Han Mengchen. Her beautiful eyes are full of shock. Who is Qin Sheng? It's just the successor of a small family in distress. His Qin family has been in decline for a long time. It's estimated that it won't take long for him to get along with Dian City, where birds are not shit. Who is Xiao Bingning? Han Mengchen is Xiao Bingning. That's right. It's Qin Sheng's arrogant son who looks up at the broken neck. Nowadays, they are not like each other. No matter their talent and family background are very different, they even hold each other in such an ambiguous posture that some children are not suitable for. In broad daylight, the air fell into a dead silence. Everyone petrified and looked at the incredible scene. A delicately carved jade cabbage is just given by a pig arching? Male students all face despair, life cannot love. Female students have a sigh of relief, Xiao Bingning, such a proud woman of heaven, finally has a master of famous flowers. Apprentice, let go of the ice. For the first time, Han Mengchen swung his sleeves and held the whip that ignited the fire. His face was frosted and his tone was commanding. It's not that she hasn't been transferred to the public by Qin Sheng, a maniac. She has played. Now her best friend is held by Qin Sheng, a scum, in full view of the public. It must be this insidious scum who uses some means to make Ice White take advantage of it. Han Mengchen's ability to nourish the brain is very strong. Smell speech, Qin Sheng soared eyebrow a congealed, murmured, this is again this brainless stupid woman, stupid even, still so impulsive. Qin Sheng's voice was very small, only Xiao Bingning could hear it. When her face changed, she substituted herself and said, be careful. I didn't say you. Qin Sheng smiled awkwardly. It seems that he noticed the hot eyes. Xiao Bingning's face was hot and shy. You put me down first. Xiao Bingning murmured and slightly put his head near Qin Sheng's chest. Xiao Bingning may think that this kind of subtle action is nothing, but it seems to outsiders that this is the posture of the little woman. It's over. It's over. Xia is captured. Heaven, earth, how can such a work of art be given by a pig? Let go of Xiao goddess, or I won't be blamed for not reading the same thing. One by one, male students intimidated and lured, saying all kinds of ugly words. Hearing these sounds, Xiao Bingning's pretty face became more red. Not now. Your seal has broken. You must consolidate it immediately, or everyone here will die. Qin Sheng said seriously, with a serious face. Listen to Qin Sheng so many, Xiao Bingning's body suddenly trembles. Her body is sealed with a three-eyed ice toad, a 5-level demon. If it comes out of the body, it will definitely be a disaster for Dian City. Okay, then we'll go back right away. Xiao Bingning also knows the seriousness of the matter, and his face is no longer red, and he recovers his high cold look. At this time, President Yunlan came here. She was not as brainless as Han Mengchen. At the first time, she noticed the heavy injury on Xiao Bingning's shoulder. Bingning, you are so hurt. President Yunlan is a little worried. Xiao Bingning is the trump card of Luyun College, and Xiao Bingning is her primary sister. Yu Qingyu is not willing to see her suffer a lot. She also experienced the third pass assessment of the forbidden area in that year, but with Xiao Bingning's strength, even if she can't pass the pass, she can't be so hard hit. Is there any great change in the forbidden area? President Yunlan said in his heart. In combination with the same signs of the forbidden area's extinction, even Xiao Bingning, whose combat power absolutely exceeds that of Tong Hun, has been severely damaged. It is estimated that the forbidden area has changed dramatically in the past. Hearing this, Xiao Bing nodded and whispered, Sister, I have something urgent to deal with right away. I'll leave with Qin Sheng first and explain to you later. Cloudland looks at Xiao Bingning in amazement, but when she sees Xiao Bingning's serious face, she says, Okay, you go first. Do you want to help? Yunlan finally asked. Xiao Bingning shook his head and said, Qin Sheng is enough. In full view of the public, Qin Sheng left House Han with Xiao Bingning in his arms. Sister Yunlan, how can you let Qin Sheng leave with Bingning in his arms? Han Mengchen asked anxiously. President Yunlan shook his head and said, Go back and say it. Yunlan takes a look at the forbidden area where the rune collapses and the black fog twines. He knows that Zhao Ming will never come out. Finally, Yi Xian, Ting Yan, Han Mengchen, Xiao Bingning Qin Sheng. Cloud Lan announced with a loud voice, finally in Qin Sheng's name. There was a heavy pause, and her eyes were puzzled. After 10 years, the assessment of Forbidden Area, which was restarted again, finally came to an end in the eyes of horror. The assessment hit most of the students. Even Han Mengchen and Xiao Bingning, two proud women of heaven, were seriously injured. In addition, Zhao Ming, a young genius from the Zhao family in Dianqing, was missing. Zhao Ming didn't leave until the forbidden area collapsed. Obviously, in 9 out of 10, he had already fallen into the forbidden area. If the forbidden area has collapsed and been completely destroyed, even if the elder of Zhao family is furious, it is impossible to find Zhao Ming in the forbidden area. Let's go. President Yun Lan glanced at many of the students in the crowd, indifferent. Many onlookers dispersed slowly, and the names of the top 5 in Longqi baptism will also spread to every corner of Luyun College. Even if we look at the whole Dian city, it will cause some heated discussion. In particular, Qin Sheng, who has 4 connections, can even reach the top 5, which is beyond the imagination of countless people. Therefore, Qin Sheng's name will spread all over Dian city at the speed of tornado. Bang! Qin Sheng returns to the villa area of the elite students in the inner courtyard and throws Xiao Bingning on the bed. Xiao Bingning gnaws her teeth and tears the wound on her shoulder and stares at Qin Sheng fiercely. This guy doesn't even know how to be gentle. Qin Sheng didn't look at Xiao Bingning anymore. As soon as he turned his hand, Xiao He and Xiao Mu appeared in front of him. The wood is full of light. Obviously, the primary crystal is enough, while the black one is dim. It's a powerless look. It's obvious that the primary crystal can't be used up badly. Qin Sheng thought about it. He took out hundreds of yuanjing from the Neiji and arranged 2 arrays in the villa. A magic array and a defense array. Qin Sheng not only has a strong body, but also has a strong soul after being quenched by Yan Lingua. Even if there are more than 2 arrays in one breath, they are easy to write, not as laborious as before. After arranging the array, Qin Sheng didn't immediately give Xiao Bingning the seal inside. It's a good study of Xiao He. It's a high-level fighter whose combat power is comparable to that of Meitong Tianjing. Qin Sheng felt like touching a beautiful artwork. There are many sword marks on Xiao He's surface. Some runes are even damaged, but they don't affect its use. It's just that it looks a little uncomfortable. Qin Sheng's soul power is still too weak to repair this black. I said that you can eat Xiao He, too? Qin Sheng studied how to add yuanjing, only to find that Xiao He spent 10,000 yuanjing in fighting for a breath of incense. The skill of casting Xiao He's soul master is too rough. 10,000 yuan crystal can only fight for 1 breath of incense, spicy chicken. Qin Sheng held back his sarcasm and said that if his soul power soared, he would transform Xiao He's rune. By then, not only will his fighting time be increased, but his fighting power will be even stronger. Until midnight, Qin Sheng suddenly felt a chill. Looking back, Xiao Bingning was still lying on his bed, unable to move. Qin Sheng glanced at Xiao Bingning's discontented look and walked slowly. Take off your clothes. Xiao Bingning's face turned red, and she was even more upset. This kid has asked her to take off her clothes for the 2nd time. The first time is to untie the poison of the dead king. This time it is to consolidate the mysterious seal in its body. Qin Sheng looked serious and said quietly, it's not that he hasn't seen it. Hurry up, don't make a fuss. You can treat me as a doctor. Smell speech, summer ice congeals, Feng I1 congeals, eyebrow some dissatisfaction, which have such talk. Under the pressure of inner anger, Xiao Bingning slowly took off his coat, revealing a large white. For a long time, Qin Sheng was full of sweat, and his face was pale, as if his body had been hollowed out. This is the symptom of soul exhaustion. This time, the strength of the 3-eyed ice toad increased too fast, and the seal collapsed badly. If it wasn't for Qin Sheng's secret method of repairing the seal, it would not be possible to consolidate the seal so reproduced. The seal has been consolidated again. Xiao Bingning obviously feels that the cold air in his body recedes at the speed seen by the naked eye, which is very comfortable. You can leave, Qin Sheng said lightly. Xiao Bingning put on her clothes, and her beautiful eyes lingered on Qin Sheng's magical youth, full of shock. Although it's not the first time Qin Sheng has helped her consolidate the seal inside her body, it's still very shocking. It's something that even the soul man can't do. Even though it seems that Qin Sheng's body is hollowed out, if such a magical ability is spread out, let alone the shit of the Northern Qin kingdom, even if it is the royal family of the Dian dynasty, a group of Jiulong holy yards are scrambling to offer Qin Sheng as an ancestor. This boy usually looks like a pig and a tiger, full of bad thoughts, but he's very good. Xiao Bingning secretly said, I misunderstood him twice before. Suddenly, Xiao Bingning thought of the scene that Qin Sheng held him in the magic dragon mining area and the back mountain forbidden area. Suddenly, his beautiful face was red and hot, which spread to the earlobe. Shua. Qin Sheng, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Xiao Bingning, who was red, and asked, what else can I do? Wen Yen, Xiao Bingning stares at Qin Sheng. This guy, is he rushing me away? Xiao Bingning's talent is peerless. However did Qin Sheng treat her like this? As long as she ran out, she would have a bunch of escorts come to kneel and lick her. How could it be like Qin Sheng's waving to her? But Xiao Bingning didn't know that Qin Sheng had integrated the memory of the Emperor of the 10,000 robbers. He had never seen any excellent women of the elder generation of the 10,000 robbers. Even the saint goddess of 9 days and 10 places didn't catch a cold, let alone the daughter of a family of 36 emperors in this remote wasteland. Thank you. Xiao Bingning's heart was shaking, just like a deer lost, bumping and jumping. Even his eyes changed when he looked at Qin Sheng. However, Qin Sheng's soul power was exhausted, and he was in a hurry to restore it. He said with a straight face, you don't have to thank me, you didn't give me a diagnosis. You go back first. I need to practice. The impatience between Qin Sheng's eyebrows became more and more intense, and he saw off the guests directly. Xiao Bingning stamped her foot and left Qin Sheng's villa with a little annoyance. Qin Sheng looked at the shadow of Xiao goddess leaving, confused. Soul seal. Qin Sheng exerts the soul seal to restore the soul power quickly. The soul power expended this time was so outrageous that Qin Sheng did not recover it until about dawn. With the enrichment of soul power, Qin Sheng's spirit recovered to its peak. His eyes were as dazzling as stars, and his blood was strong. The yuan power of his body was no less than that of the ordinary martial artists. It's really dangerous to go to the back mountain forbidden area, Qin Sheng suddenly said in secret. Almost died in it. However, this time the harvest is not so big. First look at the harvest. One of Qin Sheng's biggest gains is a stone and wood talisman whose fighting power is comparable to that of the martial artists in the spirit realm, and a black iron talisman whose fighting power is comparable to that of the martial artists in the heaven realm. In addition, Qin Sheng has a fully mature Yanling fruit. And the biggest harvest, it must be Yinsha corpse. Qin Sheng took the Yinsha corpse out of his arms. It was a golden cocoon, shining with ancient and multiplying runes, and the sound of thunder could be heard. Yinsha's corpse devoured a cause and effect that can't be found in the whole 9 days and 10 places. Qin Sheng was very looking forward to what kind of transformation will happen when Yinsha's corpse comes out of the cocoon. However, today's Yinsha corpse seems to have fallen into a deep sleep. Even Qin Sheng can't know how horrible it will be. And Qin Sheng's original dignity has gained a lot of benefits. First, 2 Tianyuan pills let Qin Sheng get through 2 Tianjie Yuan Mai in a short time, and then he took a Yan Linguo. His body was so strong that he finally refined a wisp of yellow spring fire. Qin Sheng is not sure what level the fire belongs to, but it is definitely in the future. Huangquan fire is really overbearing. As long as it is touched by one thread, it will experience the 5 failures of heaven and man, and the devastation of thousands of years and a long time. You can't defeat the destruction of the river for a long time, and it will eventually turn into a pile of loess. Well, this time, although I almost stepped on the Huangquan road, it's all worth it. At least in the future, there is no need to shrink in Luyun College to avoid the cold revenge, said Qin Sheng. After the disaster, Qin Sheng had to face too many difficulties. Now he finally has a certain self-protection. If he meets the cold again, Qin Sheng has absolute confidence, even if he doesn't use the fire, he can hang it. Suddenly, the magic array and defense array in the villa have fluctuated, shining all around, and the Yuan force is surging. Someone broke in? Qin Sheng's sword eyebrow is picked and his face is slightly coagulated. Who has come so early? If you don't give a notice, you have to rush. The array streamed away, and a fierce wave of Yuan force rushed in outside the villa. Outside the villa, 2 uninvited guests glanced up at the 2 formations in front of him. Their eyes were a little startled, but soon showed some disdain. The first one is an old man with silver hair and frightening tiger eyes. His eyes are cold, his brows are a little grumpy, and his whole body exudes a kind of Yuanli pressure that connects the peak of Soul State. If President Yunlan is here, he can recognize the old man with silver hair. It's Li-Kuan who was swept out of Luyun College by her yesterday. After Li-Kuan, a middle-aged man was wearing a armor with exquisite runes. He was carrying a sharp saber. There were traces of runes on the surface of the blade, but the runes were very dim, which was not a rune of high grade. The middle-aged man's eyebrows are full of pride. From his appearance, he looks a little like Zhao Tsung-Yuan, who nearly killed Qin Sheng in the Malong mining area that day. 2 uninvited guests come with a menace and a chill in their eyes. Obviously, they are not good at coming. At this time, the sky is hazy and the sun is ready to rise. Zhao Tong, a middle-aged man, took a look at the array in the villa. His face was sneering. There was some violence between his eyebrows. He said in a deep voice, "This son can even arrange a magic array?" The array is very reproducible, without any foundation of inheritance, and it is very difficult to arrange. Otherwise, the school will not spend such a multi-crystal, Tian Kai and Debao arrangement to protect the mountain array. In Luyun College, I was so careful to arrange the array. I was guilty of being a thief. Zhao Tong's eyes were cold, and he even swaggered into the villa. As soon as Zhao Tong and Li-Kuan entered the villa, the scenery in the magic array changed dramatically. The smoke is filled and the light is dim. Even the ordinary martial artists in the spirit state may get lost and cannot walk out of the magic array. However, for Zhao Tong and Li-Kuan, the 2 old masters of soul state, their soul power was far superior to that of ordinary martial artists, and soon came out of the magic array. It's just that when the 2 unexpected guests come out of the magic array, the picture changes again. In front of the 2, a wall appeared. The walls are black as if they were made of solid rock and solid as gold. Seeing this, Zhao Tong's face changed, a little surprised on his face, and said, "It's the middle of the array?" Hearing this, Li-Kuan nodded and agreed. A pair of tiger eyes twinkled with envy. "How big is Qin Sheng Kai? How could you arrange such a multiplying array?" Even Li-Kuan spent a lot of energy in arranging this kind of array. It seems that the boy will get a big chance in the forbidden area. Li-Kuan's eyes are shining, and his old face is excited. Zhao Tong gave a cold snort and drew out a light rune sword. It's called Tu Miao. Although it's not a very powerful rune, it has killed many warriors and powerful monsters. A talisman is very precious. It's not something that a cat and a dog can own at will. Even Zhao Tong spent almost 10 years to get such a talisman. Tu Miao's name is powerful and domineering, which is the most proud of Zhao Tong. Yellow-mouthed child, think to have array can be safe and sound? Zhao Tong said with a sneer, look at me breaking through. As soon as the voice came out, Zhao Tong instilled Yuanli, a low-level talisman, and Tu Miao even hummed out a dim talisman light, and a few faint saber chi came out. His momentum suddenly soared to the extreme. Break it for me. Zhao Tong said in a low voice. Tu Miao crossed a rainbow light, the saber air was flowing, and with the power of terror, he fell on the array which turned into a rock. Bang! The low voice sounded, and the whole villa was severely shaken. The saber air wantonly rolled the mat around. The dust was flying, the floor burst, and it was a mess. The defense array is radiant and fluctuates violently. Some metacrystals that maintain the defense array are crushed and exploded. The black wall in front of Zhao Tong and Li Kuan was suddenly broken, showing a ferocious knife mark. Seeing this, Zhao Tong shows two colors of pride. What defensive array? It seems that I'm not good at learning skills. I can break it with a knife. The defensive array fluctuated violently, as if it would burst at any time, but it was soon replenished with light, and the rock wall was reunited. What? Zhao Tong's face was a little ugly. The defensive array that was about to be destroyed was still in normal operation. In the villa, Qin Sheng saw two uninvited guests rush into the battle, through the light curtain, and sneered. If the ordinary defense array is so low, it's estimated that Zhao Tong will blow it with one or two sabers. However, the defense array arranged by Qin Sheng has been improved. How could it be so easy for him to blow it? Zhao Tong's face was not reconciled. He waved the Tu Miao Fudao and cut 3 times in a row. The last one used his most powerful technique. The defense array is full of light, and the Yuan power is in disorder. The Yuan crystal used to increase the array burst a lot, but the wall is still blocked in front of them. Shit. This tortoise shell. Zhao Tong was panting and his face was so gloomy that he could drip water. Li Kun's eyes slightly coagulated, and said lightly, let me come. This low-level defense array is a bit of a doorway. It's hard to break the array by brute force. It's such a big move. If you disturb the little girl Yunlan, today's trip is not so smooth. They broke into Luyun College at night to catch Qin Sheng back and have a good interrogation. If they were known by Yunlan's experts in the sky, it would be difficult to tell Qin Sheng to take them away. Hearing this, Zhao Tong also nodded his head, walked out of the way, and said in a deep voice, then there will be Laoli. Li Kuan nodded. To break this defensive array, in addition to breaking the array by force and violence, there's another point that if you just pull out the eye of this array, then the array will not break itself. Li Kuan said quietly. He has been wandering with Yunlan's grandfather for 100 years. He has seen many arrays and has rich experience. After a burst of incense, Li Kuan finally found the eye of the array. Suddenly, with a wave of sleeves, a powerful Yuan force hanged the past. Chasm. How terrible is Li Kuan's Yuanli strangling power, which immediately breaks the Yuan Jing where the array eye is. Boom. As soon as the array eyes were broken, the rock wall that resisted Zhao Tong's two people's body slowly disappeared, and the scene in the villa was clearly presented in front of them. Yes. Zhao Tong was very happy, and his eyes were a little cruel. It's still Li Lao. If I break through the array violently, I think I will have a lot of time to struggle. Li Kuan stroked his beard, and his eyebrows were somewhat pleased. Now I'm going to get that kid out. Zhao Tong carries Tu Miao Fu Dao, his eyes are cold, and strides into the villa. As the low-level defense array was broken, the light curtain of the monitoring also dissipated, and the dim streamer dissipated, revealing the mess of the villa. This is all Zhao Tong's masterpiece of breaking through the battle. Well, I didn't run away. Zhao Tong walked to Qin Sheng's body with a big swagger and a kind of cruel irony. Qin Sheng's eyebrows were broken. Qin, the two unexpected guests, had a chance to meet each other, but was he not expelled from Luyun College by President Yunlan? How come back? And they are so fierce. It's not like they came to talk about life with Qin Sheng. However, Qin Sheng's strength skyrocketed. Xiaohe and Xiaomu are both in the ring. If he thinks about it, it will explode. What's the escape? Qin Sheng took a look at Zhao Tong, especially at Qin, and said, "Who are you? Why destroy my array?" Zhao Tong sneers coldly, "Qin Sheng, you killed my son first, and it's related to Zhao Ming's disappearance. Come back to Zhao's house, with me, and accept the trial. Otherwise, I'll give up your dantian first and cut off your limbs." Zhao Ming? Hearing this, Qin Sheng's heart was moved. Zhao Mingkai disappeared less than a day ago. The Zhao family even came to find themselves so strongly. Do the Zhao family have any means against the sky to find out that Zhao Ming's death is related to themselves? Zhao Tong's eyes are cold, sharp and powerful. There is no room for Qin Sheng to bargain. Are Zhao's people more and more domineering? Opening one's mouth, he will discard others' dantian and cut off others' limbs. He is so domineering and vicious. Qin Sheng's sword eyebrow congealed, as if hearing the best joke in the world, as if looking at the arrogant Zhao Tong as if he were an idiot. Although I don't know who your son is, it's normal for you to be so arrogant and domineering, and your son to be so short-lived. As soon as Qin Sheng's voice came out, Zhao Tong suddenly wanted to split his canthus. His eyebrows were full of violence. His whole body released a terrible wave of yuan force, which turned out to be an expert in the middle stage of Tonghunjing. Heaven, you died so miserably in the wasteland. I will avenge you today for my father. Boom. Zhao Tong stepped out step by step, and the yuanli of his whole body rushed out like a storm. The black yuanli, like the miasma in the depth of the wasteland, turned into a black palm and beat it hard towards Qin Sheng. Even if he didn't agree with each other, he did it directly, and the means were cruel. He didn't care about Qin Sheng's youth, who was lower than him. Yuan Li's black palm is huge and has a rotten smell. It seems to block out the sky and the sun. It's frightening. There's a strong wind everywhere. It's even faster. It's like the wind and electricity falling on Qin Sheng's head. The power of this palm is far beyond the scope that Tongmeijing can resist. If ordinary Tongmeijing students were scared to piss off, they would cry for their parents. Qin Sheng looked up at the black and corrosive palms that covered the sky. There was no panic from the students in the common pulse environment. There were several excited looks on his face 2 minutes ago. Qin, who was extremely keen, caught the subtle changes in Qin Sheng's face at the first time, but he soon took back his attention to the ants in the vein environment. There is a big difference between Tongmeijing and Tonghunjing. What's more, Zhao Tong has reached the middle stage of Tonghunjing. He has melted the soul of war for a long time. His strength is definitely a little bit more powerful than the common Tonghunjing. Zhao Tong was also very sharp, and seemed to notice the change of Qin Sheng's expression on his face. His eyes were even colder, and his mouth corners pulled out a very cruel arc. It's just the heirs of the depressed family. They killed my son indirectly. It's cheaper for him to die 10,000 times. Zhao Tong sneered. It's said that this son has passed 2 passes in the Forbidden Area assessment. Compared with that, he has won many rich customs clearance rewards. Thinking of this, Zhao Tong's eyes quickly showed 2 colors of greed. Luyun College is famous for its Back Mountain Forbidden Area clearance reward. Even the martial artists who pass through the soul state are very jealous. The Zhao family also heard that Qin Sheng was brilliant in the assessment of the Forbidden Area in the Back Mountain. That was Qin Zhongtian's son, so the Zhao family sent the strong one overnight to take Qin Sheng away directly, then beat him up and strangle him in the cradle. Zhao family only covers the sky in Dian City. From this point, we can see how strong Zhao family is. Are you a competitor's genius? Once it grows up, it may threaten the Zhao family. Okay, then I'll kill the so-called genius in the cradle. Overbearing. Cruel. No way. Over the years, the Zhao family's style of conduct and bloody suppression of many small family geniuses. Especially this time, the Zhao family wanted to kill the son of Qin Sheng, who almost killed the Zhao family. So, Zhao Tongkai is so cruel. Qin Sheng's head is held high, and his black hands, with corrosive breath, face the body. The wind is raging. Qin Sheng's hair is flying and his eyes are burning. All of a sudden, Qin Sheng moved, and he turned to the corrosive black palms suppressed like mountains. The palm of Qin Sheng's hand is covered with bronze, and the surface of the palm is covered with dragon scales. Prison dragon hand. Qin Sheng roared, his muscles tensed, his skin covered with dragon scales. Under the astonished eyes of Zhao Tong and Li Kuan, he had a flash of lightning. Idiot, how can I fight my random attack with my bare hands? Zhao Tongmo's son is more and more cold, as if looking at the behavior of Qin Sheng as an idiot. The fat may shake the tree. Li Kuan also shook his head and whispered. There is a big difference between the two. Qin Sheng should avoid the sharp edge, not hit the stone with an egg. Seeing this, Li Kuan took back his eyes and did not pay attention to it. Obviously, in his opinion, Qin Sheng made such a reckless attack, and the tragic end was doomed. Bang! Qin Sheng faces the black palm like the top of Mount Tai with the rich bronze palm, only feels a little bit of resistance, and then easily runs through the black palm. The black palm with extremely strong corrosion crazily corrodes Qin Sheng's palm, but what he uses is the prison dragon hand, which is also covered with a layer of dragon scale skin. Black air crackled, but Qin Sheng didn't feel any pain at all. Qin Sheng's body has experienced the purification of the yellow spring fire, and there is the quenching body of the burning spirit fruit behind it. Both speed, strength, and defense have skyrocketed. The body has long been able to compete with the warrior in the spirit realm. This corrosive ability may be a little difficult for ordinary low-level martial artists or students who have just been promoted to Tonghunjing. For Qin Sheng, it's not even a fart. Zhao Tongyuan's black hand, which can open mountains and crack rocks, is easily penetrated by Qin Sheng like tofu, and then stirred by force. In the eyes of consternation, it is directly scattered. Zhao Tong's eyes were round and his face was full of unbelievable colors. How can you? Although the black palm is Zhao Tong's free stroke, he has absolute confidence in his own strength. The attack just seemed random, but he was very clear that even the martial artists in the early stage of channeling soul were beaten to a large mouth and coughing up blood, and suffered a lot of internal injuries. However, Qin Sheng broke his hand with his bare hands. How could it be? This is Zhao Tong's first thought. Qin Sheng took a look at Zhao Tong, who was shocked. His eyes were somewhat disdainful, and he said, "How dare you come to my place to be wild with this strength?" Hearing that, Zhao Tong's face is gloomy and hot. How could he stand the insult of being ridiculed by a younger generation? Very upset? Qin Sheng sneers and walks around without fear. I'm upset too, so next, it's my turn. Connect 6 channels. Qin Sheng did not hesitate to activate the 6 channels. A powerful yuan force erupted from Qin Sheng's body. His eyes were as bright as fire and his body was as powerful as a rainbow. His whole body even emitted a yuan force wave that was no less weak than that of Tonghun. The 6 heaven steps are all activated, as if 6 mighty Jiaolong suddenly wake up and set off a wave of yuanli. Qin Sheng's eyes were shining, his whole body was shining, and with inexplicable temperament, he had just changed dramatically. 6 heaven steps and yuan mai. Zhao Tong, like a ghost, screamed loudly and his face was full of shock. That's Tianjie yuan mai. Even Zhao Qingsong, the most gifted genius of the Zhao family, just got through one Tianjie Yuan Mai. In front of Zhao Tong's eyes, Qin Sheng, a waste from a depressed family who has been suppressed by Zhao family for a long time, has changed from one channel to 6 channels, and all 6 channels are heaven-level channels that many people are envious of. This kind of talent, let alone in Dian City, even in the attachment of several more prosperous cities, and even the whole Beichen country is rare. Zhao Tong suddenly thought of his son Zhao Tsongdong, who died in the magic dragon wasteland. He just got through 3 channels, and they were all the lowest level channels. People are more angry than people. Once Zhao Tong was a little proud. He was crushed by Qin Zhongtian's talent. Now his son can crush Qin Sheng in turn. It's just that in the assessment of the division in the Malong mining area, Zhao Tsungyuan was poisoned by the scorpion-tailed tiger, and just met the tide of beasts. He died young. It's this time of the day. I'm cruel and cruel. I'll poison the sky, or I'll escape the tide of beasts. Zhao Tong actually attributed the reason why Zhao Tsongdong died to Qin Sheng. His eyes flashed a tinge of resentment and he said to himself, what about genius? I will cut you today and strangle you in the cradle. Li Kuan also felt the wave of Yuan power, which was no less than that of the common soul state. A pair of tiger eyes flashed a shocking light, with a dull old face and 6 heaven-level Yuan veins. In the history of Luyun University, there are few talents who can get through the 6 levels of heaven. The name of Qin Zhongtian suddenly appears in Li Kuan's mind. Qin Zhongtian's excellent appearance is just a genius. Unexpectedly, his son is so powerful. All of a sudden, Li Kuan looked at Qin Sheng in a different way, and suddenly he had an illusion in his mind. After he was driven out of Luyun College by Yunlan, is it a wrong choice to be so close to Zhao's family? Li Kuan even has a feeling that if Qin Sheng does not die today, the Qin family will definitely rise because of this son. Even Li Kuan had an impulse to draw a clear line with the Zhao family. However, Li Kuan is also a strong man who has seen the big scenes. After all, he is a master who can understand life in half a step. He forces the impulse in his heart and has some pity in his eyes. Even if his talent is no higher, Zhao family can't let Qin Sheng see the sun tomorrow. Qin Sheng was not compassionate enough. Before his wings were full, he wanted to fly high and the eagle hit the sky. Li Kuan secretly shook his head. The reality is cruel and bloody. Qin Sheng is doomed to die tonight. Zhao Tong and Li Kuan, each with a ghost in their arms, look at each other and make a decision. Old Li, you help me protect the Dharma. I cut off this son and left quickly. Zhao Tong preached. Zhao Tong was not afraid of Qin Sheng, but worried about the Yuan power fluctuation that would break out in the future, causing other experts of Luyun College to come and obstruct him, especially Yunlan, who is a powerful man in the sky. Hearing this, Li Kuan also nodded his head. If 2 people are in the same boat, they must share the same spirit. Qin Sheng's eyes were so bright that he could feel the killing intention of the 2. Especially Zhao Tong, who wanted to kill himself, seemed to have been written between his eyebrows. Qin Sheng pulled up a joking arc from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were cold and his soul seal was moving silently. The soul seal is forming a sea of Yuanli in its body. Boy, I have to admire your talent. Zhao Tong slowly approached Qin Sheng and said, I think you are also a genius. It's better to go to Zhao's house than bury yourself in Qin's house. I guarantee that your position in the Zhao family is absolutely not low, and you get a lot of resources. Hearing this, Qin Sheng looked indifferent and said, you Zhao girls don't even have the qualification to be my maid. Qin Sheng is the successor of the Qin family. In the future, he will inherit the position of the head of the Qin family. If he enters the Zhao family, what do other people think of the Qin family in Dian City? It's estimated that his grandfather will be spitting blood because of Qin Sheng's anger. Zhao Tong's face was cold, and his eyes flashed a trace of murderous intention. He just made the final paralysis, luring Qin Sheng. If he agreed, it would be best. If he didn't, he would hurt the killer directly and wipe it out. Now Qin Sheng refuses to ask for a job. Zhao Tong is more happy because his son was killed by Qin Sheng indirectly. Then you will die. Zhao Tong suddenly burst up, jumped up high, and the sword in his hand flashed brightly. The light of the thin rune appeared, cutting his head to Qin Sheng. The sudden change of face, if the ordinary low-level martial artist in Tong Mai, is expected to be scared directly, but Qin Sheng's face is calm, and there is no accident or panic between his eyebrows. Zhao Tong felt something was wrong, as if Qin Sheng had been in ambush for a long time, waiting for him to do something. But the fu dao has been waved like an arrow out of the line, and it can no longer be retracted. Let's go. It's a bit cold on Huangquan Road, but your Qin family will soon be annihilated, and your grandfather will soon catch up. Zhao Tong's voice is quiet and cold, and his killing intention is awe-inspiring. Qin Sheng raised his head, grinned, raised his palm, and said, "Flaming snake." Under the influence of the spirit seal, the powerful Yuan force burst out from Qin Sheng's Tian Lingai. In an instant, it agglomerated into a long, burning snake. Zhao Tong's face was frightened. He looked down at the huge flame snake like a monster. The Yuanli wave that made him scared. The heat wave that came on his face lit his eyebrows. Tianjia martial arts. Zhao Tong's face is white, and he is shocked. The low-level martial arts of Tong Mai, which is harmless to human beings and animals, can exert a Tianjia martial arts? That's Tianjia martial arts. It's very precious. Even if he has a Tianjia martial arts, it's hard to understand. The power of Tianjia martial arts is too terrifying, and the Yuan power of Tong Mai cannot be separated from the body, and it is impossible to succeed in cultivation. However, everything in front of him cracked Zhao Tong's face. Ordinary people seem impossible, Qin Sheng did it, and the power of this explosive snake skill is more powerful than before. Go. Qin Sheng's face was cold. He pointed to Zhao Tong, who was coming from the subduction. He lit the burning snake. In an instant, he was like a dragon going out of the cave. It was as fast as lightning. Zhao Tong's face changed a lot, but now it's too late to dodge. He was so cruel that his attention was focused on Fu Dao. The light of Fu Wen became more dazzling and fell on the burning snake like a trapped dragon rising to the sky. Idiot! Qin Sheng sneered and his face showed a joking expression. When the fu dao was about to kill the flaming snake, Qin Sheng's indifferent voice came from the void, "Explode." Originally, the burning snake, like a trapped dragon rising to the sky, had a violent vibration, and then in Zhao Tong's astonished eyes, it expanded several times. The flaming snake bursts, and the fierce Yuan force rolls around like a terrible space storm. Nima! Zhao Tong swears, but in an instant, he is drowned by the hot fire, which turns into a shadow and crashes into the ground. Click! The extremely hot heat wave makes the floor burst, and Zhao Tong is in the center of the explosion, bearing the power of terror, unexpectedly bumped into a human-shaped deep pit on the ground, fell a shit, 4 feet to the sky. Kiki! After a few breaths, Zhao Tong crawled out of the deep pit of the human shape. His body was burned black, his hair was messy, his clothes were burnt, and he was in a mess. Qin Sheng, I will kill you. Zhao Tong's blood is rolling, his hair is flying, his eyes are twinkling with violence. He is a master of soul state, and he has melted the soul of war. He is so humiliated by a low-level warrior who knows the soul state. If it's spread out, Zhao Tongzhen is going to find a mouse hole and drill it in. Zhao Tong's eyes were red, and his heart was shocked and angry. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to be so powerful. His Yuan power was no less powerful than that of the ordinary soul state martial artist. What shocked him most was that he was able to use the Tianjia martial arts that he couldn't even master. This son, far more terrible than the Qin Sheng 20 years ago. Zhao Tong suddenly had an illusion. Think of here, Zhao Tong's killing intention between eyebrows is more and more strong. 20 years ago, Qin Sheng oppressed the Zhao family so much that he couldn't get along in Dian City and went to other places. Fortunately, Qin Sheng disappeared suddenly, which gave Zhao family a chance to breathe and prepare to unify Dian City. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng jumped out of such a city. All this happened too fast, as if it was between the lightning and flint. Li Kuan in the distance was also shocked by Qin Sheng. Even he could only master one of the martial arts of Tianjia, and he was just barely getting started. From the perspective of the power just now, the explosive snake skill controlled by Qin Sheng is definitely not just a beginner. It's estimated that it has achieved a little success. What a terrible talent. It's just a wonder. One day, it will be able to enter the holy palace of Kowloon, as if rising like stars. Qin Sheng didn't seem to feel the shocked eyes of Zhao Tong and Li Kuan. There was a little dissatisfaction between his eyebrows, and he murmured, "Ah, almost a trace." He didn't blast him seriously. Hearing this, Zhao Tong and Li Kuan turned red, especially Zhao Tong's face was red as if he had eaten a fly. "You can't kill me." Qin Sheng cast his eyes on Zhao Tong, whose face was red. He flashed some disdain, pointed to Li Kuan next door, and said, "Old man, would you like to try it?" Qin Sheng Yan is astonishing. Even Li Kuan, who is used to seeing the scene, is so angry that his face turns red. Li Kuan is a martial artist who is half a step to the sky. Even if he looks at the whole Dian City, he is also a famous expert. He was even provoked by Qin Sheng, a low-level martial artist. He is really impatient. "Young man, you are so arrogant. I don't know the height of the earth." Li Kuan looked at Qin Sheng coldly and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Qin Sheng shakes his head and takes a look at Li Kuan and Zhao Tong. They are not good at killing each other. Recently, he has made some breakthroughs and just used them to practice and try his limits. Of course, Qin Sheng can't be such an idiot without any defense. If Li Kuan's strength is far beyond Qin Sheng's bottom line, he will directly throw out Xiaohei's small wood and attack together. If it's heaven and earth, I'll know if I try. Qin Sheng's eyes fell on Li Kuan in the distance and said lightly that there was not much fear in his words. Zhao's face was muddy and his whole body was almost coughing up blood. His whole body was throbbing with yuanli. He had never tried to eat so shriveled. There were several masters in this state of mind who were ignored by the lower generation. What can't be tolerated? Yellow-mouthed child, take life. Zhao Tong roared, the sword in his hand gave out a clanging light, and the sword chi was released. At this time a sound of breaking through the sky at a high speed came, accompanied by a threat of terror. Zhao Tong and Li Kuan looked back at the high altitude in the distance, especially Li Kuan. When he feels the familiar breath, his face suddenly changes. Phew. It's too late for the two to hurt the killer. A flash of light has come to the two. Yunlan is dressed in a white dress, which is better than snow. It gives off a horrible yuanli atmosphere. She glanced down at Li Kuan's two people, and two cold spots burst out in her eyes. She shouted, Li Kuan, do you dare to bring people to Luyun College to be wild? Yunlan is very angry, white clothes and skirts outline an attractive curve, which makes people look sideways. The terror and pressure of the whole sky are sweeping over Li Kuan and Zhao Tong. Even Li Kuan, who is a master of half-step through the sky, has a terrible face. Zhao Tong feels as if he has a mountain on his chest and his whole body is working. This is the gap between Tongshenjing and Tonghenjing. The gap between the two is even greater than that between Tongmeijing and Tonghenjing. Li Kuan's face could not help being ugly when he was scolded by Yunlan. Dean Yunlan, Zhao Ming of our family, died in the forbidden area of Luyun College. Do you want to give me a statement? Zhao Tong took a deep breath, and finally, the Yuanli of the whole body was able to operate, and asked, qualitatively. Are you from the Zhao family? Cloud haze willow eyebrow a bad, pretty face slightly a condensation. Zhao's family only covers the sky in Dian City, and its strength is huge. Zhao Ming is a genius of the middle-aged and young generation of Zhao's family. Now he died in Luyun College. Zhao's family is bound to make trouble, but they didn't expect to come so fast. You Zhao family want to talk about it. Come to find me Yunlan. Cloud Lan said quietly, what is it to harass other students? What I mean is that you two old soul communicating guys should bully the little soul communicating kid of Luyun College. Do you want to face? Zhao Tong naturally understood President Yunlan's words, with a sneer on his face, pointed to Qin Sheng, and said, this son is cruel and ruthless. He beat my son Zhao Tsongyuan when he was in the division test in the Malong mining area. The patriarch doubted that Zhao Ming's death had much to do with this son. Zhao Tong did not have the slightest fear, said, I hope that President Yunlan will not stop me. I will take this son back to the family for trial. Zhao Tong's voice just fell. Cloud haze immediately faced like frost, from the sky down, said, you come to my Luyun College to arrest people back to Zhao's home for interrogation? Joke, do you think my Luyun College is the back garden of your home? Cloud haze breath is cold, clothing hunting sound, gradually strong pressure. Zhao Tong continued, as if he had not heard President Yunlan's words, the president misunderstood. As long as this son is innocent, our family will not wrongly treat the good people and guarantee that this son will be sent back safely. Yunlan's director sneered, innocent and not innocent, and it wasn't for you to have the final say. She also knew Zhao Zhao's family's grievances. This Zhao was nothing but the fear of the rise of Qin Sheng. It threatened the future of Zhao in the city of Great Yin. If it's normal, Yunlan can open and close with one eye, but Qin Sheng's strength and potential are definitely in the forefront of Luyun College. Even if Qin Sheng doesn't have so-called potential and strength, it's impossible for her Yunlan to let her students take away at will. If it's spread out, who dares to come to Luyun College? The reputation stinks. At that time, even if it is safe to pass the college test at the end of the month, Luyun College will not be able to do it. This is definitely not a scene that President Yunlan would like to see. Think of here, Cloud Lan heart is more firm, say definitely, no. The assessment of House Han Forbidden Area is inherently life-threatening. I'm very sad that Zhao Ming died in it, but you Zhao family can't use this as a pretext to take Qin Sheng away. You have no evidence to prove that Qin Sheng is the murderer who killed Zhao Ming, said President Yunlan. Zhao Tong's face was displeased, and the Ying voice test replied, let me take people back. Naturally, there is a way in the family to prove whether this son is the murderer or not. Boy, I advise you to come with me if you are wise. If it proves that you are innocent, I promise you will get the friendship of our Zhao family. No one can shake our Zhao family's position in Dian City. Our friendship is not so easy to get. As a man, we should judge the situation, and those who know the current affairs are heroes. We should cherish the opportunity to hold our thighs. After this village, there is no such shop, you know. There was Yunlan, a powerful man in the sky, and Zhao Tong wanted to forcibly take Qin Sheng away. It was impossible. The only way was to fool the young man with 2 points of childishness on his face. Maybe, bluff, seduce, and get hooked. Think of here, Zhao Tong's mouth angle can't help but pull up a delicate arc, a cold on flashes between the eyes. If the hook, to the Zhao family waiting for Qin Sheng will be extremely miserable. Qin Sheng looked at Zhao Tong with astonishment, and his face was shocked. When Zhao Tong saw it, he thought there was a play, and sighed, to be honest, the magic dragon wasteland is recovering, which has attracted many powerful forces and a group of peerless talents. Even the prince will come. If you can prove your innocence, you may be able to see the prince. If you are favored, your Qin family will naturally prosper. Zhao Tong's big talk about dragon flying and phoenix dancing. Lu Mei, the president of Yunnan, had a bad look on his pretty face. Zhao Tong boasted so much that he was ill at heart. Qin Sheng was so young that he might be fooled to leave with Zhao Tong. If Qin Sheng takes the initiative to leave the college, she can't stop Yunnan. When Yunnan is ready to speak to remind Qin Sheng. Ha 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 ha. Qin Sheng seemed to hear the best jokes in the world, and he even had convulsions. Zhao Tong's face was horizontal, with some doubts in his eyes. He asked in a deep voice, "What are you laughing at?" After several interest rates, Qin Sheng returned to normal. His face was a little ironic, and he refused, "I'm sorry, I don't have much interest in mosquito legs." The air was quiet, Zhao Tong was stunned, and then his face was angry. Pooh, 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 pooh. Zhao family, when have you been so humiliated? Apart from 20 years ago, Qin Sheng was not missing at that time. 20 years later, it was Qin Sheng's turn to humiliate the Zhao family. You want to die? Zhao Tong's face was angry, and his voice was angry. He shouted at Yunnan, "You see, my dean, this son speaks rudely and publicly humiliates Zhao's family. Even if he is not the murderer of Zhao Ming, I will bring him back to the family for punishment." I'm not wrong. Your Zhao family is really like a disgusting mosquito. You suck blood from every small family from time to time. After you suck it, you still hum and play the devil. Sometimes you really want to die with a slap. Then it's clean. Qin Sheng said coldly, not caring about the so-called Zhao family. Originally, the Zhao family wanted to kill him. In this case, Qin Sheng had to worry about so much. 10,000 steps back, even if Qin Sheng obediently returns to Zhao's home with Zhao Tong, accepts the interrogation, even kneels down to beg for mercy, waiting for Qin Sheng's will only be more miserable. Qin Sheng has inherited the memory of the emperor. How rich his life experience is. He thought carefully that he could break Zhao Tong at a glance. Dean Yunlan, you heard that this son is ambitious. He said from his mouth that he would slap my Zhao family to death. Zhao Tong said in a deep voice that he was not sure that Qin Sheng was the murderer, but just in the contact battle, he knew the strength of this son, which was far from simple on the surface. President Yunlan didn't make a sound and gave Qin Sheng a look. He didn't know how to restrain. The Zhao family's influence in Dian City is too huge. Even she didn't dare to annoy Zhao family casually. Qin Sheng is good, domineering and rude. President Yunlan hurried here. Without careful attention, Qin Sheng just had a fight with Zhao Tong, completely tearing his face. Yunlan let Qin Sheng go. Suddenly, Li Kuan also said, I guarantee that he will come back to the college on time to take the college test. Also safe back to participate in the hospital test. Cheat 3-year-old children can, how can cheat to Cloud Lan? No way. Yunlan still shakes her head and refuses. Even Qin Sheng was a little surprised to see President Yunlan. Unexpectedly, the new president was so principled. If he said no, he would not. Even though it seems that Qin Sheng and the giant Zhao family are not at the same level. Think of here, Qin Sheng look at Cloud Lan's eyes are also soft a lot. It can be seen that Zhao Tong and Li Kuan are both gloomy enough to drip water, especially Zhao Tong, who seems to have reached an intolerable situation. President Yunlan should think about it clearly. If you don't make friends, Qin, the successor of our family, won't be able to participate in the trial for your hospital. Zhao Tong, who was impatient for a long time, even threatened Yunlan. I don't think Qin would like to fight with a suspected murderer who killed his brother of the same clan. Cloud Landine Feng I a coagulate, that does not contain a trace of impurities on the pretty face quickly show a sharp color, the quality asked, you are threatening me? At the same time, Zhao Tong's look changed greatly because of the terror of the powerful in Tong Tian. Although Zhao Tong felt the terrifying pressure like a mountain, and his chest was a little dull, when he thought of Qin Sheng's talent and potential for terror, his face showed a little grumpiness, and he bit his teeth fiercely, and said in a deep voice, is it a threat? The president can understand it alone? Dissatisfied with you, Qin has melted the soul of war, and is still a 3-grained soul of war. He is closing up his family. Qin recently broke through to the early stage of soul communication. He was able to melt the soul of war so fast. He was also a 3-striped soul of war. At such a speed, he soared like a rocket. Even President Yunlan was deeply shocked. A battle spirit with 3 stripes, but it's very difficult to melt. Zhao Tong added, if you make friends, Qin will definitely try his best to keep Luyun College at the end of the month. If you don't make friends with others, I'm sorry. Qin will quit Luyun College and join Lingyun College directly. It's hard to say when you get your college test results. Zhao Tong's words, like a sharp dagger, stabbed into the heart of President Yunlan. Obviously, Qin Sheng and Qin are both direct. President Yunlan needs to make a choice and choose one of them. All of a sudden, President Yunlan smiled, just a little cold in his smile. Qin can drop out of school, but if he dares to join Lingyun College, he seems to have 5 channels of cultivation when he comes in. President Yunlan said indifferently, a cold light appeared in the eyes of the phoenix, then I will take back his cultivation, until 5 channels are connected. President Yunlan's voice was not loud, but the people in the room obviously felt his cold and piercing chill. Zhao Tong's face also changed greatly. Unexpectedly, Yunlan, the new official in office, was so difficult to deal with. Especially, the threat of terror Yuan force released by her, made him even more frightened. This is a real man with a strong sky boundary. The whole Dian city can count by one palm. Even Li Kuan around Zhao Tong is only a man with a half-step sky boundary. There is still a long way to go from the epicenter of the earthquake to the sky boundary. At the beginning, I knew that Qin was a white-eyed wolf. Do you Zhao's people look so ugly? At this time, Qin Sheng jumped out and sneered, your dead son used the demon eggs of scorpion-tailed tiger to slander me that day. I'll repay the good for the evil and help him detoxify. In turn, you buckle my big hat and say I killed him? Humph, fart. Seeing your son in the eye, you think it's short-lived. Can I blame it? Qin Sheng said that he was more angry. Suddenly, he burst out and killed Zhao Tong. Shua. Qin Sheng's Yuan power broke out all over his body, sending out a wave of Yuan power that was no less than that of the ordinary martial arts in the spirit realm. He stamped his feet hard, with great power, and directly stepped on the floor, and went to Zhao Tong, who was stunned on the face. The sudden change, even President Yunlan is also scared. Qin Sheng's brain was kicked by the donkey? This is the first feeling of President Yunlan. Are you used to waves in Luyun College and dare to attack Zhao Tong? Zhao Tong is a master in the middle stage of Tonghunjing. He smelt a soul of war. His strength should not be underestimated. Qin Sheng, stop. Yunlan's rapid voice transmission stopped Qin Sheng from doing stupid things. Take the initiative to compare yourself to a higher level of martial arts, unconsciously beat the stone with an egg, put moths to the fire, and kill yourself. Zhao Tong was also stunned, and soon showed a look of excitement. He was awestruck. If you don't leave the real heaven, you just want to enter the hell without a door. Originally, President Yunnan was here. If Zhao Tong had any terrible ability, he would not hurt Qin Sheng. But now Qin Sheng suddenly took the initiative to send his head to Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong's eagle eyes twinkled with excitement, and he held the rune knife in his hand to welcome and kill him. Zhao Tong held up the Fudao high, shining a dazzling light, and a continuous stream of knives that could open mountains and split rocks rose to the sky. Go with my son on the Yellow Spring Road. Zhao Tong gave a grim smile, didn't he? His eyebrows were full of violence. He wanted to split his canthus, and roared, black tide wave folding knife. This is an opportunity between lightning and flint. Zhao Tong even directly uses one of the most terrifying ground-level sabers of his attack power. Is as like as two peas and sword. Basic blade method, human blade method, earth blade method, and heaven blade method. Zhao Tong is good at using a knife. He understands a medium-class knife technique of the earth level, the black tide wave folding knife. This is a very powerful knife technique, just like the black tide wave, which is rolled over again and again. The power contained in it is frightening. Even the martial artists in the middle stage of soul state can't be blocked hard, because the black tide wave folding knife has 81 weights, each of which can cut a knife like lightning. If you can cultivate to the peak, you can cut 91 at a moment. Just like the waves, the power of an overlapping wave is more and more terrifying. Quantitative change will cause qualitative change. Even if there is no middle knife, it will be killed by the hard blast. Zhao Tong, stop. President Yunlan's rapid transmission of sound, the yuan power of the whole body burst out, towards Zhao Tong and shot away, trying to prevent Zhao Tong from taking the opportunity to kill Qin Sheng. Just an old figure stood in front of President Yunlan. He looked at the beautiful shadow and said, that's the resentment of Zhao and Qin family. Let them solve it. Don't interfere with it. Cloud haze a pair of phoenix eyes stare, Li Kuan one eye, deep voice Wei, get out. Li Kuan smiled coldly. He didn't stay in Luyun College. He became the guest of Zhao family. It was the same boat as Zhao family. It was the best time to kill Qin Sheng, a talented guy who made Zhao family feel frightened. Even if the risk of being seriously damaged is too much, Li Kuan will block the rescue of President Yunlan. Li Kuan Yuan's strength surged and gathered into a black shield. On the surface of the shield there was a faint flow of light of runes, which was obviously a rare defensive type of rune. With this talisman, Li Kuan's heart is full of qi. Although Li Kuan's strength is only half a step to the sky, it's easy for him to resist President Yunlan for a moment with this defensive talisman. Sure enough, when President Yunlan saw the defensive talisman in Li Kuan's hand, the look on his pretty face suddenly regained. It's too bad to catch up. The cloud haze phoenix eyes glanced at the distance. In the dark night, the knife light was so dazzling and bright, faintly sending out the place where the horror knife light passed, unexpectedly bringing up a turbulent black wave, rolling one wave after another, the overwhelming roll mat to Qin Sheng. Even though there is not a bit of Dao meaning in the Dao Qi, ordinary martial artists in Tongmai will be stunned by such a horrible Dao, unable to move, and can only wait to be killed. Qin Sheng looked up at the blazing light like thunder, and his childish face was not panicked as Zhao Tong expected. Instead, he had two more strong feelings of war. Prison dragon hand. Qin Sheng roared, his hands flashed a bronze color, and there was a flicker of dragon scales on the surface, which was even more fierce than before. If Qin Sheng breaks through the third level of the body refining, the dragon scales on his skin will turn into some light, mysterious runes. At that time, Qin Sheng's body will be strengthened again. No matter the speed of strength or the ability of reaction, it is far beyond the ordinary soul state warrior. In the eyes of several shocks, the prisoner dragon hand, shining in bronze, grasps and greets the rune sword like thunder and rage. President Yunlan's delicate body trembled, and her delicate pretty face turned white and closed her eyes. How could you take your flesh and blood to attack the Fu and Dao? Moreover, Zhao Tong has used the earth-level saber technique, black tide wave folding saber, this time. Even the martial artists who pass the soul state will die with one saber. There is no possibility of survival. What's more, only Qin Sheng, who has 6 channels. President Yunlan shakes her head secretly. At first, she still has a miracle fantasy about Qin Sheng. Now, with his death, it disappears. Clang! Qin Sheng's captive dragon hand grabbed the talisman blade like a raging wave. The sharp blade fell on Qin Sheng's wrist wantonly, and then turned into a naked eye to see the shock wave, rolling the mat around. For a moment, the saber air filled, the slate was broken like tofu, and a big dust was raised. After a few breaths, the dust cleared away, and President Yunlan and Li Qin, who were watching, cast their eyes on the place where the fierce battle had just begun. Not dead? Li Qin's tiger eyes almost glared out. His face was unbelievable. How could this happen? A scene of consternation appeared on the pupils of President Yunlan. His mouth was open as if he could put a fist into it, and his body seemed petrified. Qin Sheng's shining bronze hand, like a dragon's claw, seized the talisman knife, and the sword spirit was killed in his bronze hand, triggering a large number of sparks to land. But Qin Sheng's hand is like a pair of pliers, without any damage, just a shallow white mark. Zhao Tong's face is petrified and completely covered. His brain is short-circuited, and he looks at Qin Sheng like a ghost. Just now, he has collided with Qin Sheng with the black giant palm which was transformed by Yuan Li. Yuan Li's giant palm is broken. But this time it's a rune Dao. It's extremely sharp. It can cut iron like mud. It can open mountains and crack rocks. Moreover, Zhao Tong has also used one of his most proud sword techniques. Black tide wave folding knife. Although he didn't make every effort to exert the 9 overlapping waves, he had just used the 3 overlapping waves and was so easily controlled by Qin Sheng. Even in the late stage of soul state, it is not as easy as Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng looks at Zhao Tong, who is petrified. His wrist hurts a little. Moreover, under the contact of the so-called black tide wave folding knife, it really seems that there is a tide force that ordinary martial artists can't contend with, which is transmitted to Qin Sheng's 4 limbs through their arms. There are 3 times of this kind of tidal impact, one after the other. If Qin Sheng is an ordinary low-level warrior in Tongmai area, just the 3 waves impact, all the viscera will be shattered, and there is no life. This saber technique is a little interesting. If you practice it to the extreme, you can really crush the high-level warriors through these tides. Pa! Suddenly, Qin Sheng flashed out another hand like lightning, which was also covered with bronze palm, flashing a dragon scale pattern, as if the dragon went out to sea, fierce and swift, mercilessly drawing on Zhao Tong's face. A force of terror broke out completely, and there was a close contact with Zhao Tong's face. Zhao Tong immediately, as if a shell, heavy impact fell on the villa wall, a huge crater. Suddenly the air was dead, especially in Li Qin. The eyes of a pair of tigers were falling down. It was Zhao Tong who was just slapped away? Li Qin's face twitched fiercely for a few times. It looked like dirt. Meimo, president of Yunlan, was also shocked. Her surprise was so great that she was worthy of being a genius who could defeat Han Mengchen and pass the 3rd pass of the forbidden area in the back mountain. Last night, President Yunlan talked with Xia Bingming all night, only to know that the 3rd pass of the forbidden area is so precipitous. Of course, Xia Bingming didn't reveal the taboo of the other shore flower. At the beginning, Yunlan didn't believe it. The 3rd pass of the forbidden area was Qin Sheng as the main force, who just barely passed or came back. Now Yunlan has fully believed in it. He takes the rune knife with his bare hands and slaps the warrior in the middle of Tonghunjing like a fly with a backhand. This kind of thing that shocked countless people, only in Tianjiao more like a dog, the genius of the great fire emperor will barely appear. All of a sudden, Yunlan seems to be unable to see through this sun. From the first day of fighting with Lin Jun's tutor, she can't see through Qin Sheng. All the way, what Qin Sheng did was really shocking. Other people would never believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Kiki. At this time, Zhao Tong finally rushed out of the pit. His face was swollen, his teeth were broken, his teeth were bared, and his brow was full of violence. Zhao Tong is covered with mud, just like a beggar, dirty. This is the second time he has climbed out of the pit. Who can't bear it? Zhao Tong has been humiliated by a mole ant in Tongmai twice in a row. Zhao Tong gnashed his teeth, his face was swollen, and he talked with a leak, which was very funny. Looking at Qin Sheng, Zhao Tong dare not act rashly for a while. He doesn't want to climb out of the pit for the third time. He was shocked and angry. After all, he was also the elder of Zhao family who had seen big scenes. Without being beaten, he immediately became fat and killed him recklessly. Qin Sheng, you dare to hit me in the face. That's the same as hitting the Zhao family in Dianqing. Have you ever thought about the consequences? Zhao Tong is a little counseled. He can't help it. Qin Sheng is mysterious. He has been drawn twice in a row. Why don't you try pulling Zhao's tiger skin to scare him? Have you ever thought about whether your Qin family can bear the anger of my Zhao family? I don't know if Zhao Tong's brain was damaged by Qin Sheng. At this time, he was so arrogant. It seems that Zhao family has no rivals in Dian City these years. They are used to being arrogant and domineering. They can't change it for a while. Smell speech, Qin Sheng sneers, Wei, you are hit by me face, the cheek is thick again many, say this kind of words all do not take blush? Which onion is your Zhao family? The childishness on Qin Sheng's face finally disappeared. Instead, it was a look of infinite self-confidence approaching Zhao Tong. Since the disappearance of Qin Zhongtian, the Qin family has been in a state of decline. They have been suppressed by the Zhao family. Now Qin Sheng finally has the strength to resist. How can he compromise? Back 10,000 steps General, even Qin Sheng kneels to beg for mercy, with Zhao's temper, how can he accommodate Qin Sheng, who is increasingly full-fledged? Zhao's family is so domineering and powerful. Tonight, they sneak into Luyun College directly. If they want to bring themselves back to torture, they are probably extorting the reward of passing the customs in the forbidden area, and the chance of rising suddenly like stars recently. The Zhao family is so ambitious and ruthless. Once Qin Sheng refuses to give in, the Zhao family will step forward, trample on your chest and rob the Qin family's industry. Moreover, Qin Sheng has already pulled Zhao Tong's face, and it's no longer meaningful to make a grievance for saving, so he should fight thoroughly. What do you want to do? Zhao Tong snapped, pressing some of his fears. Qin Shengjian stared at Zhao Tong and sneered, people don't talk much, I don't want to lie, I want to break your face now. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Sheng took an arrow step, and the Yuan force around him burst out in an instant. The hot Yuan force came out like a strong wind. The soul seal in the void condensed. Within a breath, a flaming snake lit the hot flame, stood proudly in front of Zhao Tong. Exploding snake skill. That's Tianjia martial arts. Qin Sheng even put it out in such a short time. It's almost the same as Yunnan Stanfa. The hot snake rolled up a heat wave and rolled the mat around. Zhao Tong's face twitched and his eyes shook again. God, what kind of monsters are I facing? The body is so strong and the martial arts are so powerful. Zhao Tong had some impulse to escape, but the impulse existed for a second, and then disappeared. Escape? He is the elder of the Zhao family, representing the whole Zhao family. If it's spread out, he is afraid of the Qin family's low-level martial arts in Tongmai, and the Zhao family's face is lost by him. Therefore, Zhao Tong is absolutely impossible to escape. In this case, Zhao Tong's eyes suddenly sharpened. He grasped the fudao in his hand and took a deep breath. The scalding yuanli poured madly into the fudao, and the fuan on the edge of the sword gave out unprecedented dazzling light. 9 waves. Zhao Tonggao leaps up like a white tiger with a rainbow-like momentum. The sword trembles wildly. The sharp and incomparable sword chi rises, and a wave of black waves appear. Voila! Fu Dao cuts through, and there is even a wave of sound coming, which is very clear. Die! Zhao Tong's face is ferocious, his blue tendons are exposed, and his eyebrows are full of murderous intentions. See, Qin Sheng locked in the Fu Dao that came like a tsunami. His eyes were slightly coagulated. It was just a triple wave, but this time it was a triple wave. Its power increased 3 times in a flash. It's worthy of being the earth-level saber technique. Once cultivated to the extreme, its power is different. However, even so, Qin Sheng's face didn't have any intention of shrinking. His hands quickly protruded, as if the 2 dragons were at sea. The blue glare was very rich. Prison dragon hand. Qin Sheng roared at the same time. His hands clawed at the fudao. Bang! In the way. Qi of the sword swept away. Qin Sheng's face sank. He was worthy of the fudao. It was extremely sharp. He even made a blood mark in his hands, but he did not see the bone. The injury was not serious. The black tide wave folding knife is not famous for its blade. The key is the power of the terrifying tide dark power. Qin Sheng seemed to be in the boundless sea, heavy waves broke out in his 4 limbs. Bang! 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 There were 9 waves in total. Qin Sheng felt that all his organs were tumbling and shifting. He felt the burning pain, and a mouthful of blood would be ejected from his throat. Qin Sheng suffered from internal injury and was pale. At last, he forced himself to bear the blood. It's worthy of being a ground-level saber technique. Zhao Tong is proud of his ability to cultivate Jiakonglang, because even the martial artists in the later stage of Tonghunjing will suffer a lot. Qin Sheng's hands were only scratched with blood and suffered a little internal injury. He didn't hurt his muscles and bones at all. After Zhao Tong used the 9 waves of the black tide wave blade, his whole body was dry, his head was sweating, his chest was heaving, and he was breathing heavily. Not dead yet? Zhao Tong is petrified again. He looks at Qin Sheng incredulously. The mouth of the tiger holding the talisman's knife is cracked. You can imagine how terrible the power is. Moreover, Jiakonglang is his limit. Once upon a time, relying on Jiakonglang, he hit a loose cultivator in the later stage of Tonghunjing. Zhao Tong stared at Qin Sheng and found that Qin Sheng was not seriously injured except for his pale face, and his hands were scratched with a bloodstain that was not deep at all. Too late to be shocked, Zhao Tong's pupils suddenly contracted, because he saw a blue shadow whipping. Zhao Tong tried his best to avoid, but the light and shadow were too fast. He just slanted his head a little and fell on his face. When the light and shadow approached, Zhao Tong finally saw what it was. Zhao Tong was cold all over. That was Qin Sheng's palm. The power of terror broke out again. Zhao Tong, like a broken kite, flew backward and fell into a deep pit for the 3rd time. President Yunlan and Li Kuan, who are far concerned, are shocked again and stare at Qin Sheng inconceivably. My God, this is still human, where is this evil? Is the ancient great god reborn? Too fierce, too violent, one after another Zhao Tong like a fly. That is the elder of Zhao family who only covers the sky in Dian City. That kind of person, who is high in the remote Dian City, is now humiliated by Qin Sheng one after another. Qin Sheng didn't stop. He rushed to the front of the pit and looked down at Zhao Tong. Zhao Tonggang looked up and saw Qin Sheng, who was as powerful as a rainbow. He was almost scared to turn his eyes and faint. He was lying in the deep pit. It costs a lot of yuan power to use the black tide wave folding knife. Even Zhao Tong used it several times in a row, and the yuan power dried up. Zhao Tong's face was red and swollen for a long time, and few teeth were left after being beaten. Seeing Qin Sheng's hostile eyes, he immediately panicked and said, You don't deceive too much. Qin Sheng squinted, his eyes a little fierce, and said, I said, your Zhao family is really like an annoying mosquito. It's quiet when you slap it to death. Go. As soon as Qin Sheng's voice fell, the flaming snake, which ignited the hot flame, fell in Zhao Tong's frightened eyes. No. Zhao Tong shouted in a hurry. Explode. Qin Sheng's face was cold, and his eyes had no benevolence. Boom. The flaming snake exploded with a bang, and the fiery flame rose in the deep pit. At such a high temperature, there was a raging heat wave on the spot, and the mat rolled around. For a long time, the flame slowly disappeared. The soil was scorched and the whole villa was in a mess. Pooh. For the third time, Zhao Tong crawled out of the pit. His face was blackened, his hair had been burned, and his armor rune fell off. It was a low-level defense amulet. Although it was broken, its defense was quite strong. Zhao Tongzhan stood up in panic. His armor suddenly clanged on the ground, and the rune gradually died out. Zhao Tong takes out the yuan pill in the neji. It's a special pill for fast yuanli. One pill is 10,000 yuan jing. He takes 2 pills at a time. It's worthy of the elixir of thousands of yuan jing. In a moment, Zhao Tong's dried-up yuan vein and sea of yuanli immediately became full, and his decadent look disappeared completely. Zhao Tong saw the rune armor on the ground, and was very sad. It was rune armor. Although it was broken, it could really save his life at the critical time. Now it was destroyed by Qin Sheng. Ha ha, your tortoise shell is good. It saved your life. Qin Sheng squinted and smiled quietly. Zhao Tong's eyes were gloomy, and his killing intention did not weaken much, but became more vigorous. If you can't kill the black tide wave blade of Jiakonglang, you can only sacrifice the soul of war. Zhao Tong said in a deep voice. Zhao Tong coolly locks Qin Sheng, and a light bursts out in the center of his brow. It's similar to rune light, but not soul light. Soon a cold breath came. In front of Zhao Tong, a huge lizard with a black flame lit appeared in everyone's eyes. The lizard is about a foot long, and its body is covered with sharp barbs, which ignites the fire. When it opens its mouth, it spits out a large mouth of black fog, which corrodes the air. It is obvious that the black fog has terrible poison. Finally, Qin Sheng noticed that the black lizard had a red tattoo on it. Is this the soul of war? Qin Sheng's expression became a little dignified. The so-called spirit of war is actually the spirit of some monsters. If a warrior can hunt and kill monsters, melt their spirits and fight, he can sacrifice the spirit of war and help himself fight. The level of war spirit can be divided into 1-grain war spirit and 9-grain war spirit. 1-grain war spirit is the weakest and 9-grain war spirit is the most powerful. It's very difficult to smelt the soul of war. Even the warrior in the middle stage of the soul state is extremely difficult without the help of his warrior. In front of Qin Sheng's eyes, the black flame poisonous lizard is the battle spirit of Yuan. When the black flame poisonous lizard was sacrificed, Zhao Tong's pressure suddenly disappeared without trace, and his qi was so strong that he looked at Qin Sheng proudly and coldly. He killed many black flame poisonous lizards in order to smelt the war spirit. Smelting the soul of war is not as simple as imagined, especially for the lower level beast. The power of the spirit is too weak. Just after being killed, the power of the spirit disappears. Zhao Tong killed more than a dozen second-order monsters, the black flame lizard, before he was lucky enough to smelt such a soul. You can imagine how difficult it is to melt the soul of war. The more powerful the beast is, the more powerful its spirit is. Like Xiaobingning's three-eyed ice toad, killing one can melt the spirit of war. It's just that the three-eyed ice toad is a 5-level demon. Its strength can be compared with the human strongman who has a good command of life environment. The warrior who has a good command of soul environment, like Zhao Tong, will be crushed by the three-eyed ice toad. The black flame poisonous lizard spits out the mist, which is cold. Zhao Tong's killing intention is awe-inspiring. The rune sword in his hand kills Qin Sheng again. Soul of war is very important. A warrior, with the help of the spirit of war, is just as powerful as a tiger, and his combat effectiveness has been multiplied several times. This is also the source of Zhao Tong's confidence. Qin Sheng glanced at the black flame poisonous lizard that came with Zhao Tong's killing. There was a kind of inexplicable danger in his heart. Now his separate body, Insha, has fallen into a deep sleep, waiting for transformation. It can't help him refine the poison. If he is careless, Qin Sheng feels that he may suffer a great loss. The black flame poisonous lizard is a second-order monster with great strength. Even ordinary people who are in the spirit-communicating environment dare not touch hard at will. Zhao Tong, a pair of eagles with cold eyes, is very confident. His soul is very domineering. Once touched, he will be ignited by the black flame. The poison of the black fog will connect with the later warriors in the soul. Qin Sheng turned his hand and added a wooden ball. Go. Qin Sheng throws the wooden ball. In a confused look, the wooden ball bursts out a cloud of light of runes. The light is several times brighter than Zhao Tong's rune knife. Click click click. When the wooden ball bursts, it can be seen by the naked eye, and quickly becomes a rock and wood talisman. The body of Xiaomu is made of hard and incomparable rock wood, with complex runes on its surface. It is full of light. Holding a stick with the same light of runes, it turns into a shadow and quickly faces Zhao Tong. What is that? Zhao Tong is stunned. How can he suddenly jump out of a wooden man, emitting a wave of yuan force no less than his? At the moment when he came out, a pair of tiger eyes of Li Kuan suddenly contracted fiercely, and then the old face suddenly burst into a look of shock. He quickly said, "Be careful, it's a rock and wood talisman." What is that rock and wood talisman? Zhao Tong screamed. Of course, he knew what the stone and wood talisman was. It was a kind of talisman puppet, lifeless and powerful. Because they all have a stone and wood talisman like this, but this talisman is extremely precious. With it, there will be another senior fighter who can pass through the soul, and he is not afraid of death. However, their Yanmu Fubing was always regarded as a treasure by the patriarch and was always carried with him. Even Zhao Tong had only seen it once. So, all of a sudden, Zhao Tong didn't realize that the combat effectiveness was no less than his rock and wood runes. Puff. The black flame poisonous lizard spits out a black flame, with the black fog like wolf smoke, and submerges the rock and wood runes killed in front of him. The wood ignited a black flame all over, and the black fog also crazily eroded its body. The small wooden runes are shining. Some runes have been wiped out, but there is no effect on Xiaomi. After a few minutes, with the black flame and black fog disappearing, Xiaomu, with the shining wooden stick, lashes hard at Zhao Tong. Nothing? Zhao Tong's face was shocked. It was a black flame poisonous lizard. It didn't have any effect on the stone and wood talismans. Bang! Xiaomu hit Zhao Tong's soul with a stick. The black flame lizard vibrated violently and was almost destroyed. Come back. Zhao Tong's face turned white. It was not easy for him to get the ghost. He was almost killed by the stone and wood talisman, almost scared to death. Explode. Just for the next moment, a flaming snake with a hot flame appears behind it silently and colorlessly, and then makes a terrible explosion. Zhao Tong screams in fear and wants to escape, but it's too late. The terrible explosion power makes him fall to the ground heavily. But, far from over, waiting for Zhao Tong is the beginning of the nightmare. The fire and the huge explosion made the students of Luyun College wake up in the dark and stare at the place where the fire snake was raging. What happened? It's terrible. It's like the inner court. It's not the forbidden area. What's the variation? It's said that the forbidden area collapsed yesterday. Many students came out of their houses and talked in a low voice. Even though they were far apart, they still felt a touch of terror and their faces turned white. Cough. Zhao Tong is flying. His swollen face is blackened by the hot flame. He is ragged and hemoptysis, with a big mouth. His body is crumbling and he is in a mess to the extreme. He looked at Qin Sheng in horror. His face was full of unbelievable colors. How could a low-level martial artist who only knew the pulse environment exert the skill of exploding snake 3 times in a row? That's the martial arts of heaven level. Even ordinary people who use the spirit state can only use it twice at most, and the Yuan force is exhausted. Qin Sheng was able to use it 3 times in a row, and Zhao Tong was sure that Qin Sheng didn't take the pill like Hui Yuan pill to replenish Yuanli. Can we do whatever we want? Zhao Tong was very unwilling. Although he was extremely reluctant to accept it, he did lose. He lost a low-level warrior who only got through 6 channels, even lower than him. Phew. The sound of breaking the sky came quickly. Zhao Tong, who was dizzy and swollen by the snake, looked up. He was almost scared out of his wits. The stone and wood talisman soldiers came to break the sky without a trace of human feeling, and the eyes with the light of the talisman in their hands fell on his head like lightning. Zhao Tong's pupils suddenly contracted, and he wanted to run away, but it was too late. He forced his head to avoid the key parts, took a rune stick that could smash a boulder, and hit it on his shoulder. Bang! Zhao Tong is hit by a stick and flies, spitting blood crazily in the air, breaking his shoulder bones and flowing blood. Stop! Li Kuan's heart thumped and shouted loudly, which contained Yuanli. It sounded like a Hong Zhong in the air of the whole Luyun College. Li Kuan wants to go to the rescue quickly, but is blocked by a shadow. Cloud Haze Jade Yen indifference, beautiful eyes, glanced at the anxious Li Kuan, said, their family's enmity, outsiders or best not to interfere. President Yunlan even returned Li Kuan's words to him without missing a word. You. Li Kuan's chest was burning with rage, but he could not stop Qin Sheng. He could only stare. Qin Sheng nodded gratefully to President Yunlan, and walked up to Zhao Tong, who was like a lost dog in the corner. Zhao Tong was badly hurt. He knew that he had lost completely. There was no certain chance to overturn the offer. Zhao's face was lost. Qin Sheng, do you dare to hurt me, but have you ever thought about how to bear the fury of Zhao family? Zhao Tong licked the wound, but his eyes were still full of cold on, and he spoke rudely. Well, how about winning me? When I go back and find reinforcements, I'll break your bones one by one, and I'm in agony. Zhao Tong's eyes flashed a touch of resentment and said in his heart. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and put everything back into his eyes. He grinned, but his smile flashed with 2 sharp points. Tonight, people of your Zhao family want to force me to go back to the Zhao family. I don't think there's any good end to it. Zhao Tong was stunned. Although he didn't say it, Qin Sheng was able to get the answer from his expression. Just now you said that you would break my limbs, and then you would destroy my dantian, right? Zhao Tong sneers, reluctantly stands up and says in a deep voice, now want to negotiate with me? Later, if you abandon dantian and kneel down here to beg for mercy, I can think of letting you Qin family go. After all, Zhao family has been strong in Dian City for a long time, and they have reached such a situation. They even fantasize to intimidate Qin Sheng with Zhao family's background. Qin Sheng looked at Zhao Tong as if he were an idiot. He glanced at Zhao Tong coldly, then he immediately cast his eyes on Xiaomu in the distance. He ordered, "Xiaomu, first break his limbs, then discard his dantian." Wen Yan, a large number of small wooden runes, the rune stick in his hand, leaped up high, tore the air apart, smashed Zhao Tong's leg with horrible force. Zhao Tong's eyes are round and his face is surprised. Qin Sheng is not afraid of Zhao's family's fear of the terrorist background of covering the sky with only his hands in Dian City? How suddenly I want to be so cruel to myself. Wait a minute. Zhao Tong's face finally panicked and blurted out. Only in response to his is the light of terror rune stick. Chasm. The stick hit Zhao Tong's right leg severely, the power of the rock wood fubbing broke out in an instant, Zhao Tong's right leg fell powerlessly, and the sharp pain rushed to the four limbs. Soul of War. Zhao Tong offered the spirit of black flame poisonous lizard, but the light was dim. Under Zhao Tong's control, it seemed that the black flame poisonous lizard, which ignited the fire, rushed to the indifferent and merciless rock and wood talisman. Senseless revolt. Qin Sheng sneered and said, "Abandon his soul." The light of the wooden talisman suddenly appeared, and it was hard to draw down the black flame poisonous lizard that came in face of it. Bang! The black flame poisonous lizard is drawn to fly, the light is more dim. Exploding snake skill. In a flash, a flaming snake with a burning flame appeared in front of the black flame lizard, and then exploded in a shocking sight. Qin Sheng can even perform the fourth explosive snake skill. How powerful the Yuan power is. Pooh. Under the beating of Xiaomu and Qin Sheng, Zhao Tong's soul was directly destroyed. Zhao Tong seems to have suffered a lot from the disuse of the spirit of war. The backfire is very serious. He is bleeding all over and his face is white. Li Kunhu is shocked. He is the guest Qing of the Zhao family. He followed Zhao Tong. Now Zhao Tong has been abolished. He is absolutely responsible for this guest Qing. If he comes back to the Zhao family, it is estimated that the chief of the Zhao family will vent his anger on his head. Get out of the way. Things are out of control. Do you want Zhao Tong to die in your Luyun college? Li Kuanyuan's strength broke out and Jair wanted to split. Tiger eyes glared at Yunlan, who was hindering his rescue. Cloud haze, pretty face slightly coagulates, phoenix eyebrow slightly wrinkles. Zhao Tsangqiong died in the class trial outside Luyun College. Zhao Ming died in the back hill, forbidden area, of Luyun College. If Zhao Tong, the elder of Zhao family, also died in Luyun College, it would certainly cause the wrath of Zhao family. Qin Sheng is in a sea of troubles. He'll turn around. Li Kuan said in a deep voice, "I admit that you are extremely talented. Even if you look at the whole Beichen kingdom, it is rare, but your wings are not full. You alone can't fight the whole Zhao family." But Qin Sheng didn't seem to hear Li Kuan's hard persuasion. He stepped on Zhao Tong quickly. At last, Zhao Tong's arms and legs were all wasted. Finally, the prisoner's hands were out like lightning and shot down at his dantian. Pooh! Zhao Tong's shrill scream resounded, the sea of vitality collapsed, Yuanli broke up, and the whole person was like a frustrated ball, paralyzed on the ground. Although it is expensive to take nirvana, it is also easy to recover. The spirit of war has been abandoned. With the help of the family, you can kill monsters and beasts. One day, you will be able to smelt a new spirit of war again. But when Dantian was abandoned, the sea of Yuanli collapsed, and the Yuan vein withered. Zhao Tong could not be saved even if Deluo Jingxian came. Zhao Tong's face is dead and his eyes are dull. He has become a useless man. Li Kuan stared at Qin Sheng, Tiger Eyes seemed to shoot out the eyes of substantive killing, and said, "Okay. Good. Good. Qin family are waiting for the anger of Zhao family. I promise you, Qin, Qin family will not see the sun the day after tomorrow." Qin was furious and laughed, saying 3 good words in a row. As you can see, the dignified color on President Yunlan's pretty face is becoming more and more dignified. And you, Yunlan, you Luyun College are waiting to be killed. Qin pointed to the cloud haze and sneered. Qin Sheng raised Zhao Tong, who was like a dead dog, and said coldly, "Now we can negotiate." Qin's eyes were cold, and he refused. "Now I want to negotiate. It's late." Qin Sheng squinted, took a deep look at Qin and said, "Don't you have to talk about it? Then I'll take him on the road." A sense of killing quickly enveloped Zhao Tong. The original gangster, Hua, seemed to be awakened by a basin of freezing water. Although he was abandoned, he absolutely didn't want to die. It's said that the palace alchemist of Beichen Kingdom will come and ask the patriarch to ask for the pill. Maybe he will have a chance to recover his dantian. "No, I don't want to die. I'll give you whatever you want." At this time, Zhao Tong had just been arrogant and domineering. If his legs were not broken, he would have knelt down to beg for mercy. Zhao Tong looked at Qin Sheng in fear and was severely humiliated several times. He already knew Qin Sheng's way of doing things. If he pretended to force him again and didn't negotiate, he would die. Very good. Qin Sheng grins and praises the person who knows the current affairs. First of all, remove the precepts from the Lord. Zhao Tong's face was a little reluctant. There was his accumulation over the years. However, when he bit his teeth for me, he finally dismissed Neji from the Lord. Qin Sheng took Zhao Tong's commandment and didn't rush to recognize the Lord. He thought about it and got it into his commandment. "May I go now?" Zhao Tong asked. There is still some pain in his face, but who let himself kick on the steel plate this time? When I came here, I was so strong. Now I find that I want to leave so soon when I kick on the steel plate. There is no such good thing in the world. Qin Sheng sneers, "Just now you almost waste limbs, waste dantian. Do you want to compensate me for some yuanjing?" Qin looks scornful. "Now it's you who have ruined people's limbs and dantian. If I'm not demanding, I'll be 1,000,000. Qin Sheng said. Zhao Tong stared and smiled bitterly. "Even if you sell it, I don't have such a polycrystalline. I've got all my belongings in the ring." No, you don't. It doesn't mean the Zhao family doesn't." Qin Sheng took out the paper and pen, wrote a note quickly, handed it to Zhao Tong, and said, "Sign it, 1,000,000 yuan is nothing to you, Zhao Jiagan. Zhao family has only covered the sky for so many years in Dian City. Even though Dian City is a remote small city, it has absolutely accumulated a considerable wealth of yuanjing." Zhao Tong's mouth is cramped. Zhao's family is rich, but how can they spend so much yuanjing, 1,000,000 yuanjing, for such a waste man? Even a man with a strong environment can accumulate so much wealth all his life. In the end, Zhao Tong still endured the humiliation and signed the IOU. He was weak and limped on the ground. Over. Zhao Tong looks like a dead man. In order to survive, he signed such a debt to Qin Sheng. First of all, if he has the ability to repay later, Zhao Tong will become the laughingstock of Dian City if he wears it out. At that time, if the patriarch is angry, his Zhaodong will have absolutely no good fruit to eat. However, Zhao Tong fell to such a miserable situation, after all, because he despised Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng glanced at Zhao Tong's despairing look, and there was a little more indifference on his face. These two people are hostile and aggressive. Some of them are not that his strength is far beyond the surface. Qin Sheng believes that the outcome waiting for him is 100 times worse than Zhao Tong's. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng took back his only kindness. Li Kuan carries Zhao Tong, who has become a waste man. A pair of tiger eyes coolly sweep Qin Sheng, and the Yuan force in his body surges faintly. Well? Qin Sheng's pupils narrowed slightly. He was very sharp and felt that Li Kuan wanted to start. After a few moments, Li Kungkai slowly converged the fierce Yuan force around him and left with Zhao Tong on his shoulder. Just a moment ago, Li Kuan didn't want to kill Qin Sheng on the spot because of the sudden violence, so they had to explain when they came back to Zhao's house, but in the end, Li Kuan didn't start. Because Li Kuan had a feeling that if he started, his fate would be more miserable than Zhao Tong's. Qin Sheng squinted and looked at Li Kuan as if he was going away. He said in a loud voice, "You should take more responsibility for the 1 million yuan crystal and remind the Zhao family to pay it off. If the Zhao family doesn't pay back, I'm the first one to ask for your account." Li Kuan's body was shocked and turned angrily. The yuan power around him sent out a terrible wave, like a ghost. He said angrily, "He owes you yuan jing. What's the matter with me? Do you think I'm a bully? It's not good for you to annoy me." Li Kuan's eyes are full of cold. He is a master in the later stage of soul communication. His combat power is much stronger than that of the ordinary soul communication. In fact, he has been out of the realm of soul communication. If he is not too old and his blood is not strong enough, he will be promoted to the heaven communication realm by a long time. Now, he was humiliated by a young man who knew the world. His anger filled Li Kuan's chest. Qin Sheng, on the other hand, was harmless to human beings and animals. He squinted, as if he didn't feel the threat of terror emanating from Li Kuan's body. If you had not been in Luyun University for so many years, you would not have ended up much better than that old dog, without any credit. Qin Sheng said coldly. Compared with Zhao Pan, Li Kuan is not a good thing. If not for the arrival of President Yunlan, Qin Sheng would definitely suffer from the enemy from both sides of his stomach and back. He would not have been so calm to deal with it. Hearing this, Li Kuan's face was so gloomy that he could drip water. A fool talks in his sleep. Li Kuan cold road, momentum of the moment cohesion, rolling down to Qin Sheng. Even the martial artists in the early stage of Tonghunjing will be crushed to kneel, stiff, and Yuanli will be sealed. However, Qin Sheng's face did not show any confusion. Instead, he was calm, as if Li Kuan's terror was air. Seeing this, Li Kuan's face suddenly changed. Many pictures flashed in his mind and left in a gray way. Li Kuan was very clear about the power of his fierce momentum. Qin Sheng didn't seem to feel anything. Moreover, his words and deeds were so domineering. His eyebrows were full of self-confidence. Even Li Kuan had a feeling that he would fight against him here. Maybe it's planted here. Li Kuan has seen many scenes in his life and knows how to advance and retreat. He doesn't want to be like Zhao Tong and become a waste man. At last, Li Kuan and Zhao Tong disappeared in the night. Shua. President Yunlan, standing in the air, steps on the lotus steps, and his clothes are better than snow. The air is filled with a fragrance, which falls in front of Qin Sheng. "I have met the dean." Qin Sheng bowed and saluted, very respectfully, saying, "Thank you for your help just now, Dean." Cloud Lan looks at Qin Sheng with a pair of phoenix eyes. Her pretty face is full of shock. Obviously, she hasn't recovered from the shock just now. What Bingning said is true. Qin Sheng can really remove the poison of the dead king. That's something even the alchemist of the 3rd grade can't do. I don't know if Grandpa can be cured. For a moment, Yunlan's mind flashed a lot of ideas, but soon felt unreal. How could a low-level martial artist who can communicate with the environment save her grandfather's life? Cloudland forcibly suppresses the unrealistic idea in her heart, saying, "The most important thing now is to keep Luyun College first." As for Grandpa's illness, ask Bingning privately if there are any alchemists in her family who can help. Xiao Bingning is a descendant of the Dian dynasty. His contacts should be rich enough. Your Honor, Dean. If you look at me like this, I'll have no idea. Qin Sheng said with a smile. Yunlan turns back to the god, and gives Qin Sheng a white look. There are many kinds of customs. The goddess is the goddess. Even if she turns her eyes, she is so elegant. You're embarrassed with such a thick face? President Yunlan said angrily. Well, you're hiding deep enough. Bingning has told me that if it wasn't for you, she would have died in the forbidden area. Originally, Yunlan didn't want to believe it. A martial artist in the later stage of soul state needs to be saved by a junior martial artist? However, from Qin Sheng's performance, Xiao Bingning is absolutely honest. Yunlan takes a deep breath. There are few geniuses like Qin Sheng, even in Lingxiao Holy Academy. I didn't expect that there would be such a geniuses in her Luyun Academy. Smell speech, Qin Sheng stall hands, said, I have been telling the truth. Ah, you do not believe it, but also punish me to the inner court to do live targets. Aren't you afraid of Zhao's revenge when you offend Zhao's family so much? President Yunlan shifted the topic and said curiously, or do you get rich in the forbidden area, and the reward for customs clearance is enough for you to compete with the whole Zhao family? Qin Sheng was full of confidence and said, the Qin family has been hiding their strength for 10 years. There's no need to bear it anymore. Sometimes they just give in because those disgusting people are more unbridled. I think the president should have a deep understanding of this. Dean Yunlan nodded, just like those moths in Luyun College. If you need help, you can come to me directly. Get ready and go to Longqi for baptism later. Qin Sheng nodded and said, okay. The rising sun is bright. In a messy villa, Qin Sheng sat with his knees crossed. Not long after, he took a white breath and opened his eyes. 2 blue lights were shining in his eyes. That's the light of the fire. Qin Sheng's pupils slightly contracted. He found that there are many advantages if the yellow spring fire is used to cover his eyes, but these advantages are not very skilled. It is estimated that in a short time, the yellow spring fire will be able to bloom with unprecedented brilliance. Qin Sheng took a look at the mess of the villa, which was the great achievement left by Zhao Tong last night. Last night's World War I, although seemingly one-sided, and Qin Sheng did not use the biggest 2 cards. Yellow Spring Fire and Black Iron Talisman. In fact, it has a lot to do with the timely appearance of President Yunlan. If there was no President Yunlan Zhou Xuan Likuan last night, it's estimated that Qin Sheng would really have to play his cards to win. You can't take it lightly anymore. Qin Sheng said to himself, first go to Longqi to be baptized. Longqi baptism is the most anticipated scene for every student. Qin Sheng's eyes are a bit of anticipation. Soon, under the guidance of his tutor, Qin Sheng came to the legendary dragon pool. The dragon pond is not large in area. It is made of unknown stones. The surface of the pond depicts the reproduction of runes. In the huge pond, there is a stone dragon twining with its head held high and its eyes cold. In the dragon pool, there are 5 pools, the water is clear. Several people had gathered near the dragon pool. When Qin Sheng walked in, everyone looked back at Qin Sheng. The last 5 top examiners in House Han Forbidden Area, Ting Yan, Yi Xian, Han Mengchen and Xiao Bingning, all arrived early. President Yunlan, who is dressed better than snow, is explaining many things about accepting the baptism of Longqi. Qin Shao, here you are. Ting Yan says hello with a smile. Yi Xian, of the same class, nodded lightly. Xiao Bingning's pretty face is red. After looking at Qin Sheng, she lowers her head and takes back her eyes. Han Mengchen, a hot-tempered man, looks hostile and angry in his eyes. If it wasn't for President Yunlan, the little pepper would whip Qin Sheng with a fire whip wrapped around his waist. President Yunlan looked around, saw the last 5 strong eyes in the inner court, opened his teeth lightly, and said, "Since we are all together, let's start baptism." When yin, everyone's eyes are focused on the delicate body of President Yunlan, especially Yi Xian and Qin Sheng, Xiaobingning, who have not been baptized by Long Qi. As soon as President Yunlan turned his hand, there was only a piece of crystal with a palm big and red light, and a very strong blood gas rose to the sky. Qin Sheng's pupils narrowed slightly and said to himself, "This is Long Yuanjing?" The so-called Long Yuanjing, in fact, is the Yuancher spirit vein formed by the corpse of the dragon nationality. It contains the essence of the dragon nationality's vitality. It is extremely precious and cannot be purchased with ordinary Yuanjing at all. Each Long Yuanjing is specially provided. It will be issued only after the hospital test. Among them, if the institute loses the test, it will issue 1 Long Yuanjing. If it wins, it will issue 2 Long Yuanjing. Of course, this is just a reward from Ilong College. The higher the college level is, the more Long Yuanjing will be rewarded. Long Yuanjing contains the essence of Longzu, which is of great benefit to your body. We will absorb Long Yuan as much as possible later. If we reach the bottleneck, we can't absorb Long Yuan anymore, we will be thrown out by Long Qi. President Yunlan once again talked about the rules of dragon pool baptism, saying, "How much dragon yuan can be absorbed finally depends on your talent and potential. Try to stay in the dragon pool for a longer time, because once you enter the top 100 in the history of the academy, you can leave your name on the stone tablet." Yunlan points to a stone tablet next to the dragon pool. The stone tablet is black, 2 feet high, with names on its surface. Those are all the 100 elder sisters who have been baptized by the dragon pool for the longest time in the history of Luyun University. The last 5 elite students in the inner court looked at the name of Jean Cancan on the stone tablet one after another. Number 100, Zhao Qingsong, 108. Qin Sheng frowned. He didn't expect that Zhao Qingsong could enter the top 100 in the history of Luyun College. Although he was only the last, he should know that Luyun College was a Wulong college when it was most brilliant. At that time, there were far more geniuses than today. It can be said without hesitation that today's Luyun College is definitely the lowest period in history, and the talent of students is also the lowest. However, Zhao Qingsong is still a genius who can enter the first 100 years of history. However, the top 100 talents in history will not represent Luyun College in a dangerous college test. Last night's World War I, Qin Sheng abolished Zhao Tong, the elder of Zhao family. Zhao family has said that Zhao Qingsong will not represent Luyun College in the court test. In this way, Luyun College lacks a strong player. Qin Sheng secretly looks at President Yunlan and finds that there is no different look on her unique face. Who is number 1? People looked up to the top of the stone tablet, where there was a name that shocked everyone. First, Qin Zhongtian, 999. Everyone looked at the stone tablet with astonishment at the ancient and modern name, the man who once led Luyun College to the top. It's a terrible achievement. In a different direction, Qin Zhongtian has such an amazing talent. If Qin Zhongtian brings Luyun College to the top, then Qin Sheng is at the bottom of Luyun College. Can Qin Sheng shoulder his father's feet and bring Luyun College back to its peak? Cloud Hay's beautiful eyes twinkled, glanced at Qin Sheng, eyes light with 2 points of expectation. Let's go. The Cloud Hay's light way, in the hand exudes the extremely rich dragon spirit the dragon Yuan crystal throws into the dragon pool. Milu. The original calm now, the clear dragon pool unexpectedly boils up, the dragon gas is filled, the blood is red, the spirit is dense, rising a thick fog. In the fog, the stone dragon burst out a dazzling light, and the scales of the dragon gave off the light of runes, which was lifelike. the eyes of the dragon swept everyone's eyes. The invisible power of terror can make everyone feel frightened. Qin Sheng looked at the changes on the dragon pond, and couldn't help but tremble. Ouch! The endless dragon qi in the void converges into a virtual shadow of the dragon family. Is this the power of Longyuanjing? Qin Sheng looks up at the empty shadow of the dragon family. His flesh and blood will boil, and he wants to try. Yulanqi, look forward to your baptism and transformation. President Yunlan has a pleasant voice. As soon as the voice fell, the 5 strongest inner court elites on the scene jumped into the dragon pool. Me. The dragon pool boils, making a faint roar of the dragon, and the faint shadow of the dragon family devours Qin Sheng and other 5 people. The extremely rich blood color element is dense and gives off dazzling light and light, holy breath. Pu Tong. Qin Sheng jumped into one of the pools, and Long Yuan Qi twined around him in an instant. The pores of his body were puffed, and Long Yuan poured in. Just for a rest, Qin Sheng felt warm all over, as if bathed in a hot spring, and Long Yuan penetrated into all 4 parts of his body. So comfortable. Long Yuan continuously refined Qin Sheng's body. When he touched his Yuan Mai, all Yuan Mai turned into one Jiaolong, devouring Long Yuan crazily. 10 interest in the past, Qin Sheng's Yuan Mai even doubled. Originally, his Yuanli could be comparable to the warrior in the early stage of Tonghunjing. Now, after the baptism of Long Qi, his Yuanli is estimated to be comparable to the warrior in the middle stage of Meidingmeijing. It's a terrible transformation. Dean, do you think these 5 little guys can make a name on the stone tablet? Kong Xingtao, standing next to the dragon pool, his turbid eyes flashed a ray of pure light and couldn't help asking. It's a first-class genius to be able to leave a name on the stone tablet, especially Luyun College, which was Wulong College in those days, has been born with many Tianzi Jiazi. Yunlan Feng's eyes are slightly fixed, and her eyes are on the 5 people who are being baptized. Xiaobingning is her junior sister of Lingxiao Holy Academy. She is extremely talented. Her talent and potential will never be lower or even higher than her. After all, Xiaobingning came from the great hidden family of Dian Emperor, with a distinguished background. Then, Cloudland's eyes turned to Han Mingchen. The student's temper is a little hot, but I heard that the alchemy talent is excellent, and the potential should not be low. In the end, Yunlan's eyes stay on Qin Sheng for the longest time. This harmless appearance of human and animal has left many talents behind. Even Yunlan once missed her eyes. Although Qin Sheng's apparent strength is the lowest among the 5, Yunlan witnessed Qin Sheng's desperate terrorist fighting power last night to let Zhao family elders in the middle of Tonghunjing. Even if there are stone and wood talismans, whose fighting power can rival that of the common talismans, Qin Sheng's performance also deeply shocked Yunlan. President Yunlan even has a feeling that Qin Sheng may have the highest talent and potential among the 5. Even Xiaobingning, who comes from the secret family of the Dian Emperor, is not as good. Yes. President Yunlan's beautiful eyes twinkled with a firm color. Oh, I'll be more sure of Luyun College in the end of the month. Kong Xingtao's turbid eyes suddenly glowed with a kind of spirit. He had been in Luyun University for so many years, and he absolutely didn't want to see Luyun University being wiped out in the long river of history. Bang! At this time a big figure was thrown out by Long Qi. Ting Yan was wet all over, his eyes were shining, bright, and his brows were all proud. Roar! Ting Yan felt easy all over. He clenched his fists and roared loudly, as if the god ape in the depth of the magic dragon wasteland had been born. Yuanli broke out and sent out a very sharp wave of Yuanli. Is this the dragon pool baptism? I feel as if I have washed all my body, and the sea of Yuanli has doubled. Ting Yan's face was full of excitement. He had heard that there were many advantages in Long Qi baptism, but he didn't expect that the benefits would be so great. The old wounds and dark wounds all over the body have been cleaned, and the sea of Yuanli has been doubled at once. Silence. Just when Tingyan was excited about his body's transformation, Kong Xingtao's cold hum went into his ears, as if it were a thunderclap, deafening. Tingyan looks at Kong Xingtao with dismay. He thought he had experienced the baptism of Long Qi, and his strength has been increased. However, when he met Kong Xingtao, an old-fashioned soul-state warrior, the gap is still very large. Kong Xingtao glances at Tingyan indifferently. Tingyan comes from the Tangsnake sect. The background is not so clean, so Kong Xingtao is dissatisfied with such disciples. That is to say, Luyun College has declined too fast in recent years. In order to recruit students, it is necessary to recruit students with gang background. In the past, students like Tingyan could not enter Luyun College to practice, but also get such a precious opportunity of dragon pool baptism. Tingyan, Shi, can't reach the stone tablet to leave his name. Kong Xingtao holds a letter and keeps it on record. Tingyan's face showed a smile. Although he failed to make his name on the stone tablet and was far away from it, his ability to hold on to the 11th break proved his talent and potential. Stand by and wait. Kong Xingtao points to a position, Tingyan nods, runs Yuanli, and evaporates the wet clothes in an instant. I was the first to be thrown out by Long Qi. After a short period of excitement, Tingyan Kai gradually returned to calm, with a little embarrassment on his face. No wonder old Kong's face is so cold. For the 4 students in Long Qi, my talent and potential are the lowest. Xia Bingming and Han Mengchen, 2 goddesses of inner school students, have higher talent and potential than he Tingyan. After all, 2 women have long been famous in Luyun College. Qin Sheng, a newborn man who rose like a star, has been in Long Qi for a long time. He is not surprised. Qin Sheng, the master of pig and tiger eating, looks as harmless as human and animal on the surface. But in fact, it's crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Tingyan doesn't look down on Qin Sheng at all. In his eyes, Qin Sheng is a dragon in human skin. And it's also a greedy dragon. As the saying goes, dragons like gold, lingsher, and other talented treasures. It's absolutely true that this word is applied to Qin Sheng. He Tingyan was hit by many yuan jing by Qin Sheng. Next time, Tingyan is waiting quietly in the corner. President Yunlan and Kong Xingtao are chatting with each other. With the passage of time, everyone did not shut up, waiting for the next baptism of the students. 28. The 4 students in Long Qi did not change. 29. 30 breaths. Some people have reached the qualification of the stone tablet. President Yunlan's beautiful eyes are full of excitement. Kong Xingtao almost burst into tears. For so many years, Luyun College has had a talented student like Zhao Qingcong who can barely reach the level of stone tablet. Now Luyun College is in danger. If there is no accident, 9 out of 10, this is the last dragon pool baptism of Luyun College. Unexpectedly, when everyone was about to despair, the last baptism of Long Qi gave Kong Xingtao such a big surprise. All of a sudden, there are 4 people who touch the stone tablet to keep their name. If you give time to the 4 people in Long Qi to grow up, maybe you can really make Luyun College go back to the top. 31. Over Zhao Qingcong. In a shocked look, there is still no escape in the dragon pool. 41. Boom. A sword shadow leaps high in the dragon pool, and finally falls in front of President Yunlan. Tingyan looked intently and said with astonishment, "It's Yi Xian." Yi Xian stood in front of all the people, her tall and delicate body, like a sword, opened her eyes, and 2 sharp sword lights broke out. The most shocking thing for all was that her whole body was twined with a sharp and incomparable sword qi. 9 channels are connected. In addition to the sharp sword qi around him, Tingyan can feel a wave of yuan force no less than his. I have also opened up 2 channels of Tianjie Yuan Mai in one breath. Tingyan is discouraged. People are more popular than others. No wonder Yi Xian can hold on for so long and even keep her name on the stone tablet. At last, they get through 2 Tianjie Yuan Mai. You know, Yi Xian is a sword cultivator. Now she has got through 2 heaven-level Yuan Mai. Even the talent in martial arts will be separated by Tingyan. Yi Xian, at 41, has reached the qualification of keeping the name of the stone tablet. Kong Xingtao said with a loud smile and a kind face, looking at Yi Xian. President Xia, Elder Xia Kong. Yi Xian's voice was as cold as sword qi, but it was the same with most swordsmen. She still had etiquette. As you can see, Kong Xingtao is not dissatisfied at all. President Yunlan waves Yi Xian to stand beside him. With a wave of Kong Xingtao's hand, Yi Xian's name suddenly appeared on the stone tablet, ranking 90th, while Zhao Qingceng's name was erased. Yunlan Mei looks at Yi Xian seriously. Yi Xian is really an accident. Unexpectedly, her talent and potential are better than Zhao Qingceng, but she doesn't know how her actual combat ability will be. The sword cultivation of 9 channels may be able to fight against the martial artists in the early stage of soul communication. Yi Xian's background is clear. It is said that her father is a loose cultivator and worthy of cultivation. As time goes on, the spirit and fog in the dragon pool are dense, and the 3 figures are still baptized. They are dimly twinkling, accompanied by bursts of dragon chants. Han Mengchen's body trembled slightly. A danhua was burning in her body. Long Yuan, who was frantically pouring into her pores, was continuously calcined by her danhua. Unexpectedly, her inborn danhua could absorb Long Yuan. With the absorption of Long Yuan's energy in his body, Han Mengchen's inborn Dan fire gradually becomes vigorous. At last, Han Mengchen felt that he could not absorb Long Yuan anymore, and his body turned into a streamer and was thrown away. Han Mengchen, 100 interest. Kong Xingtao's voice was shaking, and his face was unbelievable. Heaven bless the clouds? Han Mengchen ranks the 11th, and reaches the stone tablet to keep his name. Kong Xingtao's voice reverberated, his shaking hand waved, and the stone tablet changed again. Han Mengchen appeared in the 11th position. Shua. Everyone's eyes are focused on the stone tablet, and Han Mengchen is almost in the top 10. Any student who can enter the top 10 of the steel and prove that his talent and potential are far beyond the ordinary will be upgraded to a higher level college in the future. Even the Kowloon Holy College is easy. The 10th stone tablet is Cloud Haze, 101 breath. That is to say, Han Mengchen and President Yunlan from Lingxiao Xingyuan are only 1 breath away from the Dragon Pool baptism. Han Mengchen, you have made great progress. President Yunlan Meimao falls on Han Mengchen and praises him. Han Mengchen also received the baptism of Long Qi last year, with a score of 20. His talent is not low. At least, he is more powerful than the Tingyan, who also participated in the baptism of Long Qi today. In a year, Han Mengchen can be promoted from 20 to 100, 5 times of the result. This progress is absolutely appalling. Even in Kowloon Holy Shrine, it is a rare feat. Han Mengchen's body is compact, and her temper is also hot. Under the cover of a body armor, there is a very attractive curve. At this time, her eyes flashed a flame, and the temperature around her suddenly rose a few points, but the flame flashed away, and soon returned to normal. That is? President Yunlan's beautiful eyes contract fiercely, they are very sharp, and his heart twitches violently. It's said that Han Mengchen's alchemy talent is very high, and in combination with the fire that just flashed away, for words flashed in Yunlan's mind, innate Dan fire. Yunlan is a little bit confused. He is born with red fire. Even in Lingxiao Holy Academy, he is a rare genius. It's amazing that there is one in Luyun Academy. Soon, Yunlan took back her eyes and didn't ask Han Mengchen about congenitally Danhua. If this kind of appalling information is spread out, there will be people from Kowloon Holy Palace coming to rob people. Nowadays, Luyun College is in the process of survival. Yunlan doesn't want to be robbed of Han Mengchen by those 9 dragons Holy Academy without any reason. Even if Han Mengchen wants to graduate from Luyun College and go to a higher institution, he has to wait until after the college test. Han Mengchen goes to Yi Xian's side, a pair of beautiful eyes surround him, and then his eyes fall on the 2 dim figures in the dragon pool. Qin Sheng is still in the dragon pool? Han Mengchen is a little reluctant. How can Qin Sheng be more powerful than her? He cheated on her once in the training ground, transferred again in the forbidden area, and played her once. So far, Neji is still with him. In front of Qin Sheng, Han Mengchen has been eating shriveled. He also plans to take the opportunity of the dragon pool baptism to taunt Qin Sheng and get back his lost face. However, I didn't expect that the reality was so cruel. Even though she had persisted for 100 breath for a long time and her body had been transformed, she even accepted Long Yuan's quenching body like an old monk entering Ding Ding. Han Mengchen has a ray of inborn Dan fire, and even the elders from Shendanzong praise her. They say that even in many Jiolong sanctuaries, it's hard to find a proud girl like Han Mengchen who awakens a ray of inborn Dan fire. Cloudland elder sister, then Qin Sheng is not dizzy in the dragon pool? Han Mengchen said unkindly, 2 strange things flashed in the beautiful eyes, and said, he only has 7 channels, maybe he was really stunned by Long Yuansen, or get him out. President Yunlan looked at Han Mengchen, white as green fingers pointed her bright and clean as jade forehead, said angrily, put away your little careful thinking, Qin Sheng can never faint in the dragon pool. In the past baptism of Long Qi, there has never been an event that the students fainted in the Long Qi. Even if Qin Shengzhen fainted, Long Qi would throw him out at the first time. Long Qi is a special talisman provided by Dian Emperor. It's very powerful. How could it make such a low-end mistake? And Cloudlan also knows Han Mengchen and Qin Sheng's little grudges. Combined with her temper, it's not hard to guess her bad intentions. If Qin Sheng is forced out at this time, it's hard to protect his influence. In the dragon pool, only Qin Sheng and Xia Bingning are left, assiduously absorbing Long Yuan. With the passage of time, the rich dragon Yuan in the dragon pool is a little thin. Seeing this, Cloudland turns her hand, and there is another dragon Yuan Jing with the size of a palm in her hand. Poof! Dean Yunlan threw Long Yuanjing into Long Qi, and soon Long Qi was boiling again. The spirit fog was dense, and the shadow of the dragon family, which had been thin for a few minutes, was clear again, just like the real dragon family. At this time, in the eyes of surprise, it is finally to see clearly which kind of dragon the virtual shadow of that dragon family comes from. It's the dragon. The level of the dragon is very strict, and the dragon is also divided into 369 grades. The level of the Tsunglong is not too high, nor is it the bottom. Zulong is the highest among all dragon families, while Feilong is the lowest among all dragon families, only 1 level higher than Jialong. With the presentation of the empty shadow of the Tsung dragon, the dragon Yuan in the dragon pool becomes more rich. 400. 500 interest. All of a sudden, the whole dragon pond was shaken violently. The dragon Yuan soared to the sky. All the dragon Yuan split in half, forming a phoenix. 1 dragon, 1 phoenix. The dragon and the phoenix present happiness? Kong Xingtao can't help shouting. He is full of tears and auspicious spirits. That's auspicious omen. It's rare to see in 100 years. Luyun College is saved. It's the dragon and the phoenix. President Yunlan's beautiful face also showed a touch of shock. She couldn't believe looking at the dragon and phoenix in the sky. Finally, when the time reaches 600, a phoenix shadow suddenly steps out of the void. In an instant, everyone's eyes are focused on that phoenix shadow. It's Summer Bingning. Kong Xingtao's eyes were shocked, and his face was also surprised. It's not Qin Sheng? Han Mengchen's jade face is also shocked, which is unreasonable. As Han Mengchen's bestie, she naturally knows the origin of Xiao Bingning. She is a great female from the Big Han dynasty. How can talent and potential be lower than that of Wudla's Qin Sheng? Everyone was very shocked, even Yunlan was also surprised, but she had been prepared, but when it really happened, it was not true. Qin Sheng's talent and potential are really more powerful than Bingning's sister. Cloudland's heart says in secret. Humming and humming. Before the summer ice force rises, it evaporates the water, and the green silk floats like a waterfall in the wind. There is a light mark between her eyebrows. The mark flashes away, and it's a bit like an ancient phoenix. It's too vague, and the cloud and haze are not clear. The eyebrow bears a mark, which is the sign of blood awakening. But the mark of Xiao Bingning's eyebrow is too thin now. It is estimated that the blood has not yet fully awakened. Xiao Bingning has a deep background. Even the Crown Prince of Beichen is nothing in front of him. It's not surprising that he can awaken his blood. In the way of cultivation, especially in the martial arts, the key elements are the soul of war and blood. Among them, the threshold of Yuan Mai is the lowest, and the beginner can awaken Yuan Mai, which is the key to lay the foundation. Only the soul of war, that is the key to determine the combat effectiveness. A good soul of war has a decisive role in fighting. As for blood, it determines the existence of the upper limit of a warrior's future achievements. If you can awaken the ancient blood, such as the blood of the emperor, the blood of the gods and phoenix, and the blood of the golden family, any warrior who can awaken these bloodlines will rise like a star and be destined to be brilliant all his life. Just in the process of summer ice baptism, there are auspicious signs of dragon and phoenix. Combined with Xiao Bingning's baptism, the thin mark of the phoenix, between the eyebrows, Yunlan's eyes are envious. Xiao Bingning, a rare genius, is destined not to stay in Luyun College for too long. Once he returns to Lingxiao Holy College, he is destined to be trained with emphasis. It is estimated that in a short time, his strength and status will be enhanced by Yunlan. As for the diseases in Xiao Bingning's body, Yunlan believes that in the future, she will wake up with her divine phoenix blood and disappear completely. What is the phoenix? It's the phoenix, like a deity. Ignite the fire and rebirth nirvana. This baptism of Long Qi will definitely revive Xiao Bingning's nirvana. But if President Yunlan knew that Xiao Bingning's so-called disease was actually a toad in his body, he didn't know what he would think. Xiao Bingning looks at all the people and nods to President Yunlan. She looks back at Qin Sheng, who is still baptized in the dragon pool. It doesn't seem that she is shocked. Qin Sheng left a deep mark in Xiao Bingning's mind, and Qin Sheng always made some amazing feats. And this time the dragon pool baptism is no exception. 700. 800. Time slowly passed, the original has been clear and incomparable Tsunglong even again thinned down, all present are waiting a little impatient. Dean, isn't Qin Sheng really dizzy in it? Suddenly, Kong Xingtao asked. You know, even Xiao Bingning is only staying at 600 breath. You know that Xiao Bingning is a warrior in the late stage of soul state. His strength is much higher than that of Qin. Qin Sheng is just a martial artist with 6 channels. Even if all 6 channels are heaven-level Yuan Mai, he can't stay in Long Qi so long, can he? No. Yunlan shakes her head, turns her hand, and there are 2 more Long Diwanjing in her palm. Phew. Phew. 2 dragon elements are crystallized into 2 rainbow lights, which fall into dragon pool at a high speed. Boom and boom. Add 2 Long Diwanjing in one breath. The density of Long Yuan soars to the extreme. The pale one in the void condenses at the speed that can be seen by the naked eye. It's really lifelike. Even the dragon scale is very clear. Ah! Longing rushed to the sky, resounded throughout Luyun College, and shocked many martial artists. Even the same city college in Dian City, Lingyun College, also felt strong. Lingyun College, a forbidden area. An old man seemed to hear a dragon chant. His eyes suddenly opened and he shot two cold lights. He suddenly stood up and looked at the direction of Xianglian College. He said in a deep voice, "Dragon chant?" It said that Luyun College is carrying out the dragon pool baptism today. Yunlan's little girl is really bloody. Without more than 3 dragon yuan jing, the dragon chant will not be so loud. Maybe she knows that after the end of the month, Luyun College will be erased, and it's useless for Long Yuan Jing to keep it in vain. Another cold voice sounded in the forbidden area, with some disdain in the words. Lingyun College is a 3-dragon college. It has 3 dragon pools. It's powerful. It's not comparable to Luyun College at all. It's fate that Luyun College was wiped out. Even the chief student transferred to Lingyun College, ha ha. Lingyun College will also open the dragon pool baptism tomorrow, including Zhao Qingsong in the list of baptism. Yes. Qin Sheng assimilated Long Yuan tirelessly, and his body reached an unprecedented peak. Click. The 7th Yuan vein was opened by Qin Sheng. Yuan vein, like an old one, exudes extremely vigorous Yuan force fluctuations. It is also a heaven-level metavein. Over time, Qin Sheng's body trembled. Click. Click. Qin Sheng got through the last 2 Yuan Mai continuously, and all of them are Tianjie Yuan Mai. Connect 9 channels. Qin Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, shining with excitement. 1,000 breaths. Qin Sheng broke his father's historical record. All of them were shocked to see Qin Sheng's vague figure in the dragon pond, and were stunned. The first person on the stone tablet, Qin Zhongtian, who led Luyun College to the summit, now this historical record has been broken by his son Qin Sheng. Sure enough, the tiger father has no dog and son. He is better than the blue. 1,100. 1,200. 1,300. 1,500 interest. 2,100. Finally, the shadow of the dragon disappeared and Qin Sheng came out of the dragon pool. Kong Xingtao looked at this appalling data. At 2,100, Qin Sheng not only surpassed Qin Zhongtian, who has been occupying the first place in the stone tablet, but also surpassed more than twice. 2,100. What a frightening thing it is. President Yunlan looks at Qin Sheng, who is walking out of the dragon pool. Her eyes are still shocked. Her baptism record of the dragon pool was just more than 100 breaths. What's more, it's just the small change of this harmless kid. 2,100 interest, such a terrible record, let alone Luyun College, or even Lingyun College with 3 dragon ponds. No, even the Kowloon Holy College is probably the first one. Han Mengchen's delicate body trembled slightly, and she gave Qin Sheng a hard look. She had made great efforts, 5 times more than last year's Long Qi baptism. Han Mengchen thought that she could hold on to 100 breath in the baptism of Long Qi, which was enough for her to be proud of herself. She never thought that the shameless maniac of Qin Sheng should be so cruel that he stayed in Long Qi for 2,100 breath. Originally, Han Mengchen was most proud of his talent. Qin Sheng attacked her again and again. Now her psychological shadow is bigger than this dragon pool. Bastard, it's so deep. Han Mengchen's chest rose and fell, and his eyes flashed 2 flames. Xiaobingning's Fingmu is also somewhat shocked. She has long accepted the fact that Qin Sheng is not a thing in the pool, but she did not expect that Qin Sheng should be so cruel. Her Fengmu is crystal clear, shooting out a dark light, only seeing a blur, but still unable to see Qin Sheng. She is the most delicate girl who almost awakens the blood of the gods and phoenix. She can't see Qin Sheng. It can be seen how big Qin Sheng is. Ting Yan, who is hiding in the corner, almost wants to find a mouse hole to drill in. The 5 people who came to be baptized together can't leave their names on the stone tablet alone. Moreover, these people are not human beings. They are more and more cruel. Is this still the familiar Luyun College? How can genius look more powerful than Lingyun College? Ting Yan hides in the corner and draws a circle. Qin Sheng faced the shocking eyes. He didn't have any maladjustment, his face was calm, and he felt the powerful and incomparable fluctuation of Yuan force in his body. After this baptism of Dragon Pool, Qin Sheng got a great harvest, and even got through 3 Tianjie Yuan Mai in one breath. Qin Sheng felt that his Yuan power was so strong that he could be compared to the warrior in the later stage of Meitong's soul state. If Qin Sheng meets the coldness again, he feels that one fist can knock him out. If he uses the skill of exploding snake, Qin Sheng can kill him instantly without even moving his fingers. Qin Sheng Yuan thought that he had the memory of the emperor. He would not benefit from Luyun College. He didn't expect to gain so much. When he first entered Luyun College, Qin Sheng was just a low-level martial artist who got through 2 Yuan channels. How could he get through 7 Yuan channels in a row after more than a month, but not 2 months? In particular, the examination of Forbidden Area and the baptism of Long Qi enabled Qin Sheng to get through 5 heaven-level elements. It's not only the harvest of martial arts, but also the peak of the 2nd level in the aspect of body cultivation. It's only a little bit short, and it can break through to the 3rd level. The most rebellious is that Qin Sheng refined a wisp of fire that can purify everything. What level of Danhua is the Yellow Spring Fire? Even if Qin Sheng has the inheritance and memory of the emperor, it can't be confirmed. However, what Qin Sheng can be sure of is that a wisp of Yellow Spring Fire in his body is definitely not an ordinary Yiwaden fire or Sanwaden fire. There was a kind of inexplicable feeling in Qin Sheng's underworld. The fire in his body was definitely a very powerful and terrifying existence. In addition, Qin Sheng also harvested 2 senior fighters, Black Iron and Rock Wood. In the past 2 months, Qin Sheng was born again after the disaster, and climbed out of the disordered graves in the Malong mining area. All the opportunities he got were enough to change the pattern of the whole Dian city. All of this, Qin Sheng still hasn't put the Insha corpse into a deep sleep because of swallowing the cause and effect of a legendary flower on the other side. When it comes out of the cocoon, it is estimated that Qin Sheng will be left with a big surprise. If ordinary people knew that Qin Sheng could have many cards in a short time, it would be absolutely appalling. President Yunlan's beautiful eyes are circulating in Qin Sheng and Xiaobingning, of which the most time is spent in Qin Sheng. Originally, in the eyes of Yunlan and Kong Xingtao, this may be the last baptism of Long Qi in Luyun College, and 4 people have successfully left their names on the stone tablet. Yi Xian, 41. Han Mengchen, 100. Summer Ice, 600 breath. Qin Sheng, 2100. Such a terrible baptism result, even if it is placed in the holy shrine of Kowloon, can also be ranked at the top, especially Qin Sheng's achievement like a monster. President Yunlan's heart is just relaxing. You go back to prepare for it. At the end of the month, you will take part in the annual examination. President Yunlan's eyes are slightly coagulated, and a clear and sweet voice is heard by all. The so-called college test is a contest between colleges. The top 5 of them represent Luyun College. It's up to you to win the House of Commons. This time it's more important than ever, because if we lose in the college entrance examination, the only dragon pool will be deprived. Then, the college will be completely wiped out and disappear forever. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were fixed. Even Qin Sheng's face was a little more serious. In the past 2 months, although I haven't got too much guidance in the cultivation of Luyun College, it has undoubtedly improved Qin Sheng's cultivation environment. The grace of dripping water must be reported to each other. Since Qin Sheng got so many opportunities in Luyun College, he must keep the only one dragon pool left in the college. Well, let's go. You can go back to Luyun College before the end of the month. President Yunlan waved and let everyone leave. Qin Sheng, stay here. Director Yunlan said. Hearing this, many students left, including Kong Xingtao. Qin Sheng looked at Dean Yunlan's pretty face with a puzzled face and asked, "Why do you think the dean left me?" Wang. When President Yunlan turned his hand, there was a metal token on Jade's hand, which was thrown to Qin Sheng. Take it. Qin Sheng took the metal token. The token was only big and small. It was carved with exquisite runes. There was a black stone in the middle. It was beautiful and very exquisite. This is the message board. As long as a ray of soul power is introduced, it can be refined and activated. You can contact me at any time. President Yunlan explained. Qin Sheng looked at the so-called information board, and he was shocked. The information board has 369 grades. Even the lowest level can only communicate within 100 miles, it must be more than 30,000 yuan crystal, and it can't be bought in Dian City. Qin Sheng looks at President Yunlan and looks as if he is asking how the president gave him such a precious information card. Feng Mu, Dean of Yunlan, said, "You little guy, you made such a big trouble last night. Zhao's people will report it. I will rely on you to save Luyun College. Before the college test, if you have any questions, you can inform me at any time through the bulletin board." After watching Zhao Tong in the middle stage of Qin Sheng's mind opening from such a close distance last night, Yunlan believes that Qin Sheng has certain self-protection power, but Zhao's family, after all, only covers the sky with their hands in Dian City. No one knows what terrible means there will be. Qin Sheng is very important to Luyun College. Before the college test, Yunlan must guarantee Qin Sheng's life safety. Hearing this, Qin Sheng understood. He did not refuse. He nodded gratefully and said, "Thank you, Dean." President Yunlan's beautiful eyes are shining, very eye-catching, nodding. Go ahead, keep a low profile in this period of time, after all, the hospital test is coming. Qin Sheng bows to President Yunlan and leaves Longqi. Although Luyun College is in Dian City, its geographical location is relatively remote. I haven't been back home for 2 months since I came out from my family last time to participate in the class assessment in the outer courtyard. What about Grandpa? Since Qin Zhongtian suddenly disappeared, Qin Sheng and his grandfather have been living together, so they have a deep relationship. Take the path back. Qin Shenggang left Luyun College and walked into a path of sheep intestines. Suddenly, Qin Sheng's face changed slightly. After he cultivated the soul seal, how sharp his soul power was. In addition, there was a yellow spring fire. This extremely spiritual red fire was slightly hot, obviously reminding someone to be near. Someone is following me? Qin Sheng's face was slightly cold, and his head glanced back. Now Yin Sha's corpse is in a deep sleep because it devours cause and effect. Qin Sheng can't observe it 360 degrees without dead angle, but there are many troubles. Did the Zhao family come back so soon? Qin Sheng squinted and walked up to a small forest on the catwalk, touching the message board hanging on his waist. It said that the head of the Zhao family is a strong man in the sky. If the old man personally killed Qin Sheng, it would be a bit of a problem. However, at the thought of his own black iron phubbing, as well as the yellow spring fire, the bottom of my heart immediately enough. Qin Sheng gave up Zhao Tong, who sneaked into Luyun College last night, and extorted 1,000,000 yuan of money from him, which was no doubt a face to the Zhao family. Zhao family only covered the sky in Dian City, boasted, and was sure to report, especially Qin Sheng showed extremely terrible talent and potential. If they were allowed to grow, Zhao family would be absolutely upset. If the people of Zhao family come to kill Qin Sheng, it's just in his arms. Qin Sheng's eyes are cold. The terrain here is remote. It's a good time to kill people and surpass goods. The sky was getting dimmer and dimmer, especially when Qin Sheng walked into the woods. A dark wind swept by, and then a dark shadow rushed into the woods. Tingyan looks around and finds that Qin Sheng has lost his trace after entering the grove. All of a sudden, Tingyan feels a cold coming from behind him. He has broken through the state of soul communication, and has just experienced the baptism of Long Qi. Although he has only persisted in the 11th breath, he is the bottom of the students who took part in the baptism of Long Qi in the same period. However, Tingyan also gained a lot of benefits in the Dragon Pool baptism, especially in the spirit, a big circle of growth. For the unknown things, the divine sense is quite sharp. The sudden danger makes Tingyan suddenly erupt into a terrifying wave of Yuan force. The Yuan force of the whole body instantly covers the whole body, condenses into a piece of armor, and flows with strong Yuan force light. The armor looks very strong. Click. In the dark, a hand sticks out silently and colorless, quickly appears like a ghost. With a gentle pinch, the armor condensed by Tingyan Yuan's strength suddenly turns into powder. Forehead. The palm was covered with black scales and light rune light. Before Tingyan could make any response, he was pinched by the ghostly hand and lifted up. Tingyan grabs the hand with black scale lines, looks scared and struggles desperately, but the black hand is like an iron tongs, holding its throat. Tingyan, it's you? At this time, Qin Sheng finally saw the dark shadow that was stalking behind him. It turned out that it was Tingyan, who just had a long pool baptism with him. Tingyan comes from the Ting Snake sect. The background is very black. He often eats black. His hands and feet are not clean in Luyun College. Therefore, Kong Xingtao is very unhappy with him. Qin Sheng held Tingyan in his hand, his eyes narrowed slightly, and many thoughts flashed in his mind. At the beginning, the three brothers of Tingyan received Zhao Qingsong's Tong Maidan. Liangzi was married if they wanted to kill him. Now I'm sneaking along with myself, it's hard not to be doubted. Tingyan's relative pain, especially in the baptism of Dragon Pool, has shown his talent and potential to despair. Why are you following me? Thinking of this, Qin Sheng's eyes suddenly became cold, and there was a sense of killing between his eyebrows. Looking at Qin Sheng so close, Tingyan felt the horrible breath and the killing intention between his eyebrows. He was so scared that his face turned white. Wu Qin Shao, you misunderstood. Tingyan desperately struggles, but he feels a breath of death, trying to explain. Bang! Qin Sheng randomly throws Tingyan aside. Who? The whole body is in a mess of Tingyan. He breathes heavily. After a few breaths, he slows down and looks at Qin Sheng in fear. Qin Shao, you misunderstood me. I'm not following you to do anything wrong to you. Tingyan explained with a smile that he had a token on his hand. The token is made of unknown stone, with a cold snake carved on the surface, rising. This is the token of Qin of Ting Snake sect. Tingyan hands the token to Qin Sheng. Please give the token to Qin Shao. Hearing this, Qin Sheng congeals and doesn't take his token. He laughs and says, do you know that I am the successor of the Qin family? Are you going to swallow the whole Qin family? After receiving the token from Qin Sheng is naturally a member of the Tingsha gang. No doubt he wants to tie Qin Sheng to the Tingsha gang. Even the heirs of the family join the Tingsha gang. Then the whole Qin family will belong to the Tingsha gang sooner or later. Tingyan, such an abacus is really good. Qin Sheng said with a sneer. No, 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 no. Ting Yan was shocked at once. Afraid of Qin Sheng's misunderstanding, he explained, how can he Dev Tengshabang annex the Qin family? This token is only a symbol of the status of Tengshabang. With this token, there will be 100,000 yuan of salary every year. On weekdays, Qin Shao doesn't need to go to the Tingsha gang, or even help the Tingsha gang to do things. In the future, if the Tingsha sect has any life or death events, I hope Qin Shao can give a little help. At last, Ting Yan explained clearly and looked at Qin Sheng carefully. There are 100,000 yuan of crystal in Neji, which is the salary this year. Finish saying, Ting Yan is to hand over a ring. Qin Sheng hesitates a little. 100,000 yuan crystal is not a small amount for Qin Sheng, and he doesn't need to go to Ting Snake sect in ordinary times. In short, it's a famous one. Every year, he gets 100,000 yuan crystal in vain. 100,000 yuan crystal. Even those who are good at channeling souls can only earn 10,000 yuan crystal at most in a year. Qin Sheng is just a warrior who can connect 9 channels. Now he only needs to take the token of Kuqing in Ting Yan's hand, so he can easily get the savings equivalent to that of the ordinary warrior who can connect the soul without eating or drinking for 10 years. Ting Yan glanced at Qin Sheng carefully, and saw that he didn't seem to be moved. He immediately said, as long as Qin Shao is the guest of Ting Snake sect, if the Qin family needs to use the Ting Snake sect, I will certainly help the Ting Snake sect. Ting Yan once offended Qin Sheng. Now Qin Sheng has shown such a terrible talent. He is destined to rise like a star. If Qin Shengqiu does the accounting, he will kill the little Ting Snake gang with his fingers. This is definitely not what Ting Yan would like to see. Thinking of this, Ting Yan hated Zhao Qingsong very much. He gave his 3 brothers a pulse pill and poisoned the pills. If Qin Sheng didn't repay them with virtue, beat them up and detoxify them, they would have been on their way. As Ting Yan is the son of the leader of the Hidden Dragon sect, after this court test, he will return to the position of leader of the Tengsnake sect. He doesn't want to kill the Tengsnake sect because of provoking the rapid rise of Qin Sheng. You mean that if I need to, the Tengsnake sect can help me? Qin Sheng's eyes brightened and his face showed some interest. Ting Snake sect is a big sect outside Dian City, with many forces and 3,000 disciples. If it can be used by Qin Sheng, it will definitely benefit the Qin family without any harm. In particular, the Qin family has been in danger for a long time. The Zhao family will make a move to the Qin family at any time. If they can form an alliance with the Tingsha gang, it will definitely have great benefits. At the very least, we will not let the Qin family suffer from enemies. Good, my guest token. Qin Sheng takes the token and a ring. Ting Yan immediately enters the play, because he knows that the Ting Snake gang finally unties the hatred with the strongest in Dian City and even the strongest in Beichen country. Okay, you can come to the Qin family to find me if you have any major issues with the Ting Snake sect. Qin Sheng claps Ting Yan's shoulder and leaves. Ting Yan looks at Qin Sheng's figure and remembers it several years later. He is glad that he decided to tell himself and even the Tingsha gang this time, because he can set a terror record of 2,100 in the baptism of Long Qi, Tianzi Jiazi, who can bring unprecedented benefits. Qin family, located in the east gate of Dian City, covers an extremely vast area, almost 20% of the whole Dian City. Don't underestimate these 2 areas. Dian City has many forces. There are 2 colleges, Luyun College and Lingyun College. Therefore, the Qin family can have such a large territory, which shows how brilliant it was under the leadership of Qin Zhongtian. Finally back. Soon, the Qin family returned to the once brilliant Qin family. Qin's front door is very large. It is made of 2 hard and incomparable rocks. The surface of the rock is also engraved with runes. There is a huge stone lion on both sides of the front door. Qin Sheng glanced at the two stone lions and carved them beautifully. Although there were some traces of the years, some of them were broken, his expression was as cold as a big demon. I used to go in and out every day, but I didn't find anything unusual about stone lions. Qin Sheng focused his eyes on the stone lion. His eyes were shining and covered with yellow spring fire. It seemed that there were countless runes hidden in the stone lion. Qin Sheng was shocked and said to himself, "These two stone lions are really two puppets of runes. Compared with the father. How could it be that my father disappeared suddenly and left nothing? With these two Fuan puppets, the Qin family will never be beaten again." Looking at the stone on the surface, Qin Sheng didn't know for a moment what kind of symbol puppets the two stone lions were. After a few moments, Qin Sheng took back his eyes. He didn't want to attract other people's attention and stepped into the Qin family's door. Just after entering the gate of Qin's family, Qin Sheng felt a sharp depression. The disciples of the Qin family are in a hurry and panic, as if something important happened. See, Qin Sheng just wants to pull a man and ask what happened to the Qin family recently. Just then, a harsh voice came. "Qin Sheng, what are you doing when you don't practice in Liyun College?" There was a tone of questioning in the voice. "Well?" Qin Sheng looked at it with his voice, and found a young man in a strong black suit with a pockmarked face slowly coming under the support of several attendants. "Qin Huan?" Qin Sheng frowned and slightly coagulated on his face. Obviously, meeting this man was a matter of great influence on his mood. His name is Qin Huan. He is Qin Sheng's cousin. He is a few years older than Qin Sheng. In his early 20s, he has the ability to cultivate 9 channels. He is only a little short of uniting the Sea of Yuan power and breaking through the realm of soul. The relationship between Qin Sheng and Qin Huan is not very good, especially Qin Huan's strength and talent are much higher than him since he was a child. Especially when Qin Sheng's father disappeared, Qin Huan bullied him all the time. In recent years, it has become more and more outrageous. Once, Qin Huan broke Qin Sheng's leg and let him lie on the bed for more than a month because of a word disagreement. Yuan Pulse was also damaged as a result, so practice was delayed. Qin Sheng squinted, his eyes a little cold. It seems that Qin Huan felt Qin Sheng's cold. He felt that he was in the deep of the magic dragon wasteland and was stared at by a big demon who was dormant in the dark. Soon, Qin Sheng took back his eyes. He was in a hurry to see Grandpa now, because he felt a kind of inexplicable palpitation. Maybe something important happened to Grandpa. This feeling became clearer and more accurate as he refined the fire. Qin Sheng turned around and left. Who? With Qin Sheng's departure, Qin Huan, a young man with numb face, breathed a long breath, but felt Qin Sheng's weak and incomparable Yuan force fluctuation, and a cruel smile came out on his numb face. "Qin Sheng, stop with me." Qin Huan's loud roar contains a few elements of force. It's as loud as a bronze bell. He wants to vent the embarrassment that Qin Sheng just scared. As soon as the voice came out, the voice was so loud that the Qin family disciples around them were shocked. They all looked at Qin Sheng and his back in astonishment. Qin Huan was slightly angry. "Isn't that Master Qin? I heard that I just entered Liyun College. How come back? Young Master Qin is really unlucky." He met Qin Huan. "Su, silence. It's said that Qin Huan is very unlucky recently. He ate a lot of shriveled food outside. It's very popular. Now, who makes him unlucky?" Glances swept by, murmuring. Qin Sheng stopped, glanced back at Qin Huan, who was high above, with a proud look on his eyebrows, and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Qin Sheng's face was calm and indifferent. There was no panic and uneasiness on his clean face. Do you still have me in mind?" Qin Huan approached and yelled, "Are you deaf or mute? Did you just hear me ask you? It's not that I look down on you. Even in a down-to-earth Luyun college, it's hard to get along with your talent." Qin Huan seems to be a kind of preaching. In fact, his words reveal a sense of superiority. Today's Luyun college is far from what I used to be. Qin Huanyue was more excited, especially when he felt that the fluctuation of yuan power of Qin Sheng was really weak, and the disdain between his eyebrows was more intense. However, what Qin Huan didn't know was that Qin Sheng had already converged the wave of yuan force. If they see Qin Huan ridicule Qin Sheng for not being able to get along in Luyun College, they will probably slap the load to death. Longqi Baptism, 2100, the first day in the history of Luyun College. This kind of genius Tianjiao can't get along with Luyun College. Other people get involved with dogs. Unfortunately, they didn't remind Qin Huan of this so-called cousin. Hearing this, Qin Sheng looked at Qin Huan strangely, and his face became indifferent quickly. He said lightly, "Can I get along in Luyun College, and what can I do with you?" Qin Huan is surprised to see Qin Sheng with an indifferent face, with a certain strangeness in his eyes. Is this Qin Sheng a timid cousin? Especially the temperament on that face, even the patriarch of Zhao family is almost the same. Soon, Qin Huan's face turned cold. His cousin, who had been bullied by him since he was a child, even looked at him in full view. This was no doubt to hit him in the face in public. Qin Huan is not happy recently. His own industry has been suppressed by Zhao's family. He happens to see Qin Sheng, just like this vent. What he can't imagine is that his cousin, who was bullied by him since he was a child, has changed dramatically since he came back from his practice in Luyun College. He will not be allowed to fish anymore. It's about me that you go home to make trouble and influence the family. Qin Huan thought more and more angry, and quickly appeared a bit of violence on his face. His yuan power was like a flash of mountain flood. Connect 9 channels. Qin Huan instantly activated the 9 channels in his body, one of which was the earth level, and the other 8 channels were all human level. This talent, even in today's Luyun College, is very common, nothing special. However, in the face of the former Qin Sheng, we can make a great show of our power. A rather powerful wave of yuan force swept around, causing a lot of exclamations of Qin family disciples. Qin Huan can also clearly feel the attention and exclamation around him. He enjoys this treatment very much between his eyebrows. Without my parents' things, I don't think I'll teach you a lesson. I don't know what it means to be superior or inferior. Qin Huanyuan's strength surged, and a cruel color quickly appeared between his eyebrows. He pulled out a joking arc from the corner of his mouth. His leg suddenly stamped, and the whole courtyard shook and shot towards Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's face was suddenly livid as soon as his voice fell. The dragon had scales, and he would die if he touched them. Qin Sheng's scales were his parents. Even if Qin Huan humiliated himself, now he even humiliated his parents in full view. Which can't be tolerated. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted. Looking at Qin Huan, who had a horrible fluctuation of yuan power, he didn't send out a wave of yuan power. He held out his hand like lightning, and his palm didn't even cover the dragon scale pattern. It looked like an ordinary palm. Pa! A clear face slapping sound roared, followed by a fierce, with the fear of yuanli fluctuation of Qin Huan as flying away, heavily hit the family wall. The wall cracked, set off a lot of dust. The air suddenly quieted down, with unbelievable eyes fixed on Qin Sheng and Qin Huan buried on the rocks. What's the situation? It seems that Qin Huan was slapped away by Master Qin Sheng. Give me a good squeeze, haven't I dreamed? How can young Master Qin beat the 9-pulse-deacon Qin Huan to the ground? The disciples of the Qin family gathered around and talked in a low voice. Their faces were shocked. Qin Sheng didn't send out a wave of yuan power. When he left Qin's house, he also knew all kinds of waste. Even if he entered Luyun College, and it was less than 2 months ago, what could he gain? It's a mistake. I'm panicked. I only slapped Qin Huan after I got lucky. Finally, someone came up with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, it can't be explained. Qin Huan is a master of 9 channels. It's said that he can gather the sea of yuan power and break through to the state of soul. Even if Qin Sheng played 100 times, he just hit Qin Huan in the Universiade. Bang! Qin Huan crawled out of the rubble. His right face was red and swollen. A 5-finger seal was clearly displayed on the faces of all the people. He wanted to split his canthus and was furious. Luck, it must be luck. How could waste be so light-hearted and beat me with 1 slap? Qin Huan couldn't accept it and didn't want to believe that Qin Sheng had the ability to fight in front of the public. If Qin Sheng has that kind of ability, how can he allow him to be humiliated and dare not fart? Thinking of this, Qin Huan's inner fear disappeared without trace, especially just Qin Sheng's indifferent eyes, which really scared him. With the disappearance of the fear in his heart, there was a fire of pain on his red and swollen face. Qin Huan wanted to split his canthus, and there was a certain amount of violence between his eyebrows. He seemed to be a wounded monster. His eyes locked Qin Sheng coldly, and there was a sense of killing. Don't understand the superior and inferior guy, ask you 2 words, start to unexpectedly, so vicious. Qin Huan's eyes were cold, voice was measured, and in his rage, the powerful yuan force around him seemed to boil like a flame, which was very frightening and shocked many disciples of the Qin family. Qin Sheng sneered, as if not afraid of the threat of the so-called cousin, and said, "Your mouth is clean. That slap was just for my father. Discard your limbs and throw them to the law enforcement hall to decide." Qin Huan is fierce and fierce. Once again, he is as fierce as an arrow out of the line. He has a fierce breath. The air shakes violently where he passes. This time, Qin Huan didn't leave his hand, and his whole body of yuan force came out with a terrible pressure and ran over Qin Sheng. There is a law enforcement hall in the Qin family, which is composed of the older generation of collateral disciples in the family. The means are cruel. Moreover, Qin Sheng will not be merciful, because he is a direct disciple. Qin Huan's voice had just fallen, and many of the Qin family disciples who were watching around were shocked. They all knew that this time it was a big deal. Once the law enforcement hall was alarmed, the whole Qin family was in a bloodbath. What's more, Qin Huan had to first discard Qin Sheng's limbs, and then throw them to the law enforcement hall. It was obvious that he had to make a move. Qin Sheng glanced at the fierce so-called cousin lightly. His face was calm. However, when he heard the law enforcement, his eyes became colder and colder. Suddenly, he flashed out his palm again. In the hot eyes, Qin Sheng's outstretched palm was flat, seemingly slow, light and soft, without a trace of yuan force fluctuation, like a feather falling from the sky. However, in Qin Huan's view, the speed of the palm was so fast that his face was shocked and his pupils suddenly contracted, as if time had solidified for a moment. Pa! A clear face-slapping sound sounded. Qin Huan, like the fallen stars, flew backward and hit the family's wall heavily again. He was buried in the rubble. Well, what's the matter? Okay, it seems that Qin Huan was slapped again. It's impossible. Does God bless young master Qin Sheng? That's a good luck, isn't it? Qin Huan pushes away the rocks and climbs out in a panic. A group of minions rush to help them up. Qin Huan pushes away the minions and looks at Qin Sheng incredibly. Now Qin Huan's condition is a bit miserable. His face is swollen on both sides, his hair is messy, and Yuanli is disordered. How could you hit me again? Qin Huan is mad with rage. One time is coincidence, and good luck. What about the second time? This slap is for my mother. Qin Sheng said lightly, with cold eyes. Since his memory, Qin Sheng has never seen his mother, or even felt the so-called maternal love. However, Qin Huan is not able to humiliate at will. I'll kill you. Qin Huan turned his hand and added a fudao in his hand, which was full of yuan force. The fuan was bright and had a cold edge. Qin Huan has a lot of qi when he holds the fudao in his hand. Although this is a broken fuqi, not even a pattern fuqi, it's a big weapon for Qin Huan, who is still in the vain environment. Wu. Fu is bright and sharp. He cuts a fierce light and falls to Qin Sheng's head. Sure enough, even though it's just a broken one, not even a pattern one, but it depicts the rune after all. As long as there is yuan power to pour and cut iron like mud, even the first level of monsters can easily kill. No, Qin Huan is crazy. He even moves the rune sword to Master Qin Sheng. No matter how young Master Qin Sheng is the successor of the future family, if the sword goes on, young Master will have no life. After Qin Huan, a group of guests, watching the scene out of control, suddenly felt a click in their heart. It was too late to stop Qin Huan, who was stunned by anger. Pa! The ordinary palm once again flashed out like lightning. Under the unbelievable eyes, Qin Huan with the fudao was slapped to fly. For the third time, Qin Huan fell to the rubble. This time, Qin Sheng's strength deepened again. After 10 breaths, Qin Huan didn't even climb out. Those minions quickly dug Qin Huan out of the rubble. Pooh! Qin Huan is tottering, his face is swollen as if he can't see clearly. He coughs up blood with a big mouth, and there are some teeth broken by the terrorist force in the blood foam. This slap is my own. You bullied me for so many years. It's a little interest. Qin Sheng stood with his hands down, as if he had drawn 9 veins in succession. He was only a little short of being able to gather the sea of yuan power and break through Qin Huan's 3 palms in the soul state at one stroke. He just did a trivial thing. At this point, many disciples of the Qin family, including several powerful guests behind Qin Huan, were petrified. If the first slap is luck and the second is coincidence, what about the third? You know, Qin Huan has already moved his sword. It's not an ordinary cold weapon, but a rune sword that depicts the mysterious rune. Don't talk about the low-level martial arts who can communicate with the pulse state if you cut it. Even the first level of monsters and beasts are different. As we all know, 2 months ago, Qin Sheng was just a waste of 1 channel. Now, he is able to draw 9 channels of Qin Huan's palm in a row. Moreover, Qin Huan has used the fudao. Many disciples of the Qin family, who are watching around, see the changes in Qin Sheng's eyes. Even if they don't want to believe it again, Qin Sheng, a waste 2 months ago, has gone forever. Instead, he is an expert who can hang and open 9 channels between his hands. Qin Huan looks up at Qin Sheng, a distant cousin. Even though his vision is a little fuzzy, his eyes are still a little shocked. He is frightened and angry. Surprisingly, Qin Sheng is no longer a waste of humiliation. In his anger, Qin Huan slaps him 3 times in a row. Especially in front of the public, Qin Huan feels like he wants to find a rat hole to get in. Qin Huan can't accept being humiliated by a cousin who is weaker than himself. This son, how suddenly become so strong? After a short rage, Qin Huan flashed an idea in his mind. No, 2 months ago, that kid took part in the class assessment of Luyun College in the Malong mining area. Malong mining area is a place that people fear and yearn for. There are too many legends born there. Once some warriors dug up a stone in the Malong mining area. In a short time, they rose like stars, crossed the wasteland and the 36 dynasties, and went to a more vast world. Once upon a time, there were martial artists who were inherited by the peerless and powerful in the ancient times. Since then, they have changed their lives against the sky and become peerless in talent. Thinking of this, Qin Huan's heart beat fiercely for a few times, and said to himself, "What chance did Qin Sheng get in the Malong mining area? I am going to kill this son and deprive him of his great chance, which is not worthy of the chance to become the most eye-catching son of heaven." Qin Huan flashed a flash of greed, killing awe-inspiring. To say the least, even if Qin Huan doesn't get the chance to change his life against the sky, he will destroy it by himself. They have been on the sidelines for too long, and their lineages are not worthy of controlling the whole Qin family. The Qin family has declined to this point, and even the sidelines want to wipe out Qin Sheng. Think of here, Qin Huan no longer hesitates, deep voice way, Ghost 5, take this son, if revolt, behead. Shua. As soon as the voice came out, a ghostly black-robed warrior appeared in front of Qin Huan. He was surrounded by black qi, with a rotten smell. His eyes were shining with blue light. As long as his eyes were in contact with Qin Huan, his hair would be creepy. When Guiwu was young, he was abandoned by his enemy, and also infected with voodoo. The flesh and blood of his abandoned arm peeled off, leaving only bones, especially fingers, covered with black on. At first sight, he was severely poisoned. "Young Master Qin Sheng, I advise you to keep your hands down. If I do it, it will not be the ordinary pain of flesh and skin." Sun Han, the Ghost 5 voice, glanced at Qin Sheng. He thought that the so-called successor of the future Qin family had extraordinary strength. "Can you slap me 3 times in a row? Can you be an ordinary warrior?" Although Ghost 5 conceded, but definitely not an idiot. "If I have bad luck and Master Qin Sheng is poisoned, I will not be able to beg you for the arrival of Deluo Jingxian. I am doomed to die young." Ghost 5 slightly raised his ghost hand as if it were white bone. In the black fog, it lit a faint flame. "Is that a strange fire?" Many disciples of the Qin family were shocked. According to the legend, they were able to burn everything. If they were alchemists, there was Danhua. With that horrible fire, how could you commit yourself to the small Qin family? Qin Sheng looked up and saw the flame in the ghost's 5 hands. His pupils slightly contracted. However, he soon put it down again. It was not a strange fire, just a few thin poisonous fires. "I'm the successor of the Qin family. As a guest Qing of the Qin family, you have thought about the consequences for me?" Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He said without hesitation, as if he didn't put the threat of Ghost 5 in his eyes. "See, Ghost Wusun's cold and ugly face shows a touch of evil spirit when Pang Dun says with a grimace, 'Ha ha, Master Qin Sheng, how do I feel that you are still living in a dream? Do you think you are still your father? Your grandfather is almost on his way, so he will be caught with his wits on his back, kneeling and pleading for Huanshao. Maybe he can move Huanshao's kindness and kill you.'" Ghost 5 preached that his face had been rotted long ago by voodoo, which was very ferocious. "What did you say? What happened to my grandfather?" Qin Sheng was shocked all over. If he was hit by lightning, he felt that the atmosphere here was very strange just after he stepped into the gate of Qin's house. He was very worried about whether there was something wrong with his grandfather. Unexpectedly, Ghost 5 sent it to him. His grandfather was almost on his way. Ghost 5 didn't pay attention to it. He killed Qin Sheng with his cold eyes. He was surrounded by black fog and poisonous fire. He put it on Qin Sheng's shoulder silently and colorlessly. There was a rotten smell that had been corroded by voodoo for a long time. It was really disgusting. "You go first. Don't worry. You won't be alone. Your grandfather will catch up with you soon." Ghost 5 gazed at Qin Sheng as if he were looking at the dead. Even the Qin family disciples who were watching in the distance felt as if they were freezing. Ghost 5 means is extremely ferocious. He even wants to tear Qin Sheng's shoulder with one hand. This is his style. He likes to tear up the enemy bit by bit, so that the enemy can bear the inhuman pain and fear before he dies. Ghost 5's ghost hand is extremely sharp and can cut iron like mud. Although it can't compare with Qin Huan's broken rune knife, it's easy and effortless to harvest Qin Sheng, who doesn't seem to have many yuan force fluctuations on his body. At this moment, Ghost 5 felt that Qin Sheng had never just shown such a terrible performance. He could slap Qin Huan 3 times in a row, and he had certain luck. Ghost 5's eyes are cold and his heart is excited. He seems to be able to see Qin Sheng's blood and flesh blurred, wailing and begging for mercy. Tortured by voodoo for a long time, Ghost 5's psychology has been distorted to a very ferocious state. Chong. A lot of sparks were scratched on Qin Sheng's shoulder by the ghostly hand wrapped with the corrosive black gas. There was no picture of his imaginary limb separation and flesh and blood blur. On the contrary, his ghostly hand felt a pain. Ghost 5 facial expression is startled, the Mao Sun is no longer cold and cruel, instead is puzzled and shocked. It's not right. Ghost 5 heart is angry, a bad feeling, want to pull away ghost hand. Qin Sheng's eyes were cold and frightening. Ghost 5 seemed to feel that he was being stared at by the terror beast that was dormant in the magic dragon mining area. His pores stood up, and a cold came out of his spine. Click! Qin Sheng, with a flash of lightning, grabbed the Ghost 5's hand, which cut iron like mud. Then he pinched it hard. Under many eyes, he pinched it into pieces and fell to the ground. My hand. Guiwu imitates the Buddha like a ghost. His ghost hand has been corroded by voodoo for a long time. It is not only not rotten, but also more and more sharp and hard. It was crushed so easily by Qin Sheng. Guiwu knows that he kicked the steel plate this time. Want to escape now? Late, I'll take you on the road. Qin Sheng catches up with him. He doesn't fluctuate with yuan force, but he is covered with dragon scale skin. Qin Sheng's body, after being tempered by Yan Lingua, has long been able to compete with the spirit state warrior. Today, after being baptized by Long Qi, he has gained many benefits. His speed is no less than that of the ordinary spirit state warrior. This Ghost 5 also relies on that ghost hand. The cultivation of martial arts is just at the beginning of the state of Tonghun. Even the war spirit hasn't been melted. The speed is not fast, even not as fast as that of Zhao Tong. Therefore, Qin Sheng immediately catches up with Ghost 5 and prints on his back. Bang! Ghost 5, like a bereaved dog, fell heavily in front of Qin Huan's body, his back collapsed, under the power of terror, his muscles and veins were exhausted, and his mouth was full of hemoptysis. Huan Xiao, please. Ghost 5 tries to get up and asks Qin Huan for help. Phew. But in response to Ghost 5, it was Qin Sheng's soul-taking voice, go ahead, no one can save you. Ghost 5 looks back in fear, but it's Qin Sheng who is killing himself. He knows his life is not long. His eyes are fierce, and he roars, if you want to die, you should be pulled on the back. A terrifying wave of yuan power is released from Ghost 5. Qin Sheng's eyes are fixed. The Ghost 5 wants to explode the ocean of yuan power and die together. Prison Dragon Hand. The palm with bronze color is like a snake coming out of a hole. The head of Ghost 5 is printed between the lightning and flint. Pooh. The Ghost's 5 heads are cracked, his neck is crooked, he is paralyzed, he can't die anymore, and the horrible wave of yuan force in his body is slowly declining. Ghost 5, Death. The courtyard of the Qin family is silent. No one dares to make a sound. Many disciples of the Qin family were shocked to see such a horrible scene, and their eyes fell on Qin Sheng one after another. Ghost 5 is the martial arts of soul state, and it also has extremely poisonous voodoo. Even if it doesn't melt out the soul of war, it's absolutely comparable to the common martial arts of soul state. In particular, the voodoo on Ghost 5's hands, even the martial artists in the middle stage of Tonghunjing, are not willing to touch it. Why does Qin Sheng's body seem so strong? Even the sharp ghost hand of Ghost 5 can't break his defense. Is Master Qin Sheng a physical practitioner? Physical cultivation has long been lonely. There is no way out. How can we easily kill Ghost 5? No one can understand. Qin Huan looks at the Ghost 5's body and almost pees his pants. It's Ghost 5. A real soul state warrior, he was so easily killed by Qin Sheng on the spot. Qin Sheng is close to Qin Huan, and his eyes are cold. This so-called cousin wants to kill him 3 times and 4 times. From the sound transmission of Gai Wu Gang, Qin Huan's lineage is going to fight against them. His father, Qin Zhongtian, led the Qin family to glory. Now it is gradually declining. The people who are affiliated with Qin family are so ambitious that they want to drive all the people of Qin family out and replace them. Qin Shingyue thought that he was more angry, and his eyes gradually showed a sense of killing. What do you want to do? Qin Huan's face was finally a little more flustered. The pride and conceit between his eyebrows had long disappeared without trace, and he shouted. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes, pulled up a joking arc from the corner of his mouth, showed 2 cruel smiles on his face, and said, "Didn't you just cut me off?" Smell words. Qin Huan immediately face very embarrassed. This invisible face let Qin Huan eat more shriveled. Well, I admit I look down on you. Don't think you can kill Ghost 5 and change your destiny. Qin Huan seemed to think of something suddenly, and his heart was full of energy. He lowered his voice and said, Ghost 5 is a little powerful, but compared with my uncle, it's still 18,000 miles away. Accept the reality, your lineage has been abolished, and you should no longer control the Qin family. Smell speech. Qin Sheng's face slightly coagulates, the anger in the heart is burning. These dregs, the rivers and mountains my father beat down, even want to deprive. At the same time, Qin Sheng also knew that the eldest uncle in Qin Huan's mouth should be Qin Yuan. 10 years ago, he was in the late stage of Tonghunjing. Moreover, Qin Sheng has not seen Uncle Qin Yuan for many years. Now he doesn't know what realm his cultivation has reached. Maybe he has broken through to the realm of life. Qin Sheng's face is more dignified when he thinks of it. If he is in the soul state, Qin Sheng has a black iron talisman and can easily crush. However, if that Qin Yuan has already broken through the sky, plus other collateral claws and teeth, Qin Sheng's going home this time is undoubtedly going to the Dragon Pool and Tiger Cave. Qin Huan also seemed to notice the dignified color on Qin Sheng's face. The panic just now disappeared without trace. Instead, it was the cruel smile. You know you kicked the steel plate? Qin Huan smiled proudly and resumed his arrogance and bullying. He was so powerful that he threatened Qin Sheng, now you kneel down and kowtow 9 times. I'll think about saying something nice in front of Uncle Qin Yuan. Maybe you can stay in the family. Kneel down and kowtow 9 times? Qin Sheng asked in a cold voice. Of course, it's a great favor that you killed the guest of the family in public and didn't abandon your cultivation. Qin Huan sneered. All of a sudden, Qin Sheng laughed. These family moths are really dregs. They can't let them stop. Qin Sheng's smile is getting colder and colder. The murderous feeling between his eyebrows is gradually strong. His eyes are cold and indifferent. He hated that others threatened him. Last night, he was so powerful that he didn't take Qin Sheng seriously. You should know that Zhao Tong was a warrior in the middle of the soul realm. He even smelt the soul of war, and came from the Zhao family, who only covered the sky with one hand. Qin Sheng did not hesitate to beat him. If Qin Huan knew that even the elder of Zhao family had been abandoned by Qin Sheng, did he have the courage to continue to threaten Qin Sheng? Unfortunately, Qin Huan will never know what happened in Luyun College last night. Qin Sheng was thinking about how to punish the following cousin. Die. All of a sudden, Qin Huan even attacked Qin Sheng, and the Yuan force around him burst out in a flash, condensing into a finger, and there were bursts of sharp blue. The best martial arts at the human level, green point. Although it's only a martial art of the highest rank, Qin Huan has reached a perfect level of cultivation. The green light is shining, and with terrifying sharpness, he stabs Qin Sheng in the temple. All this happened between the lightning and flint. It was very poisonous. It didn't leave any possibility for Qin Sheng to live. Qin Sheng indifferently looks at Qin Huan, who suddenly erupts. He shakes his head and stretches out his hand, which is covered with dragon scales. Even the prisoner's hand has not been used. Under his incredible eyes, he grabs Qin Huan's green fingers with one hand. Air. A moment ago, Qin Huan was very proud, his eyes were slightly excited, he thought he was going to succeed in the attack. Qin Huan's Qingmong finger has been cultivated to a perfect level. It's powerful and frightening. It's such a close attack. He's very confident. Even the martial artists who pass through the soul will be pierced by his Qingmong finger. However, in the next moment, Qin Sheng's palm seems to be slow. In fact, he grabs his green fingers like lightning, and then a force of terror breaks out like a giant dragon. Click. The green fingers that can pierce the boulder like tofu are broken by Qin Sheng with one hand, 10 fingers linked to heart, and Qin Huan almost burst out of his eyes with pain. Qin Sheng still hasn't stopped. The other hand is also out like lightning. In the sharp pain, Qin Huan only feels the darkness in front of him, and his neck is clamped by Qin Sheng. Let go of me. Qin Huan looks at Qin Sheng in horror and struggles desperately, but Qin Sheng's hands are like iron tongs. Qin Sheng is not moved by his struggles. I'm the young master of the Qin family. You have to let Qin kill me. Qin Sheng raised Qin Huan's voice, which was cold and piercing, and then it came to Qin Huan's ear. Originally I was thinking of the same people, and I was going to face you to death, so I'll kill you. But you've killed me 3 or 4 times. Qin Sheng said coldly, I'm sorry, you've exhausted my patience. So, you'd better go. Hearing this, Qin Huan hears a breath of death, and immediately looks scared. He wants to say something, but a force of terror comes. Qin Huan's neck is crooked, his eyes are turned over, and his vitality is quickly scattered. Qin Huan, die. Bang. Qin Sheng threw away the cousin who had killed him 3 times and 4 times. The whole courtyard of Qin family fell into silence again. All the shocked eyes focused on the 2 gradually cold bodies on the ground. Apart from the shock, there was more fear. After Qin Sheng killed 2 people who wanted to kill him in succession, the 2 childishness on his face disappeared without trace, and replaced by the indifference which was not suitable for his age. At this time, the disciples of the Qin family, especially those of the collateral school, finally realized that the once useless young master had been transformed into a place that everyone would look up to within less than 2 months of Luyun University. Qin Sheng glanced at everyone. It was as cold as a big demon. His brow was a bit of dignity that didn't match his age. Although he didn't send out any yuan force fluctuations, no one dared to look at him directly. Qin 5, Qin Huan, a disciple of the Qin family, is audacious. He should be killed for plotting against evil. Leave a word like this, Qin Sheng is to leave the courtyard. Qin Sheng's face was gloomy and hurried. He always felt that the situation of the Qin family was not optimistic. He did not expect such a tragedy. He thought that only the Zhao family, who only covered the sky in Dian City, could bear the tiger's burden on the Qin family. Unexpectedly, there were problems in the Qin family. Even the collateral wanted to kill them all. In particular, the voice of Ghost 5 reminds Qin Sheng that his grandfather seems to have encountered some terrible problems and will soon embark on the Yellow Spring Road. Since Qin Zhongtian's father disappeared suddenly, his grandfather has been supporting the whole Qin family all these years. It can be said that for the Qin family, Qin Sheng's grandfather has devoted his whole life. If Grandpa's life is in danger, I will do more than kill all the collateral branches. Qin Sheng's eyebrows were filled with horrible evil spirits, and he took a man by surprise and asked, "Where is my grandfather?" The clansman, although he was also a martial artist with 8 channels, felt Qin Sheng's terror and evil spirit, and was immediately white with fear, saying, in the council hall." Bang! Qin Sheng released the frightened people and hurried to the meeting hall. Qin family, in the conference hall. At this time, there are a lot of Qin family elders gathered here, who are basically masters of channeling spirit. Some of them send out terrifying yuan force fluctuations, far beyond the yuan force fluctuations of ordinary warriors of channeling spirit. In the center of the meeting hall, there is a wooden bed, on which lies an old man. The old man, with silver hair and a face of Chinese characters, was not angry and awe-inspiring. His whole body exuded a sense of terror. However, his lower body was entangled with dead qi, and he had to stay in bed. Qin Tao was lying in bed, looking at the doctor who diagnosed him uneasily, with some expectation in his eyes. This is a first-class alchemist hired by the Qin family. He came here to cure Qin Tao. I dare to ask, Master Lin, can my legs be saved? Qin Tao asked, carefully. The so-called Master Lin, dressed in a golden and luxurious robe, was middle-aged. His eyebrows gleamed with coldness and arrogance. He glanced at the crowd with pride and said, "Your legs are petrified. The only way to live is to saw them off." Boom. As soon as Master Lin's voice came out, Qin Tao, who was lying in the hospital bed, was suddenly struck by lightning, and his whole body was suddenly shocked, and his eyes were full of despair. Qin Tao closed his eyes and couldn't bear to accept the scene. For a long time. Qin Tao opened his eyes again, with some desperation in his eyes. The tiger face, which was originally fierce, was decadent and suffered such a heavy blow, as if he had been several decades old. Half a year ago, Qin Tao received a secret report that he was going to the Magic Dragon mining area to search for treasures. He was an expert in the whole world. He was powerful and didn't seem to be very dangerous. At last, Qin Tao was attacked by a group of mysterious people in black. After a fierce battle. In the end, Qin Tao escaped from Xingtian, but he was poisoned. His legs were petrified gradually, and his flesh and blood gradually became lifeless rocks with the passage of time. Although Qin Tao used up all the antidotes and took a lot of antidotes, he was still unable to fight against the strange poison. Even though he is a strong man in the sky, and his resistance is far stronger than the ordinary one, Qin Tao's legs have petrified to the root of his thighs in the past 6 months, and he can't even walk. Master Lin stood hand in hand, with a slight indifference between his eyebrows. He said, "You are suffering from petrifaction. If you are in the early stage, the alchemists, with more than 3 grades, are sure to save your legs. But you are very ill. Even the alchemist of the 9th grade can't save you." Master Lin's words, just like the gods, sentenced Qin Tao's 4 stars. Qin Tao's face is dead. Although he doesn't want to believe all this, Master Lin is a real alchemist. Although he is the worst alchemist, he has absolute authority in Dian City. His words, no doubt, cut off any hope in Qin Tao's heart. Master Lin said to himself, "You should make a decision as soon as possible. If you don't cut off your legs in 3 days, you won't even have a chance to live a life." Do you really want to cut off your legs? Qin Tao's old face is very ugly. He is a strong man in the sky. If he saws off his legs, what's the difference between him and a useless man? When his son Qin Sheng was there, what a sight Qin Tao was. Now with Qin Sheng's sudden disappearance, not only the Qin family gradually declined, but also his body was poisoned. His old age was miserable. Big brother, listen to Master Lin, saw it off, and live. At this time a quiet cold voice sounded in the meeting hall, and many people around gave way to a channel. Under the gaze, an old man in black came out. His face was very thin and his purple lips were thin. A pair of sharp eagle eyes swept everyone's eyes and walked into the meeting hall. The elder. I've seen the old man. Qin Yuan's body was full of the breath of poisonous snake. At the moment when he stepped in, the temperature of the whole meeting hall dropped several degrees. Master Lin. He is the elder of the Qin family. In the whole Qin family, both strength and power belong to the elder, called Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan came from the collateral system. In recent decades, he didn't ask about the affairs of the family. However, in recent years, the Qin family's situation has become worse and worse, so he began to take over the Qin family's industry. His position in the Qin family is very important. Master Lin also seemed to feel the terror of Qin Yuan, which was obviously much stronger than that of the old people. The coldness and arrogance between the eyebrows also converged and nodded to Qin Yuan. Qin Tao looked up at Qin Yuan, who came in, and shook his head, just saw off my legs. What's the difference between me and the waste man? I've sent someone to Xinguang City, and I'm sure I can find an alchemist with 3 delicacies. Hearing this, Master Lin in a gorgeous robe suddenly turned cold and was very unhappy. An old man who doesn't know how to praise. Master Lin scoffed. Do you mean my words are not worth believing? In that case, leave. Every alchemist is very proud, even the lowest one. Qin Tao just said that he didn't believe Master Lin very much. He was naturally angry. Master Lin shook his sleeves and left immediately. At last he laughed and said, how noble is the 3 grades of alchemists, and how can you get rid of this remote woodlouse? The whole Beichen country, Dian City is indeed the most remote border town, where the most powerful alchemist is also a second-class alchemist, and long-term missing, no one can be found. Like a more prosperous city, there are 3 kinds of alchemists. But as Master Lin said, the 3 kinds of alchemists have a high status. I don't think they will come to cure for this small family in a remote town. Slow down, wait a minute. Qin Yuan said in a loud voice, my elder brother didn't mean to look down on Master Lin, please stay. Please do it, Master Lin, to petrify my brother's legs. Qin Yuan's eyes were cold, and his thin old face had 2 bad intentions. He turned his hand and took out 100,000 yuan of crystal. Master Lin, this is 100,000 yuan crystal. I hope you can help my elder brother to cut off his legs and make him suffer less. Qin Tao looked at his cousin strangely, his face changed greatly, and finally he realized his cousin's bad intention. Qin Sheng used to be at the Qin's house. Where did Qin Yuan dare to show his ambition and devote himself to cultivation? Now, Qin Sheng has been missing for 10 years. Qin Yuan has determined that Qin Sheng, who can't make a mistake, can't come back alive. After decades of dormancy, Qin Yuan is waiting for this day. As long as Qin Tao's legs are sawed off, even if he is a strong man in the sky, what's the difference between him and the waste man? Why should a waste man fight with Qin Yuan? The position of Qin clan leader is destined to fall into Qin Yuan's hands. At the thought that he would soon become the head of the Qin family, his thin and mean face was full of smiles. Get out of here, get out of here. Even if I die, I won't cut off my legs. Qin Tao said in a deep voice that a terrible wave of Yuan power immediately rolled up the whole discussion hall. Qin Tao, after all, is a strong man in Tongtian. Even though his legs are petrified, Yuan Li's fluctuation has not weakened much. He suppresses the whole scene. Qin Yuan also released a wave of Yuan power that was no less than Qin Tao's, and even better than Qin Tao's. You're breaking through the sky? Qin Tao's face was shocked and unbelievable. All sky, flying sky and earth, extraordinary and refined. Countless martial artists who pass through the soul state are stuck there and can't make progress all their lives. There are only 3 martial artists who can break through the spirit realm. Smell speech, Qin Yuan, smugly smile, just smile in more too cruel color. It's been a breakthrough for years. Qin Tao was shocked. He seemed to understand that this cousin had been dormant for several years for the position of his clan leader. Maybe he was afraid that the omnipotent Qin Sheng would suddenly return to the king. Qin Tao had known for a long time that the collateral had been ready to move, and the disciples of his own had few talents in these years, and they were always weak. For a long time, collateral became more and more unbridled. He knew that it would be sooner or later for collateral to seize power. It's just that Qin Tao can't believe that he came so fast this day. He hasn't waited for his grandson to grow up. He has full wings. What he needs most is time for his grandson, Qin Sheng, to grow rapidly, which is also the reason for arranging Qin Sheng to Luyun College. So over the years, Qin Tao has been reluctant to go far, for fear of any accident. Half a year ago, Qin Tao got the information that there is a kind of fruit in the magic dragon wasteland. If you take it, you can activate a kind of terrible blood. Qin Tao knew that his grandson's talent was not so good, so he took the risk and went deep into the devil dragon wasteland. I just didn't expect something happened that time. You are the man in black who killed me half a year ago? Suddenly, Qin Tao asked lightly. Are you looking for this strange poison of petrified flesh and blood? There was a sudden silence in the meeting hall, and all eyes looked at each other. These old people, which one is not sophisticated, even if it is just a look, can guess a lot. The fight between the imperial powers is very cruel. Even for such a remote town family, there is no lack of blood and tears. The elders look at each other and think of each other's ghosts, including those of their own lineage. Their faces are not happy, but the current situation for their own lineage has no chance to overturn. In the whole Qin family, there are only 2 strong people who can connect with the heaven. One of them was Qin Tao, who was paralyzed and bedridden. The other is Qin Yuan. Qin Tao can't even move. What can he do with Qin Yuan? The fight between such small families as the Qin family in Dian City, a martial artist who knows the sky, can decide everything. Qin Tao shook his head, his thin purple lips pressed, pulled out a joking arc, and said, Elder brother, you are too sick to speak such nonsense. Somebody, hold the big brother down. Qin Yuan's skin laughs and the flesh doesn't smile. Yes. Several fairly weak clan elders burst out at the scene. They were all collateral disciples, and they had long been obedient to Qin Yuan. Several ethnic elders seized Qin Tao's hands like lightning, which made him unable to move. No, you can't do that. Qin Tao struggled desperately, but it didn't help, just in vain. You can't cut off my legs. Fuck off, asshole. I'm your clan leader. Come and ask the people from the law enforcement hall to come here. Someone is going to kill the clan leader. Qin Tao's face was despairing and roared. It contained the power of terror and spread far away. But what's the use of that? Who will save him? Or that is to say, in today's Qin family, Qin Yuan is the leader of the sidelines, who dares not to save Qin Tao. Please, Master Lin. Qin Yuan reached out and said with a smile. Master Lin nodded. It seemed that all these things had been arranged. When he turned his hand, he had a dagger in his hand. This dagger is in the shape of a half-moon. It is extremely sharp with cold light. With Master Lin Yuanli's indoctrination, the surface of the dagger shines with fierce runes. This is actually a rune. Stop. At this time an untimely voice blew up. Qin Sheng was rushed by Feng Qi and Dianji. Shua. The sudden voice made everyone in the conference hall turn to look at the figure. There was a young man, handsome and bright, tall and straight, with a sword eyebrow and starry eyes. There was a bit of heroism between the eyebrows, but the yuan strength of the whole body was weak. It seemed that he didn't get through several yuan veins at a glance. Someone came to save me? Despairing Qin Tao suddenly shivered and stood up reluctantly. He wanted to see what was sacred and come to save him. Qin Sheng. Qin Tao's face was stunned, and then a more desperate look appeared on his face. Pointing out the door, he said angrily, "Roll back to Luyun College." Qin Tao didn't think of his grandson at all. Qin Sheng would return to his family at this inappropriate time. His cousin, Wolf's son, is ambitious and needs to kill himself. Can Qin Sheng, as the successor of the future family, have a good ending? 9 out of 10, Qin Yuan designed and framed his own petrochemical disease. How could such a vicious man let Qin Sheng go? Qin Yuan has a pair of eagle eyes sweeping around Qin Sheng. He has long heard that this unworkable nephew practices in Luyun College. He feels the fluctuation of yuan power in his body. His thin face finally shows a smile of comfort. What kind of threat can this waste pose to him? Qin Yuan sneers. If you clean up the old dog, the fart boy, and use your fingers, you will be able to crush it. Qin Sheng glanced at all the people. He inherited the memory of the emperor. How rich his experience was. He felt the atmosphere here was very strange in an instant. Well? Suddenly, Qin Sheng's eyes sharpened, and he locked on Master Lin, who was wearing a gorgeous robe, because Master Lin was holding a sharp and incomparable talisman knife. What are you going to do? Let go of the knife. Qin Sheng shouted at Master Lin. When Master Lin was yelled by the young man Qin Sheng, his face suddenly became gloomy. What a noble alchemist he is, he was yelled at by an unknown young man. Who is he? Master Lin's eyebrows were so gloomy that he could dribble out of the water, with some anger in his eyes. Your grandfather suffers from a strange disease, which is called petrification. His legs are petrified. If he doesn't cut them off, he will die. Qin Yuan explained lightly. What? Qin Sheng was shocked. He rushed to Qin Tao's hospital bed and looked at his grandfather. Sure enough. Grandpa's legs have become petrified and stone-like. This is a petrochemical disease. Qin Sheng can see at a glance that it has reached the middle stage. If it is not treated, within half a year, Grandpa will become a stone man completely. There is no possibility of survival. You're going to cut off my grandfather's legs, just because of the petrochemical disease? Qin Sheng turns to Master Lin, who is somewhat arrogant between Qin Yuan and that eyebrow. His face is angry. Quack, you can go. Qin Sheng suddenly said in a cold voice, pointing out the door. Shua. Looking at Qin Sheng with astonishment, there was no fluctuation of yuan power in him, so-called future heirs of the family. They were shocked. Master Lin is an alchemist. He was scolded as a quack, and Qin Sheng pointed to his nose to let him roll. Your Qin family is so powerful. Master Lin was stunned at first, and then there was a fury burning from his chest. He is an alchemist. Even in Dian City, there are not many. He has a noble identity. Today, he is continuously humiliated in the declining Qin family. Qin Sheng, if you don't stay in Luyun College, it's chaos if you go home. Qin Yuan was also frightened by Qin Sheng. Even if he was Qin Yuan, he dared not humiliate Master Lin so much, even if he was a higher level than Master Lin. But the position of the alchemist is so high that it's a bad thing to offend an alchemist. There's no place for you to talk. Get out of the way. The Yuan power of Qin Yuan suddenly broke out, forming an extremely fierce pressure, which immediately enveloped Qin Sheng. Although it's only a ray of Yuanli's pressure, Qin Yuan is a powerful man in Tongshenjing. If he is an ordinary low-level martial man in Tongtingmagijing, he is absolutely like a stone mountain, kneeling on the ground and breaking his bones. Well? At this time, Qin Sheng's face slightly coagulated. Naturally, he also felt Qin Yuan's bad intention. The saint-level Yuan pulse in his body was slightly surging, and immediately absorbed the so-called Yuan force. What's the matter? Qin Yuan's face was surprised, but Qin Sheng's face was calm, and he was not crushed. Suddenly, Qin Sheng understood everything. Originally, it was only Qin Sheng's guess, but combined with the words of Ghost 5 and Qin Huan and the strange atmosphere of the meeting hall, Qin Sheng finally understood that it was a game of power. Isn't this sideline led by Qin Yuan? Collateral has always wanted to be dominant. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng's face suddenly turned cold again. Grandpa, I have a way to cure your petrification, and I don't need to saw off your legs. Qin Sheng's eyes fell on the despairing Qin Tao, his eyes were starry and his temperament changed dramatically. I have some others in the Malong mining area, and I get the inheritance of an old master. Don't worry that I have absolute assurance to cure the petrochemical disease for you. Qin Sheng explained. The magic dragon mining area has existed for many years, buried many unknown inheritance. Once there were martial artists in the magic dragon mining area, occasionally inheritance, since then changed life against the sky. But that happened only once in decades or even centuries. How could Qin Sheng encounter this kind of inheritance? Qin Yuan's face is serious. Although some people don't want to believe it, Qin Sheng was just able to resist a ray of Yuan's power. It's absolutely not what ordinary people who can communicate with the environment can have. Is this boy really lucky to get an inheritance? Qin Yuan's face is a little ugly. If there is any inheritance, it is not a good thing for him. Really? Hearing this, Qin Tao's turbid eyes are shining again, and he looks at Qin Sheng incredulously. Well, I'm 10% sure. Qin Sheng nodded seriously. Petrochemical disease is an irreversible strange poison. If you are an ordinary alchemist, there is basically no way, unless the alchemist has Danhua, to refine the strange poison. But this is also very harmful to patients. Qin Sheng quickly searched the inheritance and memory of the emperor, and it seemed that there were at least 100 kinds of petrochemical diseases that could be solved. Qin Tao took a deep look at Qin Sheng. Since he went to Luyun College 2 months ago, the change of his grandson is so great that he can't have the confidence alone. Qin Sheng used to be as timid as a rat. Don't say that he scolded the first-class alchemist in front of the public. Today so many people are old. They dare not fart before. Qin Tao felt that his grandson was completely reborn. I believe you. Qin Tao finally said firmly. In the dark, Qin Tao had a feeling that he wanted to fight this time, so he chose to believe in Qin Sheng. I don't believe in Qin Sheng. The fate of their 2 brothers and grandchildren today is estimated to be miserable. If you believe in Qin Sheng, there is still a wisp of illusory hope. Ha ha, joke, just because you want to cure petrochemical disease? Master Lin seemed to hear the best joke in the world. He sneered coldly and said, I really live in a dream. I don't know how great the world is. As long as the petrochemical disease, at least 3 refined alchemists. How old is Qin Sheng Kai? It seems that he is a young man who is still wet behind the ears. At this age, it's hard to be an alchemist of the 3rd grade, even a 9-star alchemist. Master Lin glanced at Qin Sheng coldly and took back his eyes. Hearing this, the clan elders in the meeting hall were shocked at first and then sneered. Nonsense, it's nonsense. Qin Yuan yelled at him loudly, and his fierce Yuan power fluctuated all over the meeting hall. He ordered, "Come, catch Qin Sheng." Yes. Some of Qin Tao's collateral clan elders, one of whom passed through the spirit realm, went to Qin Sheng. The old man of that clan held out his hand and threatened. "Don't touch my grandson." Qin Tao was angry, and a powerful atmosphere of Tongxinjing broke out. The terrible pressure rolled on the old people who were in Tongxinjing. The horrible Yuanli came out of the Tianlingai and formed a huge Yuanli palm. Yuanli's giant palms, which are formed by the powerful Yuanli, have the terrifying power under the shocking eyes, just like Mount Tai's rolling towards the old people who are fighting against Qin Sheng. Pa! Yuanli's huge palm slaps it to fly. The bones of his whole body don't know how many heels have burst. He coughs up blood with a big mouth and suffers a heavy injury. Everyone's face changed dramatically, and they looked at Qin Tao in the hospital bed inconceivably. Qin Tao. Qin Yuan's face was angry. He was the one who was hit. In any case, Qin Yuan couldn't think about it. Qin Tao, who had been in bed for half a year, still had such strength. After all, Qin Tao is a strong man who can reach the sky. Even if he has a petrochemical disease, his life will not be long, but his counterattack before his death is extremely frightening. Whoever dares to touch my grandson's hair, I will explode the ocean of Yuanli, and you will all accompany me on the road. Qin Tao's old face was full of horror. Hearing this, Qin Yuan's face changed greatly, and he explained with a smile on his face, "Elder brother, you misunderstood me. We are just afraid that Qin Sheng will delay your illness." At this time, Qin Tao is like a demon about to fall. If he fights back before he dies, even if he doesn't die, he will lose his skin. Besides, the Qin family who can enter the meeting hall is basically the elite of the Qin family. Qin Taohua is a self-explosion. Qin Yuan is sure that he will not die. However, other people who are familiar with the soul state are almost dead. At that time, even though Qin Yuan won the position of clan head, he also became a commander with bare head. What's the significance then? This is not what Qin Yuan would like to see. At this time, the petrified skin on Qin Tao's legs spread towards his waist at the speed that can be seen by the naked eye, but in a few moments, petrified skin reached his chest. No. Seeing this, Qin Sheng's face suddenly changed, saying, "Grandpa used Yuanli to accelerate the deterioration of petrochemical disease." Other people saw this scene, especially Master Lin, with a sneer in his eyes, saying, "The petrochemical disease has worsened to the late stage, even the alchemists of the 9th grade cannot save their lives. If you dare to fart again, I will kill you first." Qin Sheng glanced at the bad Master Lin with murderous intent in his eyes, just like the great demon in the depth of the demon-dragon wasteland, which never came out in 10,000 years, making Master Lin's heart beat wildly. He dared not look at Qin Sheng for a while. Qin Sheng then ignored how embarrassed Master Lin was. He grabbed Grandpa's hand and comforted him. "Grandpa, don't worry. I'm here. I won't let you have anything to do." In words, petrified skin has passed through the chest. Qin Tao's breathing is not smooth. He looks at Qin Sheng and knows his life is not long. The petrochemical disease is getting worse too fast. It's really too dangerous. Even though Master Lin's words were so bad, it was also true that even the alchemist of Jiuping could not save Qin Tao's life. If you are an ordinary alchemist, there is no way, but Qin Sheng has the memory of the emperor, and there are ways to save lives. "Grandpa, you relax. I'll treat you right away." Qin Sheng said a word, and then thought. Soul seal. Qin Sheng's soul seal was running, and his soul power was constantly gathering. His soul power was rapidly rising, and his eyes shone two lights as if they were practical. Yellow spring fire. Qin Sheng grabs Grandpa's hands, and a wisp of yellow spring fire gathers on them. In the treatment of petrochemical disease, one of the methods is to use Danhua to calcine the petrochemical strange poison in Qin Tao's body. However, Qin Tao is only a martial artist, flesh and blood, and how can he bear the burning of Dan fire? What's more, Grandpa Qin Sheng's petrochemical disease has worsened to an irreversible and terrible level. Even Sanweiden fire may not be able to calcine the petrochemical strange poison in Qin Tao's body. However, what Qin Sheng has is the fire on the road. This magical Danhua, let alone Tianyuan continent, is hard to find even if you look at the whole 9 days and 10 places. Yellow spring fire, that is a unique Dan fire, even ghosts and gods can purify, let alone a small petrochemical strange poison. Qin Sheng grabs his grandfather Qin Tao's hands, and a thin yellow spring fire penetrates into his body through his hands in the package of soul power. Huang Chuanhua enters Qin Tao's body, and Qin Tao suddenly shivers. That's the fire of the yellow spring. It's a little careless. It not only burns the petrified poison clean, but also burns Grandpa's body and soul to ashes. This is the horror of the fire. If you are an ordinary alchemist, you dare not control the fire at all. The most terrible thing is that even the alchemist himself may be ignited. Once ignited by the fire, Qin Sheng and Qin Tao are both dead. They can't even walk on the road of Huangquan. They can't live forever. However, Qin Sheng's eyes are as bright as electricity. He runs the soul seal at a high speed and carefully controls the fire. So, it seems very dangerous. In fact, everything is under Qin Sheng's control. In the conference hall, under the hot eyes, some were shocked, some were confused, and more were sneering with schadenfreude. Especially Master Lin, who was mocked 3 times and 4 times, looked at Qin Sheng and pretended. You can get rid of the poison by holding your hand? Master Lin's taunts between his eyebrows became more and more intense. It's just a joke. It's just that Master Lin's voice just dropped. The petrified skin, which had not passed Qin Tao's chest before, stopped deteriorating. Then, under the incredible eyes, the petrified skin peeled off at the speed that the naked eye could see. With the exfoliation of petrified skin, a new layer of pink and ruddy skin is exposed. As soon as the fire comes out, it will burn all the ghosts and gods in the underworld. Even ghosts and gods can burn to kill. You can imagine how tyrannical the fire is. The speed of peeling off of petrified skin is faster and faster. A large piece of peeling off reveals a large piece of pink and ruddy new skin. Qin Tao, who had long been quiet and dry and whose vitality was fading away, suddenly shivered and his eyes were shining again. Click. Yuan Li is a sensation. Not only the flesh and blood are restored, but also the stone veins in his body are gradually restored to their former brilliance. There is a rather fierce Yuan Li wave emanating from his body. Qin Sheng's eyes coagulate, and the soul seal moves to the extreme. The pure soul power constantly covers the fire and purifies the petrochemical poison in his grandfather's body. Soon, Qin Tao's petrified and strange poisons were all burned into the purest energy by the fire of Huangquan, and returned to Qin Sheng's 4 limbs. Well? What pure energy! Qin Sheng's face was slightly shocked, and his eyes were somewhat shocked. He didn't expect that the energy tempered by the strange poison of petrifaction was so pure, which aroused the resonance of the 9 channels in his body. The 9 channels in Qin Sheng's body glowed faintly, especially the Xingjia channels hidden in his backbone. They even sent out a horrible wave of Yuan force. The vigorous Yuan force gathered in his Dantian place and slowly rotated. The ocean of Yuanli is the sea of Yuanli? Qin Sheng was shocked. Even he didn't think that the refined energy of this petrified and strange poison, which was tempered by the yellow spring fire, was so terrible that it resonated with the 9 channels of Yuan and formed a sea of Yuan power. Once the sea of Yuan power is condensed successfully, it marks Qin Sheng's transition from Tongmeijing to Tonghenjing. In order to improve the cultivation level, Qin Sheng's strength will definitely soar a lot, which has many benefits for their endangered lineage. However, after a while, Qin Sheng was dead to suppress the inner impulse to break through to the soul state. Who? Qin Sheng's eyes are as bright as electricity. He takes a deep breath. The reason why he didn't choose to directly break into the state of Tonghen is that 2 months ago, he was still an ant in the same vein, which can be said to be a waste. But in the past 2 months, Qin Sheng's practice has been in a state of flux, and his progress has been too fast. If Qin Sheng wants to make a difference in martial arts, he must lay a good foundation. Because the foundation is solid, is the absolute level of Qin Sheng's achievements. What? Master Lin was shocked to see that Qin Tao, who had already stepped on the Huangquan road with half his foot, was not dead, but was reborn with nirvana, blood and vitality. Detoxified? Master Lin shook his head severely, only to find that the scene in front of him was not his illusion, but the real existence. It's petrified and strange poison. It can only be found from a certain site in the Magic Dragon Wasteland. Moreover, it's rare. Ordinary martial artists can't get it at all. Even if they get it, they don't know how to poison it. Like the strange poison of petrifaction, if you are a little careless, you may even get it. If you do, you will die. Unless you infect at the same time, cut off the infected body, otherwise you will die. Ha ha, okay. Qin Tao's hearty laughter came from the discussion hall. Although he felt a little weak, he was full of blood and flesh. The Yuanmai gradually enriched. Looking at his grandson Qin Sheng, he was full of joy. Qin Tao stood up from the hospital bed, the tiger eyes were shining brightly, and the thick Yuan force was emitted from his body. Although it had not yet recovered to the peak of the strong in the sky, it seemed that the Yuan force wave emitted from his body was much weaker than that of Qin Yuan not far away. My good grandson, you not only clean up all the petrified and strange poisons in my body, but also heal my old wounds and wounds. Qin Tao patted Qin Sheng heavily on the shoulder. With tears in the tiger's eyes, he tried to hold back his tears. At this moment, Qin Tao felt relieved that his grandson Qin Sheng had grown up. Over the years, especially after Qin Zhongtian disappeared, he has been supporting the whole Qin family. It's just internal troubles and external troubles. There are a group of restless collateral lines, making waves in the light wind. There's Zhao family, the teacher of the tiger and the wolf. As long as the Qin family makes mistakes, they will devour the whole Qin family like wolves. However, it's all over. His grandson got a big chance in the Malong mining area. Even the 9-level alchemist's petrified and strange poisons can be cleaned up so lightly. Is this Qin Sheng, the timid and talented man before? Linishan, what's the matter? Qin Yuan's thin face was full of haze. He was unhappy and sent a message to Master Lin. He asked qualitatively. You don't mean everything is arranged? How can the old dog's poison be so easily detoxified as a waste? Master Lin's face was still a little shocked. Instead of answering Qin Yuan's questions, he stared at Qin Sheng and asked in a deep voice, Boy, how did you do it? Just now, Qin Sheng was in full view of the public, saying that he had been inherited by an old master in the Malong mining area. That is to say, the inheritance of the old master made Qin Sheng so easy to dissolve the strange poison of stone that had deteriorated to the point that even the alchemists of Jiupin had no skills. If I can take the inheritance of this son, then I will rise from then on. Lin Yishan's eyes are a little hot, and there are two greedy looks in the deep pupil. Qin Sheng glanced at Lin Yishan and caught the greedy color deep in his pupil. His heart was cold. Since he dared to say his chance in the Malong mining area, Qin Sheng was not afraid of others to seize it. After all, in recent years, there was no lack of martial artists who got the chance in the Malong mining area. If you dare to come and rob, just let the horse come. Seeing that Qin Sheng didn't answer, Lin Yishan's eyes burst into light and said in a deep voice, "The way to remove the petrochemical and strange poison comes from the inheritance of our school. I don't know how you can win it, but I advise you to give it back to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Lin Yishan reached out his hand to Qin Sheng and said coldly. Hearing this, Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and smiled, and said, "Alchemists are different. They can say that they are so beautiful when they snatch things by chance. If you want my inheritance, come here and grab it. I, Qin Sheng, will keep it." Qin Sheng's face was a little ironic. "If the inheritance comes from your so-called school, why can't you detoxify my grandfather just now?" Lin Yishan's face twitches. He didn't expect that he was a young man, but he had the calmness that his peers didn't have. In a few words, he couldn't speak out. "You." Lin Yishan's face was full of anger, then he glanced at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan understood, approached Qin Sheng, and said with undisguised command, "Qin Sheng, if you steal Master Lin's school inheritance, hand it over to Qin family, don't bring harm to Qin family." Qin Yuan's face was cold and strong. "If you hand over the inheritance, I think Master Lin will read that it will not be difficult for you to get the chance by chance." With Qin Yuan's support, Lin Yishan is even more unbridled. The coldness and arrogance between his eyebrows surged and threatened, "If you don't return the inheritance, report it to the school. Then don't blame me for being merciless and stepping on your Qin family." Just after the cold voice fell, many people's faces suddenly changed, and their humanity was in panic. Lin Yishan is a good alchemist who can cultivate a good alchemist. I don't think he is so bad. For a small family in Dianqing, a small border city, it's a disastrous blow. It's not your own thing, you shouldn't occupy it. Give it back to Master Lin, or the Qin family will be in danger. Even if you die, you can't hurt us. The old people of the clan talked about it one after another, and looked at Qin Sheng with their old eyes. They were very dissatisfied. Enough. Qin Tao stepped out step by step and glanced at all the people in the meeting hall. A very fierce atmosphere enveloped Lin Yishan. He felt as if he was oppressed by a mountain, and could not breathe. "Lin Yishan, don't fool me here and threaten my grandson." Qin Tao called Master Lin's name directly. There was no aligned respect in his words, but his face became more cold. "You say that the inheritance of your school is yours? Show me the evidence." Although Qin Tao had just recovered from a serious illness, he had not yet recovered to the peak, but it was easy to suppress an alchemist who could communicate with the soul. "Qin Tao, you want to die, dare to threaten an alchemist," he said. "The alchemist has a noble identity and a group of followers. In addition, Lin Yishan does have a school. It's said that it's not too small." The two powerful people in the sky are at a tense moment. The scene is silent. No one dares to make any noise. I'm afraid that they will become unlucky insects and annoy one of them. That's bad luck. At this time an untimely voice sounded. "My grandfather's petrified poison is from you, isn't it?" Qin Sheng squinted at Lin Yishan and said suddenly. Hearing this, Lin Yishan's face changed. He looked at Qin Sheng in disbelief, but he quickly kept calm and said in a deep voice, "Nonsense, how can I do this?" "What? It's poison on me." Qin Tao was furious, and the yuan power of his whole body gushed out, forming a terrifying pressure. Lin Yishan felt that the yuan power of his whole body was closed and could not breathe. "I didn't." Lin Yishan strongly refused. Qin Sheng sneered and said, "Grandpa, I think when you first asked him for treatment, the symptoms of poisoning were not like petrochemical disease, right?" "No." Qin Tao recalled, after a rest, definitely said. "Sure enough, if I don't guess wrong, the first poison you get is not petrified strange poison at all, but another kind of poison, which will not cause fatal damage to your cultivation." Qin Sheng explained, "He gave you petrified poison while he was treating you." Just now Qin Sheng used the fire to purify the poison in his grandfather Qin Tao's body. He found that his grandfather had two kinds of poisons. Combined with Lin Yishan's reaction, Qin Sheng has confirmed that Lin Yishan's petrochemical poison is the one on Grandpa's body. "You pollute insult me." Lin Yishan's face finally appeared a little flustered and his voice was shaking. "Is it to slander you, catch up and take you to the law enforcement hall for trial for 79 and 49 days? I believe it will come to an end." Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and pulled a joking arc around his mouth. Hearing this, Lin Yishan collapsed completely. After being put into law enforcement hall for interrogation, ghosts know what kind of horrible punishment they will experience. Especially here, the birds are not shit. Even if Lin Yishan is dead, the school's people may not find him. All of a sudden, Qin Sheng's legs were stamped suddenly. With great strength, the floor burst and turned into a shadow. He came to Lin Yishan in an instant. With a flash of lightning, Qin Sheng's hand, which was shining with bronze, fell heavily in the belly of Lin Yishan. Bang! Lin Yishan was controlled by two powerful people in the sky. He didn't even have the chance to resist. He was like a broken kite, flying backwards, hitting the wall heavily and rebounding again. Poof! Lin Yishan coughs up blood and looks up at Qin Sheng. His eyes are full of resentment. "You dare to waste my Yuanli Si, you are finished, your Qin family is finished." "Qin Sheng, you are crazy." Qin Yuan burst to drink. His voice sounded like a bell, deafening. Qin Sheng took a look at Qin Yuan and sneered at him. There were two more fierce murders between his eyebrows. He said, "You should be my good temper." "Say it, you should have friends." "Who asked you to poison?" "Well, don't say it, cut you off." Qin Sheng killed Lin Yishan. Lin Yishan almost killed his grandfather, which touched his scales. Lin Yishan felt Qin Sheng's evil spirit, and finally he was frightened. He asked Qin Yuan for help. "Qin Yuan saves me." "Fool." Qin Yuan's heart sank, and suddenly burst into a black shadow. He rolled up the storm, and his hands were covered with black firelight. The heavy marks fell on the Tianlingai of Lin Yishan. Lin Yishan looked at Qin Yuan suddenly, his eyes flashed a color of despair, and then he fell into endless darkness. Pooh! Lin Yishan's head is like a watermelon that has been smashed. The blood is splashed everywhere, turning into a big lump of meat mud. The dead can't die again. With the tragic death of Lin Yishan, a very strong smell of blood permeated the whole conference hall. Under the comments of astonished eyes, Qin Yuan's thin face had no expression. "If you dare to harm the people of Qin family, there is no pardon for killing them." Then Qin Yuan raised his feet to leave. The old people around the temple looked strange, especially just before Lin Yishan died. They asked Qin Yuan for help. In a flash, Qin Yuan burst up and killed Lin Yishan with a slap. What kind of conspiracy is there? At a glance, the discerning people can see through the conspiracy in it. The old people who can be in the meeting hall are all warriors who can communicate with the soul. No one is stupid. It's just that Qin Yuan is a powerful man in the sky. Who dares to question him unless his brain is broken? Qin Tao, whose face was gloomy, and he clenched his fists, but he didn't ask. Today's Qin family can no longer afford internal friction. Just as Qin Yuan was about to walk out of the meeting hall, a shrill voice rang. "Wait a minute. Shua. All the elders of the field cast their eyes on the sudden sound. Well? Qin Yuan's big figure, with a light and sharp breath, suddenly turned back, a trace of difference flashed on his thin face, his eyes slightly shrunk, showing a frightening light, locking the seemingly two-point thin straight body. That man is Qin Sheng. For a moment, the atmosphere of terror enveloped Qin Sheng, as if he was in a boat in the storm. Buzzing. A holy step vein dormant in the depth of Qin Sheng's spine glowed slightly, and the fierce pressure of the powerful one disappeared immediately. Something else? Qin Yuanzi's thin lips split and asked lightly. Did you bring knees.Qin to cure my grandfather? Qin Sheng took a deep look at Qin Yuan and said, Don't you think it's necessary to explain? Obviously, knees.Qin is the murderer who poisoned Qin Tao, but he has an accomplice, and this accomplice is the one who brought him into Qin family in 9 out of 10. All of them point to Qin Yuan. Hearing this, Qin Tao was also gloomy. He looked at Qin Yuan, his cousin, in the distance. As a powerful man in the sky, he never thought of this. Just as the head of the Qin family, he didn't want to completely tear his face with Qin Yuan at this time, which was not good for the whole Qin family. And the murderer who really poisoned him has already ambushed the Dharma on the spot. Qin Taohua will continue to pursue it. In exchange, it's just a fight to push the Qin family to the end. This scene is definitely not what Qin Tao wants to see. Qin Yuan snorted coldly, with a chill in his eyes, and rolled the mat around him. Many clan elders felt a cold suddenly, such as falling into the ice cellar. Do you mean that I am prepared to murder the clan leader? Just when Qin Sheng wanted to respond, Qin Tao put his hand on his shoulder, patted him twice, and said, Shenger, don't be suspicious. How could the second brother have murdered me? Qin Sheng looked at his grandfather in amazement, and said in a low voice, Grandpa, don't worry, Before he finished speaking, Qin Tao waved his hand and signaled Qin Sheng not to continue. I have my own measure. Qin Tao sent a message to Qin Sheng. All right. In the end, Qin Sheng did not continue to insist, and pulled out the behind the scenes. Seeing this, Qin Yuan sneered at him. He knew that Qin Tao, who had just recovered from a serious illness, didn't want to completely tear his face with him. At this time, a shrill cry came quickly. All the figures hurried to the meeting hall. Big brother, you have to decide for me. A middle-aged man came quickly, followed by a group of deacons of law enforcement hall, carrying 2 bodies covered with white cloth. Bang! 2 bodies covered with white cloth were placed in the middle of the meeting hall, with a strong smell of blood and the eyes of consternation. Seeing this, Qin Yuan's face turned cold and realized that something important had happened. He asked, Qin Su, what's the matter? The middle-aged man, Qin Su, is Qin Yuan's younger brother, a martial artist in the middle of the Soul Realm. Hua. Qin Su was so heartbroken that he opened one of the white cloth and said in a deep voice, Qin Huan is dead and killed alive. The body lying on the ground was Qin Huan, the cousin who had just 3 or 4 times killed Qin. For a moment, Qin Yuan's thin face suddenly erupted into a horrible murderous atmosphere, and he sat in the whole meeting hall. Who did it? Qin Yuan's voice reverberated in the void and was furious. Everyone could feel his anger and evil spirit. Qin Huan is his nephew. Even though his practice is not good, he still stays in his early 20s to connect 9 channels, but he is very smart and has done many things for him. Now he was killed alive. In any case, Qin Yuan would personally kill the murderer. It's him, Qin Sheng. Qin Su's face is ferocious. He points at Qin Sheng not far away. Wow. The meeting hall immediately boils, and countless eyes lock Qin Sheng. They all know it's a big deal. Qin Huan is a young generation of collateral. Although he is not a genius, he is also a mainstay. He is also Qin Yuan's nephew. It can be imagined that his position in the collateral system is not low. Qin Sheng is the only successor of the future family. In the farce just now, everyone can see that in 9 out of 10, Qin Yuan joined hands with Lin Yishan's alchemist to poison the patriarch, almost tearing his face completely. One wave is not flat and another wave is rising. Unexpectedly, the two veins are about to be resolved. With Qin Huan's sudden death, they erupt again. Big brother, Huaner died miserably. Qin Su was in agony and said in a deep voice, "This son is cruel and ruthless." Just after returning from Luyun University, Huaner just cared about a few words, but suddenly it broke up. Huaner was killed by his hand. How can such a vicious person become the future heir of the family? Qin Su looks up to the sky and roars, peering at Qin Sheng with resentment. It's one of the family's guest Qin who suffered from his poison, Ghost 5. Exclamation is resounding again, deeply shaking people. Silence. Qin Tao, whose eyes twinkled, glanced at the two cold corpses on the ground, and then cast his eyes on Qin Su. He said in a deep voice, "It's nonsense. Patriarch, do you want to protect this vicious son?" Qin Su asked loudly. Shua. A flash of Qin Yuan appeared in front of Qin Tao. His body trembled faintly, and his thin face showed a sense of killing. He said, "Get out of the way." Boom. Qin Tao Yuan burst out, turned his hand and held a heavy sword with the light of runes. This heavy sword depicts the reproduction of runes, especially on the body of that sword, there are two obvious lines. It's actually a two-pattern rune. Qin Yuan glanced at the heavy sword, and his face sank rapidly. Revenge also needs to use your brain. You say Shinger is a murderer. Do you think he can kill those two people with his strength? Qin Tao sneered. Qin Sheng didn't have any Yuan force fluctuations all over his body. The reason why Lin Yishan in the early stage of Tonghunjing was abandoned just now is that he took advantage of Lin Yishan's immobility. However, there are two bodies lying in the middle of the meeting hall. Qin Huan is a master of 9 channels and martial arts. As for Qin Guiwu, he is a master of soul state. How could he die in Qin Sheng, a low-level warrior? At least on the surface, it's impossible. The law enforcement hall has found out that this is the murderer. Qin Su shouted. Can you find out about it? Qin Yuan looks around at the elder of law enforcement hall. The first one is an old man with black armor. His eyes are cold and his breath is horrible. He is a strong man who can walk through the sky. The old man of black armor is Qin Zhijia, the elder of the law enforcement hall of the Qin family. He is in charge of several deacons who are in charge of the spirit realm. His position is that the whole Qin family can get into the top 3. With Qin Yuan's voice falling, all the hot eyes are staring at the old man in black armor. Qin Zhijia, with a cold face, nodded. At the scene of the tragedy, many Qin family disciples testified that it was Qin Sheng who killed them. All of them are unbelievable. How could it be? Shao clan leader is just a low-level martial artist in Tongmai. Even if Qin Huan is killed by chance, he can't kill that Ghost 5. Cut, what's the impossibility? Qin Sheng can kill a Ghost 5 even if he can get rid of the strange poison of petrifaction. What's the matter? Someone whispered. Bang! Suddenly, Qin Su knelt down in front of Qin Yuan and begged, "Elder brother, you must make a decision for me. I am such a son, and I have died so miserably." Qin Yuan, a pair of eagles, faintly red, patted Qin Su on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, even if the Son of Heaven breaks the law, he is guilty of the same crime with the common people. I will avenge Qin Huan." Law Enforcement Hall, what are you waiting for? Not yet. At Qin Yuan's command, Qin Zhijia suddenly waved, and several deacons behind him were all holding chains with sharp barbs. It's definitely not an ordinary black iron chain, but it depicts some weak runes. Even the martial artists at the peak of soul state are not easy to break away. Qin Zhihao went to Qin Tao and looked up at the so-called patriarch. There was not much respect on his face. He said, "Patriarch, please get out of the way. Don't make it difficult for our law enforcement hall to do it. Go away." Qin Tao's great hand suddenly waved, with the terrifying power of Yuanli, as if a sea of mountains fell. The deacons of the law enforcement hall were directly shaken away, and only Qin Zhijia, who had half a step of life, could stand in front of him. Qin Zhijia looked at Qin Tao in shock, and his eyes were slightly coagulated. Didn't he say that the patriarch was poisoned and his strength fell sharply? How could he still be so powerful? He just hit at random and shocked most of the deacons of the law enforcement hall. You law enforcement hall and my clan leader. Qin Tao's momentum is like a rainbow. The tiger's eyes are full of fire. The heavy sword in his hand is shining. Before he wields the sword, everyone can feel that this two-pattern talisman absolutely contains the power of terror. A few clansmen's one word to affirm that Xinger is the murderer? Qin Tao sneered and his voice was sharp, which made many deacons afraid. Don't you think I have a good temper after years of inaction? Qin Tao stood in front of Qin Sheng, but he didn't move a step. Qin Sheng felt very moved. Big brother, you are old and confused. Even if the emperor breaks the law, you will have to face it today. Qin Yuan approaches, a pair of eagle eyes twinkle cold on, seemed to have made a decision. Today he will kill Qin Sheng anyway. Because Qin Sheng was able to remove the strange poison of petrifaction. If he could become a noble alchemist in the future, they would be in a panic all the time. This is definitely not what Qin Yuan would like to see. Be sure to kill this child in the cradle, before his wings are full. Qin Yuan said coldly in his heart that two sharp murders appeared in the deepest part of his eyes. The law enforcement hall hears the order and subdues the sun. Qin Yuan ordered coldly. Dream, don't want to hurt Xinger's hair. Qin Tao is holding a heavy sword, infusing the Yuan power, and it seems that he can kill everything. No, I really want to fight. Once again, the whole meeting hall was full of swords, as if the air would freeze for a while, and the light of the rune illuminated all people's faces. At this critical moment, Qin Sheng came to Qin Tao, put his hands on his two pattern runes, and pressed them gently. The light of the runes on the heavy sword suddenly dimmed. Grandpa, I'll take care of it as soon as you get over your serious illness. Qin Sheng said. Qin Sheng's voice, everyone's eyes are focused on its body, the old people are very surprised, the old face is full of doubts. Which one is Qin Sheng singing? Deal with it. Can he deal with it on his own strength? With Qin Huan's tragic death today, the two vessels are fighting each other. They have completely torn their faces. Wen Yan, Qin Tao looked at Qin Sheng puzzled, and shook his head quickly. No, I has the final say, you are here to stay, it's okay. Qin Sheng didn't pay any attention to it. He rushed to the old man of black armor, Qin Zhijia, the elder of law enforcement hall, and Lang said, I admit that I killed Qin Huan and Ghost 5. As soon as his voice came out, the whole conference hall fell into a dead silence again. In a row of startled eyes cast on Qin Sheng's tall and straight body. All the elders, including Qin Yuan and Qin Zhijia, the elders of the law enforcement hall, all looked at Qin Sheng with astonishment, and two unexpected looks flashed on their faces. Qin Yuan's eyebrows are changing. His narrow and long eyebrows are slightly coagulating. He takes a deep look at Qin Sheng and says, what's the matter? Killing the same clan, according to the Qin family's clan rules, even the patriarch would be punished severely. Although Qin Sheng is the successor of the next clan leader, he will definitely be imprisoned in the law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall is a terrible and cruel place. With Qin Sheng's apparent strength, once imprisoned in the law enforcement hall, I don't know if there is any life left to walk out. Shinger, what are you talking about? After a very short period of consternation, Qin Tao's body suddenly shook, and he pressed his hand on Qin Sheng's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Do you know the consequences of saying that?" Qin Tao looked directly at Qin Sheng with sword-like sharpness. Hearing this, Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "Grandpa, I naturally know the consequences." "You know the consequences, how to return." Qin Tao's face was a little more anxious. "Believe me, Grandpa." After that, Qin Sheng turned around and approached Qin Zhijia, the elder of the law enforcement hall, in the hot eyes. "Qin Huan and Ghost have killed me 4 times, you should know better than that?" Qin Sheng raised his head, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at Qin Zhijia. Qin Zhijia had a chain with a symbol in his hand. At the end of the chain, he had a sharp sickle. It was full of chilling cold. He was shocked by Qin Sheng's eyes. Qin Shengping is not surprising. He didn't feel the fluctuation of yuan force around him. But standing on his body quietly, Qin Zhijia felt like he was staring at by a demon. You need to know that you are an old-fashioned strong man who has reached the top of the soul state. Even in the past few years, you have reached the half-step heaven state. Even if you look at the whole Dian city, you have several strong men. But now in the face of Qin Sheng, you can smell a breath of death. Qin Zhijia's pores were all standing up, and a cold came from his spine. His face changed, but he soon suppressed his instinctive fear. Qin Sheng smiled quietly, no one else expected to be nervous and flustered. He took his time and said, "Don't worry, I'll give you another chance to explain the story slowly." The clan elders immediately understood Qin Sheng's intention. If Qin Sheng kills the same clan, he will be severely punished by the law enforcement hall. But if Qin Huan and Gui Wusan murder the young patriarch 4 times, as Qin Sheng just said, Qin Huan and Gui Wusan kill the young patriarch 4 times, then Qin Huan and Gui Wuzui die. No one can blame him for killing him. After a few moments, Qin Zhijia took a deep breath and said, "Qin Sheng, don't continue to argue. Come back to the Dharma hall with me." Hearing this, Qin Yuan's thin face showed a sneer, and his long eagle eyes stared at Qin Sheng as if he were looking at the dead. Once Qin Sheng is imprisoned in the law enforcement hall, he will become a useless man even if he does not die. In the end, who will stop him from being the clan leader? Thinking of this, Qin Yuan's face was a little more satisfied. Voila! Qin Zhijia, the elder of the law enforcement hall, glanced at Qin Sheng without expression, shook the rune chain in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Qin Sheng, I advise you to be smart and arrest without hesitation. If you want us to do it, it will be very painful. Tell him so much. He is ruthless. If you dare to resist, you can directly execute the family law." Qin Yuan's thin face was cold and indifferent. He looked at Qin Sheng as if he were looking at the dead, but there was no pity between his eyebrows. "Yes, family law, but it's up to me." Qin Sheng wandered in the courtyard, his face gradually became cold, and the Yuan power around him appeared. "Qin Huan and Ghost want to kill me 5, 3, 4 times. I have to die." Qin Sheng said in a deep voice, "Your law enforcement hall wronged me even if it didn't find out. Your law enforcement hall is really powerful. Presumably, you have never done less in the past, have you?" Qin Shengyan's words were sharp, and his tone was more and more heavy. He gradually approached the elders of the law enforcement hall. His eyes were sharp, and he said, "Since then, after today, there is no need for the law enforcement hall of the Qin family." As soon as the voice came out, everyone stared at the future patriarch. His body was stiff, his eyes were shocked first, and then he became ridicule. Is Qin Sheng living in a dream? Don't he know that their lineage has long been squandered? Yes, in addition to the patriarch, the Qin family has long been my side of the world. In the meeting hall, many elders from other families sneer, while others shake their heads secretly. Qin Sheng looks down on himself too much. The law enforcement hall can't be cleared even when his father is here. Now Qin Zhongtian has been missing for so many years, and the law enforcement hall has been connected with the world. Ah, such reckless behavior is doomed to be a short-lived ghost, and it will not last long. Qin Zhijia, a black armor man with a rune chain in his hand, looked gloomy and sneered. Qin Sheng, a young patriarch, has a big voice. In this case, our law enforcement hall has the cheek to ask what Master Qin Sheng can do to eliminate our law enforcement hall. As soon as the voice came out, Qin Zhijia's eyes were cold, and 2 strokes of sharp light seemed to be substantial. He shouted, "Do it!" With the sound of Qin Zhijia's explosion and drinking, it sounded like a clarion call of war. Shua. Following Qin Zhijia's 5 soul state warriors, they moved in an instant. Their blood was strong, and their fierce and powerful Yuan force was faintly distributed on them. Their eyes were cold, without a trace of human feelings, and they flew out of their hand like lightning. Voila! Under the pouring of Yuanli, the rune light is shining, the iron chain with ferocious barbs turns into 5 black lightning, interweaves into a big net, and all the escape directions are blocked at once. Hiss! The ferocious iron chain with the light of rune streaks across the air, makes a harsh sound, and magnifies rapidly in Qin Sheng's eyes. The sky and earth net laid by the 5 people who are good at communicating with the soul is full of the breath of death. If they are ordinary people who are good at communicating with the soul, they will be scared. But Qin Sheng is still calm. Dragon scale skin. Qin Sheng's mind moved, and a layer of skin with dragon scale light appeared on his body's skin. His hands flashed out like lightning. Under a series of incredible eyes, Qin Sheng even wanted to grasp the iron chain with his bare hands. Fool, you want to open the chain of law enforcement hall with your bare hands? In the distance, Qin Zhijia looked at this scene coldly and smiled coldly. The iron chain of the law enforcement hall is not only endowed with runes, but also contains some Tianhui meteorite iron. It is hard and sharp. Even a single rune can't be cut off. Qin Sheng is just a low-level martial artist who can connect the pulse environment. How dare he grasp the iron chain that can't be cut off even with a pattern of talismans? It's death. Qin Yuan, who has been paying attention to Qin Sheng, said coldly. Originally, Qin Yuan thought that Qin Sheng had some strength, but he was so stupid. No. As you can see, Qin Tao, the patriarch's face also changed suddenly. Yuan Li's roar was like a wolf smoke, surging out of his spiritual cover. Shinger, I'll save you. Qin Tao explodes and drinks. His powerful breath rises from the sky. He wants to rescue Qin Sheng. Elder brother, it seems that you can't ask about the law enforcement hall as the clan leader? The strength of the law enforcement hall is so great that even the head of the clan can't ask about it. In fact, the establishment of the law enforcement hall at that time, more or less, was to clamp down on the patriarch's only hand to cover the sky and harm the family. But what I didn't expect was that the power of law enforcement hall, with the strength of Qin Yuan skyrocketing, even the head of the clan was afraid of something. Qin Tao shouted, "Get out of the way." No. Qin Yuan stands in the air and confronts the patriarch. Clang. At this time, Qin Sheng, in his astonished eyes, grabbed one of the rune chains with his bare hands and made a metallic impact. What? How could it be okay? The old people around were shocked. They all knew that the power of the rune iron chain controlled by the deacon of the law enforcement hall was amazing. If they were replaced, they would never be able to grasp it with their bare hands. Come here. Qin Sheng grabs one of the rune chains with one hand, and then pulls hard. The black-robed deacon immediately feels that a terrible force is transferred from the rune chain, turning into a dark shadow, and rushes to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's eyes were sharp, and his other hand also showed a bright bronze light, which was so fast that it was unbelievable. The flash of light fell on the red field of the deacon of the law enforcement hall. Poof! The deacon in black robe felt as if he had been heavily hit by a big demon, and the sea of Yuanli had been shattered. The deacon in black robe, who was originally emitting fierce fluctuations of Yuanli, was like a deflated ball. Myriad Tian. The black deacon's face was desperate and his teeth were cracking. Qin Sheng didn't stop, and the prisoner's dragon hand was once again on the neck of the deacon of the law enforcement hall who was abandoned in Dantian. The deacon in black felt that there was a breath of death coming madly. He tried to avoid it, but Qin Sheng's prison dragon hand had clamped his neck. Qin Sheng was like carrying a bereaved dog, and then, in the eyes of astonishment, he twisted it hard. Click. The black-robed deacon's neck was twisted, his eyes were round, his eyes were full of amazement and despair, and then he quickly dimmed, and his life went out like a flame. Bang! Qin Sheng threw it casually, and the dead deacon in black was thrown on the floor. All this happened so fast that a deacon of the law enforcement hall was killed by Qin Sheng in such a light-hearted way? Well, how can this happen? Qin Yuan was shocked to see the dead deacon in black robe, and turned the waves in his heart. That black-robed deacon, speaking of his strength alone, would never be weaker than that Qin ghost. He was run over and killed by Qin Sheng in an instant. At a glance, deacons in black robe and Qin Sheng did not seem to exist at the same level. In particular, Qin Sheng didn't emit such a strong yuan power fluctuation all over his body. How could he kill a deacon in the state of soul? Many people around were confused, even Qin Tao was surprised. In fact, when Qin Sheng was born, he suffered some damage in his mother's womb, which led to the fact that his innate talent was not high, even some rubbish. This is also the only way Qin Sheng can get through before entering Luyun College. Of course, Qin Tao didn't know that in recent years, most of the reason why Qin Sheng didn't make any progress in his practice was that Yinsha corpses were planted in his Yuan Mai. There is a Yinsha corpse hidden in the Yuan Mai. It devours his Yuanli day and night. How can Qin Sheng improve his practice? 6th. Qin Zijia's shrill roar killed one of the 6 soul state experts in the law enforcement hall, who was also the weakest. However, the feelings of the 6 people are very deep. Now the old 6 died miserably. A group of people in the law enforcement hall hate Qin Sheng. Take your life. The other 4 black-robed deacons bared their teeth and looked at Qin Sheng with hatred. Qin Sheng did not have any fear on his face. He was very cold and did not flinch. Instead, he went up. Prison dragon hand. Qin Sheng met one of the deacons of the black robe, reached out with one hand, and shot him down heavily on his chest. However, the deacon of the black robe seemed to have been prepared for a long time. His hands were blocked, but his body seemed to be hit heavily, and his viscera seemed to be displaced. Connect 9 channels. Qin Sheng gave a low voice, and the 9 channels in his body were all activated. The powerful yuan power rolled out like a storm. With shocked eyes, a flaming snake appeared in front of Qin Sheng's body, and then with terrible power, it ran into the deacon in black robe who had just regressed. Explode. The deacon of black robe felt the burning snake that appeared out of the sky in an instant. His face suddenly changed. When he wanted to avoid, the burning snake of Zhongcheng suddenly expanded several times, and then exploded. The whole conference hall vibrated violently, and the furious Yuanli storm rolled the seats. The deacon in the black robe brushes heavily on the ground. He is burnt black and has no life. He can't die anymore. The 3rd. The rest of the deacons of the law enforcement hall roared with grief and anger. Jair wanted to split and killed Red Eyes. All the people in the meeting hall, including Qin Tao and Qin Yuan, the 2 great powers in Tianjin, were stunned, petrified and speechless for a long time. In an instant, however, the law enforcement hall will lose 2 deacons during the 10 interest period. Those 2 people are the mainstay of the law enforcement hall. They are the masters of the spirit realm. How can Qin Sheng be so vulnerable in front of him? Killing them is like killing dogs. It's easy. Boom. Qin Jijia, a black armor man, can't rest any longer. 2 brothers died in an instant. If he doesn't do it again, the 5 deacons of the law enforcement hall may all die. The black armor is full of red light. Qin Jijia becomes a streamer, and kills Qin Sheng with endless killing intention. Qin Sheng sneered and said, "It's so beautiful. I'll clear your law enforcement hall today." When his mind moved, a flaming snake, which ignited the hot flame, appeared in front of Qin Sheng out of nowhere, sending out a terrifying pressure. Holding its head high, he rushed to the second child. Boom. The flaming snake explodes, sparks are everywhere, and all around it becomes a sea of fire. Under Qin Sheng's Yuanli infusion, the rune chain turned into a viper, like a viper going out of a hole. With a strong pull, it fell on the head of the second one. Tianjia martial arts. You can even use Tianjia martial arts. The strength of the second one is the strongest among all deacons. Although he was not killed in a flash, he was dizzy and whirling. Poof. A black viper rips the air and makes a sharp crack. The second one's head is like a watermelon. Second, fall. The 5 deacons of law enforcement hall died in such a short time. The remaining 2 were scared out of their wits and escaped quickly. Spread, spread. Qin Jijia roared. The situation worsened too fast. 5 brothers died in the blink of an eye. 9 heavenly steps and Yuan Mai. Tianjia martial arts. The body is as terrible as the puppet of the fubbing. Where is this waste of mermaid meat? It's a god of killing. The deacons of the law enforcement hall who surrounded Qin Sheng were the martial artists who knew the spirit state. They were a higher level than Qin Sheng. They didn't have any power to fight back. Especially the second one, who has melted out the soul of war, was only stunned by the head of the flaming snake that ignited the hot flame, and then killed by Qin Sheng's chain. Now I'm running, can I? Qin Sheng, like a shadow behind him, catches up with the third, and a flaming snake, which ignites the hot flame, kills him again and falls behind him. Bang! A heat wave rolled the mat around. The third man fought against the Tianjia martial arts. His internal organs turned over and he coughed up blood. He was scared and scared. How could there be such a monster? Tong Meijing can use Tianjia martial arts, and it has been used several times in a row. There is no sign of exhaustion of Yuan force. It can't be described as genius. It's just like a monster. The third one tried to get closer to Qin Jijia. Qin Sheng was silent and colorless. He appeared in front of him like a ghost. The third one felt that his neck was clamped down by Qin Sheng. The third in the law enforcement hall looked at Qin Sheng in fear, struggling desperately, but Qin Sheng's hands were like iron tongs, which made him gasp for breath. "Boss, help me." At this time, the third man was speechless and sent a crazy message to Qin Jijia. Click. However, in response to his voice, there was a clear and heartless crack of bone. The old man's eyes were full of unwilling color. When his eyes were shining away, he saw that he had some regrets. He shouldn't kill the evil little clan leader. Unfortunately, even if we look at 9 days and 10 places, we don't regret taking the medicine. No. Qin Jijia was so angry that his whole body was bursting out like a volcano. There was a gap between his fierce eyebrows, and he would shoot out the light of death. After all, he was still late. The 5 deacons of the whole law enforcement hall died in an instant, leaving only the last senior. The fourth one is pale and runs for his life crazily. He has no idea about killing Qin Sheng, the evil young patriarch. The body is as strong as the soul state, so you can grasp the chain with your bare hands that can match a pattern of talismans. Although only 9 Yuan Mai have been established, they are all Tianjie Yuan Mai. Their Yuanli is as powerful as the martial artists in the later stage of Tonghunjing. What makes the 4th deacon despair most is that Qin Sheng even controls a Tianjie martial art. God, what's the concept? Even in the Qin family, there is only one martial arts of Tianjie. Even at the level of deacon and elder, they can only be consulted. Few people can succeed in cultivation. How old is Qin Sheng Kai? He has successfully entered a Tianjie martial arts, explosive snake skill. What makes all deacons of the law enforcement hall despairing is that Qin Sheng's Yuan power is so powerful that he can use heaven-level martial arts with impunity, and he will not face Yuan power exhaustion in a short time. This son, too terrible, I want to stay away from him. It's not a matter of losing face that the 4th senior of law enforcement hall ran away crazily. Obviously, he lost his face and his life, and he did not hesitate to choose the latter. I've lost my life. What's my face? All this just happened between the lightning and the flint. At this moment, Qin Zhijia finally arrived. He waved his sleeve fiercely, a chain flashing with runes and sharp light on the ferocious barb was like a poisonous snake coming out of the hole and exploding. Where he passed, he tore the air and killed Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and the iron chain like a poisonous snake fell down on Qin Sheng in a flash like a black lightning. Bang! Qin Sheng shows the dragon's hand and faces the rune chain. His hand is stabbed. Then he flies back. It's worthy of being a master of half-step through the sky. Its strength is too much stronger than that of soul state. Qin Sheng flies backward, the tiger's mouth is shaken, and the wound has a blue halo. At this time, if the sharp-eyed warrior pays attention, it must be a shocking discovery that Qin Sheng's gaping tiger mouth is actually healing at a speed that the naked eye can see. After swallowing a red inflamed fruit, Qin Sheng's body was not only strong, but even if he was injured, he could quickly heal the wound by running the magic body training. This is absolutely a terrible magic skill. If you look at the whole Bachan country, no, you should look at the whole wasteland and the 36 imperial dynasties, and you can't find such a body-training magic skill. Qin Sheng glanced at the rapidly healed tiger's mouth. There was no color on the surface, but there was a huge wave in his heart. The body of the god and the devil is so rebellious. Qin Sheng was shocked and said, "This is only the 2nd level of cultivation. If you reach the 81st level, what is the possibility of rebellion? 3 heads and 6 arms, rebirth with blood, smashing the void." Thinking of Qin Sheng's magical skill of refining body by gods and demons, he yearned more. Although the physical cultivation is now in decline, it's not as good as the ancient times, when the gods and demons are everywhere, all kinds of blood strong against the sky. However, Qin Sheng has the inheritance and memory of the Emperor of the 10,000 robbers, and has the body training of gods and demons. He will never give up the body training easily in the future. A strong body is too important. For example, in this law enforcement hall, Qin Sheng entered the sheep with a strong body like a dragon in the shape of a human. Qin Sheng, you are so vicious. Kill the deacons of the law enforcement hall. Qin Zhijia looked down and said angrily, "This seat will ambush you on the spot today." Smell speech, Qin Sheng one face indifference, sneer way, it is clear that your law enforcement hall is in collusion with the sideline. There's nothing to say. If you want to cut me off, just let me go. After today, there is no law enforcement hall in the Qin family. At this time, Qin Sheng's eyes are cold, and he no longer hides it. In any case, there will be a war sooner or later between the lineal and the collateral. It's better to fight a war simply than to tolerate it so blindly. Qin Sheng refined the inheritance and memory of the emperor. He knew that retreat had no effect. As long as he had enough cards, he had to fight back. Otherwise, once the other party seized the opportunity, you might not be able to turn over. Yellow-mouthed children, if you want to clear the law enforcement hall, do you deserve it? Qin Sheng looks up to the sky and roars, and emits a pure Yuanli. Yuanli turns into a sharp spear, which cuts through the sky like an arrow from a string and stabs Qin Sheng's head. Just because I just killed them like a dog. Qin Sheng jumped up and turned his hand. He had a little wooden ball in his hand and threw it at the spear that came from the quick stab. In the hot eyes, the small wooden ball blooms a dazzling rune light, split in a moment, and then becomes a rock and wood rune puppet. The stone and wood talisman's eyes were expressionless, waving the talisman stick in his hand, which was shining brightly. Among the shocked eyes, he hit the spear, gathered by the Qin Zijiayu in force hard. Click. The little wood flew backward for several steps, almost being lifted by a terrible blow, and the spear was also cracked. What is that? It's so powerful that you can bear the elder's fierce attack. The faces of many people around were shocked, some of them were strange, and it was very complicated to watch Qin Sheng. This young clan leader is too rebellious. He has so many cards. Compared with Qin Sheng before entering Luyun College, it's just a difference between clouds and mud. That is rock and wood talisman. Qin Sheng was stunned at first, and then a color of astonishment appeared on his old face. As the elder who controls the whole law enforcement hall, how could Qin Sheng not have seen the rune puppet? The weapon of this kind of battle can be controlled by even the low-level martial artists in Tongmai area, but the rune puppet is very expensive. Even the rock and wood runes with the worst level are worth far more than ordinary runes. And it's much harder to buy than a rune. In an instant, the stone and wood fubbing soldiers standing between Qin Sheng and Qin Sheng became the focus of the whole field. Qin Tao's face showed a touch of joy. He didn't wake up from the shock of Qin Sheng's killing 4 deacons just now. Then Qin Sheng shocked him greatly. He threw out a rune puppet, even the lowest rock and wood rune soldier, but it was far beyond Qin Tao's expectation. Qin Yuan, the elder who confronts Qin Tao, is so gloomy that he can dribble out of the water. His eyes are dark and changeable, and he says, "It seems that this son really got a chance in the Malong mining area. Otherwise, how could this kind of rune puppet be possessed by a low-level warrior who can communicate with the environment? Qin Sheng, kill him. Otherwise, when this son grows up in the future, we will definitely be killed." Thinking of this, Qin Yuan's long and narrow eyes are full of cold and murderous intention. They convey coldly to Qin Sheng. Hearing this, Qin Sheng nodded in his heart and looked at Qin Sheng with his eyes. Obviously, he had received the contempt and disdain he had just received. This son, who acts indecisively and fiercely, immediately slaughtered 4 deacons who are connected with the spirit, which is not consistent with his age. If he is allowed to grow up, their collateral relationship will really come to an end. Light may be separated from the clan and moved to a more remote and desolate town, while heavy may be directly wiped out. Qin Sheng glanced at Qin Sheng, and seemed to be able to see some clues from the eye changes. With his experience, he could not just kill him in the cradle. "Little Wood, stop him!" Qin Sheng shouted. As soon as his voice fell, the stone and wood talismans suddenly gave out a cold breath, and the talismans all over their bodies were shining brilliantly, and they went to kill Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng, who was dressed in black armor, said with a sneer, "Joke, do you think a mere stone and wood talisman can stop me?" Qin Zijiagui is the elder of the law enforcement hall of the Qin family. He is powerful and has been far superior to the ordinary martial arts in the Soul State for a long time. The real combat power can be comparable to the powerful one in the Sky State. And the fighting power of the rock and wood talisman can only be comparable to that of the ordinary Soul State warrior. Unless a group of stone and wood talismans surrounded and killed Qin Sheng, the limited combat power of stone and wood talismans could not resist Qin Sheng at all. No, just stop you for 10 minutes. Qin Sheng shook his head. He didn't understand that. Flaming snake. When Qin Sheng's mind moved, the 9 heaven-level elements fluctuated violently, as if they were 9 Xiaolong dragons. They were stirring, and the elements between the heaven and the earth seemed to be activated, and the horrible elements condensed rapidly. Hiss! A 3-foot-long, burning snake appeared in front of many onlookers. The snake beat the ground, the burning fire lit the floor, crackled and burst, and a heat wave rolled up the whole sky. This inflamed snake is more terrible than the one just now. There are some scales on its body. My God, the young patriarch has made a small achievement in the cultivation of explosive snake skill. It's terrible. It's even more evil than his father used to be. Many sharp-eyed clan elders noticed that Qin Sheng's explosive snake skill was not the same as before. It's too rebellious. That is to say, the young patriarch of Qin Sheng is still hiding his strength, just now. Just thought that he had left the dangerous law enforcement hall forth, he stared at the burning snake standing in the air, with the hot flame. His face was white, and he turned to run away. How to resist the Tianjia martial arts of Xiaoqing? He doesn't want to be cannon fodder. He also knows that the body is incredibly strong in a low voice. One iron fist can defeat a soul-state warrior. It's broken and taken in. Qin Shijiao's face changed. He looked at the flaming snake with a hot flame in the void. It was like a real scale. His eyes were full of shock. Roaring. The extremely powerful Yuan force surged out of its heavenly cover, and condensed into 3 spears with fierce fighting spirit. Qin Shijiao waved his big hand, turned the spear into 3 lightning bolts, and stabbed Qin Sheng. Phew! The stone and wood talismans rose to the sky, crazily waving their talismans and sticks, smashing them onto the spears, and then resisting them with their own bodies. Clang and clang. Runes bloom, and the body of rock and wood runes vibrates violently. Go! Qin Sheng's eyes were as bright as electricity. There was a strong sense of killing between his eyebrows. As soon as his voice came out, the flaming snake with the hot flame, with its head held high, shot towards the 4th senior of the law enforcement hall. Where he passed, the hot temperature made the air seem to twist. Run, run, run! I felt the fierce Yuan force fluctuation behind me, and the flaming snake with hot temperature like a meteorite. The 4th man was white, his black robe was hunting, and his Yuan force rolled out of the mat to form a shield like a rock. Among the shocking eyes, the flaming snake that ignited the hot flame hit the shield of the law enforcement hall senior 4 like a meteorite. Bang! The fire is everywhere, countless flames turn into little snakes of flame, running around in the meeting hall. The hot flame makes the stone slab on the ground burst and burn into coke. Click! The shield formed by the strength of Laoxi's elements turns into powder. Laoxi's body seems to be hit heavily by the meteorite outside the sky, flying backwards, dragging out a ferocious trace. Poof! The old 4 of the law enforcement hall was like a broken kite, coughing up blood with a big mouth, pale and half kneeling on the ground in embarrassment. He looked up at Qin Sheng, who was approaching unhurriedly, with fear and despair in his eyes. This is the Tianjia martial arts, with a little success. Even if he is a real soul communicating powerful, he can't bear it. The strength of the 4th senior of law enforcement hall is even worse than that of Zhao Tong, who wanted to catch Qin Sheng back to Zhao's home for interrogation last night. We need to know that Zhao Tong also has a defensive talisman, which Qin Sheng also hanged and beat. We can imagine how terrible Qin Sheng's explosive snake skill is. Many clan elders looked at the severely damaged senior of law enforcement hall, and their faces fell into shock again. They looked at Qin Sheng, who was still a lower level than themselves, and their eyes were very complicated. Obviously, the young clan leader in front of them is no less weak than them. Even from the hidden many cards, they can fight against the whole law enforcement hall. Such talent, such strength, even the Qin Sheng who took the Qin family to the top 20 years ago, is not comparable. Buzzing. Qin Sheng approaches without hesitation, and Yuanli once again condenses into a flaming snake that ignites the hot flame, standing in the air, coldly looking down at the old four who is half kneeling on the floor. Go away. Qin Zhijia attacked the stone and wood talismans crazily, and the gorgeous Yuan force surged to the sky. The stone and wood talismans held Qin Zhijia's legs. A large number of talismans were blown down by him, and the talismans gradually faded. Voila! Qin Zhijia beat the stone and wood talismans crazily. The force of fury broke the mountain and cracked the stone. The Yuan force plundered everywhere, and large pieces of talismans peeled off. The stone and wood fubbing is just a Fuan puppet, without any pain at all. They only carry out the orders given by Qin Sheng blindly. This is the horror of the Fuan puppets. They are more loyal than the dead. The fourth senior of Law Enforcement Hall looked at the flaming snake in the sky desperately. He trembled and knew that he was doomed to have no life today. Qin Yuan, the elder, is surrounded by Qin Tao. Qin Zhijia, the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, is surrounded by stone and wood talismans. No one will come to save him. Avenge me. All of a sudden, the fourth senior of Law Enforcement Hall sent a message to Qin Zhijia, and then shot at Qin Sheng. An old face of the fourth brother quickly appeared, a tinge of resentment. He said with a grim smile, "Even if you die, you must be pulled on your back." A terrifying wave of Yuan power emanated from the body of the fourth elder, which transcended the scope of soul state. Qin Sheng's face was slightly coagulated, and he retreated quickly. Then with a wave of his hand, the flaming snake standing in the air met the suddenly violent senior of the Law Enforcement Hall. In the hot eyes, a group of people around them apparently noticed the terrible fluctuation of Yuan power and fled from the meeting hall. Qin Laosi is crazy. He even blew himself up. Let's go. The power of self-explosion in the soul state is very important. Many ethnic groups fled in whispers. Boom. Qin Laosi's body expanded 3 times as fast as the naked eye could see, just like a little giant full of breath, and then a dazzling white light broke out under many astonished eyes. Yuanli storm raged the entire conference hall, and the awesome power far exceeded the most powerful strike of Tonghenjing, which could be comparable to the full strike of the powerful half-step Tongshenjing. The whole meeting hall was completely destroyed. Some of the old people who had no time to escape felt as if their viscera were displaced. They coughed up blood and looked at the center of the explosion in horror. The fire is shining, the electric snake is scurrying, and there are dark clouds gathering, as if experiencing the terrorist scene of meteorite falling outside the sky. It's just the self-explosion of the martial arts in the middle period of Tonghenjing, which has caused such a terrible power. The whole meeting hall has been destroyed. After such a terrible explosion, even the strong in the late stage of Tonghenjing suffered a lot. What will Qin Sheng do? He's at the heart of the explosion, and if he doesn't die, he's hit hard. It's hard to say that Qin Sheng has been far from what he used to be. He may not have been damaged. How could it be? The old people who fled to the outside murmured. Qin Laosi's self-explosion set off a huge mushroom cloud, just like the falling of a meteorite outside the sky, which spread all over Dian City. For a time, all the fierce eyes turned to the Qin family. Shinger. Qin Tao stared at the place where the fire was shining. He looked nervous and worried. After 10 breaths, the center of the explosion whirlpool, the fire light slowly dissipated, and all the hot eyes locked there. A straight body came out of the fire, covered with a thick layer of black obsidian-like skin. The surface of the skin was stained with a plume of flames, but soon it was like a dry sponge falling into the lake, sucking up the flames. Qin Sheng's face is a little pale. It seems that he has not suffered any damage. Not dead? How does it feel like nothing? My God, the self-explosion of Qin Laosi didn't hurt a hair of Qin Sheng's young master? Under the hot eyes, they were stunned and petrified. A martial artist in the middle period of Tonghunjing explodes by himself, which is powerful enough to match the full attack of the powerful one in the half-step Tongshenjing. In such a terrible self-explosion, Qin Sheng was not damaged. It's just ridiculous and incomprehensible. Bang! Bang! Qin Jijia saw that his subordinates died miserably. He wanted to split his heart and beat the stone and wood talismans with his hands full of terror. Whoa! Large pieces of runes peeled off. Finally, with a click, the rock and wood runes disintegrated completely, and were blown into 4 parts by Qin Jijia in rage. Qin Jijia's eyes were arcing, and his eyebrows were full of evil spirit. After all, he was a warrior who was half in the sky. The stone and wood fubbing were only the lowest Fuan puppets, and could not resist him for a long time. Click. The stone and wood talismans are scattered on the cold floor. Qin Jijia's evil spirit soared to the sky, and his eyes were covered with the cold like angry beast, which directly sacrificed the soul of war. A black sickle is suspended on the Tianlingai of Qin Jijia's armor. The sharp edge of the sickle is dazzling, with a faint dead air, making people cold. Unexpectedly, the soul of war melted by Qin Jijia was a sickle, which was quite unexpected. Qin Sheng looked at it in the distance. He felt the terror of his soul. His face was slightly coagulated. It was obvious that he didn't regard the sickle as an ordinary farm tool. Death. As soon as the spirit of war came out, Qin Jijia's momentum doubled, his hair was dancing, his eyes were red with blood, and a word death came out. Hula. The black sickle on Qin Jijia's Tianlingai burst out a beam of death rays, directly across the sky, and hit Qin Sheng in an instant. No, it's the spirit attack. Qin Sheng's pupils contracted rapidly, and a cold spread from his spine to his limbs. Qin Sheng wanted to dodge at a high speed, but the attack speed of the spirit was too fast. He was hit in the moment when he found out. Qin Shengru was shocked. He was stiff and could not move. No one can think that the spirit of the Qin Jijia can inspire the spirit attack. Qin Jijia pulled up a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth, and the sickle in his hand flew out. It was a kind of rune with the light of rune, just like the god of death. He harvested his head and flew to Qin Sheng's head at a high speed. In a remarkable light, the sickle rune crossed the sky, ready to harvest Qin Sheng's head. When it's critical, Qin Sheng wakes up and suddenly opens his eyes. A black sword light cuts quickly. Qin Sheng instinctively raises his hands to block the fierce sword light with his bare hands. Hiss. The light of the knife across Qin Sheng's hands, cutting a ferocious bloodstain, and the blood trickled to the ground. Why do you wake up so soon? Qin Jijia was shocked and angry. His soul of war is not a common sickle, but a sickle that can harvest the death of the spirit. Qin Jijia rarely sacrifices the soul of war, and few people know that his soul of war has this terrible ability. Of course, all the warriors who forced Qin Jijia to sacrifice the soul of war were killed by him, the only exception was Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng looked down at the bloodstain he had suffered from, and his face turned cold quickly. Just a moment ago, he died. In a flash, Qin Sheng was hit by the sickle of death of Qin Jijia, and his spirit was almost cut in two. At the critical time, the sleeping ghost could wash the sickle of death completely, which made Qin Sheng wake up quickly. If there were no Yin Sha corpse, I would have died just now. Qin Sheng's heart was filled with fear and his face changed dramatically. The spirit of Qin Jijia can launch the spirit attack. It's not the ordinary spirit can reach it. There are all kinds of war spirits. Some are weapons, like sword, which offer a war sword with the power of cutting stars. Some are monsters, a big demon born to crush everything. Some are precious war spirits. It is said that some ancient imperial dynasties have passed on the terrible war spirits. Once they are offered, the sky will be destroyed and the earth will be destroyed. All ethnic groups will be suppressed. There are also some special war spirits, controlling time, divining the past, the present and the future, and some of them can send out spirit attacks. Just like the sickle of death offered by Qin Sheng, it is the soul of war that can attack the spirit. The attack of spirit is a terrorist attack that can only be controlled by the powerful in the life-saving environment. There is no invisible killing, no obvious body injury, but the spirit has been cut off. Fortunately, the absolute death sickle of Qin Sheng is only the lowest soul, otherwise, life and death are unpredictable. Qin Sheng said in his heart, looking up at Qin Sheng, who was standing with his hands in his hands. His eyebrows were full of evil spirits, and he said, I didn't expect that in Dian, a remote town where birds don't shit, someone could awaken this rare soul of war. Qin Sheng was shocked and angry. Qin Sheng also set off a storm in his heart. He had launched the attack of spirit. No one could ever be under the attack of spirit. Qin Sheng is the first and only one. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng's cold face began to show some dignified color. He could kill all 5 deacons of the law enforcement hall in his eyes, which was not as simple as it seemed. This son is more profound than those princes from the king city. Suddenly, Qin Sheng had such a feeling. Shwa. 2 people's eyes collide with each other, as if the air is going to freeze down. Today they must have one person to die. Buzzing. The soul of the sickle of death, suspended on the Tianling eye of Qin Sheng, rotates slowly, twining with the cold breath of death and shooting a black light. Hum. Qin Sheng snorted coldly. This time, he was prepared to turn around and evade the attack of the spirit of Qin Sheng. I won't be fooled twice by the same trick. Qin Sheng's high jump, he is not a strong man in the sky, and he can't fly in the air, but he can still rely on Yuan Li's powerful and incredible body, and can glide for a short time. Qin Sheng's hand, a palm-sized purple crystal stone, appeared in the eyes of astonishment, crystal covered with the reproduction of runes, faintly exuding a power of terror. If you don't have another card, then let's get on our way. Qin Sheng raised the purple crystal thunder high. Yuan Li was infused instantly. In an instant, the purple light rushed to the sky. The rune was dazzling. The power of terror was faintly emitted. There was a slight vibration between the heaven and the earth. What is that? All eyes, including Qin Sheng, fell on the purple crystal stone of Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng was a little confused. He didn't know what the crystal stone was, but his spirit was sharp and instinctively realized that it was not an ordinary thing. In the distance, Qin Yuan's narrow and cold eyes glanced at the purple crystal stone that jumped into the sky. His eyes narrowed sharply and said in shock, "It's purple crystal thunder. Leave now." Purple crystal thunder? Qin Sheng was stunned at first, and then a kind of frightening talisman flashed in his mind. A purple crystal thunder, even the worst one, is able to kill a group of warriors who can communicate with the soul. How could Qin Sheng have such a big killer? Qin Sheng turned around and ran away. At the same time, he was very confused. Although Zijing Lei's weapons were the same as ordinary ones, their value was much more expensive than ordinary ones. For example, in Qin Sheng's hand there is a rune, a black sickle. It's the same level as the Zijinglei in Qin Sheng's hands, but the price is far from it. Qin Yuan's voice transmission speed is very fast. Although Qin Sheng was stunned for a while, he had eaten pork even if he had not seen pig run. He had heard about Zijinglei's terror power for a long time. Even though it is the most powerful purple crystal thunder, if it falls on its head, it will not die without a layer of skin. Shua. Qin Sheng fled in a hurry. The sudden changes in the scene made the Qin family elders who had been paying attention in the distance not react for a while. Why did Qin Sheng suddenly turn around and run? No, Qin Sheng almost killed the head of the young clan leader just now. However, when some of them are old enough and have seen many elders of the world, Qin Sheng is recognized to hold a purple crystal thunder in his hand, and immediately roars and runs away. As soon as Zijing thunder comes out, who will fight against it? Who is special and dare to fight against it? It's too late to run now. Qin Sheng sneers indifferently, and Yuan Li pours into Zijing crazily. The Fuguang is dazzling, and then suddenly falls on Qin Sheng's head. No. Looking back, Qin Sheng's face turned white with fright, just like a thunderbolt. The furious Yuan force came out of his body and formed a huge black border. This border is very solid, but in Qin Sheng's eyes, it is simply vulnerable. Explode. With Qin Sheng's indifference voice, the purple ray of amethyst was shining in horror, and there was a violent vibration in the heaven and the earth, and there was a faint flash of purple lightning, all of which fell on the seemingly solid border of Qin Sheng. Rumble. In a flustered look, the violet crystal thunder broke out in an instant, and the power of terror fell in an instant. Chasm. That seems to be a very solid border, which vibrates violently. Even if the resistance time is less than one breath, it will be blown into powder. Qin Sheng roars, despairing, and then submerged by endless purple ons. The meeting hall was completely destroyed, forming a huge deep pit, and the purple on was slowly dissipated after several decades of rest. A flustered figure staggers out of the pit, full of disordered hair, his eyebrows are burned clean, his face is blackened, and his rune-black armor bursts. In the hot eyes, Qin Sheng comes out slowly. Coughing and coughing. Qin Sheng coughs up blood with a big mouth, his chest is undulating, but he doesn't hold on at last. He lies half on the slope, his face is scared, his eyes are dull, and he looks at Qin Sheng, as if he has a lot of gas, less air, and his life is coming to an end. Qin Sheng smiled with satisfaction, narrowed his eyes, and said to himself, Zijing is really a good thing. If I have a large number of baskets, don't mention the soul state, even the strong ones in the sky are killed by me. If other people heard Qin Sheng's voice, they would be spitting blood. It's Zijing. Even the lowest one is Zijing. It's the two products of each royal dynasty. You can't buy it if you have Yuan Jing. Even Han Mengchen has 2 or 3 of the lowest purple crystal thunder. Tut tut, to kill the Zijing of the strong in the sky, at least it should be the Zijing of the level of 2 stripes. Even Han Mengchen, a teacher from Shendanzong, has never owned Zijing of that level. Moreover, even if Han Mengchen detonates the 2-grain amethyst thunder, it is very dangerous. If he is a little careless, it is equivalent to igniting a fire. Finally, after several decades of rest, the purple mane finally disappeared. The conference hall has long been gone, leaving a huge pit. Facing the law enforcement hall elder of Zijing directly, Qin Sheng half lies on the mound, suffering heavy damage and no longer fighting ability. The parents and elders of Qin who were far away looked at everything in front of them in horror, and at the same time, their eyes fell on Qin Sheng's tall and straight body. It's really terrible for the young elders who are not yet 16 years old. On the surface, it seems that there is no threat, but the cards opened are more and more terrible. To get through the 9 heaven level Yuan Mai, it is not necessary to get through the weak warrior in the later stage of soul state. The physical body is as strong as that of the soul. There are rock and wood talismans, which are more terrible than the human dead. The most despairing thing for Qin Sheng is that Qin Sheng can throw a purple crystal thunder which can kill a large number of people who can communicate with the spirit. Qin Sheng looks at Qin Sheng, who doesn't walk slowly. He doesn't have any courage in his heart to fight Qin Sheng again, and then go on. What's the terrible card Qin Sheng has? If Qin Sheng knew Qin Zijia's inner thoughts, he could not help admiring him. Yes, he still has some cards. The black iron phubbing hasn't come out yet. Far more terrible than ordinary Dan fire, the yellow spring fire has not been lit. Fall into a deep sleep, crazy evolution of the Qin Sheng corpse has not come out of the cocoon. In the dark, Qin Sheng felt that it would be very terrible for Qin Sheng corpse to break out of the cocoon in the future. If it hadn't absorbed the spirit attack of Qin Zijia, he would have been killed. Qin Sheng didn't expect that he could save his life when he took a casual move in the underground black market. All of a sudden, Qin Sheng moved and drew a shadow, which was heavily printed on the Dantian place of Qin Zijia. Poof! Qin Zijia's sea of Yuanli was suddenly exploded, like a deflated balloon. He became a useless man. Ha ha ha, Qin Sheng, you must die. Qin Zijia gazes at Qin Sheng and curses him loudly. I don't know if I can die in the future. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and smiled quietly, but today you must die. Qin Sheng's voice, mixed with Yuan force, spread far away. If you violate the law enforcement hall, you should be punished. The sound was as loud as a bell, which spread all over the Qin family. Many disciples of the Qin family looked at the direction of the meeting hall in amazement, and their faces changed greatly. After today, there is no law enforcement hall in the Qin family. Qin Sheng's powerful voice sounded again, and all the Qin family disciples, including some small families near the Qin family, were shocked. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is impossible to eliminate the law enforcement hall. Even Qin Zhongtian, who was at the height of the sun, could not completely wipe out the law enforcement hall. But Qin Sheng did it today. The 5 deacons of the law enforcement hall were all killed by Qin Sheng. Qin Zijia, who was as powerful as half-step Tong Tian, was turned into an invalid. In the important law enforcement hall of the Qin family, it was wiped out in such a short time. All of this comes from Qin Sheng, the young leader of Qin family who has just returned from Luoyang College. Even if it is unimaginable, as long as Qin Zijia is beheaded by Qin Sheng, then a great help of collateral will disappear without trace. Qin Sheng, stop. Don't make a big mistake. Qin Yuan was finally in a hurry. He said in a deep voice, like a big demon who had been dormant for a long time, with a sense of killing. Under the hot eyes, he finally sacrificed the spirit of war. It was an ancient tripod with a broken and magnificent atmosphere. A tripod in the sky seemed like a mountain, which made people feel extremely depressed and Yuanli solidified. Qin Yuan stared at Qin Sheng indifferently. With the ancient tripod, his momentum suddenly increased a lot. He wanted to frighten Qin Sheng. Joke, who is afraid of you now? Qin Tao sneered coldly, and also offered the soul of war. It was a war sword, shining endless edge, and the two fought against each other. Qin Sheng looked up at the spirit of the ancient tripod on his head like a mountain. His face was calm, as if he didn't feel any heavy pressure. Who made the big mistake? Qin Sheng said with a sneer, Qin Huan and Ghost killed me 5 or 3 times. The law enforcement hall didn't protect the interests of the heirs of the family. It was necessary to investigate the matter thoroughly and put the guilt on my head. You. Qin Yuan took a deep look at Qin Sheng, and his thin face was a little more angry. I didn't give the law enforcement hall a chance, but they missed it. If you miss it, take the consequences. Where is the lineage? Qin Sheng completely tore his face and asked in a loud voice. In. 3 old people of Tonghunjing came out with red faces. Their lineage had been eating for many years, and they had been numb by collateral bullying. Today, little Lord Qin Sheng is very angry for their lineage. Don't mention how cool he is. Qin Sheng took a look at the 3 old people. They were all very old. They could not help but have a little face and a haze between their eyebrows. At that time, the whole Dian city was dazzling, and even many surrounding cities were compared by the Qin family's rays. The Qin family's lineage was so weak that only 3 of them were older and had many old injuries. Since Qin Sheng, his father, disappeared suddenly, the Qin family has suffered many changes in the past decade, lost a lot of strong people, and even some talented young people died prematurely because of some accidents. Suddenly, Qin Sheng thought that he had been implanted with a Yinsha corpse, which was obviously not an accident. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng's eyes are getting colder and colder. Someone is bound to poison his hands, and the person who poisoned his hands is likely to be a collateral link. Would you like to fight with me? The 3 elders were shocked. How familiar is the picture? In front of Qin Sheng, Qin Sheng, who lived 20 years ago, is even fiercer than Qin Sheng. After all, Law Enforcement Hall still exists. Do you want to do your best to eliminate the Law Enforcement Hall? The 3 old men trembled, knowing that it was Qin Sheng's chance to stand in line. The 3 clansmen glanced at each other, and there was a trace of killing in the deep pupil. Do it. 3 people rush up, release their own martial arts, pour down. Qin Jijia, die. Law Enforcement Hall, finally, is completely eliminated. Qin Yuan's heart was dripping blood, and he wanted to revenge, but Qin Sheng pulled up a joking sneer from the corner of his mouth. Finally, Qin Yuan can't help it. His son is in Wangdu. He is going to come back recently. It's said that Wangdu's big family is on the list, and it's very big. Good. Qin Yuan smiled angrily and waved his sleeves fiercely. When he left, his long and narrow eyes were full of murderous ideas. With Qin Yuan's hateful departure, this scuffle within the Qin family ended with Qin Sheng's complete victory. This time, the Qin family's collateral system was a heavy loss. The Law Enforcement Hall under Qin Sheng's control was forcefully wiped out, which gave some respite to the original ramshackle system. See you, little lord. The 3 old people knelt down one after another, convinced of Qin Sheng. They were embarrassed. After all, when Qin Sheng was killed, they didn't jump out to support Qin Sheng. But after Qin Sheng abandoned Qin Jijia, he left them to do it. In fact, this was a step for them. Qin Sheng was standing on his hands and was extraordinary. He knew the 3 old people clearly and thought, get up, we will twist a thread into a rope. We has the final say in Qin family. Some kittens and dogs are jumping around. Smell speech, 3 clan old look up at this one language domineering little clan head, turbid look and glow again, 10 years have passed, did not expect their lineal one can also look up a person's day. Sheng At this time, Qin Tao swooped down, walked to Qin Sheng's face, and looked carefully at this grandson who had the other grandson of Yunyi before entering Luyun College. He was very strange. Once upon a time, Qin Tao felt that Qin Sheng was so mediocre, even mediocre that he hated iron but not steel. However, when he went to Luyun University for less than 3 months, Qin Tao was full of doubts that such a dramatic change could take place. He would like to know what happened to Qin Sheng in this period of time, so that he could transform into this. Grandpa, let's go back and talk. Qin Sheng naturally understood what his grandfather, Qin Tao, wanted to know. Good. Qin Tao's blinking eyes can make Qin Sheng change so dramatically, which is absolutely a great chance. Although just now 3 clan elders from their own lineage chose to stand with Qin Sheng and kill Qin Jijia. But still not fully trusted. The Qin family is a sideline and a training room. The secret chamber is very huge, just like a palace. There are pavilions, rockeries, and springs. Especially in the middle of the spring, a small tree full of spiritual fruits is planted. The tree has an extraordinary origin, and its trunk flickers with the light of runes. It can be seen that it is not an ordinary thing. This kind of tree is called rune tree. It is naturally planted with runes. It can be cut down directly when it grows up. It doesn't need to be refined. It can also be a rune. However, this kind of rune tree costs too much primary crystal, and the general small family can't afford it at all. Qin Yuan was able to afford it. Obviously, he made a lot of profits in the Qin family. Bang! Qin Yuan slaps a stone table in the cultivation room, and even the rock will turn into powder with an angry blow from the strong in the sky. Too much to deceive. Qin Yuan's long and narrow eyes are like poisonous snakes. They are full of cold. A sense of terror pervades the whole training room. A group of experts who are closely behind him are on pins and needles. They dare not even breathe. Big brother, isn't that the end of the matter? Qin Su's face was sad. He lost his son in middle age. He was very sad. Shut up, fool. Qin Yuan looks back and stares at Qin Su. The evil spirit between his eyebrows drips out of the water. He says in a deep voice, "Now your son is holding the whole law enforcement hall for burial. What else do you want?" Qin Yuan's evil spirit soared to the sky, and the tyranny of those who were strong in the sky broke out. It seems that the air in the cultivation room is going to solidify. Qin Su is scared. He doesn't know. Today, his son died because of his own death. Qin Su knew the truth for a long time. Qin Huan and Gui Wu really wanted to kill Qin 4 times. The hatred of the middle-aged bereavement blinded Qin Su's eyes. In addition, over the years, their lineage has been very strong, but their lineage has become more and more weak. It's not polite to say that their lineage has been surviving for years. At that time, even Qin Tao, the most powerful member of his lineage, was severely poisoned and died soon. In this way, Qin Su and a group of people in the law enforcement hall will revenge. It's just that people are not as good as heaven. Who would have thought that Qin Sheng, who was still a piece of waste 2 months ago, was so terrible that he killed all the people in the law enforcement hall? That's a group of martial artists who connected the soul state, especially Qin Zhijia. A few years ago, he broke away from the soul state, and his strength reached half a step to the sky state. That kind of strength is a famous expert even looking at the whole Dian city, but it is crushed by that Qin Sheng. Qin Su looked at his brother Qin Yuan in a daze, and his face was full of unwilling color. He said, "I didn't know that Qin Sheng was so strong." Hearing this, the whole cultivation room fell into a dead silence. Qin Sheng, the family successor of the original waste, was born suddenly, and even hurt their collateral. This son, most of them have been passed down in the Malong mining area. Qin Yuan broke the silence, and there was something greedy in the dark eyes. Malong mining area, a mining area that has existed since the ancient times, has buried many ruins of a large number of great religious powers in countless years. In 2 months, what a rebellious inheritance it takes to transform a common waste into an evil genius that can crush a group of soul state warriors. If I can get the inheritance of Qin Sheng, maybe I can go further and advance to a higher level. Qin Yuan's eyes are full of greed. Listen to all of you. Block today's news. Before you get that inheritance, you must not let out any news. Qin Yuan ordered. Yes. A group of people in the cultivation room nodded their heads in succession. Elder, I'm afraid that Qin Sheng has many means. We should take a long view of it. There is a side of the old clan stood out and said. Although the honesty of that clan is not very strong, they are much older than Qin Yuan, and they still have a certain weight to speak. Smell words, Qin Yuan's face also shows 2 dignified colors, nodding. Just now, Qin Sheng was walking in the meeting hall. His cards were more and more terrible. He not only had the stone and wood talismans, but also threw a purple crystal thunder. Qin Yuan is trying to seize Qin Sheng's chance. Maybe it's not so easy. If Qin Sheng throws a 3-grain purple crystal thunder, even those who are strong in the sky will be annihilated. He coveted Qin Sheng's chance in the Malong mining area, but also cherished his life. Qin Huan is about to see the return of the king. It's said that there's a powerful prince and a proud son coming. Qin Yuan said indifferently, and his eyebrows were full of murderous intentions. Then, even if Qin Sheng had more chassis, he could not fight us. Is Qin Sheng better than the son of a prince from the capital? Qin Yuan is going to tell the proud son from the prince of the capital about Qin Sheng's inheritance of the Devil Dragon mining area. At that time, if the son of the prince is happy, they will definitely rise from then on. Even if you can't get the inheritance, you have to destroy Qin Sheng yourself. Qin Yuan's eyes are cold. Qin family, inner family. The inner mansion is the core of the Qin family. There are the most precious heaven and earth treasures, talismans, martial arts, and even a large number of yuan jing. Therefore, only the patriarch is qualified to enter. Even Qin Sheng has never entered the inner mansion. There is an extremely thick stone gate in the basement of Qin Sheng's residence. Qin Sheng's eyes were shining when they stood outside the stone gate. He didn't know much about Fuwen, but he inherited the memory of the Emperor of 10,000 robbers. He still knew a little about fur. On the surface, the stone gate is flat and plain, and the material doesn't look like noble stone. However, as Qin Sheng's light becomes more intense, it seems to be shooting out two substantive, fine lights. Suddenly, it feels that the stone gate is not simple. It is covered with several rune arrays. Qin Tao's momentum is like a rainbow. He takes out a jade talisman and pours yuanli into it. The jade talisman suddenly blooms a dazzling light. Then in Qin Sheng's astonished eyes, the light bursts towards the stone gate of the inner mansion. The stone gate suddenly vibrated, and the whole basement was rumbling. If there was no defensive array, such a movement would definitely disturb the whole Qin family. Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw the stone gate open with runes. Then in his astonished eyes, the stone gate melted at the speed that the naked eye could see, just like ice encountering fire. This is... Qin Sheng was shocked. He had never seen a stone that could melt like ice. This is Zuambingshi. It's very hard. If there is no jade talisman, even a master of the heaven can't shake it for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. Qin Tao also seemed to notice Qin Sheng's astonished eyes. He couldn't help laughing and said, 3 million yuan of crystal your father bought in Wangdu. Xianbing stone is a kind of strange stone from the sea of the 9 netherworld. It is very hard and precious. Many soul masters can use it to forge 2 patterns of talismans. Qin Sheng frowned. There is no record of Zuambingshi as a stone in the memory of the emperor. However, Qin Sheng was relieved to think that the emperor of 10,000 robbers was the most powerful man in 9 days and 10 places. It is estimated that he did not come to the remote position of Tianyuan continent. Therefore, it is normal that there is no material of Zuambingshi in its inheritance and memory. 3 million yuan crystal in this stone gate? Smell speech, Qin Sheng smashed his mouth, his face was full of shock color. 3 million yuan crystal, even if it is the lifelong wealth of a man with a strong natural environment. Qin Zhongtian spent 3 million yuan on Sherman in the inner mansion. Even the king of Beichen kingdom is rare. However, Qin Sheng's mind suddenly flashed over the 2 stone lions outside Qin's house. The value of those 2 lions was far more than 3 million yuan. He was not surprised to think of them here. 3 million yuan crystal, only a few, your father has contributed too much to the family, but it's a pity. Qin Tao's face flashed a proud color, but thought of his son's sudden disappearance, his eyes quickly dimmed. Seeing this, Qin Sheng suddenly shakes his body and says the questions over the years, Grandpa, how did my father disappear? For 10 years, Qin Zhongtian disappeared completely in Dian City. No one knows where he went or whether he can return. Over the years, Qin Sheng has asked Grandpa about his father's disappearance. But Qin Tao shut up and scolded Qin Sheng for his cultivation. He was not qualified to know that his strength was low. Qin Sheng, with firm eyes, added, "Grandpa, I feel that with my strength today, I am entitled to know the truth about my father's disappearance." Smell words, inside the door, the air is quiet. Qin Tao's eyes were changing, and there were two doubts between his eyebrows. Finally, when he thought about Qin Sheng's performance in the meeting hall, he found that his grandson, who was a waste, had grown to the point where he could not see through. In just 2 months, Qin Sheng has grown up a lot. Alas. Qin Tao sighed, waved his hand and said, "Come in and talk." Under Qin Tao's leadership, Qin Sheng went into the legendary Qin's inner mansion. The inner mansion is very large, as if the whole Qin family's underground has been hollowed out, just like an imperial palace. Just stepping into the inner mansion, Qin Sheng's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he found himself shrouded in 2 fierce waves. Shwa! 2 dark shadows hidden in the shadow of the inner mansion, like ghosts, appeared in front of Qin Sheng. When Qin Sheng saw the 2 shadows, his face suddenly changed slightly. Qin Sheng was surprised. Qin Tao nodded and said with a smile, "The inner mansion is the core of the Qin family. It has collected all the possessions of the Qin family. How can there be few Fuan puppets waiting? Come on, refine one of them. I know you got a big chance in the Malong mining area, but you just tore your face completely with your side. With Qin Yuan's nature of being a villain, you will definitely find a chance to hurt you in the future," Qin Tao said in a deep voice. In recent years, Qin Tao has been ready to move. How could Qin Tao not know? Even in the first 2 years, he thought that several legitimate talents died suddenly and almost made a family change. If Qin Tao didn't do it for the sake of the overall situation, he would have killed the collateral one. Qin Sheng felt his grandfather's concern and was immediately moved. He shook his head and said, "Grandpa, I don't need this black iron phubbing. Why don't you abandon Grandpa's things? The battle power of this black iron talisman is comparable to that of the ordinary all-sky warrior, and it's absolutely loyal. It won't do you any harm." Qin Tao's face showed 2 stern colors when he stared. In the past, Qin Sheng's talent was mediocre, and he didn't care to hurt Qin Yuan because of his arrogant character. But today, Qin Sheng's talent for terror is just like the sons of the princes in Beichen. Qin Yuan can't help but send people to assassinate Qin Sheng. Although the 2 lineages are of the same clan, for the sake of interests, they are just like those emperors competing for the throne, with ferocious means, which are extremely necessary. Although the Qin family is far less powerful than those royal families, its nature is the same. Therefore, Qin Tao had to be wary of giving Qin Sheng the black iron phubbing. Qin Sheng shook his head and turned his hand. A black iron ball appeared in Qin Tao's eyes. This is... Qin Tao's pupils contracted. He felt that the black iron ball on Qin Sheng's palm was very familiar. Sure enough, Qin Sheng threw the iron ball high and the light of the talisman bloomed. In Qin Tao's astonished eyes, he became a black iron talisman. "Do you have a black iron talisman, too?" Qin Tao smiled bitterly. His grandson had a black iron talisman. No wonder he dared to fight against Qin Yuan just now. It was due to another card. With the black iron phubbing, Qin Sheng had a certain degree of self-protection even when he was dealing with the ordinary strong people in the sky. "Grandpa, now the wasteland is recovering, many forces are gradually coming to Dian City," Qin Sheng said, "I feel that Dian City is going to change. My Qin family is weak and can ignore those big forces. So, these 2 black iron talismans are for Grandpa." Qin Tao took a deep look at his grandson and finally nodded. Qin Tao had heard about the recovery of the wasteland for a long time, but during this period, He was deeply poisoned by Sinopec and had no intention to pay attention to the forces that came gradually. Qin Tao frowned. Some of those forces came from the capital of Beichin, some came from nearby big powers, and even some were said to have come from the Dian Emperor. The arrogant sons of heaven of those forces can kill the Qin family by throwing a leg hair, casually. Thinking of this, Qin Tao's face was also slightly dignified, sighing, after the War of the Wasteland's self-destruction, the first recovery, the gathering of all parties, is bound to wind and rain full of buildings. My Qin family, a little careless, may be doomed. Qin Tao was a little worried. The soldiers are coming to cover up the water. My Qin family is not a bullying soft persimmon. Qin Sheng's eyes are like torches, just like the light of essence. In the face of all famous countries, famous clans, and famous religions, Qin Sheng's face not only did not flinch, but also showed a faint desire to try. The wasteland revives, the spirit is dense, and the inheritance that has been buried for countless years will be sprayed out. This is a great opportunity. Even if there will be many princes and proud sons gathered, Qin Sheng has never been afraid of it. Although tens of millions of people have gone, if any prince who doesn't have eyes dare to provoke the Qin family, he will be beheaded. Qin Tao was also keen to capture the battle spirit on Qin Sheng's face, and his eyes moved slightly. How familiar it was. So was Qin Zhongtian. It's a pity, midheaven. Shenger, Grandpa is old. It's time to give the Qin family to you. Suddenly, Qin Tao said solemnly, "This is the jade talisman of the inner mansion, which will be kept by you later." This jade talisman can not only control the inner mansion, but also control some of the family's arrays. Qin Sheng looks up at his grandfather. Finally, he nods and agrees. Over the years, Grandpa has suffered enough from his father's disappearance. Now that I have some strength, it's time to take over the Qin family. Qin Sheng took over the jade talisman, then separated a wisp of soul power, and immediately felt a way of inexplicable connection. At that time, your father arranged many arrays for the Qin family, and some puppets of phubbing, but the maintenance of these arrays was too high, and the income of the Qin family was not as good as that of the year. So, many arrays have been abandoned, and even some have been destroyed. Qin Tao's face was burning, and he was very embarrassed. Qin Zhongtian gives himself the great Qin family, now I even give the Qin family back to my grandson. Thinking of this, Qin Tao's old face is a little indecisive. The Qin family has three major industries, Fangshe, Yaotian, and Shantai mining area. Qin Tao introduces the current situation of the Qin family. Today's Fangshe is losing money all year round. In recent years, it can't compete with Zhao's family. It's going to close down. The income of the drug field is okay, and it can contribute 30% of the income to the whole Qin family. Qin Tao explained. The medicine field is mainly planted with some yuanshe and dankai, but the quality is not good, and the market competition is not Zhao's, so we can only fight price war and reduce the price. As soon as Qin Sheng's sword eyebrow congealed, he thought that the Qin family was very difficult, but unexpectedly, he asked, "What about the Shantai mining area?" Dark iron is a kind of refined iron. It is not only hard in material, but also can depict runes and infuse yuan li. It is a precious and incomparable metal. Of course, there are many levels of black iron. The difference between the value of the first level black iron and that of the ninth level black iron is like a cloud and mud. Hearing this, Qin Tao's face was not gloomy. He said, "Shantai mining area is controlled by Qin Yuan. Shantai mining area accounts for 70% of the income of the whole Qin family, but it is occupied by a collateral line." Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Who is the Qin's lineage? Qin Tao also noticed Qin Sheng's face. His old face was very embarrassed. He was too weak, and his family's pillar income was still monopolized by the collateral. "Nothing, Grandpa. What belongs to our lineage, I will take it back with my own hands. Qin Sheng's face was a little cold. His collateral was originally a concubine. It's good to drink some soup with his family. Now he even has a strong sense of flesh. All these dregs must be cleaned up. Qin Sheng's eyes are colder and colder. Even if he takes over the industry that belongs to his own family, he colludes with Master Nalin and poisons his grandfather. This alone has touched Qin Sheng's scale. If a dragon has a scale, it will die if it touches it. Qin Tao's consolation finally gave Qin Sheng the burden of the Qin family, which was equal to putting down the huge stone in his heart and saying, Qin Yuan is the leader of the sideline. He has many tricks. It's not so easy for you to take back the Shantai mining area from him. Qin Tao has been fighting with his cousin for 10 years. He is very clear about Qin Yuan's temperament. If Qin Sheng didn't come back suddenly, he would have been cut off his legs and become a waste. It belongs to our lineage. If you dare not return it, just chop it. Despite Qin Yuan's intrigue, it's useless to do anything in the face of absolute strength. Qin Sheng's face was cold, and his brow was full of murderous meaning. Qin Tao was stunned. He looked at Qin Sheng, who was killed with awe-inspiring pride and self-confidence. Who gave him the courage to speak so loudly? Qin Yuan is a powerful man in the world. Even if we look at the whole Dian city, it's rare. He can definitely rank among the top 10 famous experts. What's his strength? Qin Tao has absolute points in his mind. Even Qin Tao, who entered Tongtian much earlier than Qin Yuan, was very afraid of it. The last time I was ambushed in the magic dragon wasteland, and then colluded with Master Lin to poison myself, he almost capsized in the gutter. I can imagine how difficult Qin Yuan was. Qin Sheng is only a low-level martial artist who can communicate with the environment. Even if the 9 channels are all Tianjie Yuan Mai, the level of Yuan power is no less than that of any martial artist who can communicate with the environment. However, compared with Qin Yuan Lai who can communicate with the environment, it is obviously a big gap. If other people dare to be so contemptuous of the powerful, Qin Tao would have scolded him for his bluster. Qin Tao's eyes focused on Qin Sheng and recalled his grandson's terrible achievements in the conference hall. Alone, he would clean up the law enforcement hall with a group of people who are good at communicating with the soul. You know, Qin Zhijia, the leader of the law enforcement hall, is a powerful man with half a step to the sky. Even if Qin Tao goes around, it will take some energy. Maybe it's not as easy as Qin Sheng. Good. A good man of my own blood. Qin Tao exclaimed that he didn't know why. He had a feeling that with the recovery of the magic dragon wasteland, Dian City would be the focus of attention. There are so many talents here. Qin Sheng will not be submerged by the aura of many talents, but will be as dazzling as countless stars in the sky. Qin Sheng nodded and finally asked himself the questions that he had wanted to know the answers for the past 10 years. Grandpa, I want to know about my parents. Hearing this, Qin Tao's body trembled, his face showed some hesitation, and the sky changed. Alas. For a long time, Qin Tao sighed a long time, glanced at Qin Sheng with a firm look, and knew that he could never hide it today. What do you want to know about your parents? Qin Tao said lightly. Everything. Qin Sheng said firmly. I have never seen your mother. Qin Tao suddenly said, so I know nothing about your mother. You haven't seen my mother? Qin Sheng's face was unbelievable. He had no impression of his mother since he had memories. What surprised Qin Sheng was that his grandfather had never seen his mother. Don't believe it. Qin Tao said solemnly, when you are born, your father takes you back to the family and says that you are my grandson. So I have no idea who your mother is. Qin Sheng's face is slightly coagulated. He didn't expect his mother's identity to be so mysterious. He must have internal feelings. What about the father, who disappeared 10 years ago? Where did he go? Qin Sheng asked. Qin Tao's face shook, and he asked in a deep voice, have you heard of the Emperor.Qin? Qin Sheng is not new to Qin dynasty. Xiao Bingning is from Qin dynasty. Hearing this, Qin Sheng nodded and said, I've heard of it. Qin is one of the 36 empires in the wasteland. It is powerful and has dozens of affiliated countries. Beiqin, which belongs to Qin city, is one of them. Qin Tao explained. Father in Qin dynasty? Qin Sheng asked, guessing. Yes, he was in Qin. Qin Tao nodded, his face showing a touch of bitterness, and said, he was sentenced to 100 years in prison in Qin dynasty. There was a dead silence in the inner mansion. Qin Sheng's eyes were round and his face was unbelievable. What's the matter? How could a father be jailed, and still be 100 years? Qin Sheng's face was heavy, and there were two gloomy colors between his eyebrows. His father, Qin Sheng, has created numerous historical records in Qin city, and his talent is peerless. He once practiced in Jiulong Holy Academy. How can such a proud son go to prison and be locked up for 100 years? The lifespan of an ordinary martial artist is only 100 years. If we can break through the state of Tonghun, our lifespan will be 150 years at most. Even if we are strong in Tongshenjing, our lifespan will not exceed 200 years. Only by breaking heaven's destiny and promoting to the realm of universal life can Shou Yuan be increased to over 300 years old. Life is robbery. After the robbery, let it go. There are 9 robberies in Tongmingjing. After each calamity, Shou Yuan will increase by 100 years. After 9 calamities, you will live forever. Qin Sheng didn't know how much his father's cultivation had reached, but even the peak of Tongshenjing was only 200 years old. Now I've been in prison for 100 years. That's half my life. And life in prison is like years, suffering endless pain and rebirth. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng's face became more and more violent. He asked in a deep voice, what did your father do? How can I be imprisoned in the Qin dynasty? In Qin Sheng's impression, his father was aggressive and aboveboard all his life. He didn't hurt the law enforcement hall, which was a threat to his family. Then he could see that Qin Sheng was not a vicious man. 100 years in prison, that's a terrible felony. Qin Tao shook his head and said, I don't know the details. 10 years ago, a group of strong people from the Qin dynasty were strong enough to take Sheng away. I have been to the Emperor.Qin. It took most of the wealth of the whole Qin family and several layers of relationships to see your father in prison. Qin Tao shook his head. Once the Qin family only covered the sky in Qin city. Under the leadership of Qin Sheng, they accumulated countless wealth. In this inner mansion, there are only 2 black iron phubbing, and the 2 stone lions at the Qin's gate. They are also rare Fuwen puppets. It's hard to imagine how terrible the Qin family's wealth was 10 years ago. Even so, in order to see the imprisoned Qin Sheng, Qin Tao suddenly spent most of the Qin family's wealth. Qin Sheng's face is more dignified. When he spent most of the wealth of the Qin family, he could only see his father in prison. Your father's condition is very poor, and that prison is terrible. Even the most powerful man in the world can't live for 3 days. Qin Tao couldn't help saying, however, with your father's talent and strength, you should be able to carry on this 100 years. Can't you get your father out? Qin Sheng's face is not reconciled. As soon as the voice came out, Qin Tao's face showed a touch of bitterness, shook his head in a daze, and said, if you can get your father out, even if you sell the whole Qin family, I would like to. But the reality is so cruel. Your father said that he offended a proud son of the aristocratic family in the Qin dynasty and provoked forces that the Qin family could not afford. When we met, he asked me to give up saving him, and he said, I'll just snap my fingers. Qin Tao was trembling. He was just a warrior in the early days of Tongshenging. In the remaining decades, even if he raised his cultivation to the peak of Tongshenging, his life was only 200 years. So, in the prison of that year, parting is estimated to be forever. Qin Tao is very clear that with his talent and Qin family's industry, it is absolutely impossible for him to stack up into a world-class powerful man who can pass life. Even if we look at the whole Beichen country, the powerful people in the general life environment are rare. Dian City was originally in decline, and it was the last city in the whole Beichen country. Even the Qin family 10 years ago, it was impossible to cultivate Qin Tao into the realm of life. A powerful person with a common life environment, the resources that need to be consumed, the materials and treasures, are absolutely appalling numbers. Qin Sheng shook his head, his eyes were very firm, and he said in a deep voice, I will definitely get my father out of Dian dynasty. In his words, Qin Sheng swears to Dan, with an incomparable color of self-confidence. Hearing this, Qin Tao shook his head secretly. That's the Dian dynasty. It's thousands of miles away from Dian City. It's a long way to go. Even those who are strong in the sky can't get there without sleeping. It is true that Qin Sheng's talent is no less than that of Qin Zhongtian, or even better than that of Qin Zhongtian, but how can he compete with the noble families from the Dian dynasty? But Qin Tao couldn't bear to attack his grandson, and didn't scold him for his arrogance. Suddenly, Qin Sheng turned his hand, and the fire red was floating on his palm. It was delicate and ready to drop, which ignited the burning fruit of the fire. As soon as the flaming fruit comes out, the whole inner house is full of spirit, and the temperature has increased a lot at the same time. Qin Tao stared at Yan Lingua on Qin Sheng's palm, his face was shocked, and he said, This is. Qin Tao's eyes flickered. After a few moments, he could recognize what kind of fruit it was. His eyes were burning, even his breath was sharp. This is Yan Lingua. Qin Tao's eyes shone with unbelievable light, and his face quickly showed a very excited look, and his voice trembled. Yan Lingua is a very precious lingua. It's said that as long as one is swallowed, both the body and the spirit can be tempered. It can wash the hair and cut the marrow. It's even said that there is a certain chance to refine a ray of Danhua. If the fruit is spread out, even those who are strong in the sky will be jealous and greedy. They will kill people and cross the border. Shenger, take this flaming fruit and break through to Tonghun realm. I'll protect you. After a while, Qin Tao calmed down, and his chest was calm again, he said solemnly. Hearing this, Qin Sheng shook his head and said with a smile, Grandpa, this inflamed fruit is for you. At one point of his voice, Qin Tao was shocked by the tiger's body, and then a flash of anger appeared on his face. He said, Nonsense, these precious fruits have never been sold in Lingyun Hall. Grandpa is old, and he doesn't need such precious fruits. It's you. It's the time to lay a good foundation. You need this fruit more than I do. Qin Tao's face is serious and serious. Although Yan Lingua is very precious, it is also a kind of big tonic lingua even for the martial artist of Tongshenging. If he can eat it, he will definitely be able to directly improve a small realm. His talent and potential will greatly increase. At that time, he may be able to touch the threshold of Tongmingjing. However, Qin Tao finally suppressed the desire in his heart. Good steel should be used on the blade. It is obvious that his grandson has more potential than him. Qin Tao patted Qin Sheng on the shoulder and said, I've got your kindness. Now the Qin family has given it to you, and you need it more than I do. No, Grandpa, you need more than I do. Qin Sheng said with a smile, I've eaten one of the inflamed fruit, and it's not very effective to eat it again. Grandpa, you'd better eat it. I'll protect the Dharma for you. Qin Sheng pushes Yan Lingua to Qin Tao. Hearing this, Qin Tao hesitated. If Qin Sheng didn't deceive him, he would only swallow one Yanlingguo and continue to eat it. The effect would be greatly reduced. Qin Tao takes a deep look at Qin Sheng. His grandson surprises him more and more. There are 2 Yanlingguo. Just now, Qin Sheng vowed that he must get his father out of the prison of Dian Emperor. Qin Tao was just joking. Now Qin Sheng takes out an Yanlingguo at will, and remembers that Qin Sheng can easily dissolve his petrified and strange poison, and crush a group of soul-communicating experts. All kinds of signs come down. Qin Sheng is absolutely not as simple as it seems, including Qin Tao, who despises her. Well, I'll listen to you. Finally, Qin Tao took a deep breath and said. Qin Tao took over Yanlingguo and felt the boiling heat wave, the yuan force and the fragrance of the fruit. His heart beat hard and quickly. Qin Tao bit a half of Yanling fruit, and the fragrance permeated the whole inner house. The vigorous Yuanli rolled the mat. In the rich juice, there were some faint runes. Qin Tao felt that his whole body was ignited, and the inflamed fruit was so domineering. Even those who were strong in the sky were struggling with such a terrible fire. Air. Qin Tao's face was red, and his neck was thick. It's hot. Qin Tao's eyes turned red all of a sudden. He just swallowed half of the inflamed fruit, but he felt a little overwhelmed. It's worthy of the spirit fruit that can produce a ray of red fire. It's powerful. Qin Tao was biting his teeth. His clothes were ignited by the hot fire and turned to ashes. His bones crackled all over his body. The entrance of Yanlingguo was changed, and it was immediately transferred to the 4 limbs of Qin Tao. Boom! 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 Qin Tao stood up in the air, punching across the air, with the power of terror, as if the air had been ignited. Qin Tao deserves to be a strong man in the sky. Even though he has been poisoned in the past half a year, his body is weak, but after the purification of Qin Sheng's yellow spring fire, his body's dark injuries are all gone. Now he is devouring the energy of inflamed fruits. Grandpa, don't worry, eat the rest of the inflamed fruits. Qin Gaogao called out, I'll set up the battle for you. As soon as Qin Sheng's voice came out and turned his hand, he had countless pieces of Yuan Jing in his hand. Whoa! Yuan Jing is flying all over the sky in the inner palace as huge as the underground palace. After a few moments, it forms a multiplying array. Qin Sheng's eyebrow is shining, and a soul force that is no less than that of the one who is powerful in the spirit environment comes out of his eyebrow. His soul force, like a spider silk, unites numerous pieces of metacrystals together. Finally, a jingling array was formed in Qin Tao's shocked eyes. Qin Tao seemed to be bathed in a spring rain as soon as the jingling array came out, and his hot flame slowly cooled down. With the increase of Qin Sheng's soul power, the jingling array he arranged is much more complicated than the small jingling array in the Malong mining area at the beginning, and its effects are soaring. Sure enough, Qin Tao's body suddenly did not expand so much. He assimilated the energy of Yanlingguo tirelessly. Yanling fruit is domineering. Even Qin Tao, a powerful man in the sky, can't swallow a whole one at a time. Now with Qin Sheng's jingling array, he eats the remaining half of Yanling fruit at one go. Qin Tao's body is burning, but his body is in the pure spirit array, as if he is in the spring rain, where yin and yang are harmonious and constantly changing. After several hours, Qin Tao's flame disappeared and his body shape returned to normal. He walked out of the pure spirit array. His body was as powerful as a tiger. He opened his eyes and seemed to shoot 2 electric snakes. His breath rose several points. Congratulations on Grandpa's promotion to the midterm horizon, Qin Sheng said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Tao's face was full of hongguang and his eyes were excited. With Qin Zhongtian's help, he broke through to Tongtian more than 10 years ago. 10 years ago, the Qin family changed, and his accomplishments are stagnant. Now, he has obtained Qin Sheng's Yanlingguo. Finally, he has made some progress in martial arts cultivation, breaking a small realm. Tongshenjing is divided into initial stage, middle stage, later stage and peak. Ha ha, it's still a chance to rub Shinger. Qin Tao laughed heartily. Since Qin Zhongtian was put in prison 10 years ago, he hasn't been so happy for a long time. Qin Sheng felt his nose and said, "Grandpa is old and tough. I think he will point to Tongming in the future. Life, it's not so easy to survive 3 disasters and 9 disasters." Qin Tao shook his head and said, "Grandpa is old, and it will be your youth's world." Qin Tao is a little self-conscious about his talent. His talent is not very high. If it wasn't for his son Qin Zhongtian's sudden rise, he could only stay in the state of soul communication. Now, by the chance of his grandson Qin Sheng, he not only survived the disaster, but also went further, from the early stage of Tongshenjing to the middle stage of Tongshenjing. Tongshenjing is not the same as Tonghenjing. Every small realm is extremely difficult. The resources needed are even more frightening. Otherwise, looking at the whole Dian city, the number of those who are strong in Tongshenjing is not more than one hand. As for those who are strong in Tongmingjing, there is not even one. To be a powerful person in the life environment, we must first overcome the 3 disasters and 9 disasters in the legend. Even if it is the simplest storm and thunder, a little carelessness will lead to the situation of eternal doom, which will destroy both the body and the spirit. This is the terror of plundering, which leads to many strong people who have reached the peak of the heaven. They wait for years and years, and dare to take the plunder only when they are prepared to the extreme. Shinger, it's the chance you got in the magic dragon mining area that makes you rise in such a short time. Suddenly, Qin Tao said seriously. Since the World War I, the Malong mining area has existed, burying a lot of big religions. Over the years, many of them have been passed down and passed down. At last, Liu Longmen rises like a star. You must understand the ideal of cherishing the evil. Qin Sheng nodded. Of course, he knew how to bear the blame. In those days, the reason why the Emperor of 10,000 robberies fell down was because of the fact that he had a great alchemy skill and relatively weak force, which made the imperial family of 9 days and 10 places imprisoned and become an alchemy tool. You have an adventure. I think Qin Yuan has known it for a long time. Qin Tao said, with a dignified look on his face, this man, a villain, even if you have a black iron talisman, you have no fear of him. It's hard to guarantee that he won't sell such important information to the Tianzi Jiazi who gather in Dian City. Now Qin Tao's strength is greatly increased, and Qin Sheng has black iron phubbing. In terms of the strength on the table, Qin Yuan is not a big elder. However, with the recovery of the magic dragon wasteland, all kinds of Tianzi Jiazi from Beichin, even the powerful affiliated countries from neighboring countries, are sending Tianjiao. The background of that level, let alone those heavenly conceits, even the attendance of the conceits, is enough for the Qin family to drink a pot. Qin Tao has been to the Dian dynasty. He has seen the horrible scene that the generalists are like dogs, and the generalists walk all over the street. The more you know about it, the more you are afraid of those arrogant people with deep backgrounds. Moreover, even Qin Zhongtian, who had entered the Jiulong holy monastery in that year, was arrested for trillions of miles, because he offended the terrorist forces from the Dian Emperor. He went back to prison for 100 years. So it can be seen how horrible those Tianzi Jiazi from Dian dynasty are. Of course, this recovery of wasteland came to look for opportunities, mainly under the Dian Emperor's some subsidiary countries. Comparatively speaking, its power and talent are far inferior to those from the Dian dynasty. Here you are, Inner Mansion. You can choose some martial arts and talismans here. Qin Tao said with a smile. Now that I have handed over the Qin family to you, you can choose at will. Qin Sheng nodded, but did not refuse. The interior of the whole Qin family is very large, just like a palace where the emperor sleeps for a long time. There are all kinds of martial arts, danyao and rune. Although the Qin family has long been different from the past, Qin Tao spent more than half of his wealth to get Qin Sheng's father out of the prison of Dian Emperor 10 years ago. In addition, when he was unable to make ends meet in these 10 years, the treasures in the inner court were becoming less and less. Therefore, many valuable martial arts in the inner mansion have been sold, leaving only 2 Tianjia martial arts. As for the runes, most of them are also 1-pattern runes, and 2-pattern runes are rare. As for the valuable 3-pattern runes, they are definitely the Zhenzu runes of the Qin family, which can only be owned by the clan head. Sheng'er, you have now thoroughly opened up the 9 channels of the body, and there are 3 Juyuan pills in the inner mansion. You can take them all. Qin Tao pondered for a moment and said slowly. Today, Qin Sheng's strength is absolutely invincible in Tongmeijing. Even the martial artists in the middle of Tonghunjing are also beaten by Qin Sheng. But if facing the strong in the sky, Qin Sheng can't live without the help of Zijingliai or Heidi Fubing. Of course, Qin Tao didn't know that Qin Sheng's real base card was a yellow spring fire that could purify everything in his body, and he fell into a deep sleep waiting for the cocoon to be broken and become a ghost. Qin Sheng goes to the Danyao area and picks up a bottle of Juyuan pill. Danqiang comes at once and the sword eyebrows are twisted on the spot. Grandpa, it's time for Juyuandan. Qin Sheng frowned. Too many times? Qin Tao stared and couldn't help saying, these Juyuan pills are purchased in Lingyun Hall. Lingyantang is famous in the whole Dian city. Its pills are the most reasonable in quality and price. Qin Sheng poured out a Juyuan pill, put it on the tip of his nose, sniffed it, and said, Grandpa, you've got a pit. These Juyuan pills are all made by refining the dregs of the spent pills in the furnace. As soon as the voice came out, Qin Tao's face was suddenly gloomy and could drip out of the water. If, as Qin Sheng said, the Juyuan pill he bought is really made of waste Dan dregs, the probability of condensing the Sea of Yuan power is far lower than that of the normal Juyuan pill. This time, Qin Tao didn't doubt Qin Sheng's words. He could dissolve the strange poison of stone that Master Lin, an alchemist, couldn't remove. Obviously, alchemy is convenient and has some attainments. Combined with Qin Sheng's feats in this period of time, it's no wonder that in the past 2 years, it's so hard for the 9 Pulse disciples of the family to gather Yuan power even if they take Juyuan pill. Qin Tao said gloomily, taking back Juyuandan, and said, tomorrow, I will go to Lingyun Hall to find a way out. Qin Sheng nodded and said, Grandpa, let me do this. You just took Yan Lingguo. I think you can continue to improve. You should practice in seclusion. Qin Tao thought for a long time, and finally gave the problematic Juyuandan to Qin Sheng. He looked at his grandson, who was just 16 years old, with complicated eyes. He had a kind of calm that didn't match his age. Sure enough, only through hard work can we make progress. Qin Tao sighed. What I lack most now is speed martial arts. Qin Sheng looks around the inner mansion to find a martial art that is good at speed. The secret to the clouds. The steps to find the dragon. The moving record of Lei Meng. Qin Sheng looks for several speed martial arts at one breath, all of which are above the earth level. In particular, the book Ray Python Moving Records is an inferior martial art of the heaven level. Lei Meng is a third-order beast. His strength is comparable to that of the top beast of Meitong Tianjing. He is very good at speed. He roars and spews out thunder as fast as lightning. Shinger's record of Lei Meng's moving is the most advanced speed-type martial art in the inner mansion. Your father bought it in a small family of Dian Emperor. At this time, Qin Tao came over and explained. Ray Python Moving Records. Hearing this, Qin Sheng picked up the martial arts book and read it carefully. This martial art is Qin Sheng's father. Qin Zhongtian bought it back in the Dian dynasty. It may not be much for those forces in the Dian dynasty, but for such a remote little family in Dian City, it is definitely a precious martial art. That is to say, the family of Qin is rich enough. There are several Tianjia martial arts. It's impossible for other small families in Dian City. There are 9 levels in this book. Once you reach the ultimate level of cultivation, you will be able to speak with thunder and fly with electricity, as fast as thunder. When Qin Sheng read this, he immediately felt something. Qin Sheng looked up at his grandfather, Qin Tao, and said with a smile, "Grandpa, this is a good record of Ray Python moving. I'll take it back to practice." Qin Tao nodded, waved his hand and said, "All the things in the inner mansion are handed down by you. You can practice as long as you like." "All right." Qin Sheng smiled. "Well?" Suddenly, Qin Sheng's eyes were sharp, because the yellow spring in his eyes was hot for a while, and he felt inexplicable. The yellow spring fire is very sharp, obviously aware of something foreign. Qin Sheng came to a corner with the feeling of Huangquan fire. There were a lot of talismans, swords, halberds, armor, and so on. Most of these runes are 1-pattern runes, a few are 2-pattern runes, but they are all broken. Most of the runes are peeling, rusty, and even some are stained with a lot of blood, with a rotten smell. There's something in it that can make the fire in the spring hot? Qin Sheng looks at the broken rune like a hill in front of him. The eyebrow of his sword slightly coagulates. He approaches and wants to check it by himself, to see what can make the fire of the yellow spring move. At this time, Qin Tao also came along and said, "Shenger, there are a lot of broken runes here. Most of them are not worth repairing. Moreover, some of them are highly poisonous. You'd better not approach them. If you want a rune, I can take you to choose. There are no 3-pattern runes, but there are still several 2-pattern runes." Qin Tao advised. Qin Sheng's face showed a calm smile and said, "There may be treasures in it. These poisons don't hurt me. It can make the yellow spring fire warm. Even if it's not an artifact or a martial art of divine order, it can also be a heaven material and earth treasure." As for the poison in those broken talismans, Qin Sheng sneers. He has a yellow spring fire in his body that can purify everything. What's the fear? Well, be careful. It can be seen that Qin Tao will not obstruct him anymore. After all, Qin Sheng can easily dissolve the strange poison of petrifaction, which should not be a big threat to the poison contained in the broken rune. With a wave of his hand, Qin Sheng covered a layer of strong yuan force. He quickly turned over the broken runes like a hill, one by one. These broken talismans have not been moved for many years and have accumulated a thick layer of dust. For a while, the whole inner house was filled with dust and poisonous gas. Qin Tao stood in the air and had the power to isolate the toxin. "I found it." Qin Sheng found a stone box among the broken talismans. Holding it in his hand, the yellow spring fire in his eyes immediately became hot. The stone box is very rough and depicts some totems, but it's estimated that it's very old and broken. Shwa. At this time, Qin Tao swooped down and said with a smile, "Ha ha, Shenger, you have found a holy martial art." As soon as the voice came out, Qin Sheng's face hardened and asked, "Is there a holy martial art hidden in the stone box? How is this possible? If there is a holy martial art hidden in the stone box, how can it be thrown into a pile of discarded talismans at will? That's holy martial arts. It's a higher level than Tianjia martial arts. Basic martial arts, human martial arts, earth martial arts and heaven martial arts are very precious in Dian City. If it is heaven martial arts, even if it is inferior to heaven martial arts, it is also the martial arts of the family. If it is not a core disciple, it is impossible to contact it at all. In Dian City, Tianjia martial arts are the rarest and the most advanced martial arts. If it wasn't for Qin Sheng's several nearby cities, there wouldn't be several Tianjia martial arts. There is also Xinjia martial arts above Tianjia martial arts. Its power is far greater than Tianjia martial arts. However, such anti-Tianjia martial arts, not to mention in such remote Dian City, even looking at the whole Beichen country, even in Dian dynasty, are very noble. The martial arts of the holy level are not the skills that a cat or a dog can use. They can only exist in the royal families of the major affiliated countries, and even some core disciples of the royal families of Dian can practice. Qin Sheng looked puzzled and disbelieving. Even though he got the inheritance and memory of the emperor, there were many miracles from 9 days and 10 places, but he didn't pay any attention to the martial arts of the holy rank. After all, in terms of Qin Sheng's current strength, even though he has a lot of magic skills, his strength is too humble. In addition to the magic cultivation, other magic skills are not qualified to practice, and the realm is too low, even the threshold for entry is not reached. Therefore, if Qin Shengru can get the so-called holy martial arts, it will definitely bring him great benefits. Absolutely. Qin Tao nodded, only a sly smile on his face. This is what your father got from a Jedi in Dian dynasty. He saved a dying old man who had 9 robbers. He got it from his hands. Qin Tao said. From the Jedi of Dian dynasty, through 9 robbers? Qin Sheng quickly catches some key words. If you get it from the Dian dynasty, it's a little possible. After all, in the place like the Dian dynasty, there are many martial artists in the sky like dogs, and those who command them walk all over the street. The Dian dynasty is too vast and boundless, with numerous clans. There are as many powerful people as the stars in the sky. Moreover, it's no surprise that a strong man who can pass 9 disasters can have a holy martial arts. If the martial artists who have the highest level of Tongshenjing can survive the first Tianlei robbery, they are the strong ones who have the first level of Toni robbery. And so on. If we can survive the 9 robberies, there are the most powerful people who can pass the 9 robberies. Even the Dian dynasty is a rare warrior who can get through 9 robberies. In this case, why throw this holy martial art on the dump? After a few minutes, Qin Sheng couldn't help asking. That's the martial arts of the saint level. If someone in the Qin family succeeds in cultivation, they need to be afraid of collateral. Even in the face of the threatening Zhao family, they will slap their backhand and rub it all on the ground. However, the reality is that in the past 10 years when his father disappeared, the Qin family became more and more down-to-earth, which led to Qin Sheng's division trial in the Malong mining area being also harmed, climbing out of the mass graves. Hearing this, Qin Tao's face was full of sneer and sarcasm. Open the stone box first. Qin Sheng nodded, but there was a little more doubt between his eyebrows. Looking at Grandpa's expression, he didn't need to see the so-called holy martial arts in the stone box. What's the matter? Qin Sheng was full of doubts. He focused on the stone box again. There was a holy martial art in it. In addition to Danhua, a high martial art, it was very important. Open! Qin Sheng took a deep breath and opened the stone box. There was no rune in the stone box. It was plain, and there was a jade rune. The information contained in the martial arts of the Holy Order is too massive, which cannot be carried by some sheepskin rolls or books. All the information is hidden in the jade talismans. At this time, Qin Tao said, if you separate a ray of soul power, you can integrate it into the jade talisman. Well. Qin Sheng picked up the jade talisman, which is no different from the ordinary jade talisman. It depicts some simple talismans on the surface, and the soul force penetrates into it. Boom. A lot of horrible information rushed into Qin Sheng's mind, and Qin Sheng's face changed slightly. It's worthy of being a holy martial art. It contains such a terrible amount of information. Qin Sheng's mind was shocked. If the ordinary martial artists in Tongmai area infuse such a huge amount of information in their mind, they will be stunned in 9 out of 10. However, the inheritance and memory of Qin Sheng and even the Emperor of 10,000 robbers have been infused. The information of a saint-level martial arts is not very difficult, just a slight change of face. Python Dragon Purple Electric Code. At the first time, the name of the so-called holy martial arts was impressively printed in Qin Sheng's mind. It's a martial art with terrible speed and explosive power. Qin Sheng's face showed a touch of excitement, and then he quickly read the information about how to practice this Python Dragon Purple magic formula. A moment later, Qin Sheng Kai slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes slightly coagulated. Python Dragon, it's a 9-level monster transformed from a big demon, Qingjiao. Its strength is very terrible. And this Python Dragon's secret of purple electricity was created by a powerful man before the ages, after watching Python Dragon. There are 6 layers of Python Dragon Purple Electric Formula. The Jade Talisman in Qin Sheng's hand contains only the first 3 layers. In other words, this so-called holy level martial art is also broken. Even Qin Zhongtian didn't know where to look for the remaining 3 layers. How is it? Qin Tao inquired at the first time and said, I advise you to give up this so-called holy level martial art. I just recommended Leimong's moving record for you. The Python Dragon Purple Electric Code is very powerful, but few of them have a good end. What's more, it cost Yuan Jing to cultivate. Your father couldn't afford it at that time, so he gave up this holy martial art. Can't even Qin Zhongtian practice? Now the Qin family is countless times worse than before, it's even more expensive. Qin Sheng thought for a moment, and finally looked up at his grandfather. His eyes showed 2 clear eyes. He said, Grandpa, I choose this Python Dragon magic formula. Hearing this, Qin Tao's face didn't change much. It's obvious that Qin Sheng didn't have any accident when he chose this Python Dragon Purple magic formula. After all, this is a holy martial art. Even if it only has the first 3 levels, it can only be cultivated to a great success at most, but not to the ultimate perfection. But the power contained in it is also incomparable to the Tianjia martial arts. At that time, Qin Zhongtian, Qin Sheng's father, chose to practice, and he has been able to practice to the 2nd level, with a little success. But, finally also gave up. Qin Tao, Qin Sheng's grandfather, has also practiced the Python Dragon Purple Electricity formula. However, his talent is much lower than that of Qin Zhongtian. Even though he is a strong man in the sky, he has been practicing for a year or 2, and even can't get started. It can be imagined how difficult it is to practice this Python Dragon code. Qin Tao turned his hand and added 2 jade boxes on his palm, saying, This is the 2 most important materials for practicing the Python Dragon Purple Electric formula. I only have 2 here. If you can get started successfully, I will buy them for you. The 2 most important materials for practicing the Python Dragon's Purple Electric formula are the blood essence of a 5-level demon and above, and the lightning marrow. These 2 kinds of materials, whether they are the blood essence of the 5-level demon or the Leiyan pulp, are very expensive. Some time ago, Qin Sheng was in the inner court of Luyun College to accompany the practice field, and he had a drop of dragon blood from the 3 brothers of Tingyan. That drop of dragon blood essence is worth 100,000 yuan. But in order to practice the Python Dragon City in Ju, it is necessary to have Jialong, which is good at speed blood essence, but not good at defense, such as the Earth Dragon blood. As for Liansui, it's more expensive than the blood essence of the 5th-level demon. Lei Yensui, it's a kind of lightning stone. He has been baptized by thunder for many years and absorbed a lot of thunder power. Only some Jedi in the depth of the magic dragon wasteland can excavate it. A drop is worth more than 200,000 yuan crystal. 100,000 yuan crystal, even a strong man in the sky can earn it if he doesn't eat, drink or practice for a year or two. 1 drop of 5-level demon's blood essence and 1 drop of Lei Yensui can cultivate the python dragon's purple electric formula only when they are combined. It takes 300,000 yuan of crystal to get started, and it's just a beginner's practice. It's hard to say whether it can succeed or not. Qin Tao's cultivation of connecting to heaven ended in failure several times. At that time, Qin Sheng didn't disappear and didn't lack Yuan Jing. However, Qin Tao was still deeply distressed and finally chose to give up. Qin Sheng nodded, took 2 jade boxes, and said, "Thank you, Grandpa. Although some of these things are expensive, once you get started, the benefits are considerable." Qin Tao couldn't help saying, although the family hasn't been very good these years, it can still afford to spend hundreds of thousands of yuan. It's nothing to lose these things. Your talent doesn't need your father to be weak at all. If these materials are destroyed, they will be destroyed. Never damage the foundation. You must remember that these 2 kinds of materials are very fierce. If something goes wrong, stop immediately and never practice stubbornly. There are several legitimate geniuses in these years. It's such a waste. I just threw the python dragon coat into the garbage in a rage. Qin Tao said solemnly. Qin Sheng nodded, his face showing a touch of self-confidence, saying, "Remember Grandpa's teachings. Whether it's the blood essence of the 5th-level demon or the thunder and inflammation marrow, it's all strong and powerful medicine. If you change it, it's estimated that it's really ignited from the body and soul." Qin Sheng has practiced the magic body exercise, which is a body exercise magic skill. He has reached the 3rd level, only a little bit less than a breakthrough, reaching the 4th level. How strong the body is. It can resist 1 or even 2 lines with bare hands. In addition, he has a wisp of yellow spring fire, which can purify everything. Liansui is a kind of thunder fire, but can it match the yellow spring fire? Hearing this, Qin Tao didn't say anything more. After all, what should be warned has already been warned. The rest depends on Qin Sheng's own creation. If it succeeds, Qin Sheng's growth will be greatly accelerated. When the rain is coming and the talent is gathering, Qin Sheng will shine. If it fails, the family will only lose 300,000 yuan jing. Come and choose 2 talismans. Qin Tao said a word and led Qin Sheng to the place where the runes were classified. There are many kinds of talismans in the inner palace, including swords, guns, halberds, axes, armor, shield, and so on. The Qin family was also prosperous at that time. Even though it has declined a lot, there are still 3 nails in the rotten boat and some in the family. Sheng'er, a good talisman, is extremely important to a warrior. Qin Tao introduced. Let's see what kind of runes you like. Qin Sheng nodded and looked intently. Although there are many kinds of runes here, most of them are also runes. The runes are weak and even some are damaged. Qin Tao said, Grandpa uses swords. The family also has several sword formulas, but there is no Tianjia sword formula. Hearing this, Qin Sheng shook his head and said, Grandpa, I haven't touched kendo. I won't choose sword for the time being. A sword cultivation needs a good sword and sword technique. Since the Qin family does not have such resources for the time being, the sword formula of the 10,000 Robbers Emperor is naturally available, but it is too profound in terms of Qin Sheng's current strength, he can't understand it. Qin Sheng had a general plan for his future practice. He majored in physical cultivation and martial arts. He had to spend a lot of time on spiritual cultivation. According to Qin Sheng's current situation, he couldn't divide his time to practice swordsmanship at all. So Qin Sheng gave up kendo temporarily. Well, this ring suits me very well. Qin Sheng glanced at a pile of talismans and suddenly found a pair of metal boxers on a shelf. The fist cover is made of metal. It is dark red in color. There are lines of runes on the surface. It is glittering with runes. The edge of the fist is covered with a little ferocious barb, which is cold. Qin Sheng picked up his fist and felt the cold metal temperature. He saw 5 inscriptions on the surface, but 3 of them were severely crushed and very vague. This fist used to be a 5-pattern talisman? Qin Sheng's heart jerked violently and his face was excited. 5-pattern talisman, even if the person with strong life environment doesn't necessarily have it, how can it be hidden in the inner mansion of the Qin family? Qin Sheng opened his fist and found that the inscription Bei Ming was engraved on it. It was obviously the owner of the 5-pattern talisman. You want to choose this boxing set? At this time, Qin Tao also approached and saw that Qin Sheng picked up the fist of Bei Ming, and his brow was a little upset. This fist set used to be a 5-pattern talisman, but the talisman was severely damaged. The middle of the left fist was pierced. Your father had it repaired by the soul man and it was barely usable. Qin Tao couldn't help explaining, this fist set is very evil. Although it's a 2-pattern talisman, it needs to absorb a lot of yuan force. A warrior who can connect the soul can only use tens of breath, and yuan force will be exhausted. Besides, as long as you take this ring, it's also a vampire, it's a long way from absorbing your power. Smell words, Qin Sheng soared eyebrow a coagulate, how to sound so evil. Absorb the master's power, who is the rune and who is the master? There used to be gifted disciples in the family who chose this fist set, but within a month, they threw it back. They were pale, and they walked precariously. They almost dried up the yuan mai. Qin Sheng's eyes changed. He said with a wry smile, why are there so many strange things in the inner mansion? First, it was a saint martial art like self-mutilation. Now it has a blood-sucking fist set. In the end, Qin Sheng chose this fist set, a talisman that can absorb yuan force. He also heard it for the first time. Moreover, it was once a talisman with 5 patterns. If it can be repaired, Qin Sheng can knock out those who are strong in the sky with one fist. He is willing to take such a risk, whether it's the Python Dragon Purple Code or the North Ming boxing. Qin Tao shook his head. His grandson had changed so much that he was at 2 extremes. Before entering Luyun College, I was as timid as a mouse. Now I have been in Luyun College for 2 months, and I am as bold as a tiger. For defensive weapons, we must choose this armor. There is no need to discuss it. Qin Tao threw a 2-pattern defensive talisman to Qin Sheng with an indisputable tone in his speech. This time, Qin Sheng did not refuse, simply took over the 2-grain war armor and put it on. The whole body of the war armor is silvery white, with exquisite runes carved on its surface. It is crystal clear. After Qin Sheng put it on, the whole person's temperament has changed a lot. The heroism is powerful, and there is endless confidence between his eyebrows. Zhao family, in the hall. Zhao Tong was in the middle of the stage. He was badly hurt. His face was pale and his hair was in a mess. How could he have the demeanor of a soul state master? At this time, most of the strong, elders, deacons, guests, and Qing of the Zhao family gathered. The atmosphere was oppressive, as if the air was about to solidify. Bang! All of a sudden, the old man on the stone seat of the main hall slapped the stone platform suddenly. The terrible power rolled down on the stone platform and turned into powder. Then, the terrible yuan force fluctuation fell on everyone's mind like the birth of a demon. The elders, deacons, and guests of the Zhao family all looked at the angry old man in horror, and felt the pressure of Yuanli like a mountain. They immediately lowered their heads and dared not look again, for fear of touching the old man's anger. The disgraceful waste should be so humiliated by a low-level warrior who knows the world. The old man's cold eyes twinkled, and the stinging cold light swept around. All of them fell like ice cellars, afraid to move. It's Zhao Hong, the patriarch of the Zhao family, who was angry. 10 years ago, he had reached the state of Tongtian. Now, 10 years later, his accomplishments are more unpredictable. It's said that he's running crazy at the peak of Tongtian state. If Zhao Tong was not abolished, Zhao Hong would not be disturbed and forced out of the customs. Zhao Tong's face is sad and angry. He dare to be angry but dare not speak. In the face of Zhao Hong, who dare to fart. Besides, he was really humiliated by a low-level martial artist who connected with the environment. Although Qin Sheng was a very evil sect, he shut up and didn't explain it, because if he continued to explain it, he might touch the anger of the patriarch. An expert who was suspected to be at the top of the environment would be killed. Patriarch Qin Sheng is the son of that man. It is estimated that there is wealth left by that man. At this time an old man in black robe came out, which was similar to Zhao Hong in a way. From the yuan force fluctuation that was emitted from his body, he was definitely a martial artist in the sky. The man's son? Zhao Hong's face is slightly coagulated, and his eyes are very deep. He is very clear that the old man in black refers to Qin Sheng, who made their Zhao family tremble. As expected, the tiger father has no dog and son. Qin Sheng was so terrible that he rose like a star. Now his son is able to cross a big realm and abolish Zhao Tong. Although he used the stone and wood talisman, this achievement can be achieved even by looking at the whole Dian city. Zhao Hong's eyes were shining and the sky was changing. At last, he sneered and ordered, "Go to Qin's house, discard Qin Sheng, and then catch him back." It's estimated that Qin Sheng has not left much wealth for him. Qin Sheng has been missing for 10 years. He may have died long ago. Zhao Hong sneered and said, "Don't worry. Now Dian City is the world of my Zhao family. If Qin Tao's old dog obstructs, he will be beheaded." Voice a place, the whole hall filled with this terrible sense of killing. Hearing this, Zhao Chao also flashed a sneer. He was full of terror and confidence. He said with a sneer, "I heard that Qin Tao was poisoned. He died in Qin's house half a year ago. He is not worthy of my help." "Oh, Qin Sheng is back?" All of a sudden, Zhao Hong's face was happy. He felt Zhao Qingsheng's tremendous changes. His cold and fierce eyes suddenly softened a lot. "Yes, Grandpa." Zhao Qingsheng came out of the crowd. He is armed with the armor and a green sword. His eyebrows are glittering with boundless heroism, but his face is a little morbid white, which makes people look very uncomfortable and gloomy. His whole body is wrapped with yuanli waves that can match the later stage of soul communication. Melting the soul of war? Zhao Hong squinted and asked. Just came back from the depths of the wasteland, and melted the soul of the war as entrusted. Zhao Qingsheng nodded, with endless confidence in his words. Zhao Qingsheng's voice has just dropped, and Zhao's hall caused a burst of exclamations. Zhao Qingsheng is only so old. It seems that in his early 20s, he melted the soul of war. There are successors in the Zhao family. Such talents are rare even in Wang family? Well, he will be the leader of the clan in the future. A lot of elders, deacons, and guests all talked about it. Looking at Zhao Qingsheng, who was so aggressive, their eyes changed. They even looked at his opponents at the same level. In fact, from the fluctuation of yuan power in Zhao Qingsheng's body, it is no less than the ordinary deacon of Zhao family. To be a deacon of the Zhao family, the weakest strength is to pass through the middle stage of the soul state. For example, Zhao Tong, the soul of war melted by him, is also considered to exist at the middle level in the deacon of the Zhao family. Ha ha, good. When the hearty laughter rang, Zhao Hong restrained all the gloom and replaced it with a burst of joy. He couldn't help sending a voice and asking, Qin Sheng, what level of soul are you melting? The soul of war is the secret weapon of a warrior. No one is willing to expose it unless he has to. Like the elder of the law enforcement hall of the Qin family, Qin Zhijia's soul of war can release the death sickle attacked by the spirit, and his soul of war is rarely exposed. Therefore, Zhao Hong chose to communicate and inquire. Battle spirit of 3 stripes. Zhao Qingsong replied. Smell speech, Zhao Hong's face is shining, some can't believe it. Sanwen war spirit, even if he smelt it for the first time, is only a Sanwen war spirit. Decades have passed before it was promoted to Sanwen. With this breakthrough, he will go to the magic dragon wasteland, find opportunities, and raise the spirit of war to 4 stripes. Zhao Qingsong was able to smelt the soul of 3 stripes for the first time. This potential is absolutely the best in Dian City. Well, you'll follow your uncle later to catch Qin Sheng. Zhao Hong said, see the scene. Do what Grandpa says. Zhao Qingsong's eyes are cold. He seems to recall the picture of Qin Shenglian in the Malong mining area 2 or 3 months ago. Zhao Qingsong's face flashed 2 strokes of cold murderous intention. In his mind, he recalled that Qin Sheng, like an ant, had hit him in the face in front of the goddess of Xiaobingning, whom he had long dreamed of. Tiaoliang clown, the previous account, it's time to calculate with you. Zhao Qingsong said in his heart, a trace of gloom flashed between his eyebrows. In this period of time, Zhao Qingsong grew worms and suffered a lot. He became a worm man who was not like a human being or a ghost. Even if it brings him supreme power, it is absolutely a no-return road for Zhao Qingsong. All the worming people, no matter how advanced or terrifying they are in terms of force, even if they are given all-weather fighting power, all of them are miserable in their old age, and none of them will come to a good end. Obviously, Zhao Qingsong put this account on Qin Sheng's head. Go. Zhao Gu glanced at many experts in the hall, coldly, with too cruel coldness in his eyes. His black robe made a big noise, giving off the shivering breath of the martial artists in the soul state. He waved and shot away. Zhao Qingsong has a brilliant and vigorous appearance. In addition to the morbid whiteness on his face, he is magnificent. A powerful yuan force also surges out of his body and turns into a streamer, closely following the elder Zhao Qian. The rest of the deacons of Zhao Jiatong's soul state followed one after another, making a mighty progress. The inner courtyard of the Qin family is a secret cultivation room. Here is the most advanced training room of the Qin family. The area of this training room is very large. Just when he came in, Qin Sheng felt a strong yuan force coming to him. Qin Sheng's eyes brightened, but he could not help sighing, what a strong yuan li, not much worse than the underground black market Qinglong training room. The Green Dragon training room in the underground black market needs 1,000 yuan crystals a day. Even the martial artists who are able to communicate with the soul are not necessarily willing to spend. Of course, even though my Qin family has declined a lot, there are still 3 nails left in the rotten boat. My training room is as good as the Qinglong training room in the underground black market. Qin Tao said proudly. However, the Green Dragon training room can only be regarded as a better training room in the underground black market. In the core of the underground black market, there are more advanced training rooms than Qinglong training room. However, it is not open to the outside world and cannot be enjoyed by Yuan Jing. Smell words, Qin Sheng also nodded. The underground black market water is too deep. Various forces nearby are involved. It's normal that there are more advanced training rooms than Qinglong training room. Shenger, you can practice here. Remember, although the Python Dragon's purple electric formula is precious, It has been backfired by far more powerful than Tianjia martial arts. Qin Tao looked serious and said in a deep voice, "If something is wrong, please inform me through the bulletin board immediately." After Qin Tao left, Qin Sheng came to the jade bed in the cultivation room. The jade bed is very exquisite, carved with gorgeous reliefs, and the whole body exudes a touch of cold wave, moistening the spirit, making Qin Sheng feel refreshed. "Let's go." Qin Sheng touched the ring and 2 jade boxes appeared in front of him. The most important way to practice the Python Dragon's purple electricity formula is 2 steps. First, quench the body, then refine the soul. The blood of the big demon quenches the body, and the thunder burns the marrow to refine the soul. Now, Qin Sheng has 2 kinds of important materials, because there is only one. He didn't use the materials immediately. Once he failed, it's difficult to collect the second copy of Goblin Blood and Lei Yensui with the current financial resources of the Qin family. Qin Sheng closed his eyes and held the jade talisman in his hand. The continuous information was transmitted to his mind through the jade talisman. Finally, Qin Sheng finally opened his eyes, and his eyes were like electricity. "Quench first." Qin Sheng picked up one of the jade boxes and opened it. Suddenly, he cast a blue light with a faint rune. A strong smell of blood came to his nose. Roar. The blood essence of 2 big demons in the jade box immediately boils up, forming a ferocious green cloud Jiao virtual shadow, sending out a very terrible breath. The breath of the big demon instantly rolls the whole cultivation room, Qingyun Jiao, which is a big demon 1 level higher than the earthworm. Its horrible combat power can even crush the powerful human beings. What a fierce breath! Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed and he stared at the shadow of the green cloud dragon on the jade box. His face was slightly coagulated. It's really the essence of the 6th level demon. Even if it's just a drop of the blood essence, the breath of the green cloud dragon will not fluctuate at all. It's not necessary for the strong to be weak in the spirit state. When Qin Sheng was about to devour the blood essence of the 2 drops of Qingyun Jiao's, he ignited the blue flame and suddenly changed, which made Qin Sheng a little surprised. "Danhua?" Qin Sheng has some accidents. It's just 2 drops of blood essence. It can gather into red fire. It's totally unexpected. It's estimated that Grandpa hasn't taken it out for many years. The blood essence of the 2 drops of Qingyun Jiao has changed. By chance, a ray of forehead fire has been produced. Qin Sheng said in his heart. If Qin Sheng continues to swallow these 2 drops of Qingyun Jiao's blood essence, it will be equal to swallowing this ray of Qingyun Jiao's red fire. The difficulty of quenching body is definitely much greater than that of pure blood essence quenching body. If you change the other martial arts, you may give up and swallow the Dan fire. Even the martial arts in the spirit state and even the powerful ones in the heaven state dare not try. That's Danhua. Even the weakest Danhua contains the power of terror, which can make the strong in the sky self-ignite. It can be seen that the 2 drops of Qingyun Jiao's blood essence are so horrible. Qin Sheng watched the blue-red fire flashing with the ferocious green cloud and Jiao's virtual shadow. He just thought for a moment and swallowed it. At the entrance of Danhua, Qin Sheng's body was instantly ignited, covered with a layer of blue Danhua. All his clothes turned to ashes, and his armor fell off long ago. Otherwise, even if it was a 2-pattern rune, even if it was a Danhua, even if it was not scrapped, the runes on its surface would fall off, and its defense would be greatly reduced. The violent blood and the cold flame filled Qin Sheng's 4 limbs. It's true that Qin Sheng didn't feel the heat at first, but a cold, sharp, blue cloud Jiao lived in the swamp in Jedi for a long time. After hundreds of years of practice, the dragon will rise to the sky, and then it will change. So the red fire of his blood essence will also bring cold breath. Such a magical Dan fire is not the lowest Dan fire. Qin Sheng estimated that the Dan fire it swallowed was at least 2 Dan fire. 2-grain Danhua, even if it's the strong one in the sky, if it's infected, even if it doesn't die, it should take off a layer of skin. If you are an ordinary low-level martial artist in Tong Mai, you will die if you dare to touch the blue and red fire. However, Qin Sheng's face is not showing any fear, but a little more excited. Ordinary martial artists may be frightened by Danhua, but Qin Sheng has Huangquan fire, which is extremely rare in 9 days and 10 places. How can he be scared of 2-grain Danhua? The blue Danhua was running through Qin Sheng's 4 limbs, hardening Qin Sheng's body. At the same time, Qin Sheng silently recited the pithy formula of Python Dragon Purple Electric Formula, guided the blue and red fire, and its surging blood, and walked along a specific route. Purge. Purge. Qin Sheng murmured, and the fire in his body suddenly rolled the mat away, devouring the blue Dan fire on his body. After a few breaths, Qin Sheng's blue and red fire disappeared completely, and then Qin Sheng felt that the yellow spring fire had grown stronger. Yellow spring fire can be strengthened by swallowing red fire? Qin Sheng had some accidents, and then his face showed a touch of ecstasy. The fire of the yellow spring is the fire on the road of the yellow spring. Even though the Emperor of the 10,000 robbers has not been able to find it in the whole 9 days and 10 places. Such a precious fire, Qin Sheng uses a little less. He is thinking about how to supplement it. Now unexpectedly, Qin Sheng finds out that Huangquan fire can grow by swallowing other Dan fire. Although the 2-grain Dan fire is also very precious, how can it be compared with the yellow spring fire? Qin Sheng excitedly clenches his fists. The unexpected news is more exciting than getting Python Dragon City in Jiu. Soon, Qin Sheng sank from the excitement and judged his body changes. Qin Sheng's body was obviously more powerful, with some sharp eyebrows and a faint smell of green clouds and jiao. Because of melting 2 drops of Qin Yunjiao's blood essence, Qin Sheng's skin surface even flickered with very light blue runes. Qin Sheng's eyes slightly shrank, which is the unique rune of Qin Yunjiao, which means that Qin Sheng's first step has been successful. Then the next step. Qin Sheng's eyes were like electricity and murmured. The second step in the practice of Python Dragon's Purple Electric Formula is to use Lei Yan's marrow to refine the spirit. Qin Sheng opened the jade box and felt his arm numb. It was through touching the jade box that he passed on the thunder. That's the characteristic of Lei Yansui, who absorbed a lot of thunder power in the Jedi. It's no different from crossing the wind and thunder to refine the spirit with Lei Yansui. A little carelessly, the spirit will be crushed into nothingness by the force of thunder released by Lei Yansui. Qin Sheng adjusted his spirit, and his eyes shone like substance. Start. Qin Sheng opened his mouth and swallowed a mouthful of Lei Yan pulp. Boom. Qin Sheng's face changed a lot, as if a thunderclap was blowing in his ears, deafening and numb. It hurts. Qin Sheng's face was white, and he felt that his headache was about to crack. The entrance of Lei Yan's pith melted and turned into a thunderbolt of nothingness, which twinkled in his spirit. The sea of the spirit of Qin Sheng twinkled with thunder, and the fire was everywhere, which ignited a lot of the power of the spirit. The thunder power, contained in Lei Yansui, is really terrible. Even Qin Sheng was almost split. At the most critical time, Huangquan fire saved Qin Sheng again. Huang Chuanhua rushed into Qin Sheng's spirit, wrapped with endless soul power, and then slowly purified the power of thunder. At the same time, Qin Sheng silently recited the pithy formula of Python Dragon's Purple Electricity Formula. Not long ago, a very dim purple electricity slowly emerged from the sea of the spirit of Qin Sheng. Successful? Qin Sheng was very excited. Even though the purple electricity was very dim, it actually appeared. Eat again. Qin Sheng swallowed all the remaining Lei Yan pith in the jade box. Roar. The thunder in pieces is killed again, and the fire in the yellow spring appears again. It purifies the thunder in large pieces and becomes the most pure power. Then, under the guidance of Qin Sheng's formula, it gradually becomes a more and more clear purple electricity. Qin Sheng's face was ecstatic, his eyes flashed a purple light, and his brows were cold and proud. Once formed, it is a sign that the Python Dragon Code is finally a successful introduction. Qin Sheng suddenly stood up, thought a move, 2 purple lightning around his legs, and then took a step. The purple light rushed to the sky and turned into a purple lightning. The fast air seemed to be twisted, like a blink, and appeared in another part of the cultivation room. So fast. Qin Sheng's eyes were round, his face was covered with unbelievable colors, his voice was shaking, and he said, "This is just the first level of the Python Dragon's purple electricity formula." The purple electricity came out at such an amazing speed. Just now, it's estimated that the speed is too fast for the martial arts who can crush the soul state. Qin Sheng, with a happy face, said, "If we reach the second level and gather the purple electricity to separate ourselves, then even the martial artists in the sky are not fast enough for me. It's really Fengqi and Dianji, flying in the sky and hiding in the earth." Qin Sheng's eyes twinkled, and he also had a lot of expectations for this holy martial arts. See how much power has increased. Qin Sheng goes to the other side of the cultivation room, where there is a huge metal column. The surface of the column depicts the reproduction of runes, and there is a subtle fluctuation. Even the martial artists who pass through the soul are afraid. It's a rune with auxiliary surname. It's called Force Counter. When you attack with all your strength, you can calculate the approximate power. It's amazing. This kind of thing, even in Luyun College, is not equipped. Only the patriarchal cultivation room of Qin family has such a thing, which is enough to see its value. Try it. Qin Sheng took a horse stance and took a deep breath. In a moment, all his strength broke out. His muscles were twisted like a zha long. Then a piece of runes of Python Dragon appeared. Especially in his eyebrows, there was a thriving rune. The rune is very dazzling, and the font is multiplying. It turns out to be a python. Qin Sheng's eyebrows are shining. The powerful Yuan force erupts from his body and forms a virtual image of a python dragon behind him. Roar. The python dragon behind Qin Sheng roars up to the sky. The whole training room vibrates. The dragon chants and shakes the sky and the earth, causing terrible waves around him. If it wasn't Qin Tao's training room that was very advanced and had the blessing of Fuwen Array, then that horrible dragon chant would burst out immediately and spread all over Dian City. Qin Sheng's eyes were like electricity, and he hit the metal pillar like lightning. Bang! The metal pillar was shocked severely, and a large number of runes fell down, shining everywhere. The power of 3 dragons. There are 4 big characters on the metal pillars. Qin Sheng was very happy. He didn't think he could play the power of 3 dragons. 10 cattle and 1 tiger, 10 tigers and 1 dragon. The most common martial arts of Tongmai State is the power of a tiger, and the most powerful martial arts of Tonghunjing State is the power of a dragon. Qin Sheng practiced the Python Dragon Purple Electric formula, and he was able to play the power of 3 dragons, that is, 3 times the power of ordinary people who use the spirit environment. This is a terrible force. With this martial art alone, Qin Sheng will be able to crush all the warriors who pass through the spirit state. There are invincible under the heaven state. If we add the yellow spring fire to it, Qin Sheng is sure to crush the Yin Sha corpse, who is still sleeping and transforming, even the warrior in the sky. Now I finally have some self-protection power. Qin Sheng is very excited. In recent months, Qin Sheng has been shivering and shrinking in Luyun College. If it wasn't for the surge in strength, Qin Sheng would have been abandoned by Zhao Tong last night and taken back to Zhao's family for interrogation. Zhao family only covers the sky with their hands in Dian City. It's such a bully and arrogant way to act. It's time to go to Zhao's house and collect the million yuan jing. Qin Sheng's eyes are cold, ready to leave the cultivation room. At this time, Zhao Zhao took Zhao Qingsong and others to the outer gate of Qin's mansion. Zhao Yi, who was dressed in black, looked up at the outer door of the Qin mansion and waved his sleeves fiercely. Roaring. The terrifying yuan force surged out of his body. The originally soft black robe was as hard as steel plate, with the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Like the falling of meteorites, yuan force swept directly to the outer door of the Qin mansion. That's the outside gate of the Qin family, once the main gate of Dian City. Zhao Qian even started directly. You can imagine how turbulent they came this time. The rune of Qin's outer door was bright, and a cloud of rune light broke out, trying to resist Zhao's random strike. Zhao's attack activated the Qin family's outer door array, and a large number of runes were lit up. However, the Qin family's array had been in disrepair for a long time. The large number of runes only resisted 3 breathing times, and then they were turned into powder with a bang. Humph, vulnerable. As you can see, Zhao's face is full of disdain, his eyebrows are cold, and then he waves his sleeves towards the Qin's outside door again. The hunting in black robe sounds like the shaking of the earth and the shaking of the mountains, and the terrifying wave of yuan power rings again. Although the surface of the huge palm is not covered by runes, the power it contains cannot be ignored. The huge palm, gathered by Yuan Li, fell on the outside door of the Qin family. This time, there was no breakout of the array light. The outer door of the Qin family is like a rubble, which is smashed severely by Zhao Zhao's Yuan Li giant palm. God, what's the matter? Bastard, that undead dares to come to Qin's house, to behave wildly. In the courtyard of the Qin family, there was a mess. Many of the Qin family's disciples were severely injured by the sudden appearance of Yuan Li's giant palm and coughed up blood with a large mouth. With a cold smile on Zhao's face, Zhao Qingsong and others followed with a wave of their hands. The Qin family is not the same as before. The rune array arranged by Zhongtian was so vulnerable. Even Zhao Qian was surprised. If it was put 10 years ago, even if Zhao Qian borrowed 100 monster courage, he would never dare to step into the Qin family. Not to mention, like today, directly smashing the Qin family's outer door, which was put 10 years ago, absolutely can't think. 30 years of Hedong, 30 years of Heshi, 10 years ago, your Qin family was really in the sky. My Zhao family could only shiver in the corner. Zhao Bai is very proud. His eyes are cold and his face is very proud. Phew. 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 After a few moments, the 3 elders of the Qin family suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Bai. Today, in the meeting hall, the 3 men killed the 3 clans of Qin Zhijia. When they saw that the outer gate of the Qin family had been crushed, countless Qin family disciples were howling and coughing up blood, and their faces were suddenly livid. The 3 elders of the Qin family looked up at a group of black-robed people in the distance. They were aggressive and sent out a terrifying wave of yuan force. When the 3 Qin family elders saw that the leader was the elder of Zhao family, Zhao Zhao. Zhao Bai's face is cold, his eyebrows are full of violence, and he stands with his hands in his hands, and his whole body radiates the horrible fluctuation of the whole heaven. Feeling the terrifying Yuan Li pressure, the old faces of the 3 ethnic groups were gloomy, and their breathing was not smooth. However, the outer door of the Qin family was destroyed. This humiliation made the 3 old people's anger burn. They looked up at Zhao Zhao and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean by Zhao family? Destroy the outer gate of our Qin family. Do you want to start a dispute?" The 3 elders are not urging. How could the Qin family bear such humiliation? Zhao Chao was in a high position, and a light of disdain flashed between his eyebrows. He sneered, "You Qin family deserve to fight with my Zhao family? Joke. Let Qin Sheng get out." Zhao Bai's breath is like a rainbow. Although he is very old, 50 or 60 years old, his voice is still as loud as a bell. His voice contains the terrifying Yuanli. It spread to the whole Qin family in an instant, even to some small families nearby. One by one, the strong breath of eyes focused on the outside door of the Qin family, with accidents in their eyes. The Zhao family can't hold on to the Nai family any longer. They have to deal with the Qin family. Zhao Hao even let Qin Sheng roll out. Is Qin Sheng worth his hands? Ha ha, you don't know. In this period of time, Qin Sheng rose like a star. He is the second Qin Zhongtian. Oh, it turned out that Zhao Zhao was coming with a group of deacons to kill Qin Sheng in the cradle. All of them are the strongest in Dian City. They talked to each other through Yuanli. They looked at the Qin family and couldn't help shaking their heads. Their eyes were full of pity. Today's Qin family is different from 10 years ago. Without Qin Zhongtian, the whole Dian City is nothing. Smell speech, 3 clan old face is more ugly immediately. The outer door of the family was destroyed. The murderer was so arrogant and domineering. The old faces of the 3 clans were burning. Qin Sheng is closing up. No guests. Let's go. The 3 elders looked at each other and finally choked out such a sentence. The Qin family is really too weak. In the face of the coming storm, Zhao family, who only covers the sky in Dian City, especially Zhao Yu, who is the leader of the sky, dare not catch the murderer and let Zhao Yu go. This is the shame of being trampled on your face. Zhao Qian snorted coldly. He won't forgive others if he got the power. He stepped forward, his breath of terror rolled to the 3 old people. His voice sounded like thunder. Qin Sheng is extremely vicious. He was examined in the inner courtyard of Luyun College and killed the genius of our family. Today, Zhao Qian is arresting people. Let Qin Sheng get out. Zhao's voice was commanding. In the same way, I don't want to repeat it for the 3rd time. The 3 old people are hard to see the extreme complexion. They have heard about the assessment of Luyun College. It's just nonsense to kill Zhao family disciples in the assessment. What's more, there's no need to add guilt. It is clear to Zhao that he knew Qin Sheng's talent could rival Zhongtian's, so he came to be a powerful man. Qin Sheng must not fall into Zhao's hands. The 3 old people communicated with each other and made a unified decision. Zhao, don't push your luck. This is the Qin family. One of them said in a deep voice, if your disciple died in Luyun College, then go to find justice in Luyun College. Come to our Qin family to make trouble. Can't you be a bully to our Qin family? Smell speech, Zhao Yi's cold smile, long and narrow eyes flashed a sharp flash, between the eyebrows are impatient color. Wei, really is the tongue dry? Zhao Bai stands in the air. His voice is like a big demon in the depth of the magic dragon wasteland, which makes the 3 clans of Qin's family fall into the ice cellar. Their blood and qi seem to be frozen, shivering. Go away. The rage broke out between Zhao's eyebrows. The black robe suddenly waved its sleeves, and the extremely powerful Yuan Lipton burst out, just like a white tiger swooping down from the holy mountain, with a horrible atmosphere, into a black giant palm. Boom. The huge palm gathered by the black Yuanli gleams with the light of the rune. Although it is very thin, it brings the power of terror, which makes the 3 elders of Qin's lineage suddenly change their faces. In all places of the great palm, the air is crushed, the sand is flying, and the wind is rolling the mat. The 3 Qin family elders wanted to resist, but they were only in the middle of Tongmai, and they were already very old. They were not in the same level as Zhao Yu, and they were suppressed by the endless and horrible Yuan power fluctuations, unable to move. Bang! 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 With a slap of black giant palm, the three elders of Qin's family flew backward like a broken kite, coughing up blood with a big mouth and contracting in the corner. Poof! The three elders of Qin's lineage coughed up blood. They were paralyzed. They didn't know how many of their bones were broken. They looked up at Zhao Yi, who was standing in the air. Their eyes were filled with horror. In the distance, Qin's disciples were stunned, their faces were unbelievable, and their bodies could not help shaking. The three clan elders are middle-level masters who have melted the soul of war. Although they are very old, their combat power should not be underestimated. The elder of Zhao's family, who was dressed in black robes, just slapped his hands, casually. He didn't feel much power, just like swatting flies. He swatted all the three old Qin family members to the ground, paralyzed, spitting blood with a big mouth. It seems that he was definitely hit hard. Who is the black-robed elder of Zhao family? His strength is so terrible. No, go to the patriarch. Go, go. In the distance, there are several disciples of Qin family who are not weak. They hurry to find Qin Tao. Obviously, the three old people couldn't stop the fierce disciples of Zhao family. All of a sudden, a sound of breaking through the sky came from afar. Zhao Gui, do you deceive no one in the Qin family? It was as if the Buddha was angry and thundering. Qin Tao came from a distance, with terrible power and speed to the extreme. He took a look at the three old people who had suffered a lot. One of them was more angry and less aspirated, so he could not live. Qin Tao took a lunge, turned over his hand, and took out a life-extending pill to let the people who were about to be killed alive swallow it. Life-sustaining pill is a 3-product pill, worth more than 100,000 yuan crystal. As long as there is one breath left, life-sustaining pill can be saved. Of course, it has the function of Shenhua. If you are attacked by a terrorist spirit, the life-sustaining pill has no function at all. Moreover, it was only a random attack by Zhao Yu. If it was a full attack, the three elders would not have left a breath of energy at all. The other two are old and seriously injured, but they don't need to take the life-extending pill. It's 3 kinds of pills. Even Qin Tao doesn't have much left in stock. As soon as the life-extending pill came out, the old man who was dying was finally alive. Qin Tao looked up at Zhao Chao, who was high above him. His face was full of gloom. Zhao Chao, you have destroyed the outside gate of our Qin family and hurt the deacon of our Qin family. Don't you want to fight with my Qin family? Qin Tao's eyes flickered with strong sense of war, and a wave of terror in the middle of Tongshanjing suddenly rolled to all sides, enveloping a large group of Tonghanjing warriors behind Zhao Qian. The group obviously felt Qin Tao's horrible midterm atmosphere of the whole sky. Except for Zhao Qingsong, all the people were pale, stiff and hard to move. There is a big difference between the two. Moreover, Qin Tao is a strong man in the middle period of Tongshanjing, and the gap between them is even more obvious. If not for Zhao Yan, Qin Tao alone can sweep all the people. Hum. Zhao Gu gave a cold snort, which was no less than Qin Tao's cold breath. A group of Zhao deacons were relieved and freed. Hand over Qin Sheng, or your Qin family will wait to bear the anger of our Zhao family. Zhao took a look at Qin Tao. There was some accident between his eyebrows. However, he heard that Qin Tao had been sick for half a year and died frequently. How can I feel the breath like a rainbow now? From the fluctuation of yuan force emitted from his body, it is no less than him. Zhao Chao stared at Qin Tao with long and narrow eyes, but thought that Qin's family had been different from the past for a long time. His heart was more full-bodied. Hearing this, Qin Tao's heart was heaving, and he said in a deep voice, "Let me hand over Qin Sheng and dream." Qin Sheng is the last hope of the Qin family. If we don't know what happened, let the Zhao family come and take the risk of fighting with the Qin family. Even if it's green, we can't give Qin Sheng away. As long as Qin Sheng is given another year or two, his accomplishments will definitely be more powerful than Qin Tao. Then, how can he shrink in Dian City? Now is not the time to tear your face. Qin Tao clenched his fists and took a deep breath. His chest, which was about to explode, suddenly slowed down. Is that right? Today, even if I step on the Qin family, I will find out Qin Sheng. Zhao Chao sneered, waved his hand, and said, set up the array. With a big wave of Zhao's hand, a group of deacons of Tonghenjing behind him set up a array one after another. The breath they gathered was no less than that of a powerful man of Tonghenjing. Ha ha, brother Zhao, don't be angry. At the moment when the war was about to break out, a hearty laugh came from behind, and then several voices of breaking the air came. In a short time, several deacons of the Qin family, led by Qin Yuan, appeared in the eyes of all. Qin Tao is discontented. Now his outer gate has been abandoned and the 3 elders of his family have been severely damaged. Qin Yuan even calls Zhao his brother. What's the surname of Qin Yuan? How shameless! Qin Yuan glanced at Qin Tao, turned a blind eye, walked directly to Zhao Jiui, and tried to squeeze out a smile. In the eyes of others, he was kind of flattered. He asked, I don't know what kind of felony Qin Sheng has committed, which makes brother Zhao so angry. Smell words, all people can't believe their ears. Qin Tao, in particular, is too much for Qin Yuan. Why do you think Qin Sheng has done anything to offend Zhao's family? Can Qin Sheng be better today? What is the direction of Qin Yuan's ass? Qin Tao's eyebrows twinkled with dissatisfaction, but everyone in the Qin family was paying attention. Moreover, Qin Tao clearly felt the wave of Yuan power of all the powerful in the sky. It was obvious that several nearby families and powerful forces were paying attention to the storm trend of Qin family. Now Qin Yuan's flattery is just looking for humiliation and losing the Qin family's face. Qin Yuan, what the hell are you doing? Qin Taochuan asked. Qin Yuan smiled and pretended not to hear Qin Tao. Qin Yuan? Zhao stood in the air, glanced at Qin Yuan with a smile, and felt the breath of the early days of Tongshenging. He couldn't help but frown and say, have you broken through Tongshenging? Zhao's voice suddenly made everyone look around and was shocked, especially a group of deacons who passed through the soul state behind Zhao. At first, Qin Tao was the only one who was strong in the sky. It was once said that Qin Tao was critically ill and not far from death. Unexpectedly, Qin Tao not only did not die, but also broke through to the middle of the sky. That's not all. The Qin family has another warrior who can connect with the heaven. If you come like this, the whole Qin family will be the same as their Zhao family, 2 powerful ones. Means that from as like as 2 peas in the sky, Qin family and Zhao family are exactly alike. The gap between the Qin family and the Zhao family is getting closer. The Qin family is no longer bullied as usual. Such a change made many deacons of the Zhao family face a slight change. Ha ha, lucky, lucky. Qin Yuanlang laughed and complimented, there is still some distance between brother Zhao and the middle of Tianjing. Hearing this, Zhao stood up with his hands down, and his cool face was a little more proud. He said in a deep voice, you know, even if they are the same strong in the sky, the gap between the small realms is also the difference between the clouds and the mud. Yes. Qin Yuan had no backbone, and even those Qin family disciples in the distance were very ashamed. The 3 suffered a lot of blood coughing. They were so angry that they almost coughed up blood again. Qin Tao, the patriarch, was so gloomy that he could drip water. Qin Sheng of your family, this son is very vicious. In the Forbidden Area test of Luyun College, he killed Zhao Ming, our genius. Take this son out quickly. Zhao Qian was so arrogant that he didn't seem to pay attention to the Qin family. Well, what about the two powerful people in the sky? Zhao Chao was sneering in his heart, with two strokes of disdain between his eyebrows. My elder brother is already in the impact of Tongming. As long as we get through the first storm, that is the first strong man in Dian City. Zhao Qian was very proud. At that time, he was afraid to blow his breath and kill the Qin family. Just a bunch of bereaved dogs. There's no need to look at them. Tongmingjing, then the lowest level Tongyi robber, can crush and kill a group of martial artists in Tongshanjing. There is no doubt about this. Joke, the internal forbidden area test of Luyun University is always very secret and dangerous. Your disciples are not good at learning skills and die in it. They are not good at learning skills. Instead, they blame Qin Sheng? Qin Tao said with a loud sneer. In addition, Qin Tao has a fierce sense of war. He is very clear about Zhao's purpose today. It seems that he is afraid that the rise of Qin Sheng will threaten the position of Zhao family in Dian City. Zhao Qian's face was very ugly, and he looked at Qin Tao unexpectedly. Since Qin Zhongtian disappeared, Qin Tao has been a soft bone. Why is he so hard today? No, let's fight. Do you think the Qin family can see the sun tomorrow? Boom. A terrifying force burst out of his body. If you want to fight, I will fight. Qin Tao's eyes are full of fire. Qin Sheng is his lifeblood. No one can hurt him. With Qin Zhongtian locked in the prison of Dian Emperor, it will take 100 years to get out of prison. If Qin Tao can't break through the life-saving situation, he can only live with Qin Sheng all his life. The dragon has the scale, and Qin Sheng is the scale of Qin Tao. Who dares to touch Qin Sheng is the scale of Qin Tao and moves Qin Tao's death. With Qin Tao's words coming out, the air in the whole Qin family's courtyard seemed to solidify. The scene was very depressing. Qin Tao's killing intention was awe-inspiring. A strong and boundless Yuan force surged out of his heavenly cover, just like the demon in the magic dragon wasteland, which made everyone present very depressed. Zhao Chao smiled coldly. He stepped forward and made a sound of hunting in black robes. He also sent out a fierce and cruel wave of Yuan power. Many deacons behind him tightened their faces and grasped the talisman in their hands. They knew that this war seemed inevitable. The Battle of Tongshanjing level, even if it's just the after effect, will be enough for the deacons of Tonghanjing to eat a big pot. Wait a minute. Qin Yuan glanced back at Qin Tao, who was in awe of the war. His face quickly showed a hint of displeasure. He said in a deep voice, Qin Tao, are you old and confused? Do you want the whole Qin family to accompany you to hell? Qin Yuan clenched his teeth and said angrily. You want to die, we don't want to die. Come and bring Qin Sheng. Qin Yuan waved his hand and his voice was like a bell. He was very angry. He said, Qin Sheng, the troublemaker, where is he hiding? Get out. Qin Yuan's voice contains horrible Yuan force, which can be spread to every corner of Qin's mansion. It has a strong penetrating force. Even if it is hidden in the cultivation room, Qin Sheng will be able to hear it. Qin Yuan, you. Qin Tao's spirit was up and down in his chest, and his anger was burning like a red fire. The temperature around him suddenly soared a lot, and a heat wave rushed to all directions. Qin Tao's face was so gloomy that he could dribble out of the water. He didn't think that Qin Yuan didn't want to share the same clan. At this time, he chose to completely turn against him and directly sold Qin Sheng. Seeing this scene, a lot of Qin family disciples around us all blushed and looked disgusted. Even Zhao Qian was stunned. Then, a sneer appeared between his eyebrows. He had heard that the Qin family had been in turmoil for a long time. He is very clear that the Qin family in Dian City is divided into two parts, one is the lineage and the other is the collateral. The dispute between these two lines has already reached the point of white heat, but I didn't think it was so terrible that I completely tore my face in front of him. It's just the point where either you die or I forget. Qin Yuan looked around, especially when he saw Qin Tao's desperation, a smirk on his thin face, and said to himself, "Old dog, now you can feel the taste in my heart. Yesterday, you were one old dog and two small dogs, which broke my sideline." With the disappearance of the law enforcement hall, the dispute between the Qin family and the Qin family has reached the terrible point of immortality. One lineage and one collateral lineage can only survive one of them. There is no room for anyone. Qin Sheng is a legitimate hope. If he is given time to grow up, his future achievements may even be more terrible than Qin Zhongtian, who disappeared 10 years ago. Looking back 10 years ago, when Qin Zhongtian was there, Qin Yuan knew the horror, so he absolutely didn't want Qin Sheng to grow up. The reason why Zhao Qian is so aggressive is just the same purpose as Qin Yuan, which is absolutely not allowed. Qin Sheng will continue to grow. Even if Zhao Gu knew that Qin Sheng had only killed the law enforcement hall headed by the powerful one who had half a step to the sky yesterday, he would be scared to the core of the Qin family. It's absolutely impossible to talk nonsense here and kill Qin Sheng. At this time, when each of them had a ghost, they walked out of the core of the Qin family. Shua. All eyes are focused on the leisurely figure. It was a young figure with blood rolling, eyes like electricity, and a sneer between the eyebrows. The whole body was wrapped with the yuan power fluctuation of the one who had no need to communicate with the strong soul. It's Qin Sheng. Some Qin disciples could not help screaming. Why is Qin Sheng so reckless? He shouldn't choose to appear at such a time. Qin Sheng's life is in danger today. The disciples with a collateral line were sneering, with a kind of gloating in their eyes. Qin Sheng is a battle armor, with a strong spirit. His hair is flowing with the fierce yuan force. He faces countless hot eyes. There is no tension on his young and handsome face, even a little more calm and calm. Qin Sheng glanced at everyone coldly, and looked at the destruction of the Qin family's outer door, which made the cold between his eyebrows more intense. Finally, Qin Sheng's eyes rest on Qin Yuan. When Qin Yuan saw the moment when Qin Sheng appeared, he was sharp as a powerful man in the sky, and the power of the spirit swept away. He was lucky to be dignified, because it was obvious that Qin Sheng was more powerful than yesterday. It was not the power of Yuan, but the instinctive feeling that Qin Sheng had changed. However, Qin Yuan couldn't feel exactly where it had changed. It is certain that Qin Sheng's combat power is much stronger than that of yesterday. This sun really can't stay any longer. Just after a day, I feel that there are many progress. This is really terrible. Qin Yuan sneers in his heart, how about further progress? Today you are doomed to die. Qin Yuan is very clear that Zhao Lu is a strong man in the middle of Tongshenging. After getting up, there are a group of deacons in Tonghunjing. If you want to kill Qin Sheng, you only need Qin Yuan's help to restrain Qin Tao. However, Qin Yuan really didn't want to take this step until he had to, because the food was so ugly. Even if he took control of the Qin family, he would be sneered at by later generations. However, if he really wants to go to that step, Qin Yuan will not hesitate, because the two channels have reached the point of life and death, and Qin Yuan is not allowed to be kind-hearted. Old dog, it's just that your people are ugly. The food is ugly. Qin Sheng said with a cold smile. Everyone was stunned, surprised, and looked at Qin Sheng strangely. What he scolded was a real powerful man in the sky. Even if he was a strong man of the same clan, he was humiliated in front of everyone. No matter who he was, he couldn't stand it. Qin Yuan was stunned at first, and his turbid eyes shot out two lights as if they were substantive. The two eyebrows of swords lit the flames of anger, and his body was trembling with anger. Who are you scolding, little beast? A terrible yuan force emanated from Qin Yuan's body, forming a huge palm in the void, and hitting Qin Sheng's head mercilessly. With Qin Sheng humiliating Qin Yuan, the scene suddenly out of control. A huge palm gathered by the powerful Hun Yuan force suddenly appeared on Qin Sheng's head. Although there was no light of rune on its surface, it sent out terrorist waves, just like mountains, which made Qin Sheng feel a depression. Qin Yuan, you want to die? Qin Tao was furious in an instant. Qin Sheng was his villain. He had been guarding against the threatening Zhao Li and his party. Now, Qin Yuan of his clan suddenly died. Qin Yuan is a real powerful man in the sky. His angry attack is absolutely extraordinary. Let alone a low-level warrior in the vein. Even a strong man in the soul will be severely damaged if he doesn't die. He will become a useless man from then on. No matter how talented Qin Sheng is, the difference between Qin Sheng and Qin Yuan is two big realms. It's like a giant dragon is going to crush and kill a mole ant. What an easy thing. The sudden change, even Zhao Qian was stunned. He didn't expect that the internal strife of the Qin family was so serious, and even if he didn't agree with each other, he would die. However, Qin Sheng also died. He even humiliated a powerful man in the sky in front of the public. Compared with a giant dragon, he was absolutely disgusted with his long life and could not live if he committed his own sin. It's so fast that even Qin Tao's reaction can't be stopped. Qin Yuan's giant palm, with the power of Wan Jun, rolled the air and formed a burst vortex, which surprised many eyes. Mount Tai was just like the top of the mountain, and it rolled heavily on Qin Sheng's head. Qin Sheng felt unprecedented pressure. This was the first time that he faced the real human power of Tongshenjing. In the inner forbidden area test of Luyun College, he was only facing the broken black iron fubbing. In fact, his strength was only half a step to the sky, far less than Qin Yuan's terror. In an instant, Qin Sheng felt that his whole body was going to solidify. Yuan Li couldn't move. The huge palms on his head rolled down like mountains. If he was hit, even though Qin Sheng's body was so powerful, he would be seriously hurt. Qin Sheng's physical body is not strong enough to completely fight against those who are strong in Tongtian. At this time, Qin Sheng activated the Xingjie Yuan Mai, which was dormant in the deepest part of his body. For a moment, his body was shining with dazzling light, which made many onlookers, many of them with gloating expression, unable to open their eyes. When Qin Sheng activated the Yuan Mai of Xingjie, the pressure around him disappeared completely. At the beginning, in the Malong mining area, Qin Sheng still connected the two veins, because he activated the Xingjie Yuan Mai and completely suppressed Xia Bingning, the elder martial sister in the later stage of Tonghenjing. Now Qin Sheng's strength has increased by more than 10 times. That's the saint-level Yuan Mai. Even if you look at the whole Dian dynasty, you can find one saint-level Yuan Mai, it's only a handful. Python Dragon Purple Electric Code. Qin Sheng murmured and his fingerprints changed. In his heart, he immediately ran the Python Dragon's purple electricity formula. A purple electricity twined Qin Sheng's legs and stepped out like lightning. It was so fast that he escaped Qin Yuan's angry attack. The huge palm, which was gathered by the terror force, was afraid of the empty space. The whole ground was shocked and a huge palm print appeared. It was shocking to press the ground down a foot deep. If Qin Sheng just did not activate the saint-level Yuan Mai, and did not build the Python purple electric formula, the estimation would become meat mud. The whole Qin's courtyard was filled with terrible waves, and a huge mushroom cloud rose up. Then, like a tsunami, it surged in all directions. The terror of momentum is just like the birth of a demon. The wind and the clouds are changing. The sand is flying and the stone is flying. The violent dust is filled, which makes people unable to open their eyes. Qin Tao wants to split his canthus and directly sacrifice the soul of war. He cuts through the sky and cuts to Zhao Sun. Qin Tao's soul of war is an ancient sword, which is suspended on the top of the Tian Lingai. It is buzzing with sword light and rising to the sky. He is holding a 3-pattern heavy sword, and under the blessing of the soul of war, his sword spirit breaks out. The sword is surging like a tornado, raging around. Zhao, I will kill you today, and kill the Zhao family. Qin Tao's killing intention is awe-inspiring, his eyes are sharp, and he will shoot out 2 swords. At this time endless dust, a magnificent figure, slowly came out. Shwa. 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 In all directions, countless eyes lock on the people slowly coming out of the endless dust. Qin Sheng's legs glittered with purple lightning, and his brow was so strong that he glanced at Zhao Chou indifferently and walked to Qin Tao's side. Shenger, are you okay? Qin Tao was stunned at first, and then showed a touch of ecstasy. His pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes locked the red lightning under Qin Sheng's legs, and his face showed an unbelievable look. He said, "You have practiced the red lightning code of Python Dragon?" Qin Tao's voice was shaking. Qin Sheng looked at Qin Tao, who had sacrificed the soul of war, with a touch of emotion in his eyes. Just now Qin Tao's heroic words, Qin Sheng heard them clearly. It is obvious that Qin Tao just thought that he was crushed into meat mud and his spirit was destroyed, and then he said such heroic words of killing Zhao family. Today's Zhao family only covers the sky in the whole Dian city. With the current strength of the Qin family, and the lineal and collateral lines have completely torn their faces. To the point where you will not die is my death. At this time, with the strength of Qin Tao alone, if you want to kill the Zhao family, it's obviously not just anger and aggression. But even so, Qin Sheng was more moved. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng looked at Zhao Qian in the distance, and Qin Yuan. His face suddenly turned cold and cold. He nodded and said, "I'm lucky today." Hearing that, Qin Tao's face was immediately ecstatic, and then he was very shocked. That was the martial arts of the saint level. Even if he looked at the whole Beichen kingdom, there were few such advanced martial arts. It's very difficult to practice the martial arts of the saint level. Even Qin Tao himself, after more than 10 years of practice, exhausted millions of yuan jing and failed to get started. How long did Qin Sheng get this Python Dragon Purple electric formula? Was it a special introduction in one night? This talent is rare even in the empire, where there are many generalists like dogs, and generalists walk all over the street. Zhao Qian's long, narrow, and indifferent eyes stared at Qin Sheng from afar. His thin face was a little more stinging, and at the same time a little unexpected. Just now, he was angry. Although he didn't use martial arts or even sacrifice the soul of war, he was able to fight 50% of the time. This son, as expected, is a little strange. Zhao Chao sneers, Zhao Tong is planted in his hands, not to lose. Zhao Tong is a medium-term warrior who melted the soul of war, but it is impossible to avoid the angry attack just made by Zhao Yu. Zhao Qing's pale and morbid brows were a little grumpy. He said, "Uncle, this son is born again after death in the Malong mining area. He rose overnight. It's estimated that he has a big chance. He must catch it and knock it back to deprive him of it." All of a sudden, Zhao Qingsong recalled that several months ago, the scene of class assessment in the outer courtyard of the Magic Dragon mining area, coupled with Qin Sheng's progress these days, was really terrible. Zhao Qingsong had the mysterious assistant of slaying the old, and as a demagogue, he became a worm man, which made such a breakthrough. From Tongjiumai to the later stage of Tonghunjing. Please make up your mind. Otherwise, he will be allowed to grow up. Another Qin Zhongtian is waiting for our Zhao family. Zhao Qingsong said coldly, "Maybe Qin Sheng is more terrible than Qin Zhongtian." Zhao Qingsong's killing intention between his eyebrows became more and more intense, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes were cold. In his mind, he recalled the mysterious man, Tu Lao. If he didn't perform well, his disciple's agent would be replaced by Qin Sheng. Zhao Qingsong clenches his fists, and Qin Sheng is not allowed to see the sun of tomorrow. Either he died or I died, Zhao Qingsong said in his heart. Hearing this, Zhao Bai's turbid eyes are full of bright light. In such a short period of time, he can make a connected waist grow to the point of being able to compete with himself. This sun's chance is absolutely terrible. The magic dragon mining area, which has been handed down since 10,000 years ago in ancient times, has buried many imperial sects, and the benefits of digging up a site are absolutely terrible. In those days, Qin Sheng, who was like the sun in the sky, heard that a great chance had been found in the magic dragon wasteland, which made him rise like a star. Zhao Zhao's eyes twinkled. He always thought that Qin Sheng could rise suddenly because of Qin Sheng's legacy. Now it seems that it should not be. Think of here, Zhao Bai pupil's deepest place, emerged some strong greedy color. All this just happened between the lightning and the fire stone. Zhao Gui was at the top of the table. First, with a sneer, he glanced at Qin Tao, who wanted to kill Zhao's family. His eyes lingered on the spirit of the ancient sword on the Tian Lingai for a few minutes, and he soon showed a sneer. You are the only one who wants to kill the Zhao family? Zhao Chao scoffed at Qin Sheng and pointed at him sharply. He said, it's a price to make a bluster. If you Qin family doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation today, you Qin family will accompany him on the road. At the same time, there was a cold sense of killing in the whole courtyard of the Qin family. All the people of the Qin family, including Qin Yuan, were as cold as ice. Qin Yuan looks like an enemy. His face changes greatly. He gives Qin Sheng a look of resentment and says, Qin Sheng, do you want to bury the whole Qin family together? If you are a man, you should stand up and admit your guilt. It's hard. Are you going to be a sinner of the Qin family? Qin Yuan went out completely, his face was gone, and he pointed at Qin Sheng and scolded him. Qin Sheng looks at Qin Yuan's connections and says, if you are afraid of death, you can get out of the Qin family. You. Qin Yuan's chest heaved with anger. Go away. Qin Sheng did not show mercy or look at Qin Yuan anymore. He went to his grandfather and said in a deep voice, Grandpa, today we will kill all the people of Zhao family. Believe me, I haven't put these dregs in my eyes.